Coming up. Oops. Oops.
We can.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace, everybody. Peace, peace, peace. This is Sister Freedom. Welcome to Unscramble Minds. Thanks for coming. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, happy hump day, everyone. It's Dulcinea. Peace, Dimples. Peace, Chickasaw Mall.
It is Wednesday, ain't it? Oh, snaggle. Uh, Thank y'all for coming. Did you miss me? Uh,
Oh, lady.
Welcome to the show. And like the title says, we want all the smoke. We just open panel. We just gonna talk about it. So if anything that y'all want to address, anything y'all want to say, do your thing. We welcome it all. I'm Nisha.
You already know. It's D to the O to the T to the S. Hey, y'all. What's up? Happy Wednesday. Hey, Swore said he's been waiting for this notification since Christmas. Here we go. Here we go with the foolishness. I know,
Well, actually, we was just trying to call Swear, wasn't we? Wasn't we trying to get him to come up here and mess with us for a little while? But anyway, I've been wanting to ask people this question for a while. And let me put myself on there just so everybody can see how serious I am about this subject. What as adults and how time have changed everything, can y'all just tell me what seriously do you think about uh uh what is it? TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and is there another one I'm missing? Because I don't
YouTube
think
could
we
also be included in there. I
Twitter.
think Twitter, yeah, even YouTube or social media.
Because you know what? I think that it could be a very dangerous tool, but yet it could also be a needed tool. But dangerous. And the reason why I'm saying dangerous, people go on Facebook putting things like, well, I'm getting ready to go to the store. So, I mean, you done told everybody that you're about to go to the store.
Mhm.
So they know when you're not home, they can go to your house, break in. I mean, all your business. They tell all their business and they had a problem with their boyfriend. It's all on Facebook. Problem with the kids, it's all on Facebook. The kids is calling the mom bees. The mom's calling the kids bees. I mean, it's just wow. What do y'all truly think? Do y'all think that it's a hindrance? That it could be a hindrance, or it's helpful? I know if you want to try to find somebody that you knew from way back when and family members, I think that's the good part about it. But it's some crazy stuff on there, fights, all kinds of stuff. What do y'all think about it?
Mm.
I think with all technology, there's good and bad that comes with technology, but this is the future. I'm in this age of having it, so I I don't see life without it. I think it's actually needed as far as social media. People utilize it for so many different things, and it's my job security. So,
Niche.
Mm. Well, I think that it's pros and cons.
Mm-hmm.
It's pros and cons to everything. And I believe that if we utilize it properly, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, look at all us now. It's a beautiful thing. But as far as in living on um, social media, unless you're actually making money, I think then that's an issue. That's a problem. And I think sometimes people don't separate what's real and what's not real.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that you just have to be careful about what you entertain. Period.
That's true.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Like, I mean, look, right? I think that everything is digitized anyway, right? The only constant is change, as they say. So you're gonna have to keep up, right? Like Nisha said, there's pros and cons to it. And Dulcie spoke about like that's the business, that's her aspect, how she makes her money. So like those are the good things about it, right? Like for example, when I think of TikTok, I think of that platform to be, for people to use to express, let's say, their creativity. Like LinkedIn, for example, that's like for a career. You know what I mean? People post like recruiters are on there, people are looking for jobs, you go to LinkedIn. Like you said, freedom with Facebook and other things, people have been able to find relatives that they might not have been able to find before. So, like, those are all the great things about it, you know. But of course, there's going to be a downside to everything. And I think it does get dangerous when, because I'm guilty of it too, where sometimes I'll go to of course, social media, and if I'm getting news from there, I have to make sure that what I'm reading or what I'm seeing is actually accurate, because a lot of it is clickbait, and a lot of it may be just opinions, and it may look like it's sourced up, or it may look authentic, but in fact, it's not. You know. And then of course just the oversharing of your personal life. Like I've been guilty of that too. I remember when I first started, let's say using Instagram or Facebook or what have you, I definitely overshared, like definitely, right? And that got really, really scary. Like if people are, I would post my location, or if I'm here or what have you. And so things got kind of weird with folks because you just don't know. At the end of the day, people are behind avatars, and then you realize that their behinds is absolutely crazy. So yeah, I definitely see it from both sides. You know, I don't see it ever ending. I mean, it is what it is. It's technology. And then when I think for even like our babies or what have you, especially now, you really don't need college. You don't need to go that traditional route or route, for example, to start your business, right? You can actually go to social media and, become an entrepreneur, literally. So, yeah, it's good and bad.
Well, I know one thing with this Facebook, and now you can see people like, on Facebook, you can go into the messenger. And, the crazy part about it is kids are now secretly, I don't know if it has a button where your parents can stop you or whatever from getting on, but kids are actually doing FaceTime with the young boys.
Well, that's been
See
going. You don't think?
that? Say it again.
No, I was saying that's been going on since the beginning of time. Now, people been sending.
Well, not since the beginning of time.
That's never going in.
I'm just saying the kids now are doing things on it that they don't have no business doing. Showing themselves to the little boys. The little boys are showing themselves to them. And then, the parents don't know that they doing it. They
Yeah.
sneaking and getting these social media channels and things of this nature. Like, and we all seen where these older men We're trying to get with young. You could be anybody you want on those social medias.
That's right.
Anybody you want to be. You could be 13 saying that you're 27 on there. And then what was the name of that program where the men was going and they was meeting these little girls and little boys to catch us something, predator. Remember that? It's because you can be whoever you want to be. Do y'all remember that program?
What, to catch a predator? That show, you mean?
Yeah, to catch a predator.
Mm.
And my thing is, these kids today, you really got to moderate what they do. Because before we used to worry about our kids going out here sneaking to be with little boys and little girls. Now they don't even got to leave the house because they can be with them over the internet.
Now, do you think that that's an issue? Do you think that that's a social media problem, or do you think that's more of a parent issue?
I think it's both because kids are sneaky. We all know that kids can be very, very sneaky. Um, and if doesn't have something where a parent could stop the child from getting on there, like I don't think there's a button to say they can put any age they want and get on there. I don't think it's something to say that you can't. I ain't dealt with a teenager in a long time, but I do know teenagers do that kind of stuff. So I don't know um, if there's some type of parental button to stop the children from seeing X-rated things. They got all kinds of stuff on there. I mean, you can go around Facebook and you could accidentally befriend somebody. You befriend them. Next thing you know, on your messenger, you're getting all these naked pictures of penises and women and all kinds of stuff.
You know what I just thought about? So I'm sorry, Doc, but something just came to my mind when you said that, sis, and it's like I'm thinking about it. Really starts with your parenting,
Mm,
and more so than anything because we you're going to see naked people, you're going to see naked bodies, but a parent will come in and explain and show you the right way to see that, not be over sexualized. And once the right type of parent to step in and prevent predators, to prevent people that have a sexual deviancy because they've been denied um, of reality.
when you
So
say parenting, because we both know that parents can't stop these little monsters. I'm scared. Wow, I didn't mean to say that. Parents can't stop these kids from doing what they're going to do. Okay, you could be a pastor, you could be an imam, you could be thinking you raised your kids the best way you could. Because I know I'm a parent that figured I was doing everything right with my kids, and they still did things. So I mean, I can explain it to them after the fact that that's just somebody nasty doing some nasty stuff or whatever. But at the same time, I noticed that a lot of times parents are blamed for a lot of things, but they forget that the kids go to school and they learn different things. See, I always, after a while, especially when I got into Islam, I seen the significance in a girl and a guy not being in the same classroom, and that they wasn't yet mentally ready to be with the opposite sex yet. So I guess in a way you can blame the parents because the parents are not thinking that nature is going to take its course and their child's going to be in a class with the opposite sex and things just naturally going to take place. But I think personally that kids aren't ready to be in the same environment at a certain age because, like I said, nature's going to take its course and the kids are going to connect. And as soon as they go through puberty, but peer pressure is another thing that you can't blame the parent. You can't blame the parent for peer pressure. You understand what I'm saying? It's just something that I
I
mean,
get
yes,
it,
I
but
mean,
I think they need a
just think
foundation.
when you grew up, just think when you grew up, your parents probably told you right from wrong, the do's and the don'ts, and I'm gonna tear you up if you do X, Y, and Z. Feel me? But when you get out with your friends, they tell you how to escape behind whoopings. They tell you how to escape punishments. They tell you things that you got peer pressure. So totally, you can't always blame the parent. At some point in time, you're going to have to be on your own with some stuff to make the decision. You don't agree with that? You look so pretty, Nene.
Thank you,
I was
girl.
just getting ready to say that. I was like, she is wearing that hair, girl.
I look a mess now.
Um,
My allergies is killing
You do
me.
not look a mess. Stop saying that.
I don't. As long as the parents take, it's a foundation that needs to be set. If that foundation is strong, then a child, they're gonna go do their thing, but they're not gonna stray that far.
I'm just,
So
I
I'm
have
just, the
daughters.
foundation have to be strong enough to, so they know you're gonna test waters. We all did, but all of us didn't go too far to where it was no coming back.
I
You
don't
know
know.
what though? This is. I think that maybe we shouldn't.
I
I
just
think,
want to say one thing. I think everything is a setup. I do. Everything now that is anything like the social media, all that. I just feel like, yeah, you can get some good stuff from it, but it's all a setup. It just is, and you have to be a certain type of person to deal with it on a positive level because wow. Guys, I apologize. Go ahead.
you don't have to apologize. Um, you know what I think now? Maybe we shouldn't look at it in the frame of blame, right? And instead look at it as the natural stages of children getting older, right? So, like how we talking about they're gonna sneak, right? Because we did it. They're gonna be deceitful because we did it. They're gonna lie because we did it, right? They're gonna do things that they know they shouldn't do because we did it. You know what I'm saying? Irregardless of how aware you may be as a parent. And by the way, a parent is not just biological, like, giving birth. We all know that, right? So, whatever role you play in them babies' lives is really, really important, especially if they see you as a mother figure. And I really want to express that. So, I don't mean by biological, because we know a lot of mamas and daddies out here, you know what I'm saying, who have birthed children and they're horrible, right? They're non-existent or whatever. So yeah, so I don't know. So I see it. So now, just even listening to you ladies talk or what have you, I'm like, listen, because we did it. So I don't think I shouldn't be shocked, right? When children do it, because it's part of growing up, it's part of adolescence. I think like the larger conversation is more so. So then when you do find out, so when you do hear or when you do find out that your niece, your goddaughter or godson, whomever, right, that you're taking care of did these types of things, right? Then what is the response versus it being a blame versus it
See,
being it's your fault. Now it's your fault. Yeah.
I agree to that. I mean, and it is a fact that we did things too. But then it goes because then it'll go into somebody saying, was it two parents in the house? I don't think it makes a difference. I
Yeah.
mean, it could make a difference, but I'm just saying it's like what you said. The only reason why I said that is because of what you just said about the children just growing up, making their own decisions and mistakes. The reason why I say it don't make a difference is because I had two parents in the house and I
Right.
still did stuff.
And I went to girl. Let me tell y'all something. And even being in a same-sex environment don't mean nothing. Okay, because I went to Catholic school up until the 8th grade. All right, and my skirt was hiked up when I left my when I walked outside that damn building, girl, and we got it. Man, listen, and I was in Catholic schools, so being in a same-sex environment is not. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's just like kids growing up. It's adolescence. But then the larger conversation is, so then when you do start to see these troubling signs with your babies, and let's say they are doing weird stuff on social media, like Snapchat is a big thing amongst teens now. Where that's how they date. That's how they ask each other out. That's where they're sharing a lot of these like nude photos and all of these like explicit things that we're talking about. So then what do you do? Right? Because I feel like it's easier to point the blame and be like, oh, Snapchat or, Twitter or TikTok, you need to do X, Y, and Z. Well, no, two fingers are pointing this way, three fingers are pointing back at you.
Wait a minute, so you saying that you went to a Catholic school with all girls?
Yeah, all girls.
So what was your skirt hiked up for? To see the guys on the way to the school?
Because in the next, no, because guess what? Listen. Oh, we're gonna talk about that. But in the next, it wasn't even a building, but they partitioned it. So the boys was like on the other side. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. I was wondering how that was working.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it was a hot mess. And then also, you have a lot of, especially nowadays, where you do have a lot of young ladies identifying as LGBT, right? Or because they feel like, well, I'm still, technically I'm still a virgin, technically, right? Because I'm not having sex, right, between a boy and a girl. This is girl on girl. So it's a lot of misinformation that tends to get promoted and pushed out there.
It is.
Dulcie, you have anything to say, my love?
Dulcie, is she there?
Yes, I'm here. But no, you can go to Nisha.
It's just, it's just really, I don't know. I just think that it's hard to monitor what the kids do anymore. It just is. Once you give them a phone, thinking that you're doing, I don't know. I just think that once you give them children a phone, I don't know how you're going to stop them from getting on social media.
That's their life.
Right. I just shared something, Freedom. Can you share? So we were talking about this behind the scenes, y'all, right? With this whole social media thing and how whether or not just getting out of hand. Okay. Wait, hold on. Where's my article? Hold on, y'all. So I'm curious to hear what you guys think. All right. So there's a big conversation, big issue around TikTok, right? And whether or not TikTok should be banned. And is it truly an issue of national security? And we know TikTok is a big thing. It is owned by the Chinese. So keep that in mind. Right? So is this a national issue? Is this a national security issue? So bear with me, y'all. I'm going to try to read the article as fast as I can. So as Beijing, which is in China, as Beijing already bans most United States social media platforms, the most obvious question to ask is why should Washington allow a Chinese-owned app to be available in the United States? The answer, according to most experts, is that it probably shouldn't. But this is more than just a case of turnabout being fair play or tit for tat. TikTok could be seen as a valid national security threat, warned lawmakers this week. The issues go far deeper than just the user data that Chinese could access. Right? And then it gives a quote. TikTok, owned by ByteDance, presents significant cybersecurity concerns for the United States, primarily due to the potential exploitation of its vast user base and the Chinese company's access to user data. The scale of TikTok's user engagement, combined with China's track record of aggressive cyber activities, raises the specter of sophisticated cyber threats targeting American users, including surveillance, data breaches, and manipulation of online discourse, warned Lisa Plagmeyer, however you pronounce the girl name, executive director of the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Experts have pointed to specific reasons for banning TikTok, which also apply to other foreign owned apps. Emphatically, the United States should not allow any foreign owned, created, or operated social media apps within the United States, especially TikTok, explained Dr. Craig. All right, I'm going to continue on off thought. The first is that TikTok is 100% owned by the Chinese Communist Party, which is strategic adversary of the United States and is deemed by most security scholars as the most likely threat for a great power war with the United States by 2050. This could be seen as concerning for security reasons, involving the remaining three reasons for banning TikTok. Including that TikTok collects all user data possible from the app. This includes not just what users do within the app, but all other apps connected through the user's phone, Albert continued. Plus, TikTok, and hence the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, has access to all personal information for all users. This includes keystrokes, which can help them determine passwords and other sensitive information users type in, websites visited, location of user, contact information, everything possible from all apps. And it goes on and on. What do you ladies think, and what do the chat think? We're going to drop the link in a minute as well, y'all, in case any of y'all want to join. But what do y'all think of that? Does it present a national security threat? Should TikTok be allowed in the United States to be used, considering that in China, right? Anything American apps are not allowed? What do y'all think?
If it's gonna hurt us, they should drop it. But if it's not, I mean, China got big control over a lot of things.
I think it's a money move. It's about money.
It is.
I don't think that it's about security. Um, no, I don't believe it's anything about that. Um, the government sees the revenue stream from TikTok, and they want it. That's how I look at it. They want it. They want that money. So they'll say anything. They'll say anything. They've always said anything.
Anything. But
So we can't be fooled.
I thought you were saying something like it can cause a security breach of some sort.
Oh, right, absolutely. Because anytime that you log in, well, that's with any, I mean, that's with social media, period, right?
That's facts. That's
yeah.
facts.
Let's start there.
Like I just said, everything seems like
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Everything's just set up. That's how they find you. They can find you. You got your location on. Ain't that crazy that you could speak about something and it just pop up on your phone?
Yeah.
So what's the difference in so what's the big security thing with China and TikTok? If Big Brother is already everywhere, then for real, what's it's no difference. It's about money. That's how the government operates.
And
Yeah, I agree with that. The security method isn't going to be any farther breach than it was on Twitter with Russia or with Facebook or anything like that. So it's something that we can definitely maintain security wise. We have enough as far as when it comes to cybersecurity to maintain it. As far as just things going on and everything, that's just technology. Any compromises, it's the same using YouTube to TikTok.
Now, speaking on YouTube, I want to say that I have to say I appreciate. Let me tell you what I appreciate about social media. You know how lately we've been having this argument going back and forth on, and this is what I say about this being the age of information, the age of Aquarius, because what we have lost we can now take back, because now it is so much information on the YouTube, on Facebook. But I think YouTube is the main character that's bringing all of this stuff to the different places. Now lately we've been having the arguments on whether we are original to the land, our status of being Indian, our status of which will never show up. Just I'm gonna say that again. Indian, the word Indian will never show up on a DNA testing. Plus, with all the hidden information on how your status was stolen from you, all of that. I don't care who's arguing about whatever. Truth is coming out on on YouTube, and that's what I can say that I appreciate, that now you can physically go to people who are actually still living. At this point, some of the people giving information is 100 years old and such. And you can find out information pertaining to how things were. Straight up. I don't care how much somebody wants to argue about this, argue about that. Somewhere on that YouTube, the truth will be told. Now, I want to know what you ladies think about that. About all the information that has come out. And even I find on YouTube that a lot of times we hear slavery stories, but the stories about what happened here in America, they're not talking per se on not all of them. Some of them might do this, but they never talk about like where my grandmother sat down. Well, I ain't gonna say never. I'm gonna take that back. Sometimes they do, like I just said. My grandmother told me that we came here through Africa, or excuse me, or that we were just on these lands, and they tell us stories about the slavery things that happened on these lands. But I'm just saying, it's a lot of information. When I listen to the stories, it's always about what has happened here. I guess too many years have went by, so they can't really talk about the other place. But what I'm trying to say is all the hot information is on YouTube. So I will say I do appreciate YouTube. His uh his story, her story, and the story is on YouTube. Do y'all agree with that?
I agree. I step back. I'm gonna go last. I have to go check on something real quick, y'all. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
What you think
Uh,
about that, Jesse?
I don't necessarily agree with that. It's not a big thing as far as it being like YouTube is putting it. It's about people. That's what social media has allowed for people to come together, whether they're in China to Africa to America, and to get their voices out, to study, to do different things. So you're going to see this on YouTube, you're going to see on TikTok, you're going to see it on Twitter, you're going to see it on Facebook, you're going to see it on all social medias, because it allows people to come together and talk about anything they want. And what you're seeing is some
That's pretty good.
people are doing the actual work as far as to do one thing or one narrative or anything, and then they're coming to these social media platforms and then spreading the information that they have or misinformation that they have. So that is what social media has. That's like the greatness of social media, and that's why social media gained so much popularity, is that fact that it is a hub for millions of people to all come together.
I don't know. I thought that's just what I was saying, but I
Well,
guess
you
you.
were saying it YouTube, and that's why I said I don't
No, when I
agree,
said
because
I
you can see it on
appreciate YouTube
Facebook.
because
Uh,
YouTube is
so
where they're putting it. Okay, but I do appreciate YouTube, and I could say all of the social media, but I think YouTube is where a lot of times they get the information from and bring it over to those other Facebook and um, TikTok and Twitter and Instagram. Most of the time, it looks like they're getting little skits and stuff and bringing it over to those um, smaller platforms, I guess, if I must say. But yeah, that's why I appreciate it, because that's a avenue where information has come out that is needed for people to prove situations that they are particular, like what we were talking about earlier. Remember when you sent the short pertaining to what? Okay, you sent a couple of them, Nisha. But and I was sending some too, but about the Aboriginal information about being Indian and being from these lands, it was like right on point. It's just a situation where that's what I say is good for. That's what I say it is good for, and it truly is a university. YouTube is like just like Terrence just said, it's a university. It really is. The information is, damn, sometimes you ain't gotta go to school. Just get it all on social media now. Taking classes up, teaching you how to do this, be this. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing. It is truly the age of Aquarius, the age of information, and it's all there.
Mhm. I don't fixed a lot of things on my truck by myself, just watching YouTube.
Yeah,
Changing
that's what
out the
I'm saying.
light. Just a lot of things I did. Save me some money. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Even like dishes, certain dishes that you want to cook. You know what I'm saying? Right there, you just pull it up on YouTube, and they say how many cheese, what kind of cheeses to put in your macaroni cheese, the eggs, the butter, the concentrated milk, everything that go in it, it's there. How to make, even so much as if you want to make the beans that they make in the Nation of Islam, the butternut squash pies, all everything is on YouTube.
Yeah, I think y'all are just in the older generation, so y'all didn't grow up on it. Y'all
Wow.
don't remember when MySpace was teaching us how to code, and y'all don't remember when Black Planet was where we were coming together and all talking. So I grew up through every single social media that there was. So I know, like, Facebook was doing this, and Facebook was events and all this other stuff. When we're coming together, you could have recipes, and that was before there was a YouTube. There was a Facebook.
It
So I guess
was.
that's where I'm just like, I know
I never knew
the
Facebook was
evolution of it.
YouTube. I
So
never
you
knew.
calling us old? Dulcie, what was
I don't
that?
even know why that came
Huh?
up.
You calling us old?
I think so, because y'all don't know that these other places was existed. That all this was
No, we
happening
knew
before
about
there was
all
a
of
YouTube.
MySpace, all of them. Even, you know what? What would make you think that you went through all of this stuff that we didn't? I'm just confused on.
You had a MySpace, Sister
Yes,
Peter?
yes. I had all of that. And I'm not even a computer person, but my kids is older than you.
I think that and peace to y'all in the chat. Peace to y'all in the chat coming in. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Happy Wednesday and
Yes,
all that
thanks
good
for coming in.
stuff. It definitely is a great connector. I think that social media, whatever like platform people choose to use or what have you, um, it makes the world, in my opinion, smaller, and it makes the world very less scary. It also allows people not to just sort of get fed on a diet of indoctrination necessarily, or believing what just like certain American media outlets tend to portray, right? Um, you know what I'm saying? And I think that those are definitely great things about social media. Period. It makes the world that
Absolutely.
much smaller, less scary. It's a great connector and all that. Y'all want to drop the link in a minute in case anybody want to hit it?
Let me see.
Drop it.
Y'all know we were supposed to have Judge Joe Brown tonight, but the other day he did contact me and said he had an emergency that had came up. But I think I've talked to Judge Joe Brown a couple times past then, So I don't know if, because he is an older gentleman, rather he forgot
Yeah.
that he come on tonight or whatever it is. So we're not gonna hold him to that because we welcome him at any time that he wants to come on. But I called him several times and he wasn't answering. So we'll just have to catch him another time because we appreciate his presence whenever he comes on.
Absolutely.
Yes, we do.
And I appreciate what Doc just said too. Yeah, because you ain't got to stay steadfast on one thing.
Right.
On now with the information that's out, oh, I just love it. How you could just pull something up about anything, and you now can just like someone said in the chat, YouTube University. I
Yeah.
mean, you could put so much stuff together. Like if your thermostat is not even working, they got the different thermostats on there on how you make your heat and
Mhm.
your air conditioner come on. I mean, it's just amazing.
We met you guys on social on YouTube. Okay. The people in
Absolutely.
the chat, you know what I'm saying? It's
Mhm.
because of this space here.
We
So
met
yeah,
each other.
We met,
yeah,
and people would say this ain't real life, but baby, it's real life.
yeah.
It's part of your life. I'll say that. It's
Yeah.
a big significance. You get in, it's always funny to me because on this social media, people have actually met and got married. You know what I'm saying? They talked for a long time, fell in love, never touched
Mhm.
each other on social media, and ended up getting married.
Y'all
So
think that's crazy or no?
no, no, it just is amazing the connection and the energy you can have through a situation and not even touch each other, not even meet personally.
I think that proves the point that I know we have each of us has said over and over again. Like we are energy because we are energy. You know what I mean? We're
Yeah,
just in a having a physical experience, but at the end of the day, it's all energy. You know.
it's all
I
energy.
wanted to say something too, though. Tell me what y'all think about this. Okay, this is for the chat, but of course to my sisters as well. Especially with now there's like a lot of messaging and there's been like a lot of clips and videos and talk around like you mentioned the aboriginal thing, right, the Indian thing. Now my only thing is and because I feel like usually whenever there's conflict, right, it's because people have a they want you to make a choice. You have to be either or. You either have to say you African, right? Or you are American or you're Aboriginal, however you want to claim that, right? It's like you need to make a choice, right? And so with all of the videos and the clips and the conversations that's having and people now saying, wait, no, that's not my story. No, that's not my history. No, that's not, you know, that's not to discount or disprove or to dismiss the other folk, because there's lots of us, right, that absolutely have African in them, right, that they can actually say, no, my grandfather is from here or my great grandfather's from here. They have a name, they have a specific place. That's all great, but that's not to say that if you're melanated here in America by default, that must mean that you're Indian or that means that you're Aboriginal. Absolutely not.
Or
In the same way that if you're melanated, that doesn't mean that you are African. So we just got to be careful with that messaging. You understand? Because to
fact.
your first freedom, that's not it's not so much it's his story, her story, my story, your story, that type of thing. You know? So I just
That is
want to
a fact. I
what
think
do you
that with everything about the whole situation that bothers me the most is the disrespect to Big Mama. I will always say that. You know what I mean? Because you have no right to
absolutely.
disrespect anyone's grandmother, mother, auntie, great grandmother. You have no right to. And I think that is the biggest problem for me, that when they are discrediting someone else's family line or ancestry, their genealogy, and who they personally choose to be. At the same time, you are disrespecting Big Mama. But see, that person is a very insecure person that do these type of things. They are very insecure. I mean, that you would downplay the position of Big Mama. It don't have anything. Big Mama is just mama all over the world. So why the disrespect to her position? That there is what bothers me. And then like LJ John is saying nobody's African. Now he has his reasons for saying it. But did they forget that being called Afri, as the Greeks once called it, or Africa from Africanus, those were not names that the people from that continent actually gave themselves. Someone else gave them that status. Did they forget about that when they fighting and putting down other people? And what always gets me is if when people came over here and they assumed that everybody was African, this is how I know that they didn't. Because why now are we being called African American? African American. They still don't see that that's a separation. Why did they start calling us nigger, Negro, colored, black before they even got to African American? And people have got to see the mind game and play that they're putting on us by calling us African American. It's two separate things that now have been mentally put together to trick the minds of the people just because of the color of your skin. And they should really think about that. The trick, everything to me now is it's really, to me, in the back of my head, it's a trick being played in some form or fashion. Because they know truth. That's why I said I appreciate YouTube. Because what I'm saying right now, you can go online and pull it up. Hey.
Welcome, welcome. Hi, Desmond.
Man.
Hi, Swart. I
What's
didn't say hi to
going
my
on?
friend Sakina that was in the chat.
Sword.
Indian.
King.
Peace,
I
peace,
Black
peace.
Lounge. What's up? I'm sorry, Sword. I'm just saying peace to the chat. Terrence and Pursuit, Mike, Pistol. I said hi to St. Louis, Cloth Talk. What's up, y'all? All right. What's up, Sword?
Okay, I'm sorry, that's okay. Let me just finish why I said what I said about Big Mama. Okay. Everybody had a Big Mama. I hope everybody had a Big Mama. Because I know everybody in the chat remember them smelling them collard greens, the way they put the greens together and stuff, keep cooking in that kitchen. The roast beef, the fried chicken. I mean, if you ain't had a Big Mama make you some homemade biscuits or cornbread or mac and cheese, rice and home gravy, and went to no store and bought it. She was making her gravy right in the pot. We ain't even gonna start talking about what we had on Saturday. We had our special dinners for Saturday.
You know she like talking about food, y'all. You
Telling.
know it.
know she will go on and on about food.
Y'all know it. But I'm just saying that's Big Mama. What about those scrambled eggs in the morning? Fried potatoes. And yeah, at that time, back in the day, we ate pork bacon, but it was good. I had a Big Mama. I know we can all sit on this panel and go on and on about Big Mama and her switch and how all the girls sat in the kitchen and the boys with Big Mama.
My big
Learning
mama was a little different, so
your Big Mama or your mama.
no, my big mama. We called her big mama, but yeah,
Yeah,
she just was a little different. She just was she
even
wasn't
second school.
she just
Even
was
did
a
the
little
hair.
different.
Who had to sit in between her legs and get the hair straightened? Oh, girl, she was talking about something that was the grease. It wasn't me that burnt you. You know that was you. And that brush that she was gonna pop you with sat right beside her too. The back of the brush, I know you'll remember that too. Hmm. How dare these men put these
Not
people?
only that though, not only that, I think also
Your Big
so
Mama lied to you.
when
Oh my
Nisha,
God.
when Nisha, we said your big mama different. They're also with Big Mama. They were also very angry because they were stressed the hell out. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that was put on the shoulders, and this is why I can understand the passion when you say, "How dare you disrespect?" Right?
Yeah.
Of course,
I know.
women are the first teachers, and we have historically been on the front line, right? When our men could not, and that's just a fact. Period. Point blank. End of period. We had no choice. You know how they say, "Mama's baby, daddy's maybe." It's a reason why things like that come out, right? And so, yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing when their generations, so through Freedom, let's say through Adat, through Dulcie, through Sword, through Anisha, when you share these bits and pieces or what have you, you're given honor and reverence, right? To your bloodline. And it's nothing, in my opinion at least, there's nothing more important than that. But there's also a lot of things that we have to heal. Because of course it wasn't all, roses. Okay? There's a lot of trauma that goes into that
Definitely.
that needs to be healed. But anyway, that's my little skill.
I agree with you 100%. But I just had to
Of
say the
course,
disrespect.
What's going on, ladies?
And
Peace,
with Big
peace,
Mama, you
peace.
don't care who the pep.
good. How you doing?
Good, good, good. I wanted to come in on that last part. So everything y'all saying, I 100% agree with, but I want to take it a little deeper because the people that say these things that your grandma could be wrong, they don't really understand the they don't understand the argument that they set in motion as it relates to their own movement. Because the same person that'll tell you that your grandmother's wrong, this is also the same person that'll turn around and say, Black people got to get together. We got to organize as a community. If you're telling me that I shouldn't trust my grandparents, that means you don't trust yours.
Come on, Sword.
If you don't trust your grandparents, why in the hell should I trust any of y'all over there to get together as a community and work together if you don't trust the people that you descend from?
Mm.
That's what they indirectly saying, but they don't know that they saying that. And it ain't clicked in their head that the shit that you telling me is my bad. The stuff that you telling me is a representation of how you think if I would have joined what you were part of. So even if I would have, like, let's say, for example, if I was to find out that I'm not an Indian and I'm a full-blood Black European, or if I'm an African, I'm still not joining what you're talking about. Because at a certain point in time, your programming and the way you think is going to disalign with the way I think. Because if you're willing to disrespect your own family, then who the hell am I to you? It's only a matter of time before you turn around and do that to me.
Mm.
Ooh, that was deep. That cut like a knife.
Yeah. And it's all because, like, think about the restraint. Okay. To tell somebody that they grandmother or their granddad is wrong. When the only thing the only thing my grandparents told me is what they heard from their grandparents growing up. To tell me that my grandparents don't know, or whatever their grandparents told them is wrong, you understand the mentality that somebody got to have to think like that? They have to disassociate themselves from family, period. So how could you be a husband? How could you be a wife? Because one day, if you plan on having kids, do you want your grandkids to think about you the way you think about your grandparents? Like, think about that. The type of mentality that you got to have to sustain this level of thinking for this long. they, you
Crazy.
know,
And the
it's it.
thought came Johnny come lately anyway, because most of them grandparents told them that they were tribal people, that they were Indians, that they were Cherokee, that they were of the different tribes that was in America. Most of them did. Cause like they always say, when we was little, we used to tease the Africans because we never thought they were us. Why would we tease our own selves? They never know what they contradict out their mouth. We used to do this to the little African kids, and we used to do that to well, not where I'm from. Not when I was a child. We didn't hardly see African children where I'm from. But um, how can you say you was teaching them, call them African booty scratchers, all kind of stuff, if they was you? If you knew all the time they was you? You understand what I'm saying, Swore? If you knew you were it, why would you be doing that? Because you might as well be saying that about yourself.
No, I agree.
That's how I know that they just YouTube talking.
Yeah. If
Because
you're not willing to, oh my bad, go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm sorry, most of them's parents told them that they were of tribal people of Indian descent.
I grew up around Africans being in Harlem, very diverse
Yeah,
area,
that's true.
and I already told y'all already know. Um, you're absolutely right, right? There was a distinct difference between quote unquote us and them. And it wasn't just on our side, it was also on their side, right?
Yeah,
Where the children were taught they were better than us, right? That we were not hardworking. This is why so many of us was on welfare. Um, that we're not educated, X, Y, and Z. There's a distinct difference. And I always think it's not even so important about what we think of them. I want to know what they call themselves or what they think of themselves. I want to say to in pursuit of logic, I would love to hear your point of view. All are welcome to hit the link. You told something that you said, you made a comment about in regards to what was saying, but then you said trust in terms of a historical narrative is not the same as trust in terms of building a community. The issue for me, though, is the historical narrative. Because last time that I checked, my history, right, was never recorded in books. That's not what we did. We passed out our stuff down orally. And so my question would be, so then who recorded the history?
Dots, remember what I told you? I just said it. Think about the mindset of somebody who would say something like that. If you don't listen to your family and you're willing to write them off for another nigga that you ain't never met before, and you didn't qualify them, you ain't do nothing to qualify them for the truth, but you qualified your grandparents out the truth. Think about the mindset of something, and then he tell me my logic is fallacious. That's what, hey brother, listen, if my logic is fallacious, that's fine. We gonna see. Because the one thing that's great about life is we all get a chance to live out our perspectives. So we'll see.
Yeah.
It's funny that Dot's pick in the pursuit of solutions because I wanted Sword to hit on the question that they posed when they said, what does the US government gain from misclassifying black people?
Ooh, who said that? I didn't even read that one.
In
I'd
pursuit of
love to take that one.
solutions. Yeah.
So what the government gains is a group of people who they don't have to fight with when it comes to having to move off the land. A lot of these federal buildings, I personally have a federal building that's on the land of one of my ancestors. A federal building. Now, imagine if people really started doing their genealogies and got serious about it and end up discovering that a plot of land that a federal institution is on your bloodline's land and you know how to get it back. That's a problem for the federal government. So what they gain from it? Well, if you look throughout history and look how other civilizations have deceived one another and got folks to go out and build colonies elsewhere, that's what they doing to us. They tell us that we from Africa. So what do you think the average black American on a mission is gonna do? They go move to Africa. And they not gonna worry about, the land, the little bit of Indian, the little bit of Indian in their blood don't matter. So they don't have to contend with people showing up to court and fighting for their land because things are gonna get a little sticky for them. So that's what they don't have to deal with.
And not only that, Sword, they don't have to physically move there. If you notice, they can just mentally move there.
Mm-hmm.
Mentally moving there still does the same thing. It makes yourself don't have no claim to this land over here.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you've taken yourself out of being a part of this land. And you done gave yourself to a whole continent you ain't even never been to.
And what's
And
one of the easiest? Sorry, Sword, go ahead.
and the people, the crazy part about this, the people that they getting connected to through DNA over there in Africa, the majority of those folks ain't indigenous to that area either.
Mm. Ain't that something? They don't know about what is that, and they paid people to go and start
Oh
live
boy.
over there in Africa. They paid people to leave America and go over to Africa and start family and homes after the slave trade was over.
And what's one of the easiest ways when you think about it to control a people, a group of people, right? What's one of the most effective ways, right? Is to get the mind. If I can get you to believe that you are a slave and that is at best your history, that you are a slave, that means you have to have a master. You're always going to be subjugated mentally. I
Yeah.
mean, eh, why would I want? I don't need to spend money, right, on battling you in a war. I don't need to spend money necessarily in killing you, right? That's just too much work. But if I can get you to believe that your happily ever after, or where you truly belong, is not where you were born, and it's across the seas, and I can get you to believe that at best all that you ever are and all that you ever came from was a slave. I done got you. I done got your daughter. I done got your granddaughter. I done got your great great granddaughter. My work is done. And in order to have a slave, you need to have a master. You will always be beneath
Bingo.
in that concept,
Bingo.
that type of ideology.
Oh, Willie Lynch.
That's light work. I mean,
And
we would
this
love to for you to hit the link in pursuit. Seriously, we would love to hear
Yeah,
your point of view.
I would love to hear his point of view too.
and that's why I like to ask people, okay, if I'm an Indian, if I'm an Indian, I have recourse because I got land in my name. or in my family's name. If I'm a European, they've passed laws over there in Portugal and in Spain and various countries that if you descend from these places, you automatically get citizenship there and you can make a legal claim for that land. This stuff is written in the law. So if you descend from America and you can tie yourself to the land, you can go and claim the land if you can find it and you know the right steps to take. If you descend from Europe, you actually can take the right steps to get your citizenship and claim your land. What's going on in Africa? If you descend from Africa, you should be able to do the same thing. That's the only piece that's missing. It's not that hard.
And let's talk about the many people that have actually repatriated to Africa and have come back. Let's talk about the stories about how when they go to Africa, they are reminded on a daily basis. The only thing we care about is your US dollar. Because you ain't us. You'll never be us. You could wear your kente cloth. You could dress up. You could do all that cultural appropriation. You could do Wakanda forever. You could do all that. But you'll never be us. We not you.
Say it.
And I'm not talking an opinion. This is a fact because, I've been to the continent. Hey, Shadow Band.
Shadow ban.
Hey, what's up? I can't stay long, but I want people to understand what the other guy was saying that was up here, uh, regards to the question, what does the government gain by deceiving us of who we are? Hawaii is not a 50 state. Hawaii is actually a country unto itself that's recognized by the United Nations. But by deceiving the people, by deceiving us through the education system, we believe that Hawaii is a 50 state. Um, Bill Clinton wrote a letter of apology on how they took Hawaii over. So
Great example.
basically, yeah, go ahead.
Dulcie, he was
No,
saying.
she was saying great example. I think she said
Yeah,
great example.
so yeah, just research Hawaii. There's also on YouTube, I believe, a lawyer speaking about their case, and that was like years and years ago. I'm sorry, when Clinton was president. So think about that when United States president wrote a letter of apology, is in a newspaper, also revealing that Hawaii is not a state. So now, and all those people are having a hard time coming together to decide on how to be a country. Also, people go there to vacate. So their land is being invaded every day. Puerto Rico is in the same boat. Virgin Islands in the same boat in regards to becoming a state, or should they become a state or not? But think about this: Hawaii is the only island in America that is recognized as a country by the United Nations. Now, if all the natives got together and then also recognize Hawaii, and Hawaii get their act together, then what? And it's also backed by the United Nations. So that's the problem. Also, I'm gonna say this, and I gotta go. If the black man and red man ever unite, it's over. Reservations are the last strongholds. If they fall, it's over. So they don't want the black man and the white and the red man together. That's why they created the blood crop. On that note, peace.
Thanks for joining
Shadow
us.
ban.
Peace, Shadow Band.
Oh, In Pursuit of Solutions came up. Hey, we would
Hello,
love
how
to.
y'all doing?
How are you?
Oh, Shadow Band went down. I had something to say to him. That's okay. Hi, in pursuit.
Hello,
Welcome
how
to
you doing?
Minds. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
You have the
Um,
floor.
yeah, all I would have to say is when I hear the narrative that people are postulating in regards to being Aboriginal, to me it just doesn't make sense as from a logical standpoint, especially when dealing with the United States government. Geopolitically, when you look at the landscape of things, the United States breaks treaties every day. So if it's some type of classification thing to where, okay, if we are writing exacting classification that somehow is going to make the United States government even entertain anything in regards to law getting land back, I mean, that's just naive. The United States government doesn't operate like that. No European powers don't operate like that. No powers operate like that. If you don't have a force that's equal to them militarily or financially or organization wise, nobody's going to listen to anything you say. You can say you're from Mars. Nobody's going to listen to that. So I mean, it's really inconsequential when you get to the bottom of it.
Why you not saying that to the people that's claiming to
Hold on,
be
hold on,
African? Why you
hold on.
saying that to the people that's claiming to be Indian
What?
and
That's claiming to
Aboriginal?
be
Hold on,
what?
hold on for a second, Sister
Why?
Free. Can
Okay.
I? So in pursuit of solutions, if I heard correct, are you saying that if you're Aboriginal to this land, you identify land in your ancestral background and you go after it, the government is not going to give it to you? Is that what you're saying?
There's no impetus for the government to do anything toward why. If okay, so if you're saying first, your premise is that the United States government had the power.
I just need a
No,
yes or no,
I'm
brother.
answering. I'm answering. My answer is no. If the United States government, in your opinion, you say that they had the power and the wherewithal to cover up your history for this month, for this long of a period, majority of the world does not believe the claim that people are Aboriginal, that claim they're of Aboriginal descent are making. So therefore, if they have that power to cover up your history, then what is going to make them turn the tide that some minority of people that was within their land jurisdiction making a claim? There's no impetus for them to entertain anything you're saying.
What?
What precedent has ever been set of people that have had their history quote unquote covered up and the government that's in power succumb to a lesser force that has no type of organization, no type of manufacturing, no type of military prowess at all? There's literally no type of impetus for the government to act in behalf of anybody that's Aboriginal saying.
Can I
And they
say
build institutions to back up what they're doing. I mean, there's really, even if what you're saying is true, which I highly doubt, but I mean, there's
why
nothing that the government's going to do to that.
where
That's going
people
to
that
be something that the grassroots is going to have to accomplish.
Hold
They
on, Sister Freedom. Sister
okay, I'm gonna
Freedom.
be quiet. I'm gonna let you
I'm finna put a link.
get them.
I want you to put this up on the screen.
Hmm. I don't understand why you coming for that.
Dots, I think you have to share it.
No, it's okay.
Um,
Or one of y'all. Sorry. Thank you.
It
So
didn't come up yet.
it's in the back chat now.
yeah, it's in the back chat, so that's why I'm telling Dots. Dots,
Okay.
the link is in the chat. Dots will have to share it for
Oh,
Sister
okay.
to show the screen.
Got you. 1 second.
So your answer to my question was no. What you're about to look at, especially if you already pulled up the link, that right there is an example of a family that went through the proper measures to get their land back.
Okay, you can
So
share
while
it.
we wait to
What
while we
happened?
wait to pull that up,
Got you.
Freedom. You got it now?
That's crazy because I was just reading the same thing. I got it pulled up on my phone right now. Ain't that crazy?
yeah.
I was reading the same thing.
So
Sword, you
that
want to
right,
read it? I'll
No,
scroll down.
I didn't, and
no, it's
I'm
okay.
saying as an individual.
Before it finished,
Hold
baby.
on, brother.
That's cool.
No,
Let's.
it's okay. It's
Oh
okay, Sister
no,
Freedom.
I thought you were
Uh,
just putting it.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet.
no.
I do want to say to his point though, that this is an individual fight. It's based on your family, and I don't know where you got people saying that this is a fight that everybody can come together and fall under Aboriginal or anything. But that's not something someone said tonight. We've just been talking about family. It is individual families that do have to do this because it's based on who your family is.
Thank
No,
you.
and that's the only thing that I was postulating is that if it's some type of individual basis, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you can prove it, I think, yeah, as an individual, the government wouldn't have anything to do. But if any type of contingency or people that are trying to be a nation, I guess, the United States government is not going to do that in any type of mass, because I mean it's
know what?
counterintuitive
Well,
and
that, well, that's
counterproductive for their goals
well, that's
as
not
a nation.
that's not
That's
true,
not
brother.
true.
That's not true
It's not.
because they acknowledge that in the Constitution. Let me pull it up. Hold on for a second.
And their land was took by eminent domain, and they got it back.
Yeah, I
Eminent,
haven't even read the article.
yeah.
Yeah.
But so what is the
You want me to read
like
the article?
what was their what was their claim?
Hold on. That's what I was going to ask. Do you guys want me to read this article?
Yes, go ahead, Todd. Spade.
Okay, here we go. Nearly 100 years ago, a local government in Southern California took Bruce's beach away from its black owners because of the color of their skin. The owner's descendants won a long effort to regain the land, and now they intend to sell it to Los Angeles County for nearly $20 million. The return of Bruce's beach to the descendants of Willa and Charles Bruce last summer was hailed as a step toward righting the wrongs inflicted by systemic racism. County officials say the pending sale will go some way towards restoring the wealth that was stripped from the Bruce family in 1924. Hold on. Okay. This fight has always been about what is best for the family, and they feel what is best for them is selling this property back to the county for nearly $20 million, which I disagree. But anyway, said LA County Board of Supervisors Chair Janice Hahn as the plan was revealed on Tuesday. The sale, Hahn said, will help the Bruce family in finally rebuilding the generational wealth they were denied for nearly a century. The city of Manhattan Beach moved to condemn Bruce's Beach in 1924, shutting down what had quickly become a thriving resort for Black families and one of the few spots where they were assured access to a beach, as NPR's Joe Hernandez reported last year. Years later, the land was transferred to the state and then to LA County. In 2021, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill clearing the way for the beach to be transferred back to the descendants of Willa and Charles Bruce. By the way, this is Chief. I find this very interesting, y'all. This is important. Look, listen to the name. P game, y'all. This is Chief Dwayne Yellowfeather. Shepherd is an extended member of the Bruce family of Bruce's Beach and currently acts as a representative for their interests. As you see, just by the name, Chief Yellowfeather. Brother ain't African. He ain't African. You heard? Okay. I want to apologize to the Bruce family for the injustice that was done to them, Newsom said at the time. According to NBC Los Angeles, we haven't always had a proud past. The process that returned the beach to the Bruces included a plan for LA County to lease the land for $413,000 annually. It also included an option to buy the land for as much as $20 million. It is not clear what happens next to the beach property. Under a previous California law, the county had been barred from transferring the land and was able to use the beach area for recreation purposes only. But the law that cleared the path for the Bruce family to regain control of the property does not have the same provisions. And it goes on. I just want to say though, the picture of Chief Dwayne Yellowfeather Shepherd. Now they talked about this family going back a century. That's over 100 years, right? But according to the United States Census, you guys, okay, that was started in 1790. Remember, we talked about that. We're on the census. People, the individual, the family were not allowed to identify themselves, right? It was based on lookership. And they only had two categories at the time. You were either white, right? Or you were a slave. Period. Don't make it a fact. That is the point that we're saying to In Pursuit. Do you get that, right? So here you have this brother who is a descendant, right? He's not of African descent, clearly. He go by Chief Dwayne Yellowfeather. That right there just also goes to the argument when you were talking about, and I'll stop sharing right now, but when you made the point, let me get back to the screen. But when you made the point In Pursuit of Solution about the world doesn't believe you, that the Aboriginal stuff, that's where the fallacy and the trick bag is, because no one cares what the world believes. If I'm telling you I know who I am, honor and respect that. And if we know that what identified people, right, in terms of documentation and what we go by is the United States Census, and it was based on fallacious historical or historicity, whatever name you want to call it, it's all false. Why would that even be a point to use? I don't care what the world believes. I don't care what the books say. I'm telling you who I am.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my thing is in regards to the world's view of it is if you're trying to, if you're for a larger cause, if you're trying to galvanize a group of people and you're going up against the government, if the government just outright says we're not going to do it, you're going to need some type of outside backing. Because I mean, unless you're trying to say that the people that are Aboriginal have any type of force to yield against the government, you're going to need some type of outside backing, even if it's from like a what people are doing in terms of Palestine. Yeah, they're galvanizing for their cause from a social standpoint. So that's my thing. If you don't have if majority of the people in the world don't believe your claim, the government has no zero impotence to even entertain anything anybody's saying. This story right here, I'm not, I can't really comment on it deeply because I'm not really privy to the family in question's history, how long they've been on the land. It said 1924 it was taken through eminent domain. That happened a lot during that time. People's land was just getting grabbed up. If they wanted to build highways, they would just take your land. They tried to sell you at pennies on a dollar. So yeah, that happened a lot during that time frame. But again, even if what you're saying is true, we're dealing with a government that could care less about any type of decorum or any type of politically correctness or diplomacy. With this United States government, I mean, geopolitically, if you know what they go around doing, destabilizing people's countries, just going in, taking people's resources, they could care less about morality claims. So, I mean, if you're trying to appeal to the morale of Europeans in general and the Anglo-American establishment and the United States government as a whole, I think that's futile.
But
I
that's
don't
one of
know
the
if you
effects.
heard
Sorry,
that
Dulcie. Sorry,
tonight in
Dulcie. That's
pursuit,
one of
but
the
I do
No,
want
I'm not saying
Sister
that's
the
one of
Freedom.
the
brother
effects of the
before was
slave
he
narrative
was saying
too.
to
But
something of
you're
that
sounding
nature.
like, but
No,
you're
no one.
sounding
I
like,
don't think
oh, let
anyone
me ask
really had
NASA.
said anything of the nature of
No, he
opinions. One
just he
second,
just
Dottie.
doubled
One
down on it.
second in pursuit. I don't think anyone said as far as for us all to come together and go and be Aboriginal or Indian. I think you're kind of going on based on maybe some other places that you've heard different arguments, maybe some Moorish arguments as far as going a nation and going into the government, because that was not said at all tonight. But I will say, but to follow, because I want Sister Freedom to follow up with the question, because a lot of the non sequiturs that you're stating, we agree with, and they apply more to Pan Africans than they apply to Aboriginals.
Bingo.
You're really harsh on as far as Aboriginals and saying that, well, there's no backing, they won't do this or that, but we can
Right.
see that they haven't done any of those things for Pan
That's right.
Africans, and there are historical backing. There are people saying that people are African here, and you don't see one person, one nation stepping in to say, oh, those Africans over there deserve the reparations they're fighting for. They deserve the restitution they're fighting for. We don't have anybody fighting on our behalf as far as for government influence. So, Sister Freedom, do you remember the question that you had?
Well, I'm
Well,
trying
first,
to
oh, hold
remember
on, freedom. Before you ask the question, hi, Sakina. Before you ask the question, I just want to say
Hello.
to what we talked about before, what I mentioned about one of the best way to control a group of people, right, is when you get their mind to colonize and indoctrinate their mind. And at best, if the best that you can be is that you come from slaves, right, that means you have to have a massa. And what it sounds like in Pursuit of Solutions is that talking point, like, massa, please, if you ain't got the backing of this, or if you ain't got the back, I don't think you understand that that's not what we're saying. You get what I mean? No one's asking for
No,
permission.
I'm not see, but that's you're misrepresenting the point. I'm not saying misrepresenting because that would mean that you're actively doing it intentionally. But that's not the core of what I'm saying. I would say from a strategic standpoint, not that you all are trying to do that necessarily. But and the reason why it wasn't really a non sequitur. I wasn't generally addressing everyone. I'm talking about the brother's point. And then he doubled down on it, saying yes, he could by showing the article. But as far as like from a massive standpoint, because
Yeah,
he
he
said yes, you
proved
can.
that to you. He didn't say by a massive standpoint. He proved to you that
My
people that are Indians and can prove through their genealogy that they were Indians and that had family owned land could get it back from the government. Where was he wrong?
No, I'm saying, but he doubled when the second that I said yes, I agree with him as far as from an individual standpoint. Then he went again to disagree and say yes, you can do it on a massive level.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with on an individual basis. It's precedented. It's precedented from a governmental standpoint that they have given people their land back that was taken unrighteously in the eminent domain and unlawfully in the eminent domain clause. So yeah, I'm
Okay.
not disagreeing with that at all.
So let me double down on it then. Okay. So let's say
Sister Freedom, do you remember the Pan
no.
African
Okay.
question that you were going to ask him?
Well, what I could not understand was what is the point that he's trying to make, that you came over here and said all that about Aboriginal or Indian people or tribal people that was already on these lands prior to the state, but you're not saying the same thing about the people who are claiming to be African that's never been there, never was born there. I mean, don't know anything about what is your point?
Well, in regards to what?
Like you came up here, all this is
Well,
about.
if there's a better claim as far as African, then what claim as far as Pan Africans can they go as far as on a massive basis and a national scale to make the
Um,
government do anything that they're saying?
to me personally, I don't. I'm not a reparations person. Nothing like to me that again the reparations claims and all that. It falls into the same thing as the Aboriginal thing. To me, you're trying to appeal to a government that if you look at them historically, geopolitically, they don't like no power on the history of the planet has ever uh operated like that. If you're coming from a powerless standpoint and you literally have no organization and you're trying to hold a governmental entity that has all the power and controls everything from your resources, your what, everything, you cannot gonna hold them accountable in any type of way. There's no organization, none of that's not gonna happen. So to me,
Let me make sure I got this right. Your name is In Pursuit of Solutions.
correct.
Twisted. I'm just saying. The solution is these people ain't supposed to tell the truth about who their ancestors is.
I mean,
Mentally, I'm trying to figure out what your point is. That you saying that you said I don't get why these people are claiming who they are.
I'm. It's not. No, I don't have a problem. Me personally, I don't have a problem claiming anything.
If I say right now that I'm African, what is that going to give me?
Nothing.
Not a god darn stinking thing. But if I say that my people was on these lands prior to the slave trade and that the invader that you're calling the government are invaders, they stole.
Come on, Freedom. That's right.
That was right. On these lands. You better get it right now, baby.
No, but I'm saying okay. So, but we're talking about this same group of powers is precedent.
I got your pursuit.
In pursuit of solutions for who?
So Sister Freedom, he was disagreeing. He was trying to say that my logic was fallacious.
But that's crazy.
But we can so let's test it out and let's see how fallacious it is. So the people that we just showed you that just got their land back, if they partnered together with other Indians and taught those Indians that they never met, they met them on YouTube, and they taught those Indians in Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and let's say they did 10 families and they taught them how to do the same thing, and they all got their land back, would you still have the same position?
Again, if it's on an individual basis, no, I'm answering the question. On an individual basis, I think that's plausible.
I need you to start. I said,
I'm saying I'm answering the question.
I need you to start with a yes or no.
From an individual basis, that would be plausible. But if you're talking about from a massive, okay, so you said 10 families, that's plausible for the government. Now, when you start getting into thousands of families, even hundreds of families, it's not the government does not operate like that. And for you to say that
and regulations have been changed because masses of people went and argued about it. So how do you think that we even got what we are if it wasn't
Hey,
Malcolm?
brother Pursuit, are you a politician?
No, I'm not a politician.
All right, so how you gonna speak on what the government gonna accept or what laws they gonna pass?
Because
Right.
again, they might
That was
have
my next
they might
question.
have some change of heart and get some type
Where
of
is you getting your
diplomacy out of
information, brother?
nowhere. It's
Where is
precedent.
you, brother
Bro,
Pursuit?
political precedence, bro.
Yes, sir, brother
When
Pursuit.
has there ever been in history, in human history? When has there ever been a precedent of somebody who quote unquote had their land stolen
Brother
and
Pursuit, where are you
somebody's
from?
covered their history? Are you gonna I'll let you speak if you
Where
want.
are you from, young man?
I'm from America.
Yes, sir. What part of America? Are you from Washington, D.C.?
No, I'm from all over. I've
So
lived
you
all over the
okay?
United
So you
States. I
lived in
can't
Washington,
really say
D.C.?
one place.
Did
No,
you
I
live
never
in
lived
Washington?
in Washington,
You
D.C.
never lived in Washington, D.C. So how you know
No.
what goes on Capitol Hill, brother? Where are you getting your information? What
Because I've studied
qualifies you?
civics. I've studied civics.
Okay, but you never went to work. All right, so you read a book, you took a class, but you never went to the Hill. So how would you try to put yourself in these people's position
This logic is
who
fallacious.
actually is on the
If that's
Hill,
the
who
case,
actually looking at
anybody studying law
legislation?
outside of Washington
But you not
D.C.
studying law,
couldn't practice
family.
law.
Did you
Have you
go to law school?
No,
have
I
you
didn't.
All
have you
right, so
read the
you didn't study
Constitution?
law. So I'm just trying to
No, but
find out what qualifies
again,
you
you
to
that's
put
it's
yourself in
deductive
the
reasoning
shoes
that
of
I
the
was
government.
using.
Yeah,
You
I'm
said
just trying to
what?
figure out what qualifies you to be able to speak on how the government thinks. When you never been a politician, you never worked in the government.
Again, all you have to do is
So
study
you're
the
guessing.
historical precedents. It's
So
not
this is just
guessing.
your opinion.
Okay. So,
Can
so
we
now
just
the
say it's
burden of
your
proof,
opinion?
based on your claim, now the burden of proof is on you. Show me a historical precedent
Brother,
of a
who are
people.
you? What do you mean show you something? You ain't nobody. You just told me
Oh,
you ain't got
okay,
a
well,
job, you don't work on Capitol Hill, you never been a politician. What the hell I gotta prove something to you for? I apologize.
you don't have to prove anything to me, sir.
Exactly, brother. So don't ask me to teach you or tell you anything no more. You are
Okay,
sitting here
thank you.
making up things. You're not a politician, so you don't qualify to speak on how politicians think or how
Excuse me,
laws
sir.
get
What did I
passed.
make up?
You made up everything you just said, brother. That was an emotional outburst.
But again, if you're gonna make a claim like that, please point to me. What did I
Yes,
make
sir,
up? What
and
I
I
said?
will. My line of questioning, brother, just showed us that you don't qualify to be out here talking about how the government think.
Okay, so
You're in no position to do that, family.
if what I'm saying is incorrect in terms of the historical precedent
Everything
of
is
what
what
you're
you said,
claiming,
brother.
then please show me.
Did you show a source on anything that you said tonight? Can you source up what you just said tonight?
Again, but
Can you source up? Yes or no?
the source is that there's never been
Okay,
a
so
precedent of what you all are claiming. That's
So
what I'm
where can we
saying.
find that information, brother?
You're not listening to me.
I'm
Hold on.
listening.
There's no historical.
Didn't the governor change it? Didn't Gavin Newsom change the law? So that's the government right there.
No, you're not
Exactly.
listening to you again. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm
I
asking
don't
you
think he listened
for
to
a
what you
You're
historical
not
said.
even a
precedent is
court-appointed lawyer, family.
I keep getting interrupted, and I
You're
can't
not
even
even a
say my
court-appointed
premise.
lawyer. You don't even qualify. Let me ask you this here. Do your family have land? Or have they ever had land?
Yes,
How they get it? How did they get it?
they purchased it.
Where your family from?
Land.
My family, I have family, Louisiana, Mississippi, but they purchased their land in Colorado.
But can I say one
So
thing?
they don't have land.
Yes, they
Do
do.
you have the land or not? You do?
Yes, I
Okay.
have the land.
You have the land. It's in your name.
No, it's in our family's name.
Okay. How long have y'all had the land, if you don't mind me asking? I'm going
I'm
somewhere
not
with this.
too. I'm not too sure. It hasn't been that long though. I
It
think
haven't
it's
been that
70s.
you ain't
70s when
even
they
no
purchased it.
landowner. So you don't even qualify to have this conversation or be speaking on
Wait, what do
anybody else
you?
talking
No,
about
yeah.
land because y'all don't have no land. Y'all just bought y'all
Again,
house in Colorado
you're
in
postulating non
2010.
sequiturs. This has nothing to do
In
with anything that I said.
2012. Y'all had the land since 2012, family.
You're
Y'all ain't even
postulating
paid the
non
house off
sequiturs,
yet.
brother.
You
Brother,
still
you're
got
postulating non
mortgage on that.
sequiturs.
You don't
I'm
qualify to
just gonna
speak
let
on
you speak
land,
as
family.
counterproductive.
I have a question. Actually, I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
two.
Turn up. And peace
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
panel.
Yeah,
Hey.
my first
Peace,
question
brother.
was, I know you ain't come on here and not say hi.
I just couldn't wait to. I said this guy,
That didn't happen.
this guy right here. You know,
But
bro,
that's how do we even get in
he
the
in his
position?
figure like he worked for the Obama administration or something.
we're trying to figure out his point and we're trying to figure out what your solution would be. Your name being In Pursuit of Solution. So,
I mean, that's individual. I don't have a one size fits all solution because, like you said, everybody's not going to go to the links that everybody is other people
I have
are
a better
willing to
question
go.
for you. I have a better question.
That's my thing.
I have a better question for you. And so let's say that what happened to the family that we just showed, right? The article we just showed happened to your family, right? With your land. Let's say the government came, took it through eminent domain or what have you. Okay. What would you do on behalf of your family to get that land back?
Me personally, I mean, I would go through every avenue to acquire the land back, whether that be legal, or whether I would just have to end up working triple times as hard and buying more
So you
land
would turn
myself.
to the government.
Correct.
I said no. Me personally, if I'm going from a personal standpoint wise, it would be if my family wanted to go that route, then yes, I would go that route. But again, if somebody took my land through eminent domain, I mean, I really wouldn't. That would really not make me trust the government, anyways. But yeah, it would all be from a familial standpoint. If they wanted to take the avenue, if they wanted to get it back from a governmental standpoint, yeah. But me personally, I would want to do it more through me purchasing them by myself, like getting more land. I'm not really a governmental person.
Get this out, Swordfish, because I'm gonna forget it.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you something? You said massive, which means a lot of people going up to the government. How do you think we got into the position that we're in? How do you think that we ended up going to school with European peoples, not drinking out of our own faucets and stuff outside, not being able to go into the same buildings and everything that the other people went in? It was masses of people. They had no other choice but to change things. You said tell you something that was a massive of people that did something. We are the massive of people. Our ancestors were the massive of people that went and got laws changed in order for us to be sitting here today doing what we're doing right now. I'm confused on the point that you're trying to make. So you tell me if massive of ancestral members of people's tribal families went to the government arguing about the land that they invaded and stole, that nothing is going to happen unless we go to war?
No, so what you just stated is misrepresenting my premise. That's what I'm saying. I was never able to fully get it out.
What is your premise? Please be clear.
What's your ultimate premise?
My ultimate premise is I stated it initially, but again, when I try to reiterate it, I was interrupted when the brother whatever top
it's all good. It's all good.
But I'll restate it. So what I'm saying is there is zero historical precedent for anyone who has had their land taken. Then they said the government that took their land has misclassified them historically and made them an entirely whole group of people that they aren't, stole their identity, and then years later, a people come up and rise up and take the land back, and the government that's in power gives them a classification back in mass. That's never happened.
So let me ask you this: so are you labeled Black or African American?
Me personally, I don't label myself as that, but the government does.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you. So
I'm so interested.
Me personally, I label myself as Burkinabe.
A what?
Burkinabe.
What is that?
That's a citizen of Burkina Faso.
And how many times you been there? You told me you were from America.
I am from
I
America.
asked you where you from. You said I'm from America. So
I am from America. Do you have to be born somewhere to be a citizen?
Have you ever been there? Do you have a passport?
Yes.
How many times you been there?
3 times.
What's the longest you stayed?
6 months.
When the last time you been?
2022?
You got a wife down there?
No.
You ain't been there. You been there 6 months.
I have been there.
Wife, you lying.
No, I don't have a wife.
I can't curse on this platform.
Brother, no, I don't.
You lucky I can't curse on this platform. You just made this shit up.
I definitely haven't, brother. But okay.
Hey, hey, let me ask you this. So, since you know a lot about what the government is going to do, let me ask you this: So if you are a Black African American, I assume that your parents are classified the same or somewhat similar.
Correct, sir.
So if I did my genealogy and I found that my ancestors' land is the same land that your parents purchased, and I go through the proper channels and get my land back, do you think that land's still gonna be in your family name?
If you go through the proper, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever the government decrees, if you don't have the power to overturn the decree, then yes, you're subject to the government.
So I'm gonna ask the question again.
I
If
said
I
yes,
give my
brother. I said you have I have to, if the government decrees that I have to give up my land because it's rightfully yours over something that they did, then I have to give it back. If I don't have the power or I'm not willing to fight for it, yes, I have to give it to you.
Okay, so that would be two scenarios that we just walked through where I didn't have to quote unquote take my land back. I just went through the process to get my land back and y'all gave it up, right?
Brother, but again, what you're arguing, this is pointless because I already said I think that that's feasible on an individual basis because it's happened historically. It's
Okay.
precedented that through eminent
So
domain,
And then
governments
so
have giving people their land back.
so
Purpose
so
for
It's
your
never happened in
premise
mass.
is null and void then.
so
Your
what
premise is null and void.
No,
right.
it's not. Again,
So
what I'm saying is that people keep willingly missing. Now that I'm saying, because I've repeatedly stated it. I said in mass. It's not to
so
me. It's not feasible And when I say mass, the amount of people that are claiming that they're Aboriginal,
uh-huh.
I guess on the internet,
Uh-huh.
I don't.
We
If
ain't
that amount of people
aboriginal,
if that amount of
man.
people try to go to the government and try to demand some land back, it's not going to happen.
So wait, so let's back up. Did anybody have to go to the government and demand anything?
Yes.
So in that example, or better yet, with Bruce Beach, did they have to go to the government and demand anything?
I mean, well, they went through the proper governmental channels through legality.
So did they take it or did they just go through the legalities to get their
They went
land
through the
back?
legalities.
Okay, so if you take a nation, which is a bunch of individuals, and they all go through the same process to get their land back, should the government have any problem?
No, they shouldn't. But
Okay.
again, in order for that to happen, this is the crux of the matter. In
Okay.
order for that to happen, a government would then have to be admitting that they lied to these people for this many years about their history. They misclassified these people purposely. They made up genetic tests for years and years and years that are not accurate. They made up archaeological finds that are not accurate. They made up they contrived entire narratives through history. So not only would they would have to do a full whole thing, curriculum change, everything. So yeah, I mean, to
Well,
me that's not feasible in
well,
my opinion. But if
you
you
said
think it is,
you
that's
said
I mean, more power to you.
you said that you got a citizenship where now?
In Burkina Faso.
So it seemed like the government doing a good job.
In what do you mean?
Where
What
Burkina
government?
Faso at?
It's in West Africa.
So the government doing a good job with everything that you just said.
What tribe are you from?
I mean, in my opinion,
What
brother,
tribe are you from?
you are you're entitled to your opinion.
So what
You
tribe you
just
from?
he left.
He left.
That man is not African. He can get on.
Nah. He said it. I said, where you from? He said, I'm from America. Come on, bro. You done. You can't go backwards now.
It don't even make no
He
He
sense.
dropped
said
out.
that his
I
family
asked
from
him what
Louisiana.
tribe he from. He tried to pause and tried to. Yeah, hey, he dropped. He gone now.
It
Unless
still don't
y'all
make
kicked
sense,
him.
though. I wish we could show the little skit that niche sent to us earlier about how Indians had to they made them go as black.
My apologies. I dropped off. I'm sorry.
I
The
need to
older
smoke this.
man,
I got a headache.
he's
Hold on,
admitting
Sakina. Oh, sorry.
I
Sakina,
didn't hear anything after that. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
one second in pursuit. Sakina was here for a while. Hi, Sakina. Jump in, baby.
Hi, y'all. I just had a quick question. So first, I want to start off by saying, so that y'all know I don't have no bias. I don't say I'm from Africa, or I don't have a Indian way or African way. I'm just Black American. That's just what it is. But my question is for those who do claim Aboriginal, And this is for learning purposes. I don't have no intent behind my question.
Hey,
So
mama,
if the
one
foundation,
second, mama. Nope, nope. We not aboriginals though. We're
oh,
American
see,
Indians.
there go
Yeah,
my
but
lack of knowledge. Okay,
it is
so
a difference.
y'all are American Indians. Okay, cool. So with that being said, let's say I'm assuming that y'all don't say that slavery didn't happen. Y'all are just saying that Black people were here prior to slavery, correct?
They enslaved the black people
No, we
Correct.
saying it was a domestic slave trade here in America before it was an African slave trade.
facts.
Cool. So with that being said, let's say the foundational Black American movement is successful and they are able to get reparations. Do you guys feel like you guys fall into that as well too? Plus whatever fight y'all are doing for the Native American. Did y'all just say Native Americans y'all are? I'm
No, man,
sorry.
we said American Indian and
American
FBA.
Indian.
And FBA not even fighting for reparations right now. FBA is cracking jokes on foreigners right now. So
Yeah,
if
but
anybody
that's
taking that
talking about your
serious,
man Tariq. I'm just saying,
Tariq
and
created FBA. Tariq is
but I'm just saying
FBA.
in general. Well, forget about Tariq. I'm just
He the
saying
leader.
wherever
I
the
mean, how
FBA.
can y'all? I'm sorry, Mama, but he the leader though. Whatever he say, direction is going in. That's what direction is going in. Right now, he chose to troll Africans on the internet right now, and
But
there's
my
nobody
question is, do
fighting for
you feel as though
reparations
that
in
you're
FBA.
eligible?
But
But
can
my
I
guess my
answer your
question was more
question,
so, do you
Sakina? Because
please?
Sakina, if they ever do grant reparations in any form, they're going to make you have to prove that you deserve the reparations, just like they when they did restitution and reparations for the Japanese that were in concentration camps in California. They had to prove that they were related to a member of the family that was in the concentration camp, and then that family was granted a large sum of money. So
Oh,
it's going to be the same when it comes to these reparations. You're going to have to prove that you have a slave in your family that was owned on some kind of plantation. They're going to make you do your genealogy.
well, people probably want to hate me for saying this, but I'm not for reparations in the first place. Um, and that's only because I feel as though if reparations come and every Black person gets all these millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's going to make the suburbs become the hood. It's because the people aren't going to change because they got more money. It's still going to be the same irresponsibility and the same
Yeah, but we
bullcrap
can't
that
be
we have.
pocket
So,
watching. I mean, if they owe something, they owe it. If you go to work, ain't nobody saying I ain't gonna pay you for coming to work because I already know you finna go out to the club this weekend and pop a bottle. Nah, they gotta
yeah,
get you.
but when I worked hard already to make my money to move out the hood,
And the
and now you
ancestors
bring,
worked hard and had their land taken. That's what we was talking about. And so they deserve compensation for that. So we can't say what they grandbaby's gonna do with the money. If they owed it, they owed it. You know,
Sakina,
we can't
But
play
going back to
church.
can I ask a question to you, Sakina?
Oh, I wish I
sure.
had been this short right here.
Is it is black a nationality or ethnicity?
I think now being Black um is you have to be from America and have melanated skin and be a part of our culture. Because I think we have our own culture over here in America now.
We
It's not
do.
an African
It's,
culture
it's the
or
American Indian culture.
Mm-hmm.
but see, even if I found out that I was African or if I found out that I was Indian, if I found out I'm African, I'm not going to go put on a dashiki. If I found out that I was Indian, I'm not going to go put on feathers. I'm still going to be a regular Black Philly girl. I'm not going to change my culture and how I move because I found out thousands of years ago that my family is from Africa or America. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now to me, I guess, because I already have my culture and how I live.
Chief Top Cats,
Man,
peace and thank you. Um, Listen, I want you to tell the difference because a lot of people don't know that there is a difference between indigenous, American Indian, and Aboriginal. Could you tell a difference, please, to the people so they will know the difference between the Aborigines, the Aboriginal people, and the American Indian?
well, I say this. the Aboriginals and the
Or
American
Native
Indians,
American, excuse me.
the Aboriginal and American Indians, the difference is in ideology. You have one group who foundation is genealogy, and you have another group who is more, let's say, information over genealogy. You know, they're Aboriginal through the information. Maybe they have been told, you know, they have American Indian ancestry, but you know, ideology wise, you know, yeah, they're following more information than genealogy.
Okay, so I'm
But not
always
saying that they family didn't tell them that they had the blood.
right. No, no, no. I'm saying, have you ever seen the Aboriginal or the Aborigine people? Even though they're dark like us, they have different facial features.
Oh, you talking about the Australians?
Yeah, I mean, when you say you Aboriginal, I know I think that they saying that they're original to the land, so I don't know why they're
Right,
not
they're saying that the first, you know, to the
indigenous.
land.
But the
Right.
Aboriginal people look different than American Indians and the Native Americans. Now we're getting into the Mexicans and stuff like that. I mean, it's a difference between all three.
Right. Location and
Yeah, because when they say Aboriginal, I'm always thinking, so are you talking about the Aboriginal people? I mean, they look, I mean, they look, they're dark like me and you, but they're not, their facial features and things, and they have, and because I could pull up, I just pulled up something. I wish we could just play it, but they're also being classified as black. Their identity is being taken from them too.
yeah,
But
and they
even
land.
Aborigine is also that was a English classification when they went to Australia. That's not they don't classify themselves as Aborigine.
Oh no, they do. I just
No,
pulled up.
not no. Now they do because it's the same thing with us in black or Negro. They
It's
when they
saying.
went to Australia and Tasmania, they called those people Aborigines. But and now they just use it as a colloquialism. But if you go to those people, they have ethnic names that they call themselves.
Yeah, like tribal names he is saying as far as it, but as far as the definition of Aboriginal, they were or are based on, you know, what they were talking about as groups of people that have been on a land without outsider influence for thousands
Correct.
of years. We know like some of them, like I think Australia, that they were the longest standing Aboriginals until the
Correct.
colonizer came on. So that's where the Aborigine coming as far as that definition, as far as no outside influence, no mixture, just the people that have been living on that island for thousands of years. I personally think when it comes to that, I mean, we're mixtures, a lot of us. I don't see us really being that Aboriginal to one place. There are people that
I
are. I just
understand
don't
that
see
too,
us.
though. See, I can accept that too. But what I'm saying is, when Sakina says something about culture, we actually are living the American Indian tribal, even though we know Indians also something that they, what if Cherokee was a status that they put on us too, instead of calling us, black or colored or Negro or whatever. One time we were all like Cherokee too. But I guess I don't know if Top Cats will agree to that. But from my mom telling me, it's at one time we were called Cherokee. I don't know if you will agree to that, Chief Top Cats. But
Yeah,
the
my
the
mama
life,
told me I was a Cherokee, so yeah, I agree to
yeah.
that.
I mean, that's what my grand and great parents told me too. But what I'm
Family
what I'm,
said it too.
you're okay. So what I'm saying is, the culture that we have, the way we cook, the way we do things, is not like nobody but us. We have a way of cooking certain things. We have a way of dancing. We have a way of everything. That's our culture. Now, regardless of what the different statuses they don't put us in now, don't exclude the fact that we're a tribal people. Now we don't call ourselves tribal people, but that's where You know, that's where our ancestors came from, tribal people that was already on these lands. I mean,
But aren't humans in general
Hey,
tribal
hey,
people though?
Pursue. What your when you was growing up, what did your family tell you about your family history?
I mean, really, they didn't. We didn't really try to get like past anything that was past their generations. The oldest person that I've been alive with in my family personally is my great great grandmother. But I mean,
Your
there
two
was
times
never
great
any.
grandmother?
I not two times. I mean, great. My bad.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah. I mean, it was my family. I have family that's from Kentucky, and they have I mean, it was some type of it was a myth within the family that it was some tied to Powhatan, the Powhatan Indians. But again, that I mean, through research, that was fallacious. The people that was in that claimed Powhatans was $5 Indians. So
Now, why you said it was a myth?
yeah, it was a myth because through gene records, the person on the line that was claiming that they were an Indian wasn't really an Indian.
How far? How far? You
Yeah,
said
I was about to say through
gene records.
genealogy records. When you say
Yeah,
gene
through
records,
genealogy, they weren't really an Indian.
what were they?
It said mulatto.
but the word
Mulatto's a misnomer, though.
No, but again, I'm
You need to
saying
go
like,
back to first grade.
but there's a picture. There's a
But
picture
what is
of
a
the person.
mulatto in pursuit? What is a mulatto? Since we know it's a misnomer, it's not
A
a
mulatto
place. So what does
is
mulatto mean?
mulatto means mule etymologically, but it's just a mixed person.
No, it's a
Mixed with what?
European mixed with a
Mixed with
Indian.
you. Can I? Bro, she asked me the question,
Yeah,
brother.
well,
Can
I
you
helped
please
you
answer
out
the
because you
form?
need some help.
Yeah, he's helping you out right now
He's
because the
not helping me out.
1928 dictionary is going to tell you what mulatto means. But
Right.
I want you
He's
to say
not helping me
what's
out. I
your
couldn't answer the
understanding
question.
of
You interrupted
mulatto.
me.
You said a mixed person mixed with what? Because you're saying
Yeah,
your ancestor wasn't
directly black and
Indian.
white. Yes, during the quote unquote slave trade
What's
time.
black? Black
you
is a
should have stuck with your
misnomer.
first
So again,
definition,
you
brother.
keep using all these
But again,
where is
it's
a black
technically
person
we
from?
have to
Where is
use
a
the
mulatto person
colloquialisms.
from?
We have to use the colloquialisms.
You should have
Like
stuck with your
we're
first
But
speaking
you
English.
definition, man.
gotta know who they represent if you're gonna say that.
No,
Oh,
but
I have a record that says they're mulatto. That means they're not Indian. Where are you
yeah, they're
getting it
not.
from?
I mean, in my opinion, and let me clarify. When I say Indian, I mean full blooded. Phenotypically, the person looks like because there's a picture of to me, full blooded means one parent is full Indian and the other parent is full Indian. He looks like he could have a mix, so that like one of his parents were, but as far as his phenotype goes, but he wasn't a full blooded
So you
Indian.
feel like if you're not full blooded something, you can't claim it. So only the
No,
full blooded
in my
people can
opinion,
say that they are something.
from a nationality and cultural standpoint, you can claim
So
whatever you want to. But again, if you're biracial, in my opinion, you're not one thing or the other. You're both.
So in
you
pursuit of
sound like
solution,
you do.
I have a question for you. Who identified the mulatto as mulatto? Did the mulatto say I'm mulatto?
It was the Portuguese initially.
But
Okay.
wait a minute, you
The
did that.
Portuguese.
Oh,
The
Yes, the
Portuguese went in
Portuguese.
North
What
America,
you
bro.
told
Where
The
was
me.
the
Portuguese, bro.
Portuguese in
The
North America?
Portuguese created the term mulatto. It
Where
means
was the
mule.
Portuguese in North America, famous?
That doesn't
Bro,
mean
again, the
I
term
didn't
got
ask
into
you
the
that.
English.
That's not what
The
I
term
asked
was
you.
introduced into the English lexicon.
Respectfully,
It's
that's
not
not
an
what I
English
asked you.
word like most English words.
Respectfully, that's not what I
Please
asked
stop,
you.
bro.
Respectfully, that's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, where were the Portuguese in North America?
The Portuguese were not in North America
Okay, thank you. So why in the hell would we be speaking
because
Portuguese?
like the same with the word negro.
Okay, how you spell it?
Negro is not
How
an
do you
English.
how do you spell
It's
it?
not an English or Germanic word.
So
It
how do
got into the English lexicon like
okay,
most
so
English words. It's a bastardized
how do you
language.
spell Negro in Spanish, brother?
It's the same way. Negro.
All right, so it's English. If you spelling it with English
Bro,
it's
that's
English.
phonology. That's
It's
phonology.
simple.
You don't
What
know
you
anything
just
about
told me, it's the
linguistics.
same,
You don't
right?
know anything about
So how you
linguistics.
spell mulatto in Portuguese?
It's the same way.
All right, so it's
Mulatto is
English then, homie.
no, it's not. See, this is
You colonized.
okay, bro. You can have it.
Colonized
You
mine,
can.
sir.
All you have to go do is
All you
this
have to
right
do
here,
is
bro.
use common sense. If
No,
it
it's
spells
not.
in
It's not
English,
English.
it's not even
The
a word in
etymology
their
of the word
language.
is not English. Its
So
etymology is not
how do you
English.
say mulatto in Portuguese, brother?
get him top.
Is repertoire an English word?
How do you spell mulatto in English? I mean,
M
in Portuguese.
Mullato.
All right, then you speak in English, right? Are those English alphabets?
Spell the word repertoire.
I did just answer the
Spell
question.
the word
We'll get to that.
repertoire.
We'll get to that.
Spell the word
Did
repertoire.
you just spell mulatto in English alphabets, brother? Yes or no?
Bro, the alphabet is Phoenician.
Yes or no,
The alphabet is Phoenician that we
no, I
use.
didn't ask you that, smart guy. I asked you to answer. Did you spell
No,
the
it's
English letters?
the alphabet we use is not
So you
English.
didn't
No,
spell the English letters.
no, I didn't spell in English letters. No, I didn't. They're Phoenician letters.
Okay, so why you just told me when I asked you, you said it was in English?
What, bro, I said, bro,
You told me that, man.
there's
I'm
no
listening.
difference. I didn't say that. You said that. I said the word is not etymologically English, bro. You're not taking
really
me
good
to
at this,
You
are
sound
you?
very dumb, bro.
You're not really good at this, are you?
But Topcats, wait a minute. Didn't he tell you that he was from some place in Africa?
Well, he told me he was from,
No, I'm
America.
not
He
from
told the
there.
board he was from Africa.
I'm not from there. I went there and got citizenship.
Wait a minute now.
How did you get
done messed up the church's money? Now
How
you
did I
just
miss? No, I said I'm from America. I'm not from there. No, I wasn't born there.
Do
no.
you have a
He
business
says
there?
he considers that his nationality, Sister Freedom. He considers his nationality to be in West Africa, but he's
Yeah,
making
but
your point
I'm
because he
still
lives
I'm
in
a dual
America.
citizen. I'm here as well, man.
Hey, did you what program did you go through to get citizenship?
It's not a
Do you have a
program.
business? Do you have
I
a business?
applied.
I'm looking at the qualifications right now. So I just want to see if you're gonna be truthful to me. So what route did you go by? Let me see if it's on this list.
Brother, it was naturalization.
What route did you take? Because you can't just walk in
In
another
6
country
months?
and say, "Hey, I want to
No,
live here.
it's
I
not
need
6 months.
citizenship." That's not how it works.
Listen, brother, I have connections within the government. I had at
How
that
did you
time,
do
bro.
that? A nigga who ain't got no government job. How did you do that?
Bro, again, I'm cool with
What
people.
do you do? What makes you so special? You
It's
got
not, bro. You don't
connections
have, bro.
across.
If you know
ain't even been there
anything,
6 months.
about African governments, then
You ain't even been
you
there
will know,
6
bro.
months, man. So how much money you paid?
No, bro. That's the most I've
What
been there in 6
circles are
months.
you in? Or you met them online?
Bro, all right.
Yeah, come on. When you lie,
Bro,
you gotta keep lying. So
no,
keep
it's
it up.
not. It's not a keep lying.
Keep it up.
Bro, I don't have to. This is the internet, bro. I don't gotta
Why
to
you
lie in
frustrated,
anything,
brother?
bro.
Calm down.
I'm not frustrated.
So,
I'm clearly not frustrated, my brother.
so how
Some
much you
village
paid to
people
get a
sold him a
citizenship?
citizenship.
Was
They
it
just
in
gave it to
Ghana?
him.
Game change.
No, it's not in Ghana. Ghana is difficult. It's difficult in Ghana to get citizenship.
Can y'all
Oh,
ask him
so you
questions?
just tried everywhere that you could
You
try.
do
Yeah,
have
he
No,
look at
I
anybody
didn't
gonna
try.
take him.
See, this is, bro. Can we be serious?
Vagabond.
He was walking around checking the doughnut.
It's not. I'm saying it's difficult to get citizenship based on other people that have tried in Ghana. It takes a long time. In Nigeria, you can buy citizenship in Nigeria if you know somebody. It's the same how Burkina Faso was
So
when I
how
was
much you
there.
paid for it?
Listen, brother, I'm not
I'm
speaking of
listening.
that.
Oh, trust
I'm
me,
not
I'm
speaking.
listening.
I shouldn't
So
even
how
be
much you
speaking.
paid?
I
I'm
didn't
listening.
pay. No, in all terms, I didn't pay for anything. I
You
went through
ain't
the
paid.
proper channels and everything. So
So
that's my
what if
disclaimer.
we wanted to do the same? Could we go that same route?
Not now. The government's completely
Oh, they
different.
done locked it up since you came.
Not
through,
bro.
right?
If
You
you
the
know,
last one.
see, but if you know geopolitics right now, is a
Man,
totally
you don't
different
even know
thing.
it, bro. You told us you didn't. Bro, stop
No,
talking
bro.
this politics, bro.
If you
You're
know
not a
what,
politician. You work in a
no,
warehouse.
bro. Again, I don't
Yeah.
have to be a politician to be aware of geopolitics,
You
bro.
a forklift driver, nigga. Cut it out.
That's funny.
So y'all
In
let
pursuit,
him
in
insult
pursuit.
people, but when we
Hey,
insult people, we
Hold
get
Cass,
on,
kicked off.
King African. 1
Cass,
second,
chill
King
before
African. I have
I
a
tell them to
question for
kick
In
you out of
Pursuit.
here. So you
Hey,
need to
shut
be
up.
I
quiet.
want to know In Pursuit. Like, if I was to marry you, would they grant me citizenship? Because in certain countries, you still wouldn't be able to like marry someone outside, and they be considered from that country
I'm
based
not
on your
sure.
second citizenship.
I'm not sure based on marriage. If me personally, I'm
Well,
not
if I
sure.
married someone from there, I definitely could get
Yeah, you
citizenship.
can. I don't know as far as from naturalization, like when you go through the process as an impact into their country. I don't know if the marriage still counts. I would assume so.
So I want to know if you check Ghana, you checked all of the other countries. What's your
No, it's not. I
driving?
checked. It's just people that I know have been in
Right,
Ghana,
right,
be repatriated, and it
right,
took them a long time to
right.
get citizenship.
Right. So what's your driving force behind getting citizenship in an African country?
Really, I grew up like I really honor Thomas Sankara, so I always identify with Burkina Faso. It was nothing that I'm from the place. I just honor the like how he created the country, the infrastructure that he built while he was alive. That's really what it is with me. I'm not saying that was born there or even that I come from a quote unquote tribe. No, it's not that.
Oh, okay. Because I was
So,
wondering.
do you think that's more legit than because you came up here as far as kind of like going a little hard on Aboriginals and
I'm
saying,
not going hard.
you don't understand, but you were saying you don't understand their claim or what they're doing as we were talking about reconnecting to the
That they just
family.
can't
So, do you
win.
think that's more legit to find a man that you find honorable than people that are identifying with their actual
No.
family?
See, but again, I didn't that if that's what you got from what I'm saying, I wasn't trying to portray that. My thing with the claim is, but to answer your question, I don't think any of them is invalid. All I'm saying, I don't think that is. But even what you propose, I don't think is irrational. If you saying going through your genealogy and seeing if you have someone that's from here on an individual basis, I just don't think it's feasible in mass. But I'm not criticizing them. I just don't think it's valid. But that's just my opinion.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
What's the reason though?
Just based on, I think the preponderance of evidence from what I've seen, I think it's fallacious that the claim, but that's just me. The
You ain't
claim that
seen too much.
there was quote unquote black people here in mass before Europeans got here. I don't think that there's any
Well, the
reasonable evidence that
Europeans
I've ever
was black.
seen that's seen that.
Brother, the Europeans was black.
Me, I don't agree with
You see
that.
how crazy this dude sound?
I've never. The
How
only
crazy is it?
quote
Cass,
unquote black, the
Cass,
Can you
only
explain?
black European I've ever heard of is the Grimaldi man.
Know what you're talking about? There are black people from Europe.
Can you explain how crazy it
Yeah, I
sound,
mean,
King?
if they immigrated there, yeah.
From a black
There are no black people that can be identified with today that are indigenous to
if they call
Europe.
if they called from Europe, there are black Europeans.
Black people are not genetically European by DNA and blood. They're
Oh
they're
yeah,
Cass,
Who is
calm
Cheddar
down.
Man?
Calm down, Cass.
you would
We'll
have
get
to
to
show me
you.
you would have to show
Hold
me
up, Pursuit. Hold
you
up.
would have to show me the Grimaldi man to show me a
Cass, we don't
indigenous
need to
black
look at the
European.
Grimaldi man. Europe had Cheddar Man, brother. See, you don't even know.
Grimaldi man, Cheddar man, it's the same thing.
No, it ain't.
It is.
No, it ain't.
They're
It's
not
Cheddar
the
Man.
same, though.
You never heard of him. And Cheddar
I've
Man, you
heard
pull up
of
the
Cheddar man,
European.
bro. I've seen the National Geographic article, bro.
If they the
Everybody's
same,
seen
if
it,
they the
brother.
same, why they got two different names?
Everybody's seen it, brother.
Yeah, why they got two different names, baby?
Cheddar Man got
No,
a Jerry curl with blue eyes.
I might have been wrong. I might have been wrong about them
Yeah,
being the
you
same.
wrong
I'm
about
not sure.
everything.
Nah, I'm
You
not
been
though.
wrong all night,
Yeah,
brother.
and I wanted to ask him. I know we want to get to the other one, but when you say that it's not valid, how is your citizenship? How do you know that your citizenship in the West African country is valid in
Cause
comparison
he a
to the claim?
colonizer. He don't know it.
How am
Well,
I
I mean, I
colonizing?
think I know how he got it, but I want to know, how does he know
he's
that
from
it's
there.
valid? What
I
have you
mean,
used it for
no,
with
but
the
what
government?
you're saying is valid because I mean the way West African governments are, it can turn around tomorrow with
He
with
paid
a
for it. That's
with
how
a
he.
swing of a pen.
I
But
was
I
trying
mean,
Right.
to me,
God.
I'm not.
And,
To me,
but I
I'm
get
not trying
that
to
you
make
said
a
the
moral
government can
appeal.
overturn it tomorrow, but maybe it's just a piece of paper that they wouldn't even consider overturning.
No,
What
but
does it
that's what
give
I'm saying.
you? Are you
Yeah.
allowed to buy a house over there? I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out
Yes.
tangible. How do you know that you're a citizen over there?
No, you get everything. You can get all the amenities, land, everything.
of that
Do you have land over there?
Yes.
He ain't even
It's
got
not
land
just
here.
mine though.
He
Yeah,
told us
Pan
earlier he
African
ain't even
Strike
have
Back. He
land
said he
here.
got land over there.
He got a timeshare over there.
Y'all can't prove that y'all making jokes, but you have to
Boy, you
prove that
can't
he has
prove
a
Much
nothing.
time
better than
share.
you.
Just like you can't prove what
Right,
African
Cass.
tribe
You
you
just
from.
feel aligned with him because you get hustled out your money from some IFAs, from some Cubans, anyone that
I
says
mean,
they're African
I'm
can
not
hustle you
hustled.
out of
Like
your money.
we have a family, right? You're making a claim that nobody in the world agrees with you. Academics, scientists,
Man,
none
y'all
of them
don't.
agree with
Brother,
you.
the
Y'all don't
colonizer
believe in
don't
You
agree
family.
with
know?
us. We're fine with that, buddy.
So if
Right.
you want to feel
And
like
you
you
have a claim that
transracial,
you
I
paid
support you.
for.
What's your
What's the
Like
family?
difference?
Y'all
You
if
need to
you
got
feel
to
listen
like
to
you
y'all
pay
family.
some
transracial,
Cubans to tell you you're IFA. So
look,
what's
if
the
you're
difference?
this is what I'm saying. If you're transracial, I'm all in support with that. Like people are doing that. That's what they do. If you
You
want to
can't
be
even spell
transracial, cool.
transracial.
Hey,
right?
Kaz, let me ask you this here. Do your parents practice Santeria?
Do my parents practice
Yes,
Santeria?
sir.
I know Cuban's
Yes
parents
or
that don't
no? I
practice
didn't ask you
Santeria.
that,
I
brother. Yes or
practice
no?
Santeria.
Yes and no. So
I
your
do
parents
too,
don't
but
practice it.
you
I
have.
practice an ancestral based system.
If it
And I
was
deal with my
ancestral, then your parents
ancestors
would practice it.
in the
If it was
practice. No,
ancestral, your
let me
parents
say
would
let me say
practice it.
this. In the practice, I deal with my grandma. I deal with my uncle because we honor our
Do
ancestors.
your mama do
I'm
that?
not
Do your mom
I'm
and
not
daddy do
calling
that?
on no goddamn Native American
Do your mother and
Aboriginal
father do that?
Choctaw motherfucker.
Okay,
They don't
so why
exist.
your hold on, no cursing, brother. Why your parents don't have the same ideology you have? You
Well,
went
my
to
He
parents
came
Catholic
don't
from
church.
New
practice because
Cuban
they don't practice
You
ancestry.
went to
anything.
Catholic church, brother.
They don't practice anything. My great
You
grandmother
went to
was
Catholic
Catholic.
church.
My great grandmother
Exactly.
was Catholic.
You a Catholic, brother.
No, I'm not a Catholic. I
You are a
don't go to the
Catholic.
Pope or anybody.
You just said you honoring your grandma, but she was a Catholic, and you out here playing with voodoo. What is going on with you, young
My
man?
grandma and them knew roots, brother. They
Man,
knew roots from
so why
down
they was
south.
Catholic? No, that's an abomination in the Catholic church. You
Because
lying.
it was forced, just like the white man
Nah, bro,
came
ain't
and
nobody
forced,
forced her to get
just
up
like the
every
white
Sunday and
man
go to
took
church.
your grandma and them to that. What is that? What they call
Ain't
them
King
schools?
nobody took us
African, King
nowhere.
African,
They
King
call them
African.
what's
But
them Indian Reformation
Ain't nobody
schools?
take us nowhere.
King African. 1 second. I just want to be really clear with you because what we're not doing, like I know we're not playing with you with disrespect, right?
What are you
So I
talking about?
understand. Hold on.
Let her finish.
If you listen, active listening is a skill. Maybe I need to slow my words down for you.
You
But I
should.
want to be very clear. I
Don't
understand
be
that
disrespectful, sir. Okay? Don't be disrespectful.
Pan Africans tend to do this, right? What you're not going to do is disrespect anyone's grandmother on this panel. That's what you're not going to do.
He
Or you
just
will
brought up my grandmother, but you
So
didn't
you
call
can
that out.
chill
Get
out.
out of here with that.
You
We
brought up
asked
your
you a
grandmother.
question
No,
about
you're
your
fine. You
grandmother.
can
We're
chill out,
saying
or you
not
can
to
get out. That's how that's
disrespect
going to
I
go.
anyone's
wasn't
grandparents.
You're
disrespecting
not
his
going to be
grandmother though.
disrespectful.
No, because
Well,
she took that.
don't
She missed.
ask him a question about it. Don't assume that his grandmother has any
Y'all
kind
said
of
y'all
history.
the ones that said y'all people
No,
went to the
brother, you just
Reformation
said some white
schools.
man took my grandma, bro. That's what
Right.
you
You're
Yeah,
not
said.
going to
that's
be
what y'all
disrespectful.
say.
Bro,
I'm
we
No,
ain't
saying what
never
there
y'all
is
said
no
that
said.
like that.
y'all. There is
Ain't
no
nobody on here
y'all.
said that.
There is
Well,
no y'all.
I didn't mean for it to come
You
out
can
that way.
ask someone if you want to know, just like they asked you. What we're saying is just be respectful. You can compare to any other groups or what other channels you go on. Just be respectful. You don't know or
Dulcinea,
you've
you just
never heard.
disrespected me all on here. Get out of here with that. Come
All
on.
right,
You just said I
drop
Bro,
get
it.
you
smoked
on
out of
Okay,
her
my
and
mouth.
panel.
I'll
You on her
continue
panel.
because
Adios.
whose show is this?
He trying to be a
Okay,
kamikaze.
so
He
but
trying to get
what
kicked
I'm
off.
asking of you is to go ahead and just ask the question. Don't assume anything that you don't know of anyone. Just ask them the question. But yeah, I'll give you free reign to say whatever you want to say to me without profanity, because I don't care. I don't have much respect for you, as you know.
Are you Uncle Leroy?
Yeah, that's him.
I'm
A
King
troll.
Yeah, that's
African. This
him.
is y'all see my
Oh,
picture
okay.
on there. That's me right there. The
No, it
King
ain't.
African.
That's a
Your eyes
troll.
Adios.
He a
kind of
mulatto
scaring
boy.
me on there. Your eyes are scaring me.
He a mulatto boy. Hey, Cash,
Peace,
go
Yeah,
ahead and have a
peace, Sister
question, bro.
Frida.
I
I
want to
think.
ask you a question, King African. Okay. So you from America though, right?
Yeah, I'm from America.
Okay, and but you practice Ifa, right?
Yeah, I practice EFI.
Okay, me too.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
I mean, no, what I'm saying is it's not going to exclude the fact that my family is from America, American Indians. It's not going to exclude none of the facts. So you saying that to why did you name yourself King African?
Because I'm African, sister. I don't identify with
But are you from
aboriginalism.
America?
Now they don't let him on
Now,
panel
if you
under his real
you
under
said
Cash
that you
or
have
Leroy.
family. Hold on, let me speak to the sister real quick. Now, I heard you talk about your genealogy, and you said you said, "Hey, I'm from this particular tribe. We did these things," and if that's what you got it going on, cool. You know what I'm saying? We'll go by your word on that or whatever.
Right.
But a lot of other people, they just kind of faking the funk. You feel what I'm saying? They
So
just
wait a
making the
minute. So
claim.
but Sister Freedom, hold
minute.
on. You can't compare the way you study as far as for him. He went on vacation to Cuba and he got a certificate to do IFA.
So she's telling us, she's telling a lie. She's telling a lie.
Then
She's
you
telling a
go in
lie.
as far as in
Oh,
learning
he's
IFA.
certified.
He ain't been to Cuba.
He's a certified Cuban IFA practicer.
Nah,
It
watch
doesn't
this here.
matter.
No,
They the ones
no. Hold
that
on,
brought
y'all.
it.
Watch this here.
They
Y'all
brought
know
it
where
to
he
the
get that
United
from?
States. They brought
Okay,
it to the United
Cash.
States.
Cash, that lead me into my question. I appreciate that. What year? Tell the people what year Santeria got to to the United States, brother.
Yo, Top Cats, can you unblock me on your show, brother?
No, I cannot.
You blocked
No, I
me. You
cannot.
blocked
I
me on your
did.
show.
Oh, Top,
I
you got
did.
a fan. You got a fan. You got a fan. I didn't know that.
But
Yeah,
I wanted
yeah.
to
He's a
ask
stalker.
Africa,
Nah,
can I
King,
ask you a
I think that's a
question?
good question, King.
King
What?
Africa, you had your DNA test. Is that why
Yeah,
you
that's he'll spit
No,
test
I was
African.
always Pan African before the Aboriginal movement
No,
came
but wait
out.
a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Can I ask you the question first, please? You did you get a DNA test done that's saying that somewhere in your genealogy you got African?
Yep, we're African cousins that popped up.
Cass don't have no. He ain't do his DNA. Cass ain't done his DNA.
You didn't do it. You didn't do your DNA.
No,
I can go. No, I can go on the computer right now and I can show you my DNA test.
Okay,
Hey,
wait a
Cass,
minute.
before you do
Now,
that,
let me
tell
get
us.
to my question. So is African the only thing you found on there? You didn't find no white?
European, yeah, European, of course.
Okay,
White,
wait a minute.
not no black
So wait a
European.
minute. So you picked and choose what you chose to be, but you
No,
mixed.
So you're a white man.
No, the United
You're a
States
white man
label us as
then.
African American.
According to Pursue, you both of them.
Yeah. Well,
No, stop. That's you're misrepresenting what I said. That's no. I'm talking about
Brother,
direct.
we heard
If you have one European mother and one black father. I'm sorry.
Oh my God! Please let me make my point.
I'm sorry.
I just had to interject because he misrepresented
What I'm
what I
trying to make is that when you did your DNA testing, you had more than just African in your bloodline. Am I correct to say that?
Yeah, out of rape.
Yeah,
but it came from rape.
But you chose the parts of your bloodline that made you, what you wanted to call yourself, right?
Because I'm majority African. I'm like 80%. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And what's the other
But
20?
the point still remains is
Cracker.
all of those things, because you can't prove what part who is related to you in Africa. That's
we did that. We did that.
So what tribe you from?
Also, Ibn Ibrahim Suri, which was a Fulani slave.
Boy, stop it.
He popped up as well.
I don't know, man.
So you
He popped up
light
on your he popped up on your DNA or your genealogy?
He popped up on the DNA and his
No, he
genealogy through the
didn't.
genealogy.
Hold up, what
Genealogy.
database?
No,
What
Dosanae, we
database
not
has
having
his DNA?
D-
What
Do-
database
Dosanae,
has his DNA?
DNA and genealogy through the foster line of our family.
Okay.
So a lot of related from
You
Mississippi descend from him.
the part of your bloodline that you wanted to be. You chose the part. You even picked one part because if it's in West Africa, you saying the majority of yours is you got different parts of West Africa.
Well, I'm majority Nigerian and majority Yoruba.
But you would be light skinned. You light skinned, right?
I mean, but
It don't matter. You think, so are you one of hold on to the brother. So are you one of those black people that think all Africans are dark skinned?
No, that's
But you're not light skinned though. So don't.
No, that's not Pan African education.
That is Pan
That's your education.
No,
Pan African.
No, that's not him in the picture, Sister Freedom. That's not him in the picture.
Pan Africans have always believed the closer you live to the equator, the darker you are. So if
you're saying that you can't put that on everybody.
Pan
You are
Africans
saying
said that.
Clark said it.
It's a miss light skinned Igbo. It's light skinned Fulani.
Yeah, they mix.
Okay, we're educated, brother.
Fulani not from Africa, bro.
And Fulani's are white. So
Fulanis are not white, brother. You want to see a picture of the Fulani?
No, we don't.
The Fulani range. The Fulanis are homogeneous. They range in different types. When you're like in Cote d'Ivoire, those Fulani look totally different than the ones in northern Nigeria.
No, but they're not white.
No, they're definitely not white. They just have different features, and they have a little reddish skin tone.
Yeah, they call them tukula.
He said he 20% out of his gene test. He 20% white. So that means 1 out of 5 people in his family white. So he would be light skinned.
But again, brother, that's not what that's when they look at the genetic breakdown. That's not what that is saying. It's saying there's a 20% chance that he has European genetics. It's not saying that 20% of his genome is European.
So it's an 80% chance that he might have African, right?
Yes.
Oh, he might have it.
Yes.
He might have it. Okay, gotcha.
His whole bloodline is a change.
Well, with that kind of thinking, I would like him to be African. I mean, I have no problems with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's only logical for him to identify what majority of his makes up his genetic makeup.
But it ain't true though. You say he might have it.
The sad part, everybody on this panel African. It ain't one non-African on here.
You not African, brother. What tribe you from in Africa?
I'm not African.
That question is disingenuous.
What tribe are you from, Pursuit? What tribe are you?
Brother, that question is disingenuous.
Why it ain't? I know what tribe I'm from.
But that's good for you.
Some dead, non-existent tribe he always naming.
Right. So what tribe you from, Cass?
What's that tribe you say you had?
Cass, didn't you tell me you don't know what type of African? I mean, what tribe you from in Africa? Did you tell me
I just named one tribal family member.
Did
Even
you tell me
Ibrahim
that, bro?
was
Listen,
Fulani, brother.
Didn't you tell me you don't know what tribe you from in Africa?
So I want to tell you how you can get land over there too.
I just want to see if you're gonna tell the truth. Yes
when you do the African ancestry test, right?
All right, so you already know. So y'all know what that means, right? No answer is an answer.
So did you do the African ancestry test?
Even with his test, he told me he didn't know what tribe he from.
No, yes or no? Have you
like
done
my uncle did it, right? So he got his dual citizenship.
That doesn't count because
I want to tell you. No, I want to tell you this.
Would it match up? Would he get the exact number percentage of African that you are? Would he get the exact percentage of Nigerian that you are?
Hey, Dots, remember earlier I said the mindset, right? So think about this. If his grandparents was to tell him he Indian, he ain't gonna believe that. But now
my grandparents ain't never tell me no crazy shit like that.
I know, and that's fine.
Sorry.
We don't want to.
But check this out. He trying to ride off the coattail of his other family member. So he willing to believe his family member if he African, but he ain't listening to his family member like he just said if he Indian. You see how crazy that shit?
There's a difference between a oral claim and something where you have at least a semblance of evidence to it.
What's the difference?
What's your
the semblance of evidence is the genetic data,
brother.
The genetic data is based on the family tree.
Y'all grandma never told y'all was Indian. She said y'all were mixed with Indian.
It's really family. A science, though.
She never said
it's a replicatable methodological science. It's different than a narrative.
Did you know that, Pursue? The genetic is based off the family tree. Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, but again, when you look at the genetic estimations, again, there's methodology to it.
That's why it's an estimate, because they built it off of multiple family trees. So if you can go back 4-5 generations, that's all you need to know. That's how they built the genetic test in the first place. So King African, when you go back 4-5 generations, where does that land you?
In Africa, brother.
You got the record.
That's y'all can't pull up when y'all pull up 4 or 5 generations to go back to an African. Y'all can't pull it up. Y'all usually go back to the 1800s. Y'all stop at the 1800s, and y'all can't go past the 1800s.
Bro, who have you been talking to, bro? We passed 1800. You know how long we've been doing this?
We've been telling the story just like Sister Bethy sold that lie.
Bro, we don't have. Why are you speaking on people who not here, bro? Why you being disrespectful to that lady? That's somebody's mama. That's somebody's grandma, bro.
Come on, don't play the sympathy role.
Man, I ain't playing, bro. We respect our elders, bro.
I want to be on block,
disagree with them, bro. If you agree or disagree, that ain't cool to be out here picking on women. What's wrong with y'all?
Ain't nobody picking on women. Stop doing that, bro.
All right, bro. Chill out. Quit speaking on that lady name, then.
Ain't nobody picking on nobody, bro.
I mean, a lot of our grandmothers have.
Okay, look, hold on. Pursue, hold up right quick. Hey, Cass, can you let the people know when did Santeria get to the United States?
Yeah, I want to know that too.
Well, the first Cubans that brought it was in the 20s, but it started being officially practiced amongst African Americans in the 60s.
1920?
It officially started being practiced in the 60s because Dizzy Gillespie and all them. Remember, they took jazz down to Cuba.
No, bro, it ain't got nothing. Jazz ain't got nothing to do with this, family.
And one of those brothers got initiated. I forgot the brother name that got initiated in Obatala. But later on in the 60s,
he went to South Carolina, right?
Later, no, that's a different brother.
It ain't no different brother.
He went from Detroit. He went from Detroit.
Yes, he traveled from Detroit.
He went from Detroit to New York. And traveled down to Cuba, and he made Obatala. But he's
to the sea island,
bringing traditional Ifa from Nigeria to the States.
And it's called Isheshe, bro. Ifa is a divination system.
Chill, solution. So, Cash. So when he went down there and got put down with this, who did he learn it from? Did he learn from people that look like him?
Yes, black Cubans, brother. And Nigerians are black.
Hold on. Do you want me to pull up a picture of those people that brought it to the United States from Cuba? You want me to pull up a picture of them? How about we go pull up the people in Mexico? But they had it before y'all.
Santeria isn't from Mexico, brother. Santeria is not from Mexico.
The people from Cuba took it there. But what I'm saying is they had it before y'all had it. Y'all ain't picked it up to the civil rights movement.
My godfather that's been initiated for 40 years is a black Cuban. He's a black Cuban.
They picked it up in the 1960s and 70s, bro. They ain't start bringing
the Cubans didn't pick that up. They had Babalaos They had
Cubans didn't get
Babalaos.
credit. Bro, that was 1980. What are you talking about?
They had
Bro,
Babalaos taken
1980.
there in the 1800s, like
Bro, this some brand new stuff that
Romegio,
they
like
have going
Romegio,
on.
Romegio. He's one of the
Okay, so look,
Babalaos that was taken there as a child in the 1800s. Well, he was a little bit older, taken there as a Babalao in the 1800s.
yeah,
He
show me
swallowed his
somebody in
E5
America
and
that
he
was
brought it there.
practicing E5 went doing the African slave trade. Can you
I'm
give us
giving
the
I'm
name?
giving you a person,
Who? What was he?
Romegio, which is known as IDB, which is
What
one
was
of the
he?
people that was brought. They got pictures of him painted with the markings, the Yoruba markings, and he was taken to Cuba, and there was already other Babalaos there.
No, I said
Not
United
to
States,
mention,
brother.
not to
Show
mention
me
the
somebody in the
Congolese
United
people
States.
that were there practicing Palo Mayombe.
That's okay. We're not talking about Cuba, right? We're talking about the United States. Show me an African.
Well,
Show me an
okay,
African in America.
so we can do that. We can do that. We can go to
Go ahead,
Mississippi
we're
and
listening.
Louisiana. We can go to Mississippi and Louisiana, right? We can go there. I'm not
Oh
even on the
shit.
Carolina coast. We're gonna go to Mississippi, Louisiana, and we're gonna deal with Papa Legba, right? Papa Legba came through with a lot of the Haitian slaves that was brought up to Louisiana when they got their, the
What
French
year
got
was
their
this,
ass
brother?
whooped,
What year was
right?
this?
Because it was
We
a
don't
French
want to hear all the
colony.
extra fluff.
It was a French colony, right?
What year
So
was
Papa
this?
Legba,
What
Papa
year,
Legba
brother?
is a Yoruba deity, a
Yoruba,
Legba, the deity
brother.
of the
Yoruba wouldn't.
crossroads,
Okay, so
which is talked about in
Which
blues
one?
music.
Which
what year,
one?
brother?
Which is talked about in blues music.
Eshu is the
What year?
Eshu is the Yoruba.
Hey, solutions. Relax.
Alegba,
Relax.
Alegba is Yoruba too. It's Eshu
No.
Alegba.
Hold on, cause we're gonna deal with this. What year? Give me a date, cause I'm finna show you Yoruba wasn't even out at that time. So what?
This is
Give
around
me a
the
date.
1800s, the late 17.
In the
Remember, the French
1800s.
colonized it. Late
Hold on.
17, early 1800s was a French
Listen.
colony.
Let me help you out, brother. In the 1700s, you cannot bring no proof that Yoruba was around in
You have
1700s.
That's
voodoo being
semantics.
practiced down there. That's why you got voodoo queens
Listen,
that
I
are
didn't ask
still
you that. You
venerated
said Yoruba,
in
brother. Where did
Cuba.
we find? Listen, Yoruba didn't come to the
Legba,
1800s.
Legba
You
or
don't
Papa
have Yoruba.
Legba comes from a Legba, which is a Yoruba deity.
Listen, you don't get Yoruba to the 1800s, family. Until after the Civil
Yoruba in
War.
terms of what? Are
You
you
don't
saying
get
are you
Yoruba
talking
to
about the ethnicity or the
to the 1830s,
are you talking
1832.
about the
You don't get
ethnicity?
Yoruba, brother. Stay out of my business. Cash.
I'm
You
not
don't get
asking you a
Yoruba
question. I'm not trying to
all right, bro.
I can't ask a question.
Relax.
Everybody, yeah, one
Yes,
mic,
sir.
one mic. Come on, please.
Relax, brother. Cash. You don't get Yoruba to the 1800s, bro.
You're getting beat up on here, brother.
Okay, no problem. So you don't get Yoruba to the 1800s.
Okay, you mean when the
so what you
missionaries
gonna
had to
do?
classify them? So when you get that Yoruba term, right? So the missionaries had to classify all these group of people that was in this kingdom.
What
right?
missionaries?
So they were going back and forth with the house and different people, and they
What's
needed
the
to write
name
the
of these
Bible.
missionaries?
They needed to translate the Bible from English to that language. So when Yoruba started being
To what
used,
language?
the name Yoruba, this is around
what
late 17,
language?
early 1800s. Even though
What
it's still an
language?
indigenous term, right? What we call Yoruba. But
So they
when
translate
you
the
go
Bible
there, no,
from
when
what?
you go there, everybody has their central, where the central area, like the capital, what you want to call it, the spiritual head is in Ife. But you got different states that's around it, where you got Oyo, you got Osogbo, you got Ogun State,
Why
and
this
all
shit
that.
sound
That's
Latin?
all them
Bro,
people
all of that
all
is
linked together by
very
language
new.
and customs. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
the language was created by Europeans. The language was
That's a
created
lie,
in
bro.
London.
What are
What
you
European?
talking
Yoruba
about?
was created in
What
London.
What are you
Yoruba?
talking about?
What?
Do y'all need a name?
You-
Brother, you already proved us.
Bro, you don't know what you're
qualify to
talking
have this
about. You sound
conversation.
crazy.
Okay,
Pursue
well
you.
check this out. This
Have
what
you
I
ever
want
heard of
the
the
chat to
Jexhaw
do.
people? Have you ever
This
heard of
what
the
I want the
Ondo
chat
people?
to
Have you
do.
ever heard of the Eketi people?
This what
They're
I want
all
the chat
quote
to do.
unquote Yoruba.
Can
When
you pull a source? Cause I can.
How you
Yeah,
say
but y'all
Yoruba?
sound late.
How would you say Yoruba in
You
Spanish?
don't know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't say
I got
Yoruba in
sources.
Spanish. You just say Yoruba, brother. It's
I have
Yoruba.
sources.
That's it.
Exactly. Why do you say it the same way in two different languages?
Right.
What are you
And it's
talking
English.
about?
It's
Because
Yoruba.
Yoruba,
He's
right?
saying that's what he's saying.
Right.
It's
yeah,
English, brother.
So how
It
you?
was created in London.
It's definitely not, bro.
It ain't African.
It is African.
So
these
why you
these
say?
dudes
hold
are
on. You see,
crazy, bro.
hey, you see Brother Lie down there, Brother Lie was
I'm
one of
not
the
even having these dumb
Timney.
That's like this
I like Brother
conversation
Lie. I
is
like Brother
dumb.
Lie.
Okay, can we get some control back a little bit here?
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
One
Yes,
at a
ma'am.
time, please.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like Brother Lie, but Brother Lie brought up the Timney and the Timney people in their language, and I, respectfully showed him that language was actually created in London. So you can F around and find out today that Yoruba also was created in London. And I
So the
had a
white people
question right
are
here.
smarter
I had
than
a
y'all though,
question.
because they
I
done
had a
created all
question
these
for you.
I'm
languages.
about to put you
Y'all
on
didn't
mute,
have that.
baby. I'm going to put you on mute. Go ahead, finish up, please.
I was done. I just want to see if he want to F around and find out.
Kaz, before you jump in, we have Sweet Feather that just joined us. Hi, Sweet Feather.
Peace, sweet
Peace,
feather.
UCM, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. I've been listening and this is very interesting. So I wanted to go straight to the conversation about Cuba, about Lukumi, Santeria, Isheshe, and Ifa. Okay. And I want to give first respect to the Most High, to our ancestors, and to the spirits. Okay. Because that's how we do it. Now, when you talk about this spiritual culture, it was a spiritual culture already in Cuba. If you look at the original name of Cuba, you will see that. So when you talk about, you mentioned the Orisha Alegua. How is Aleguas made? Can you answer that, King African? What does Alegua look like for the people who don't know?
It looked like the eleguas that's in you see in Benin. It's made with a stone and it was 3 cowrie shells or more, depending on the sign in E5, how you got to prepare it.
Okay,
You can
it's
prepare it
made
in the
of a,
shell. You can prepare
hold
it in
on,
the
it's made
shell.
of
You
a
can use
shell. What kind of
cement.
shell?
You know what I'm saying? Well, it's the seashell. I'm gonna say it's the seashell. You know,
It's a
No,
cowrie
what,
shell.
no,
not a
it's not a
cowrie shell.
cowrie
No,
shell.
the cowrie shells are
It's a
we talking
conch
about being
shell.
prepared. It's a conch shell. Yeah,
Okay, and he said it's also made of a stone, right?
cement.
Cement, okay, which is a stone, right?
And
Stone
you see the
cement.
same ones made in Benin
Hold
like that.
on, hold on, hold on. What is Alegwa's number? His
I
main
mean,
number?
It's three,
20,
isn't it?
3, 3,
Three.
7, 21.
Okay, so when you go to Cuba and you see the indigenous people, they had what instead of called Orisha, they were called semis. And the first semi is a three-pronged stone. He has three sides to show three cardinal points, just like a legua, just like the crossroads. You have the conch shell, which they use as a horn, as if you were saying, "I go," to call the spirit down. See, you have to understand that people had spiritual culture thousands of years before the Yoruba had Orisha culture. Over in the Caribbean, what would be the Orishas are called semis. You have Atabe that represents Dos Aguas. You have iron you have iron that represents Ogun, fire for Ogun.
You said
You
iron
also
sister?
have an arrow that represents Achosi.
Did you say iron sister? Because
Hey, hold
it
on,
wasn't.
hold on. Let
You
her finish.
can't hear, bro?
Okay. I got it. I'm about to get her on that though.
No, you're not,
Write it
because when
down.
you have an arrow, the tip is made of what?
Sister, it wasn't an iron age over in the Americas until
Stop.
white people came.
Hey, King
Excuse
She
me,
was
African.
we
just
had
talking to me,
we
King
had
Dulcinea.
African.
silver.
King African.
Silver.
She's
Okay, let's
talking.
not say iron. Let's
Just
say
wait.
silver. Okay, is that better for you?
Yeah, but Ogun is the Orisha of iron because they had an
I know
iron
who
age in
Ogun is.
2000
He
BC,
will be John Henry that you see in the Americas.
which came later, sister. He
No, it
didn't
did
come
not.
before Ogun.
Listen, we had this conversation before. Every element and everything that you feed your orishas with, indigenous people fed their semis with and their spirits with, are American Indian foods. Alegua takes corn that comes from the Americas. That's his main dish. When you look at all of the orishas, so-called ademu, the main thing that you feed them to appease them, the thing that they want, the thing that you are obligated to give them that they ask for, those foods come from the Americas. And why? Because when Africans came over here, it was already a spiritual culture here.
They
The
had to
semis were
syncretize.
already here.
The people was basically died and they died off. It was a
Nobody
small
died
amount of
off.
them
So we can
far off
say
on the
that
east side of
about
the island.
Africans
They was
when the
gone.
Portuguese went over there and colonized. When the British went over there, oh, they just killed them all off.
No, because we can still find them. We can still go there
And
and
you
their
can
culture
still
and everything
find
is present.
indigenous people here.
I'm
Sister,
switching, Sister Freedom.
in that case, if that was
And
the
our
case,
indigenous people over there.
The
in
other
that
thing is
no,
in
stop, brother,
Cuba,
stop.
in Lucumi, in Santeria, you have a Chosi, who is an Indian, but you also have those Indian spirits that you appease. When you go to the Botanica, what do you see? The oils for what? You see some of the potencias. Siete potencias. You see the Indian cigar men. What do you feed your Alegua with?
You also see the 7 African
What do
powers,
you
right?
feed your Alegua with on
Okay,
Mondays?
if I'm synchronized, if I'm getting stuff because I'm conquered,
What do you
I have
give
to
your
feed
Alegua on Monday?
I have to feed him OT, right? And over
OT, what is
here
that?
is
Rum.
rum.
Right.
But that's
Okay, and
because they've been
what
conquered.
else?
You
What
have
else
to
do you
use
give him?
no,
What else
no,
does he
sister, you
get?
being disingenuous. If
When
somebody
you
conquers
have a
you,
misa, what do you smoke?
sister, they were smoking I mean not cigars, they were smoking
Tobacco. Come
tobacco in
on,
Africa because
taba.
it was brought there by the Portuguese.
Bro, how you sound? So you think they had it before Cubans?
They were
The original
trading
Cubans?
tobacco. They were trading tobacco and different stuff over
So
there
how would they
already,
know how
bro.
to roll it up like we
Yeah,
roll
this
it
is
up?
common knowledge, bro.
How would they
This is
know how to roll
common
it up like
knowledge,
we
man.
roll it up?
But my
If it's
thing
common
is,
knowledge, then
why is the main food of these so-called Yoruba spirits needing
corn.
indigenous American things to appease them?
Because it's syncretized. It's the same thing in Haiti with Saint Jacques
No,
No,
Manjour.
it's not syncretized.
Hold
Saint
on, you
Jacques.
guys. Hold
no,
on.
it
And
did
in
not.
pursuit,
Lukumi did not
if
syncretize.
you're saying that it's syncretism, then that would be based on 2 or more cultural practices that have been synced together or that are becoming common or having common practices. So we know the American one. Can you tell us the West African or African people that practice this spirituality and who they were and when they practiced this?
She's naming them right now.
What
Those are
Ishay
all
say?
African.
No,
Every
she's
deity she
talking
named
about
is
American people and
no,
their
every
actual.
deity she
So
just named is
Is it
I'm
African.
Simi?
asking if you're
Right.
saying that this is syncretism, so you can understand my question. Syncretism happens amongst multiple cultures. So Sweet Feather has
I'm
brought up
around
the
Afro
American,
Cubans
the
all the time, and they don't
that's
agree with what
their
she's saying.
Afro Cubans.
They
Cuba
don't
is
believe
not
what
in
she's saying.
Africa. So you're
You don't have
misunderstanding
to,
my
but the
question.
timeline proves
I
what I'm
need to
saying.
know what is
How
the
you gonna?
African culture that practice this spirituality and when.
You can go to the Aja. They've been. I mean, it's really the Aja have been practicing what's quote unquote called voodoo. I mean, it's really no ever since they like when you look at the North culture. Ever since they've been
Ever
smelting
since
iron,
when?
it's been Ogun. So I mean, it's really
Yeah,
ever since the people have came into the scope of the realm of being
Into the
identified, they've
area.
had the spirituality.
Hey, you showed to know a lot about Africa, but you don't know nothing about America.
What do you mean? I don't know nothing about America.
You don't know
That's
nothing
the
about
point,
America.
Sawyer. You're right.
And you said
What do
the
you mean? I
Aja
don't.
in
Can you
North Africa in
can you
pursuit?
can you tell
You
us about
said
some
no, no.
Louisiana?
The Aja are in Benin. They're in Ouida in the Bight of Benin.
So what's your connection to them people?
What do you mean? Do I have to be connected to the people to know about them?
You practice it, right?
No, I don't. When did I ever say that? I just know about it,
So you just got a citizenship for no reason.
bro. I know about it because I study. I'm eclectic. I like to study history. I like to
Well,
study a lot of things. I know if you ask me
so
about Hinduism, I can tell you about Hinduism. If you ask me about,
out of all the countries in the world, why did you go to Africa and get a citizenship?
I'm again. I've explained this already.
You got a lot of
Hey,
options.
he wants you to go
he
to
said he
Sweden and get
looked
a
up to
citizenship.
some guy. Yeah.
Thomas Sankara is my favorite historical figure. To me he's the greatest of this era since I've been alive. So I
But
mean
you
I
said you
mean
looked in the Ghana too, though.
Wasn't
no, I
Thomas
didn't say
Sankara
that. See,
preaching apostle, right?
this is,
He
bro. I
started out
never
with
said
that.
that at all. I
He
never
led
said that
with
not
it.
one time. You're presupposing
You said you
premises on
looked
me.
in
I
the
didn't
Ghana.
say it. I never said that. You said that. I said it's hard to get citizenship in Ghana based
Right,
upon
and you
people that
telling
I
your
know
friends
that have
that.
tried to get
Exactly.
it. Did I ever say I looked into getting citizenship in Ghana? No, I didn't say that.
So,
Again, you are assuming something that you've been assuming
so
this
the
whole
conversation just
conversation,
popped up for no reason, and didn't even matter at the end of the day. So
brother.
King African, what's your connection to them people over
My bloodline.
Lord have mercy.
there? All right.
Can I just make one more point?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have Chango, right? Kawo Kabesile Chango, that's what we say, right? And he has a double X, and he deals with lightning. In hoodoo culture here in Americas, when it thunders and lightning, some people will take an axe and throw it into a tree to prevent the lightning from hitting it. Okay. But there was a group of people of the Chango culture from the Chinchorro tradition in Chile, South America, that dated all the way back to the 8th century BC. The Yoruba did not exist in the 8th century BC, but these people have Chango culture. That's their
Sister, the
name.
note culture
What?
existed.
Yeah, but I'm saying you,
But the
Shango
no
is not
culture is
exclusive to the Yoruba. It's all everybody in that area in the Bight of Benin and up have those type of deities. The Goon people
so
have it, the
you get
Aja
my
have it,
point.
the
And
Bay
what
people
I'm
have it, the
saying
Airway people
is
have Shango. It's all common
and
throughout the area.
and
Right.
what I'm saying is all over the world people had a spiritual culture.
I'm
And
not
what I'm
saying they
saying
didn't, but
is in the
they didn't have
Caribbean,
you can't say African
And in
deities
the
are Native
Americas,
In
there was a
Americans.
pursuit, in
spiritual
pursuit, you're
culture
talking over
here.
her. You're gonna
In the
have to
Oh
wait
my bad.
until
I'm
she
sorry. I'm
in the
sorry. I
finishes.
apologize. I didn't hear her
Caribbean,
talking. I'm sorry.
and in the Americas, there was a spiritual culture here. And when Africans visited here, they saw our spiritual culture, and then they went and fortified whatever they were doing. Because you have to also remember, in Nigeria, you had a strong Islamic culture. You cannot forget that. Okay, they even said that in the city of Oyo, which was an Islamic area, okay, after the Biafra Wars, what's his name? Chango was Muslim. Okay,
You're conflating
so
history though. That's
no,
I,
I'm
I,
not.
the
I, y'all,
Biafra
y'all see
War is
my
No,
original.
I'm
is
not.
not
I
that
don't
long
just
ago.
play with it.
No, I'm not.
You are. The Biafra War
No,
was
I'm not.
not that
You
long
had
ago.
the
Why do I
Muslims.
have to
You
tell
have
the
Muslims
same
in
two
West
people to
Africa. Come
wait?
on.
Hold on, sweet feather. In pursuit, you were talking for so long earlier, and we just were quiet. We muted up, and we listened to you. We listened to you make your points and everything, and we're asking you to give this sister the same respect. Mute up and just wait until she's finished, and then you can interject.
No, before it was Benin, before it was Nigeria, before it was Yoruba, you had the Caliban. You had Muslims that came from the north down over into Nigeria. They came over that whole. It went through several changes of empires. You have from the Mali Empire, you had Sundiata Keita, you have what's his name that y'all claim that came over here from Mali, Abu Bakr,
I
and
don't
it
claim
went
that.
down all. They went into Calabar Empire, everything. Oyo was a large Muslim empire at one time. If you go over to Nigeria today, you still see Muslims and people who do Isheshe, people who do other things. Ibu do what they do. So I don't understand that how you don't understand the wars that were going on at that time. The
But you
intertribal wars. Okay? And one of the main things is that they were fighting over was control of a quote unquote religion. You had Christianity, you had Islam, and then you had what they refer to as the animists, but that came later. If you go over to Oshobo today, you know, there was a big thing about the Oshun Festival where a lot of Muslims in the state were like, no, you cannot do this. We're not doing this anymore. If you notice over in Africa today, they have a lot of Pentecostal and Christian religion coming again. So it's always been that conflict. Meanwhile, over here in Americas, okay, we've had spiritual cultures, you know, far beyond going on. But the main thing and I'm going to land my plane after this, y'all, The main thing is if Isheshe developed this thing of Orisha, and then those Africans took it over to the Americas, right? Why in Yoruba and Isheshe, right? Why in Yoruba are the deities there? Why is their food American? That doesn't make sense. And I lay my plane there.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
It's the same reason why they take the Orishas get Dutch snaps. That's not in like all the rum. That's they none of that. They don't. They stop using palm wine. It's because of colonization. It's that simple.
No, no,
It's
no,
the
no,
same
no.
thing with cassava. All of that. It's that stuff is not indigenous. Some of the stuff is it was influenced by outside influences, but none of it has anything to do with anything Native American.
But do you hear what you're saying?
Don't
You're
see you on the
saying
computer
you're
now.
saying you're saying that
Yes.
the homegrown, your native original deity, your original spiritual favorite food doesn't come from the land which it is supposed to be from or the culture that it's from. That doesn't make sense.
Not, but and that's not the case pejoratively. As you
No,
see,
that is the case
no, it's
majority.
not the
Because
case
if you look at
pejoratively.
each Ade Mu that the Orishas take, they take corn. You can't
But
move
again,
corn.
you're talking about the Yoruba. When you go look at if
That's
you
what
go
we
to the
talking
Ewe,
about.
if you go to the Ewe that had the same deities, the same Orishas, it's not like that. If you go to the Gul people, they have the
They don't
same
take
deities.
corn.
It's not like that.
They don't ask for corn.
No,
Yeah, they
Okay.
don't. They don't ask
What
for
does the
corn over there.
Aja people, what do their deities take? And did you
it
date that
depends.
when they were, you said they take what?
It depends. Like some, all of them. Like even when you look at the Bosum in Ghana, which is a
So wait,
totally
Aja aren't people from southern Benin and Togo? Those aren't a
yes,
group
they
of
are.
people?
The
So you're
Aja
saying for the Aja, it depends what their
No, I'm
deities
saying
take?
it depends on what I'm talking. It depends on what exterior influence. So what I'm saying is like so. Say for instance,
No,
the
No, I'm
Dutch
not
snap.
no.
asking for the exterior influence. I'm not asking
Yeah,
what an Aja
exactly.
person in Cuba believes, or some Miami person that thinks that they're Aja, or someone like King African. I'm asking you about the Aja people of West Africa. Are you
Why do you keep
familiar with
taking
them?
shots, sister, and just stick on the topic, please?
Because I can. So the
Put me in
Aja
the
of West
back, all that
African,
childish crap.
are you familiar with them in pursuit?
I'm the one that brought them up.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what foods do they give to their deities?
It depends. It depends which deity it is.
No. Okay, so
It does
Dulcie,
depend which deity it is.
what
So
Dulcie is
if you say
asking,
Ogun, if you sacrifice a dog to Ogun, it's a dog. What do you want? Is it an American dog? No,
hold
it's
on,
not.
let me just say
It's
this.
a dog.
Because you know what Dulcie is asking, even though she worded it. What do the Orishas say or the Aja say is their dish?
No,
Not what,
The
because we can
Aja is a
offer
people
what we
group. It's
want
not a. They're
from
not
our
deities.
hearts, but what do they say is standard? Like, this is my
It
dish.
depends.
No, it doesn't
It
depend.
does
We have
depend. It depends
Well,
on what shrine you go
in
to.
pursuit, why I'm asking you this is I've never heard any scholar argue syncretism, but they don't know what culturally is being synced. They don't know what one culture has at all. So how can you even argue syncretism if you don't know what the people of West Africa practice, and you're just making it
I'm
up to
not.
say it's the same
I'm.
or similar
What is
between
he
I'm
them?
not
not making.
making anything
Oh
up for?
wait. Yeah, I don't. You're presupposing something I never said, but
You're making it up until you
I'm
say the
definitely
West
not.
African culture and what they actually practice. It's not secretism unless
But
you can prove that in West Africa they
so if
practice the
so,
same things. So now we're asking
bro,
you, what foods do they provide in West Africa?
again, all I have to do for the show the syncretism is the deities. Like when you like look who goes to Haiti with Saint Jacques Major. Is Saint Jacques Major in Africa? No, it's not. But they had to use him as a prototype for Ogun Lakaye. That's syncretism.
Or
When you
or
talk
vice
when you speak
versa.
about
That's what
foods,
happens when you can't in pursuit. That's what happens when you can't prove the actual cultural values that come from the other place, because now the argument is either or. You can say, oh, I believe that this influenced South America, but you can't prove that because you don't have
No,
anything
they
showing
said it
you that West Africa
themselves.
is. It could be switched. That South America influenced West Africa. You wouldn't know because you don't know what is being synced together. You don't know the culture that West Africans have. If you do,
Dulcinea,
it
what
would
Yes,
ships
you
did
do.
they
That
sell
that
over to
that
the
that's
West Africa?
asinine. That's asinine.
What ships did they have to sell over to West Africa?
enlighten
What
us
show the
of it
ships,
if it is.
Dulcinea?
That's asinine.
That's crazy. They weren't even a ship faring culture. So what are you talking about? You just made that up.
The Aja people are
No, we
a
talking about the
seafaring people.
the South
Hold on,
Americans
hold on,
going
hold on.
to.
You said they weren't even a
No, we're
seafaring
talking
people. The
about the
Aja
South
are
Americans.
seafaring.
No,
Okay,
you
name the
said South
culture in West
Americans.
Africa that were seafaring.
Sister,
None.
you said South Americans went to Africa and influenced Africa. I need you to show the seafaring
No, I
people
said
and the
South
ships that
America
were
could have.
built to
I
go
said
over there.
South America could have influenced West Africa if you do not put a date on when the secretism happened or what culture actually influenced South
We're putting
America
dates
from
though. I
West
was giving you
Africa. No,
17 and
you're not.
1800s.
So as far as you
Okay,
just said, they're not
IDB.
seafaring people. Can you name the people from West Africa that are seafaring
So
people?
so okay, in
That's a
Santeria,
straw
right?
man.
In Santeria, right? So you got people like IDB and IDB. You got people
How is
with
it a
names.
straw man when it's the argument
They
he
were
just
brought
brought
in
up?
the
He said South America
1800s.
aren't seafaring people, so I need to know
So
the West Africans that were seafaring people and came and influenced South America.
it wasn't no major seafaring people out of West Africa like that. At
It
least
was
that we know of.
none. Shoot.
Oh, child.
So
You agree
what?
with that?
So
Hold on,
but
wait. You agree with that,
that
Pursue?
doesn't mean that
You
West
agree
It
with
was
that,
African
Pursue?
culture is from South America. That sounds
Wait,
crazy.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
can give
We
you
need to
dates.
make sure
I'm trying to
Pursue,
no stop talking over me, brother.
Pursue. Do you agree with
I'm
that?
trying to give her some
Because
dates.
we got to
I'm
get y'all
trying
on the
to give
same
her some
page,
dates.
bro.
Look,
Y'all not on the
let
same
me give
page.
this let me give him her some dates.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
We're
so
gonna come
when you
back
want
to
to
that,
deal with
Pursue.
dates in Santeria, right? You got people like Fuche, which is a lady that she helped bring the Orishas together and practice it in a form that they do today in Cuba, right?
And what year
It's
is
a little
this?
bit different, right? This is the 1800s, and a lot of it's going into the 1900s. You
Okay.
got before then, they weren't bringing Babalaos over there like that. They start bringing the Babalaos in last because a lot of the Babalaos was actually helping a lot of people get caught by slavery. They was making money with slavery and giving readings to the king because remember, the kings were going to war at that time, especially Oyo. And then later on, the Babalaos started getting captured. They came late to the game. That's why you didn't find Babalaos in Brazil, even though you got Yoruba tradition there. Because a lot of the Babalaos wasn't getting caught. A lot of them were enslavers and all that shit too.
You
You
have
feel what I'm saying?
Indian
So they came late.
tradition.
Do you have
You
dates
have
for this
Indian
as well?
tradition.
So who did they enslave? Did they?
Adeshina and Ade are the two Babalaos, a couple of the Babalaos that were brought to Cuba in the 1800s.
And
In
They
who
the
got
did they?
pictures and everything of them.
And who did
Tata
they
Crazy.
Kainan
enslave?
is another one. Yes, they were
And
brought as slaves.
I thought you
Uh,
said they were. I thought you said they were enslaving people.
Yeah, the Babalaos in Nigeria were helping enslave people, right? But over here, the Babalaos they were brought
What
later
date do you
though.
have for that?
This is throughout the wars, the Bita Benin and all that when they were fighting. Oyo
Your
and
Date
timeline
Dahomey.
is
that
off.
war.
Oyo was fighting his own people, and also they were fighting with Dahomey heavy, and that's why you had a lot
It
of
sounds like you're
Dahomeans
making it up.
brought
You do know the Dahomey, that will be the 1600s. So you're saying in the beginning of the 1600s?
You can look this up online. You can look it up in encyclopedias, everything. This
No, how
was
about you
Your
going
give the
timeline is
17.
information?
off.
The 1600s, a lot of people from the Congo were being brought over. They were being brought over throughout the slave trade, but these were some of the first people being brought over from
So is
Angola
this the
and the
Babalaos
Congo.
you're saying, as far as that this is when the
Babalaos are from
Babalaos
Europe, but they were
teamed up with Nigerians in the
they
1600s?
they were
Is
Brought
that
brought
what
over.
you're
into
saying?
Cuba. They were brought into
No,
Cuba
no,
in the
Dulcie.
1800s.
It's
They
the
were brought over there in the
1880 to
1800s.
like 1902,
Which route?
1907.
No, that's
Which
not 1880 to 1902. They
It
were still
is.
alive,
Yeah, I know.
but
No,
they
That's
regular
why
came
I'm
before
trying
paper
to get
shop
some
was
1880.
dates here.
$19.14.
They
You're
ended
wrong.
slavery. Okay, I'm getting on my computer because I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you
No,
the
I
dates.
can
Get
show
on the
No,
you.
I'm gonna
computer.
get
Get
on there because
on,
you don't know what you're
please.
talking about.
No, you wrong.
No,
Right.
you wrong.
You
know what
don't
I'm
know
talking
what
about.
you're talking about. You just said so many
Make up
things
stuff.
that have different dates. You went from an
Okay.
1800s event, then you said the Babalaos went with the Nigerians and the Ojo Wars and the Benin Wars. You didn't say dates for
Oyo,
anything, and
Oyo. You gotta pronounce it right. Oyo.
none of those are the same time. So if you could please go get a computer or whatever you
When did
need to bring up
slavery
sources so you
end
can have some kind
in
of
Cuba?
coherent timeline of what you're talking about.
Slavery ended in 1886 in Cuba. They weren't still bringing slaves after that because it ended. Because
We're
they
Hey,
got
talking
hold on,
they
hold
before
on,
sent
hold
that.
on.
slaves
Hey,
to
hey,
fight the
real quick,
Spanish.
hold on, Cass, real quick. Who were the slaves that they were taking to Cuba at that time?
The
Thank you, Chief.
Yoruba and the Congo and some Dahomey people as well.
Okay, brother, that is okay. We can prove. I can prove right now that they were taking Mayans. The slave trade to Cuba was not coming from Africa, brother. There's not
Thank
one
you.
ship
So
that
why
left
do you have
Africa. Hold on, brother.
Adeshina,
Hold
which
on,
is a
so you can hear
Babylao? Let
me.
me pull him
Hold
up.
on, so you can hear me,
Adeshina,
family. Hold on, so you can hear me.
Babylao. No, I'm about to
So
show
now
you.
we not worried about none of that, right? We not worried about none of that. Those are modern terms anyway. When nobody talking like that out of Africa, brother.
Baba Lao is not a modern term.
Brother, when nobody talking like that out of Africa.
Yes,
Period.
they were.
Y'all still haven't explained why y'all got corn and tobacco in y'all offerings. But let me say
Because
this
of the
here. What we
Portuguese.
can do is prove that the Mayans, the slave trade that was going to Cubas in the 1800s was the Mayans. It's called the Castor Wars. I know because I've been to the place where they was taking them from. So 1848 all the way up into 1910, homie. These are Mayans. Anybody can look this up.
Look at this. You see this guy right here?
Man, stop it.
This is a Babylao right here. No Remigio Herrera Adeshina Obara May.
He
In
not a
that
slave.
1911
tuxedo? In that
to
tuxedo? That's a
1905.
Yeah, he
Babylon?
not a slave. That nigga sharp.
It was a Babylao. Yoruba police recognized as being, along with the mentor Carlos Ade B, no Carlos Ade No B, birth name Corona, the main successor of the religious system of Ifa in America. No Remigio Herrera was perhaps the most famous surviving African in Cuba in the 19th century. No, synonymous to sir, was a title distinction in term to respect and endearment bestowed upon the great native elders of the African nations on the island. His name, Adeshina, means crown opens the way in Yoruba, but not in no Arawak language, none of that. It says in Yoruba. And he was born in Ijesa in Osun State, present day Nigeria. Shortly before being caught by his captors in Africa, in the imminence of his future slavery, Adesina quickly swallowed the representative bases of Orisha, Orula, or Rumela to carry with him to his new destination. I can go some more, but
Yeah, you can,
I'm
but what do
showing
they
you proof.
start with? What
Right.
Orisha did they start with? A legua issue. And I already showed you that the semi is made out of stone. It's a three-pronged stone, and that is the first semi that was already existing in Cuba, that is Arawakan culture throughout the Caribbean before any of that.
This is a black man right
Excuse,
here.
can I ask a question? Are you postulating that? So what your postulation is that the Yoruba took the Orisha from the Americas?
I'm saying that they emulated that.
But she has no
You
proof
sound
of it,
like a
though.
No,
She
they
woman
has no
when you
proof.
I
laugh.
have a proof.
She has no proof.
I see why you ain't getting no wife out there in 6 months.
Hey,
You see,
Chief.
you
Bro,
I
in
come
got you,
something
on,
Queen.
else.
bro.
You
I
into
done
something
heard it
else.
all, man. This is
Yeah, judging
crazy.
Chief,
by
can
that
you pull
laugh,
up the
you into
but
semi?
something
she's the
else.
one proving it because you can't even prove the secretism in pursuit. All you
I
I
could
showed
do
just
you
is
a
talk.
did. I
But
proved
she
the
actually
syncretism
proved
already.
American. I'm talking in pursuit, and I know you're new here, but you're gonna have to be quiet when I'm talking. So you said syncretism. You're laughing at what she said, but she proved that American Indian food is given to your Eurasias. Now I want you to prove West African food that is given to them as far as that they had culturally, not from someone from the 1800s, not from some colonizer, not from someone wearing a tuxedo, from the actual West African culture. Would you
Again,
please, por favor?
you can look at the entire deity system when as syncretization. If you when you
Don't tell me look in the entire syncretism. I asked
if
you a
I, bro, the
specific
entire
question about
that's
food.
massive evidence.
How are you answering
If
my
you take
question about
again,
food
let me answer the question.
in pursuit? I'll let you answer the question when you answer the question. I'm asking you a question about food. So if you could give me food dishes
Drop
that were
down.
given as far as that are West African and not American Indian.
Food.
Drop down.
Okay,
Like
go.
what? Okay, so explain to me how logical it is for people that are being taken from a continent to while they have no control
What about the
on
people
the
on
ship
the
to bring
continent?
food over
What
here.
about the people on the continent in pursuit? So you're saying the people aren't on the continent anymore?
Bro, I've already
Well,
proved
hold
it.
on.
Listen,
No, you didn't. You haven't
no,
given us
okay.
one
Let me
food
answer. Let
item
me answer
from
the
West
question.
What
Africa.
sense
You
does it
haven't
make for
named
those
one
same
food
people
item.
who
So
were
if you
caught
could, please.
You're
not
talking
to
about
use those Orishas for
if you
freedom?
look at whether they didn't bring any cola nuts over here. That when you look at the traditions, Isheshe, when you look at Abudun, cola nuts are big on the continent. They didn't bring that stuff over there. When you look at the divination, when you're about to do the Ifa, the Opon, they
We
didn't bring
use
that over there.
coconut. We use coconut. It's
That's so
Obi.
secretization.
The Obi is coconut. No, we
Coconut
had
is from
that going
America,
on
brother.
here.
What are
No,
you
bro.
talking
Again, but the
I'm
cola.
not
So
abroad.
again, that shows that's my point. They use the cola nut still to this day.
Hold on, hold on.
You,
The only synchronism happened was with the Catholics. What are you guys
bro.
talking
Again,
about?
that's
There's
I
no
don't know what
synchronism from an
this,
African. The synchronism came through the Catholic Church, brother.
bro. You
Uh,
saying
uh,
crazy,
what Kaz Dauphine? Kaz, would you agree?
brother. The
Okay,
only thing
was
that the
Santeria
the only
synchronized with
thing
Catholics? Yes or
that
no?
they use to synchronize a lot of times with
Who is they? What are you speaking
in
about? The
Ifa
Catholic?
and Santeria,
Are you
they
talking about the
basically
Catholic?
hid the deity. They hid the deity behind the Catholic saints so they wouldn't get
Okay, so
caught.
you agree
right?
with me,
The
right? The
They didn't,
synchronism
but
came through the Catholic
they
Church,
didn't
correct?
use a Virgin Mary prayer or anything like that
Okay,
and
no
Right.
substituted with
problem.
a prayer for Yemaya. They didn't do
Okay,
that.
no problem.
And
But
and
what I'm
that's
asking
my
is, hold
point
on,
evident.
brother, you pursue because you're wrong. So Kaz is clearly more informed than you are. So Kaz,
No, he on
before we
point. He
move
on
on,
point.
I
okay,
already
if he
brought
on
that
point,
up
then
No,
how
he's
he
before you
don't
not.
said
know
it.
that the
So
time out, brother? If he on point, how he don't know that the synchronism went through the Catholic Church
I
and
already
not
brought
Africa
that up with Saint Jacques Major, which
and
is a
not
Catholic
Africa?
saint, which is for Ogun
So why y'all ain't gave
Lakaye.
us no African saints?
Bro, it's called. Bro, what are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about you don't know what you're talking about.
African, bro. Saint Jacques Major is a representation of Ogun Lakaye.
Brother, Ogun is not ancient to Africa.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is, bro.
Okay, help me
Ogun is
out.
the
Hold
oldest. Is
on.
one of the
Relax,
oldest
brother.
deities, bro.
No, it's not.
Relax. He
You're
can be
Yes, it
one of the
incorrect.
oldest.
is.
Now
Ogun
what
is
you have to
iron.
do, relax, brother. What you're gonna have to do is show us. Can you show us in the 15? I mean, yeah, in the 1500 somebody in Africa practicing, speaking about Ogun. Can you show us
No,
anywhere in any
Yes,
civilization in
yes,
Africa?
no, you
yes. I
can't.
can't. Bro, there's a whole nationality of people that's dedicated to
Okay,
him.
well, tell us
The Goo people, which is a subset of the Aja, they
where
are
they at?
named
Where
after
they from?
him.
Where they from?
The Weeda area in
They from
Benin.
Weta. How long they been there? Did they migrate there?
They've been in
Because
that
ain't no
area
West
between.
African
They've
tribe.
been in that area for Togo,
Listen, brother,
Benin
ain't
for a
no
long
West
time,
African
bro.
tribes indigenous to
No, they were the
West Africa,
Calabar.
brother.
That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
That's
And
not
hold
Would
on,
you
let
true.
me
like me to
finish
show
up.
you a source, brother?
I'll do
Would you
That's
like me
another
to
not
show
number
you
true.
a
on you.
source?
Hold on, Cass, I got you. I'm gonna do another number on you. If there was, if they was practicing any kind of system in Africa, it was Islam.
Oh
Do you
my
want? Do
God,
you want?
That's
Yeah,
right.
you steady
The
talking about the
Calabar
Yoruba. The
Empire.
Yoruba was Muslims.
that's crazy,
Thank
Yoruba
you.
bro.
was
Or
Muslims,
yo.
brother.
Bro, the Yoruba are only mainly Muslim in
The
Abe
Yoruba was
Okuta.
Muslims.
But King, I'm
No,
sorry,
Oyo was a
you got to
Muslim
keep in
state.
mind that people from America was paid to go over into Africa and start families. So a lot of things did come from over there, come from over here, and go. And I'm being respectful. When I say a lot of things did, they took their ways that they learned from America and took them over there to Africa. To remember back, I think it was the early 1800s, or I could find the story tell for you because Naila sent it to me. But it was paying people to start families over into Africa. You do know that too, right? They was
Is it in Nigeria? Is it Liberia? Which country is this?
Nigeria came in the 20th century. Chill, brother.
Okay,
1920s.
the area
It
that's
did.
called Nigeria.
wait a minute.
And was it in this country?
King.
Which
Sister
country?
Freedom,
Yes.
you said that you practice your
A little,
lukumi.
I probably got some books and stuff. I ain't got no business doing
Okay,
that.
but you're also Muslim, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that the kingdom of Oyo where Chango is from, was a Muslim kingdom.
Muslim, thank you.
And so then when you listen to the Yoruba words, especially that they use for Isheshe, they say Alafia. So
Yes,
you
they
can
do.
see that Arabic influence in the so-called Yoruba praise language for the Orishas. And I just wanted to,
Wow.
would you agree with
That's
that?
cap.
I
That's a
will agree
fact.
with that.
Alafia is not a Yoruba word. That's been into the lexicon rather recently.
Oh no, that's
Right.
a
Okay, so
word.
then if
Um,
it's not a
Ogun
Yoruba
too.
word, why
thing
is that
here in
the
America.
main thing when you think?
It got into the
Listen,
lexicon recently.
listen,
That's what I'm,
listen.
bro. If you don't know any Yoruba
How does
linguists,
your
please stop speaking on
indigenous
the
So we
language
Bro,
language
you
because you
don't
don't
help
know
know
what you're
now.
none.
talking about.
Bro, you
And
don't know
prepare for
nobody.
people talking solutions too, because Sweet Feathers, please have respect for the goddesses on the panel,
And
please.
that's your last warning in pursuit.
Nah, y'all
So
gotta keep
this
in
is
pursuit.
what I'm saying.
Be quiet,
If
please,
this
King
is my
African.
spiritual culture that comes from my bloodland, that comes from my bloodline, that comes from my mind, my spirits, my ancestors, why am I using words that are very important and ingrained in it? When you go for a reading and you sit on a mat with a babalao and he throws the obi, it will come up a lafia,
Yeah,
it will come up a jife,
like they all.
Ottawa, and it will just say no for the last one. It's four things. But that's alafia. When you greet people, you say alafia, alafia shay ani. That is has so much
Funny,
Arabic
she's
influence.
right about that. She's
So
It
right.
that
doesn't
right
though.
there shows
But
you
she's right
how
though.
late. Why would people use a a conqueror's language for their indigenous religion? Indigenous means it comes first. And if that's the most integral part of when you get a reading and you sit on a mat with a babalao, everybody wants the reading to come out alafia, ire.
She's correct.
Why are you using a conqueror's language for your own homegrown indigenous language on your land?
Go ahead, King African, being so she was at. She's right though.
Can I
Yeah,
answer
but
that?
people borrow from it's different tribes in Nigeria. Like like they practice Afa
Why
amongst
are y'all
Igbo.
borrowing so much?
They
Why don't
practice
y'all everything you said tonight, you
they
said y'all got it from somebody. Why everybody gotta help y'all out?
No, but
no
it's
What
because
are y'all doing to
tribes
yourself?
It's
just like the
Alpha.
Cherokee and Choctaw traded amongst
Bro,
each
you
other.
don't know nothing about no Cherokee or Choctaw.
no,
Sit
but
down,
hold up.
right
What
there.
she's saying is it's the same reason why they stopped
Everybody,
using
they had
palm
to give
wine,
y'all food. They had to give y'all everybody that helping y'all out. And come on, family, when y'all
bro.
gonna do something for yourself?
It's
And
the
I'm
y'all
about,
got
I'm
same
the
about to do
reason
this.
why
I'm
they
nerve
about
to
to do
say
stopped
this
y'all
because
had
I
a
using.
just pulled up a lot
civilization.
here.
Y'all,
I just
y'all been begging. Sound like y'all been over there. Red Cross before Red Cross. Why everybody throwing y'all rice and helping y'all out, family? You got our corn,
Bro,
cigars, cassava. Talking about well, they brought it over. Everybody bringing y'all helping y'all out. What have y'all done for
it's
yourself?
not really a help though. It's
It's not help.
the cassava and all of that stuff is
It's not help.
that's just from Portuguese. That's colonization. That
Ungrateful.
comes by way
Un-
of colonization. It's the
ungrateful,
same
brother.
reason why they're using schnapps now instead of palm wine.
You have a
The
European.
people don't want to do that.
You
I
have a
mean,
European spirit, brother. You have a
you
European spirit on
you
you.
haven't showed one source, and I've been showing
Okay, hey,
sources,
can I
and you
search
haven't
up
showed
Sister
you
Freedom?
didn't
Can I share
source.
my screen?
Absolutely.
Okay, I thought you'd never ask. All right, I'm
Copcats
up.
ain't nothing but a punching bag. That's why he got me
All
blocked.
right, brother,
Quiet,
chill.
King
Okay.
African, for Dulcie put you down.
All right, so right here, what we see is the Mayan castor wars. All right, 4855, you had the revolts. Now, out of this revolt, we can come here and right here in CNN, they have found the Mayan slave ships that have been discovered. All right, they confirmed that these were Yucatan Peninsula captured Mayans who were sold into slavery. All right, they were taken to Cuba. This is the 20th century. This went on. The war stopped in 1910. All right, right here, the Spanish and European depicted the Mayans with dark skin. Now, these specific people who went there, they were in Valladolid, Yucatan. These people in Valladolid, Yucatan, when we come here, they view citizens as aristocracy, all of the Spanish cultures and white supremacy surrounded the sea. Dark-skinned Indians, although it remains sacred site, the Maya, or all non-whites were excluded from the city. If you was white, you couldn't come around there. And that was a rule ranked by the who? By the Indians. All right. And how the Indians were depicted as dark-skinned Indians. Family said right here. You can get the book Maya Missions. All right. Now hold on. Let me show one more. Let me pull up one
So
more.
many people and so much information.
Oh, it's just everywhere.
It's everywhere.
And I'm gonna put the cherry on the top.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna put the cherry on the top right here. You see this cat? That's me. Guess where I'm at? What a revolt happened at? Where the war took place at? I'm boots on the ground there.
Procreate. Long story short, it's gonna be a war here. This is the site of the Mayan caste war. A lot of people don't talk about the caste war because then you gotta tell it was niggas. 1848 in the U.S. you had a treaty.
All right, let me come up a little bit. This right here, this on that picture we were just looking at, right?
Or those that came
we
from
boots on the
Seville.
ground. So
When they
Cuban
got
slave
here,
trade, brother. Yeah, it did have dark-skinned people in it, but these people were Mayans coming from the Yucatan, brother. Easy
And-
work.
Can y'all
that
blow my
article-
picture? Can y'all
Easy
blow my
work.
picture up? My screen up? Can y'all blow my screen up?
No. Why can't you share it?
Because
Why don't you?
I
why
got
don't
it right
you
here.
come
That-
on to the StreamYard through that
No,
computer
Sanaya,
and share
can
it?
you? I'm sharing it from my computer. Can you just blow my screen up real quick?
We still can't
So-
see it. We still
so
can't
you
see it.
would
So
be
all
able to
you'll
see
be
it if
doing
you
is
blow my screen up,
misinterpreting
though,
whatever
Sanaya.
words on the
No, I
screen.
won't be able to see it, brother. Can you log on from
We
your computer?
can't see the words on the
Okay,
screen.
why
Can you
why
log
don't you
in
just blow
through
it?
the
Just
computer?
see.
We can't see that, brother. We're not
We
finna
can't
argue.
see
Put the
it.
link.
We
Put
can't
the
see.
link in the private chat.
No,
And
I'm
that article,
good. I'm good because you
Oh,
don't want to
you're
get
good
debunked.
Thank
because
you,
you
brother.
want to
I was
read
about
it
to
yourself.
debunk you.
Hey,
I
y'all
was
see
about to
that?
debunk
If
you.
you
and
was gonna
you
do
had
it,
a
Then put
hard
it in the
time.
log
private
in.
chat.
Hey, y'all see
that
that?
article
He is
that
light
Just blow the
He
screen, my
light
screen up.
skinned. Look at that 20%
No, put
taking
it in the
over.
private chat.
that article
Just
that the
blow my
We're not
brother
going to
just
even
blow my
talk
screen
about
up
how many
Why
words.
can't you put in the
How many
private
words
chat?
are you
We need to
because
know
I'm on
where
the
that
phone
source is
and I'm
coming
talking to y'all.
from,
If
and
I
we
put
need
in
to
the
be able to read the words just like
if
we
I
were
pull,
just able to.
I'm not showing words. I'm just showing a picture. That's
Hey,
it.
that white
That
did
ain't
that
gonna
white,
help you.
that
That's
white
not
did
gonna
that
help
ain't
at
no
all.
joke,
I'm
boy.
For
showing
the
a
argument.
picture. I'm showing
We
two
can't
pictures.
see that.
Them white
But
jeans
Matter of
you
fact,
probably
know,
them
I
black
have the
jeans.
phone down. I have the phone down, so I'm trying to get y'all to blow the screen.
Brother, you
Brother,
gonna follow
I'm
instructions or
not
not?
doing it. You can
do
drop
you
the
have
link in the
YouTube on
back,
your
but no,
laptop?
that's not gonna work.
So let me say this. So I'm looking at these so-called black.
Uh-huh.
Notice the other color. Notice the other colors of the
Brother, we not
Mayans.
doing
I
lookership.
can't
Notice
see
the
that.
other colors of
We
the
not doing
Mayans. That's what you're
lookership,
doing,
family.
calling them black.
Is,
You just did
is
that.
that
We
blue?
not doing
No,
lookership.
he had
Let
a
me
source.
speak.
He had a
Let me
source.
speak.
This isn't a
Let
I
me
source.
gave you
speak.
two
Let me
sources
speak.
on it.
Let me
the
speak.
source that he provided said they took 20 or 35 people.
No, it said a month. All right. So you don't even know what's going on.
Oh, I wish I could
Hold
show
on.
you my stuff.
Did you
Hold
see me
on.
there, brother? I was there in the city. We don't need a
So Top
source.
Cat
I don't need a
just showed a
source no more,
painting.
homie.
Top
I
Cat,
just did that on the cool.
you just showed a
Brother, we
painting of
can't see
Mayans,
that.
right?
Brother, that is a
And you said they were
1990
black.
model Dale.
You
We can't
you
see
said
that,
they were
family.
black. Top Cats. You said they were black, right?
Brother,
So I'm
that
looking
is
at
I
the
didn't
same
say
painting.
that. I ain't did I
I'm
say
looking
it?
at the
Did I
same
say
painting,
it?
right?
Come on, bro. That's not gonna help you.
No, look. So I'm
Look,
looking at the same painting.
where okay, let me ask you this, Cass. To make this relevant, where are these people right there located at?
I need to finish.
Whatever picture
brother.
you
I
looking
need
at,
to
where are those
finish.
people located?
I need to finish, brother. Let me go to the picture. Blow it up a little bit more.
Brother, we can't see that.
I'm looking at
Your
the same
computer is
painting.
too old.
So I'm looking at the same paintings, right?
What's the painting
So,
called?
hold on,
What's
let me
the
finish.
painting called?
Y'all gonna
We
keep
can pull
talking
it
over
up,
me.
bro.
Just let me get my stuff
No,
up.
bro.
Once you give us the information, then I can blow it up. But that's how you do scholarly sources,
This
King
is crazy,
African.
bro.
We
You
need
can't
to
hop on your
know
laptop.
what's the name of the painting. We need to know who did the painting, what year the painting is from.
Thank
then I
you.
can blow it up and show everyone the painting. So
And
let's
what
start from the
Mayans
beginning.
are those?
Exactly.
Because there's different types of Mayans.
Just
Okay,
get on
so
your
What type of
laptop,
Mayans
bro.
are those?
notice that you got two dark skinned people.
No,
and the rest of
notice
them are
what
like
type of
brown skin,
Mayans are
right?
those, bro?
Light skin. So when you
Brother
look
Cass.
closer at the dark skinned paintings, you notice the chin is white, and you look at the feet.
So
the
wait,
feet are
wait,
white.
wait.
That
Why
is a
are the feet
cartoon
and
character.
hands
You were looking
in the
at
palm
a
of the
coloring
hands
book.
Wait, hold on.
whiter?
But King, ain't you the same color as them other light skinned
No,
folks.
No. Why are they hand? What did the man got vitiligo?
Brother, you
Wait a
gotta go
minute.
ask
Or
the
is that
person who
is that
painted
paint?
that.
Please, one thing, and then you can go back. I want you to hear one thing. and then you can go back to whatever you're talking about. Okay, listen to. Oh shit! Wait a minute. I'm sorry. One second. I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this.
Brother, you seriously can't get on your laptop and pull it up on the screen, man?
I'm on the laptop right now, brother.
I don't
You
know
can't.
who's in trouble by me letting you hear this, but I'm
This is crazy.
Listen.
One of our Native American brothers, Jay Nightwolf, watch as he tells the truth about who Black Americans truly are.
Jay Nightwolf, are you serious?
Yeah, Jay Nightwolf got to get down on us.
Well, listen to what he's saying, though.
Hands on the first person or the third person or the fifth person that you see. You realize that you're laying your hands on a Native American? I believe there were only 8% of the slaves that came to America. So
4%.
how is it that there are so many more people that they claim are Black or African American? I think they got the numbers wrong, because a lot of Native Americans are the ones that they're counting as Black folks too.
You see that? We always
Did you hear that?
I know about that,
Yeah,
Mix.
I
He
heard
was
that,
talking
but
to.
look, hold on.
He
bro.
was talking to Farrakhan,
Hold on,
saying
family.
that same crazy stuff too.
But
Hold
why
on.
does it have to be crazy though? What's wrong with you?
Hey, but this what I will say though. You know, Jay, whatever that guy name is, he did come back and retract his. You know, now he
Yes,
started
he
saying that we
did.
was Africans and all that. And this one thing I will say about the
Thank you,
Aboriginals. The
brother.
Aboriginals be on their BS. They went over there to go see about him. So, but you know, that type of information, to put the information out like that, to say, hey, look what this guy right here said. Like, these people can't validate us. We want them to quit speaking on our story, and we can tell our own story. So they kind of go back to earlier the question you had asked me, like, what's the difference? Like, we kind of try to stay on things that we can prove in what our family and our
I
culture.
don't even know, because I don't know who this man is. Let me just make sure I say that. I just
Yeah, I couldn't hear what the boy Cass was right. He was speaking to Farrakhan on that topic. Yeah, he did a sit down with Farrakhan.
Hey,
And
Top
Farrakhan
Cat.
spoke about him
So-
having granddaughters who was but they were speaking on Native Americans and our people mixing together. See, that's their premise. They're saying that we mixed with them and that's how we became Indian. So yeah,
Well,
Farrakhan
King
was kinda agreeing to
African,
that.
I already found it, so I don't need you anymore. I found it.
No,
and we
So
finna
I
get
have
the Book of Mormon.
I have another painting.
Book of Mormon.
I have another painting, an ancient painting.
Feather.
Right?
Can I finish Sweet Feather?
Go ahead.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought that he was saying that they're counting regular Indian Americans that were of dark hue that was here on the lands as African Americans when they are
Okay.
in, that's what I thought he was saying.
Okay.
He was, but he backtracked later.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So you was right, but he came back later and backtracked.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm glad that you said that, Sister
I
Freedom.
was making sure. I was like, well, wait a minute, because you when you said like the man's name, I was like, well, I don't know who he is, but I kind of like what he was saying. Because it's true. They did classify everything. But I'm sorry for interrupting you, Chief. I'm gonna be quiet.
Nah, Dozy got the flow. We go into the Book of Mormons.
Okay.
2015 type of okay. This new. And bro, you can't. This is Lamanites and this is a curse. What they say, the skin curse. That's second Nephi 5 and 25. I think that is when the curse of darkness came upon them.
I pulled up another painting too, right?
Nah, brother, you're disqualified. You don't go
with the
pseudo and get
faces.
to come back. You
No,
don't go pseudo on us, family, and then try to come back.
No, look at the picture.
Brother,
Look at the
you
picture
have
I got.
proved your scholarship for the night.
I'm looking at it right now. The guy's face is white, and the thing.
Yeah,
under the
that's why
painting
we don't
says
do
classic-
lookership. You got a picture
Look,
with no words on
It
it.
says classic Maya polychrome vase
Right.
from
Of course
those
it
who are
is.
showing people.
Zoom in a
covered
little bit
black
more,
paint.
King African.
But that's the
black
crazy
paint.
part. If he's saying that they white, he the same skin color as them.
Yeah,
He's
you
saying black
you the
paint.
same
You the
color as
same.
them. You a white boy mixed with African, remember?
You the
Can I
same
ask
skin
Cass
So
a
color.
why do y'all
question?
keep saying these people black and we looking at them with lighter skinned hands,
Brother.
lighter skinned faces with
You
black
the
pieces of black
same
paint?
color as
Right,
them, bro.
right.
You the
Cass,
same
can I
color.
ask you a question? Because you started talking about Cuba and Babalaos. Do you know what the word for father is in the Taino language?
What is it?
Baba.
Same in India and same in the Middle East. They use Baba as well. It's
Okay.
a
So what I'm
common term.
showing, okay. So what I'm saying is Yoruba, you have some Taino in there. You have
No,
what
that's not
else?
true, sister, because you
True.
can say they got
You have
Indian in there.
It
Arabic
is
in there.
true.
Okay.
No,
Now,
because the mother and
okay.
father, those are
Okay.
common
Or
words that people
talk.
use around the
Okay.
world.
Okay, but when
But
you
wait,
were
Miss
talking about for
Sweet
Santeria
Feather,
or for Lukumi
you
and
are correct.
Cuba,
But when it
and you
debate,
were talking about the words that were used in in the quote unquote religion, you said that it was Yoruba. And what I'm telling you is Taino, is Baba. Now I have another question. Okay,
Sister, no, you don't
Alegba.
skip
I
under
have
that. Cause
another
do you want me to
question.
show
I
you
have
where
another
they use
and
question.
Baba?
let her finish.
Okay,
Her
let's pull
I
this
have
up.
another question. Okay, Alegwa, right? He's known as Alegbara, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that, and this is for the panel, but for you first, would you say that Alegwa, Alegbara, and Guasabara sound alike? Guasabara, Alegbara. Do they sound alike to you?
Sounding alike doesn't mean it's
I'm
alike. It would
asking
have
you a
to mean
question. Do they sound
no,
alike? Yes or
no,
no?
no.
yes, they.
Anybody else? Does that sound
Yes,
That's
they.
not how
Alegbara
And
and
linguistics works though.
Guasabara?
Alegba.
So sound alike don't work, but look alike
That's not
do.
how linguistics work.
These two
It
No, I'm
different
doesn't.
using
things.
Do
y'all
you know
paper.
how
You saying look
linguistics
alike. I'm
works
using
in
y'all paper.
pursuit?
Yes, if you in phonology, if you have two words that sound similar with similar meanings, you can't then that would be a justification for a language borrowing a loan word. But you can't
Okay.
just say just because something sounds the same that they're loan words.
Would
If the etymological meaning
oh
and
now
the
you
literal
can't
meaning
because you
is
were
the
saying
same, then
that
yes, you could
earlier.
say you could suffice. And the people had contact,
But you
you
were
could
saying
suffice it
that
with a
for
loan word.
mulata and mule and
Hey,
mula.
Rashad, how you doing this
You,
evening?
you were saying
Yeah,
that
So
and in
earlier for
pursuit, can
mula
I
and
ask him a
mulata.
question really quick,
But wait,
Sweet Feather?
I just
When
want
you're
to finish
talking about
this.
the etymology, what's etymology? Can you explain that to the people?
It's the
Yes.
root.
Root
The
of what?
what the word origin is intentionally meant as.
Origin,
Okay.
yeah, the origin. So that would dictate a date, right? On origin, that would
Yes,
be a time frame.
yes, for written languages, yes.
Okay,
Oh,
so does anyone
go
else
ahead,
think
Sweet
that
Feather.
Alegbara and Guasabara are
I
similar?
think it does. But
Again, you would
What
have to
does
you would
guasabada mean?
in the Yoruba
Guasa.
language you would
let
have
her finish
to.
the bottom. Could you
Okay.
let her finish,
Oh,
please?
I didn't know she was still talking.
You
So
did.
Because
Alegbara.
If
you
you don't be
talking, nigga.
quiet, because you can only hear yourself talk. But be quiet and then just let her finish, and then you can jump in after that.
Them
Don't
kidney
see I'm
shots
going
hurt,
back on
boy.
Okay,
mute, though. See,
so
don't see I'm going back on
Alegbara
mute.
was a warrior. Alegbara comes along with Ogun, Ochosi, and Osun. Okay, and they are known as warriors. They are known as hunters. They are known as protectors. In the Taino language, Guasabara means all of those things. Means warrior, hunter, fighter, protector. Now, this is what the Yoruba call their lead deity. When you do ceremony, you start with a legbara and you end with a legbara. And
Same
a
in voodoo
legbara,
as
when you
well.
are
I just
given
wanted to
a
make a point to
legbara
Dr.
eshu,
Dulcie. And
Can I,
me, wait a minute. I told you me and Sweet Feather's voices are exactly like. Now you don't know who just said that, right?
can
Right?
I answer
Right.
her what she said?
No, hold on in pursuit because you don't have a real answer. You just want to
I
talk.
do.
So I just
Look,
know. Hold on, you're gonna go
I
after me
do.
because
You know,
the
baby.
whole
Dulcinea is
point.
scared. That's why she keep talking.
Oh well,
Come on,
okay.
bro.
I'm scared.
Relax,
He can
bro.
speak
Relax.
after me, and we'll see how scared I am. The whole point, though, is before you deny her and say that she's wrong, we're going back to my original question in pursuit. So I really want you to address the question. So you keep talking about origins. You say, oh, long words, linguistics. It has to
Loan
come from
words.
the same. Yes, I heard you. It has to come from the same meaning and sound the same. You can't just say it sounds the same. And we were talking about the etymology, which would have an origin, a date. So can you now, since she gave us the cultural practice of the Arawak that are in America and gave you the practices of the warrior, can you give us the cultural practice of actual West Africans, not in Cuba, not in Miami, not in North America, West Africans, the people and the date as far as for that name that proves that South America got it from West Africa?
Well, first of all, what she did with her linguistic breakdown is fallacious. She said what she said, Guastabara and Elegbara. First of all, when you look at linguistics, she would have to break down each phrase in Elegbara. The same with Orisha. So when you look at Orisha, it's Ori and Sha. Ori is head, destiny, and then Sha is the culmination of that. So and linguistically, she can't just do that. She would have to break down the etymological and the current, not even current, when it was spoken, meaning of the word Gastabara. Because I'm not a Native American linguist. I don't know
Neither am I.
the
That's
breakdown of the
Taino
word.
It doesn't
But
sound
when
like
you,
you're a West African linguistics
no,
either.
I'm not a technical
I'm
linguist
not
at
sure
all.
what you know about West Africa,
But the
actually.
crazy part
I,
about it, he just wrote this art like he's speaking Spanish, and I'm trying to figure out how is he not catching this.
who wrote what article?
You
Like
you
you
said you
speaking
said
Spanish?
you said Orisha.
Nah, I said Orisha. That's how it said. Orisha.
Yeah, that's
You just
rolling
rolled
your
the
R's.
R.
What you're doing with the R is called rolling your R's.
Orisha. It's the same. Like it's the same thing. That's
Right, and what I'm trying to figure out is how you not seeing the Latin influence in this language.
no, but again, no. That's but in the
Or the
lexicon,
Arabic.
it's not said like that. They don't roll the R. I just have I have a
So why did you say it like that?
because I roll all my R's.
Ah,
I
hey,
just got the bad
no,
habit like
you
that.
don't.
They
You
don't say
ain't
it
rolled
like
the
that.
R all night. We
But
ain't
Okay,
rolled
so
the
I
you
R
have
said
all night.
when I say Burkina Bay, I roll the R. I can't help it.
Man.
Nah, you trying to run it back, but
You
go ahead, go
faking.
ahead.
No, it's not,
Bro,
bro.
how you say it with an accent? You don't have an accent, bro.
There's no road
You
R's
sound like a
in the
suburban kid.
there's no road R's in any verbiage in the Yoruba language.
There's no road
okay.
wars in the suburbs.
Well,
See, when you suffered
King
defeat, y'all
Cass.
gotta jump
Now
people.
it's not again. You didn't even bring.
Cass,
I mean,
boy, feeling.
you didn't address what I postulated. Again,
It's
you would have to show me
Guasabara. It's one
in
word.
linguistical
It's
the
actually
linguistical
one word.
correlation between those two words when
I
you and
think
break it
I
down
think
individually from the origin word.
you just did it
But
with
the
Orisha.
You're not
meaning, the
showing anything
Taino
that you
word
postulate and
means
pursued. At
exactly
least
what
she's
the
I'm,
giving us
Chualegbara
something.
means.
no, but again, that's fallacious. You can't do that though. That's what I'm saying. She would
But
have
you're
to break
not
it
giving
down
us
in words.
any information. But
Okay,
I'll go ahead and get
what do
some
you want me to
information
bring?
to you.
Okay,
Of the questions
Empress
that I'm
G.
asking, but you can't answer the
I
question.
just did.
You didn't. So let's talk about this Yoruba word
He
and
been
who
going
Ahmed Baba
to
is, who actually employed the Yoruba term and what it means in Hausa and Songhai people. Do we know the age of those people? Because you're calling them ancient.
This is
So
a false etymology. This is a
are
false
these
etymology.
ancient people in
This
pursuit of solutions? Are
that
these ancient people?
house term for Yoruba is uh a false etymology. If
From
you want
Cambridge?
to
So Cambridge isn't someone that you would listen to. You don't think that they're
No, we listen to
again
the Yoruba people
there
themselves.
I can show you. I'll send a link to a Yoruba linguist that dispels this.
a Yoruba linguist?
So you
Yeah,
leaning on
a
What
Yoruba
somebody.
age?
linguist.
You leaning
What
on
age?
somebody else.
What year?
Wait, I mean, they still they're currently alive and they are Yoruba linguists.
Yeah, okay. So does that linguistics or the Yoruba linguistics that made this like false? Do they have an actual ancient culture that they proved it with and a year for that ancient culture?
I
No.
mean, if you go look at the origin of the words, I mean, it's not a
This is the
specific year.
origin. This
No,
is the
that's
origin
no,
of the
it's a false
word.
etymology. That's what I'm saying.
Prove it.
The guy that you
All right, let
leaning
me
on,
see.
what makes him more true than what we reading right now?
Because if you look at the etymology, when they look at Eshu, they translate it as devil. You can't
I'm talking about
when it
I'm
comes
talking about the
to
dude the dude that you leaning on for your scholarship and you standing on it, what makes what he's saying more true than what she just put up on the screen?
Because he's actually of the culture.
Okay,
He's not some
is he?
foreigner. He's not some foreigner trying to put a label on something.
Can he get on?
When
Can
they
he get
say
on?
when they got the house of Uribe, that meant
See, bro, that hard
what they
then.
associated that was, I think, a foul person. But that's not when you're in the Yoruba language. That's not what the word breaks down to.
Can he get on
I'll
YouTube?
show you the link to. I can
No,
put it.
it means a cunning person, according to it. A cunning person was what
Can he?
Ahmed Baba said.
To me, I've seen differential
Oh yeah,
information towards
we
that.
haven't seen
I've seen
anything
it. I've
that
seen
you've
it in
seen
House of.
because you are against sources for some
No,
reason.
I'm not.
If you could give us a
I'll try
source.
to find the source that says a bad person too as far as the house. So let me just find
So
this real quick.
the guy that you leaning on, is he familiar with the history of his country?
Yeah, it's not
You
a guy. It's a
outsiders,
female.
boy,
It's
y'all
a female.
outsiders crazy, man.
It's a
What you mean?
female.
You don't think the history of the country matter when it comes to
We
this
don't
shit?
we don't think as y'all as outsiders, y'all need to listen to the people that are of the culture and know about it.
And
How the
it's
story.
Well, I'm not just gonna take him just because he said it. I want to make. I'm
Well, who
asking.
else you gonna take?
Yeah,
We're
Yoruba
gonna take
has
another
Islamic
outsider.
ties.
So
It's the
so
Islamic people that get the origin of the word that they're using.
but
The
y'all saying
From
he
Islam
got
Islam.
Islam
it
was brought
predates
into
but
the
see
Yoruba land
predates
by the
him.
but
Fulani.
It's
see
from
but
Islamic
but
people.
Dulcie,
Prove it
The
Dulcie,
wrong.
the
Prove it
Okay,
Fulani
wrong.
I'm
people.
doing
Source it
Dulcie,
But the
up.
didn't I say I
the
said this?
Fula were,
Oh,
were
go ahead.
conquered by Muslims.
No, and the
The
Fula
Fula
went
was
and they
Muslim
waged
too. That's
war throughout
correct. All
Africa.
them
Exactly.
Africans was Muslim. They wasn't practicing no
They
Ifa
weren't
or
the
no
Muslims until the
Israel,
Sokoto
bro.
Caliphate,
Stop
bro.
it.
And
They were
where
Right.
he
not
at?
Muslims until the
Can I
Sokoto
The
share
Caliphate.
my
Where
screen real
he is
quick?
at?
The Fulani sent clerics out, and they also went to
Yeah.
war with
The
people and
Fulani were
raised
white.
jihads throughout West Africa. And one of the places was the Sokoto Caliphate.
What do you
If
Can
mean
you
Right.
I
look at
throughout
the
share my
people,
screen?
West Africa?
you
But
look at
before that, it was the
Yeah, sure.
Calabar.
the Calabar weren't Muslim at all. The Calabar
Yes,
Igbo.
they
What? No, the Calabar are Ibibio and Efik people. What are you talking about? They're not even. They
no.
ain't even Muslim. They
Lord
Christian.
have mercy.
Look up
Hey,
the Calabar.
The Calabar, the Abakwa. Abakwa is, if you know about Cuban history, you know about Abakwa. The
I
Abakwa come
know
from the
about
Ekpe,
Abakwa, but I
The
also
Igbo,
know
the Bibio
that
people,
and
and
now
they're
one of
not
that's
them
the
Muslim.
African
Taino
words.
language where Abakwa comes from.
That's not Arabic.
None of
They're
them
not
come from
Muslims. They're
Africa,
Christians.
brother. Remember, y'all was speaking
They're
Arabic.
they're from the Delta region in top of Cameroon.
I
They're
wouldn't
not.
give a damn where
They're
they was
not. They're
from.
not.
So
They
they
were
from
Christians,
Cameroon. Then
and
what are
before
they?
that, they
But in
practiced a system that was
Palomayombe,
similar.
they say Salam alaikum, alaikum salah, somos. What are
Okay,
you
they say
talking
that
about?
because
Salam
in Cuba,
alaikum,
and they
alaikum
also say
salah.
Sala Malango.
That's
In
Arabic
Sala, I'm a palero. I'm a palero. And Sala means work.
and
In
I'm
Palo.
an indigenous
It's nothing.
palero.
It's
So what are you
nothing. It's
saying?
nothing. It's not a such thing as an indigenous palero. That's a
It is
Congo.
Boy,
because
they
it's
know a
Congo.
lot
Indian
about Africa, boy.
culture. Just like Ochosi, when you do his dance, he does a bow and arrow because he's an
Okay, they
Indian.
had bow and arrows in West Africa. Like, what does that
Who?
prove?
How
Where?
did
Who?
they
You
get
ain't
it?
never seen nobody in
That's
West
like
Africa
saying
no
because the dude
arrow,
threw a
nigga.
rock, he's
Man,
from over
stop
here.
it.
Like, okay, like everybody throws rocks.
Bro,
Like
there's
they
no
had bow and
you ain't
arrows
never seen no
in West
African
Africa.
out there in West Africa with a bow and arrow, bro.
Have you ever heard of Tassetti and you heard of the Nubians, and they were
Tassetti,
the
are you
bow and
serious?
arrows? Come on, bro. What
Tassetti, bro, that is
you talking about?
recent. Damn, that was made up in the 1800s.
The
Nobody
the
named
Nubians were
Tassetti,
born.
bro.
They mastered the bow and arrow.
But with nobody named Tassetti,
What are
fam.
you talking about?
That is English. You're speaking English.
This not what English. Okay,
You
what does it
speaking
mean in
English,
English,
fam.
sir? What does it mean in English? You sound
Lord have
crazy,
mercy.
Bro,
man.
you sound
Nah, y'all
crazy.
niggas
Hey,
sound
Yeah,
hey,
you
crazy.
Cat, do me
sound
a favor.
crazy.
Cat, do me a favor. Can you read this on the screen?
Nope, it's too small.
What the other boy that talk like a white boy?
How
Can
you
you
Right
talk
here,
like a
he's
white
still
boy?
here. Solutions. Can you read what's
Hey
on the
man, because
screen?
we don't talk like no country
Hey,
Bama's don't
but
mean
we
we
weren't
white.
talking
We talk
about
like
you.
white
Why,
boys.
why you get off that man lap? We weren't talking about you. And he
That's
You said
laughed.
what? What you asked me, brother?
Well, the sister asked, "Can you read what's on the screen for us?"
Muhib Opoloye.
Like, stop doing that accent.
History.
Coming
What
to
accent? I'm
America.
trying to,
Sound
bro. Can
like
I not
coming to
read it,
America.
please? I'm not gonna say Opole, all that country, bro. I'm not finna talk
Okay,
like
you're
that.
not from the
But
country. So
No,
you
I'm
wouldn't
not.
talk
I'm
like
not from
that.
the
Okay,
country.
then, brother, you wouldn't talk like that.
Yeah, okay,
And
yeah.
you're not from Africa,
I'm
so
not
you
gonna
wouldn't.
talk like that.
You're
All
not from
right.
Africa, so you wouldn't talk like that.
Bawoni,
So let's cut
Again,
it out.
Dadani.
I'm gonna pronounce the
So
words
let's
that
cut
are
it
in
out.
their lexicon.
Okay,
Please stop talking and let me read it because she asked me to read it. If
You
you
ain't
read it, I
you ain't
will.
speaking in their lexicon though.
Again, it's their word and their name, so I'm gonna speak it in the way that they're supposed to
Are
say,
you
be
sure?
enunciated. The
All
yes,
same
right.
way
sir.
if it
No
said
problem,
Gonzaga, I
brother.
say
No
it like
problem.
that. I'm
Go
not
ahead,
gonna say
brother.
oh poloye. It sounds stupid.
No,
But
no problem,
or
brother.
oh
Go ahead.
poloye. What would you
Just say
say?
it how you talk.
You
Just
you
say it
gonna
how
you
you
gonna
talk,
Sorry.
sound
brother.
like Top
This
Cat's country ass.
That's
Just
what
say
I'm
it how you talk,
saying.
brother.
This nigga
This study seeks to examine the way of life distinctly defines who a Yoruba Muslim is. Is he one who chooses to practice Islam and separates him from the Yoruba cultural practices, or one whose Islam accommodates elements of indigenous tradition? Taking cognizance of the attitude of Islam and non-Islamic culture, this study aims at examining the role of indigenous culture in the formation of the Yoruba Muslim identity. Apart from the introductory section, the study is divided into four parts. The first examines cultural compatibility and harmony of identity traditions, focusing on the institution of marriage. The second section deals with syncretic practices and the dilemma of Yoruba Muslim and cultural identity formation. The third part examines enculturation of Islam amongst the Yoruba, while fourth part treats Islamic identity signifiers in Yoruba Muslim. The study concludes by stressing the need for correlates between the Islamic identity maker and the Yoruba Muslim behavior pattern.
And guess what? When they talk about the culture practice, guess what they don't bring up? Santeria or Ifa. Y'all
Santeria is
faking.
not African.
Thank
Right.
you.
Why would they
We
bring it up?
agree.
Why
We
would
hey
they
agree.
bring it up?
hey Chief, can you put that back up on the
Santeria is
screen?
not African, so I don't. What
Cause,
does that
cause,
mean?
'cause he brought up a good point. Can you let me
I
I'm
mean,
showing it to you.
I'm not arguing that there aren't any,
All right,
especially in
back
Abiy
up.
Kuta, there was Islamic influence as did the
Hey,
Sokoto
hey, hey,
Caliphate.
brother,
But
solutions. You brought up something
again,
earlier I want to bring to your attention. You see that word
majority and
yeah,
Relax, brother. It's okay.
you see the word university? Do you know how all the languages in Nigeria say that same word?
Hey, hold up, because I got another source ready too.
Hold on. Solutions, you there? Did he leave? So I'll go ahead and
Embarrassed.
tell you. In Ghana, in the Ghanaian tribes, and all of the Nigerian tribes, university in their languages, their tribal languages, is unifacity. I know this because I grew up around Nigerians. So earlier you said if it sound the same, but it got the same meaning, then that's where the I guess what you were trying to draw the correlation that the synchronicity is there. So the question would then be,
frozen.
which language
Frozen.
came first? Oh, he must can't. Never
Can
mind.
you
We
hear
can
me?
move on. We can move on. He can't hear me. Go ahead.
Hello?
Somebody was gonna say something.
Can y'all hear me?
I want him to say the man's name again in that accent.
Can y'all hear me?
Coming to America. Hey, we back up. Well, he left.
Yeah, I
No,
got
he probably gonna come back. His signal probably bad, so
Okay,
he probably gotta go to
Dulcie, can
straight
you
and
read
come
it?
back.
Yes, Rabban John from 1795 to 1841, Anglican Communion, Church Missionary Society, Sierra Leone. John Rabban was a church missionary society missionary in Sierra Leone. Rabban was one of the first English clergymen to join the earlier missionaries from Germany recruited by CMS. He served at Freetown, Sierra Leone for short periods between 1826 and 1834, ill health requiring regular leaves in England. Like his respected acquaintance Hannah Killam, the Quaker advocate of the use of African languages in African schools, he investigated many of the languages spoken at Freetown by liberated slaves. In 1832 through 1838, he published three tiny volumes on the Yoruba language, representing the earliest study of the Nigerian language. Although elementary and crude, Raban's studies encouraged further linguistic work in Sierra Leone mission. They were the link between the earlier work on local languages, such as the Gustavius Reinhold Nylander, and the later more refined work on Nigerian languages, such as that of James Frederick Scone and Samuel Ajayi Koiter, Raban's former pupil. Sorry if I messed up those names.
What was that article about? I'm sorry, I didn't hear nothing. I dropped off.
All right, the article was about how they created the language Yoruba, how these Europeans. So they brought up Sean, they brought up Hannah Kilham, who was a Quaker. They brought
Wait, so
up
you saying that they create? Are you saying that they
I
create
didn't
something?
see it, brother. I didn't
Wait,
see
hold
it.
on. In pursuit, you asked the question. Let him explain it to you.
No, I'm saying I'm trying to see if
Yeah, but how can you see what he's trying to say if you're
Well, you
cutting
ain't
him
heard what
off?
I said.
Yeah,
No.
like let him finish first, and then
What's
if you
wrong
have
with you,
any kind
brother?
of clarifying, he might answer your question if you just let him finish.
Yeah, so they had a language barrier. The Europeans had a language barrier when they went into Africa. So in order to close that gap, they end up creating these languages and bringing them to the people. So this is how they were able to communicate with them. This is how they were able to get them. It went through the education system. Hannah Kilham was one of the ones that was influential in bringing it. She the same one that created the Wolof language. All right, she's the same one.
Oh,
That
that's
This
what
is
created
Joseph
crazy,
had got
man.
that
I
from.
can't believe I'm hearing this stuff.
Okay, well, you can you believe that you just read it? Okay, you didn't
What's
read
her
it.
name? William Kilham? Was it Wilma Kilham?
Why would a lady name be William, brother?
Was it Wilma Kilham?
No, sir. No, sir.
How you
And
spell that, brother?
Ajayi Crowder, all he did was translate the Bible in Yoruba. He didn't have nothing
How
to
did
do
he do
with
that?
How was he able to
linguistics.
do it?
Yeah, how did he do
How
that,
was he
brother?
able to do it?
He translated he's the Samuel Crowder is the one who equated Eshu with the devil.
No, I'm saying,
All he did was
let,
try to
let's go
find
back.
English
Let's go back to
equivalents
what
to the
you
Yoruba
were saying.
language
Okay, let
that
me ask you
already had
this. Let me
existed.
ask you something. Let me ask you something very important. Where did he do this at? Where was he located when he was working on this
He
project?
went to seminary school in UK, I think.
So where did he create this language that you're speaking about? Where did he do this
He
project?
didn't, bro. This is, bro. He
Oh,
didn't
calm
create the
down.
language. He
Calm down.
translated it.
Calm down.
He didn't create any
Translate.
language. He translated from Yoruba to English.
Listen, brother.
He didn't create any
Listen to
language.
me, family. Listen to me. He
Do you know
created.
how difficult it is to create a
No,
language and then make it the lingua franca in 50 years, bro? You don't realize how impractical you sound. This is retarded.
You can say what you want to say, but you just admitted that he learned this he went to London. This is where the language was created in London,
No, the
and he
language
brought it
was
to
not
Sierra Leone.
created, bro. Do you have some type
You
of
have no proof.
you have some type of comprehension
You have
issue?
no proof, brother.
You have
You have none.
yo.
We just
He
read
How is translating a
also
language?
said, what's her
argue
name?
with the
William
source,
Kilham?
brother.
Is it
Just let it
Is
go,
it
Cash.
Wilma?
Let
Yo,
it
can
go.
I? No, tell me the name so I can
I
look
know
it up.
you used the
Wait,
Igbo school.
Rewind it.
I guess where did he learn English then?
So he don't want me to debunk him. So he don't want me to. He
Rewind
don't
it,
want to pull
brother.
up this name.
Go on
Pursue.
Is
mute and
it
rewind
Wilma
it.
Kilham,
Pursue.
brother? Yes or no?
Where did he learn English to be able to
Stop trying to say
translate
top
the Bible?
cats.
Brother,
I need to
rewind
know.
it.
Is it
Rewind the
Wilma
video,
Kilham?
brother. Just rewind the video. We're
No,
not
because I
helping
want
you.
to see your source, brother.
We're not helping. Rewind the video then.
So now you being scared,
That was
top
my
cat.
source.
You
My
being
source
scared,
was
brother.
just on the screen. Rewind the video right
We
now.
in the debate. If you confident
Brother,
about
how
your,
I'm debating,
if
you ain't got nothing on the screen.
if you're
Stop it. This is
confident
not a
about her,
debate,
look.
brother.
If you're confident about this lady creating the
Brother,
Wolof language,
rewind it.
you will give me the name again.
Rewind it.
It's okay. I'm about to look for
Her
it.
name
Yes,
was
sir.
William.
Thank you.
Her name was
What you should
William.
have been doing.
Hey, what made this black guy so special? They allowed him to go to England during the slave trade.
Because they wanted somebody that could translate the Yoruba language into the Bible, so they could do what is happening now, create a whole bunch of Christians.
So they
Do
just
you
picked
know who he learned the Yoruba language
they
from at all, or
they
what
just
people
they
and
just
when?
randomly picked a black guy.
He's a Yoruba person.
Right, but he got to speak English though.
His first language is Yoruba.
Who
But
told you
Wait,
that? He never said
so
that.
he was born in West Africa?
I'm not sure. I'm not gonna say yes. I'm not sure if he was born in West
Look
Africa or
at
not.
you. You don't know
Well, then
nothing.
how is he a Yoruba person?
Yeah, how did
if
he
might
learn
not be
Yoruba
born
then?
in West Africa?
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, we
Yes.
serious, fam. That's why we asked you. And we need a
Bro, you
serious
don't.
answer.
Speaking the Yoruba or being a Yoruba person, you don't have to be born
Some
in West
people in
Africa.
London
And I
spoke
think he
Yoruba.
was born in West Africa. Let
Some
me look
people
it
in
up.
London spoke Yoruba, brother.
Bro,
I'm asking. Did people in London speak Yoruba? Yes or no?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so why are they sitting at a table in Europe putting together a Yoruba language and
Because he's
celebrating?
trying to. They didn't put together, bro. I'm not even.
Brother, it
What
clearly
you're
says
saying
it.
is asinine,
It
bro.
clearly says it.
No, he
So
didn't put
it
together. All
clearly
Ajayi
says.
Crowder did
Okay,
was
do you have a
translate.
source that
He
says
didn't create a
otherwise?
language. He did.
Okay,
All he
how
did
this
was
works,
translate.
brother. Solution. How this works? We just provided a source on the screen. Now it's your turn. We don't want to hear your emotional opinion. We want you
Bro,
to put something on the screen.
it's not about emotions. You don't know history. You
We
don't know
want
what you're
you to
talking
put
about.
something on the screen, brother.
Yeah, we're seeing that you
Who is
don't
the
know.
Wait.
CMS?
When did it say in the article that he? So it said in because I wasn't here when the article was
Solution.
being read. It
Solution.
said
Who is the
within that article
CMS?
that he created the Yoruba language
Who is
in
the
Britain.
CMS? Solution. Who is the CMS?
The CMS.
Yes, sir. Look at you. You're out of your league right now, brother. The
I
nerve.
don't even,
He's
bro.
asking a bunch of
So
questions.
you're gonna bring up three. You're gonna bring up an acronym that can mean anything, and then
No,
No, it
it's
has a
ain't it?
meaning. We all,
But
the
there's
other people on the panel know its meaning. It has a
there's a
meaning.
there's a topic right now, so you should know why you're asking that question.
I need those.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
but
about
you're
the
trying to figure
colonization
out,
side?
do you know this person at all
He
that you're
just made
saying
up
was
something.
Yoruba and
Oh
knew
yeah, he was
Yoruba?
born. Yeah, he was born in Oshogun.
Boy, sit down.
You
Wikipedia.
just yeah.
Quick wiki.
Oshogun, what
Wiki
year?
search.
I said I was gonna look it up. I
What
definitely
year?
just looked
Wiki
it up in
search.
What
1809.
year?
In
1809?
1809.
What if you would have found something that wasn't Africa? You wouldn't have said it.
Who
Huh?
was his daddy?
No, I definitely would have said it, bro. I'm not emotionally tied to none of this stuff. I'm not like y'all, bro.
Well,
My
quit
identity
giving us
doesn't
your
lie on
opinion.
this being
Quit
personal.
giving us your
You said what?
opinion and find a source, sir. That's how it works.
Did his daddy
Again,
speak?
bro,
Did his
within
dad?
your source, I'm asking you a question to
Did his
clarify.
dad
Within
speak
your
English?
source, it said that Ajayi Crowder constructed the Yoruba language in
Constructed.
Britain. It said it in
Constructed.
the article.
Constructed. Now, when you construct something, what that mean?
Bro, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
Yeah. Okay, brother. We're moving
Bro,
on. You don't even know who the CMS is. Like
bro,
I can't have this conversation
within
with
the
you.
source, can
You
you
gonna
please answer my
go. You
question?
need to go
I'm
study.
seriously asking.
Hey,
Brother,
bro,
go do your homework.
y'all would never win against academics, bro, with this information. Dog.
fam.
They can't even answer. I'm asking to clarify. What did the article say? Because I wasn't here when it was being
All right,
read.
brother, we're moving on from that conversation.
Of
Y'all
course
ain't
you
gonna
are.
never
Of
get
course
y'all
you are.
land back.
You're not even
Never,
African.
because
So
Of
we're
course
moving
you
on.
are.
even answer simple questions. Who is the CMS, brother?
Yeah, it was a
Google
simple
it.
question. And in pursuit, I'm still waiting because you turned down the Cambridge source that you're saying is not scholarly enough for
I
you.
didn't say it's
Cambridge is
scholarly
not.
enough. I didn't say it
Okay,
wasn't
well, I
scholarly.
dropped the source that show Yoruba comes from Islamic backings. You said it's not true, and you were going to show a source to debunk it. You still yet to show a source.
Let me do. I'll do it right now. Let me do it
Even
right now.
the Nigerians themselves will tell you that they got Islamic influence. On I don't
I
understand
didn't
that.
say they didn't have Islamic influence. I'm saying the word
maybe
But if
Yoruba
it has
isn't.
Islamic
The word
influence,
Yoruba
that makes it
isn't. First of all, it's
recent.
not Islamic. It's Hausa.
That's
That's
recent
Houses,
too.
Muslims.
Yeah,
bro.
What's wrong with you guys?
When did the Hausa become Muslims?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
When did the Hausa become Muslims?
We're not going through this again, man.
We can look that up. Y'all want me to look that up about the house? I can look that up right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Do something.
No, because you're not going to share it for real. You're just going to
Now, what
pull up
happened
the
was
source and have us
the
look at
Fulani
pictures.
came in and killed a whole bunch of their people, and the majority of them became Muslims. There was always a Muslim contingency, but it wasn't the majority.
They also sold them off to slavery to North Africa. There's a lot of people that in Morocco
Correct.
right now that have Hausa ancestry.
Now, how did they get North Africa? If you just
They
said
were
earlier,
sold
if you just hold on, you just
in the
said earlier,
trans-Saharan slave trade. They were sold, or
They're already in the
they were
Sahel.
mercenaries.
You
The Hausa
just
are
said
already in the Sahel region, so they're not that far from
Hey,
North
can I
Africa.
share my screen?
Yeah, go
Because I
ahead.
don't like to
Yes.
argue with
So hold on, there
emotional
was three. Let me
rants.
explain the house. Let me explain the house.
No,
It was three
read
different
it.
waves
Read it.
of how they got to
Yeah,
North
he's
Africa.
not going to, so hold on. Sunni Islam of the Maliki Madhed is the predominant and historically established religion of the Hausa people. Islam has been present
No, don't
in
even worry
Hausa.
about it. Don't
Okay.
even worry about it. We done.
Wait,
Get
no,
him out of here.
pull it back up. Pull it back
Get him
up.
out of here. You're not even
No.
worth it, buddy.
Pull it back up,
You're a
bro.
Sunni
They had their
Muslim.
own
I'll
spiritual
pull this.
system before
I'll
they
pull this
converted
one
to
up
Islam.
Brother,
instead.
stop it. You're a Sunni
Oh,
Muslim.
we'll go. We can keep going.
Let me bring this to us.
Here,
Of course, you're
it
gonna
came
know.
up just now. There we go.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna
Go
say
ahead,
that.
Doc. Yeah, I
Look,
was like,
that's just
oh, they're
another
just
one.
gonna kill
Who
him with
are the house of
sources.
people? It says the house of people are predominantly Muslim.
Bro, nobody's saying that they're
Brother,
not
you just told us the house
predominantly
is not
Muslim
Muslim.
today. I'm not saying that. I don't even know, bro. For me to go against
In
to say that they're
pursuit, and
majority Muslim
okay,
now and in
in
recent
pursuit,
history,
in
that's
pursuit.
common knowledge.
Hold on, because what you're doing is you're doing a lot of conflation, and you're not showing us any sources. When we show you sources, you're like, it's not today. Okay, well then show us a source that shows a previous time, an ancient time when they weren't Islamic. Show us any source that shows Yoruba
All
doesn't
right,
have
I'm
anything
trying.
Islamic.
First off, I'm bringing up the Yoruba source. Let me do that first,
Okay, go
please.
ahead. You can put it in the private chat. We can bring
That's
it
what I'm
up.
gonna
But you're
do.
gonna
Thank you.
have to bring some sources here.
Yeah, he
You
definitely
can
said they
you
weren't
can go to
Muslim.
Michigan State University
I
website.
definitely did not say they weren't Muslim. Anybody who knows
Drop
House
it in
of
the back.
Fulani history
King
knows that they have been Muslim for recent and really since the like 5th century. They've been predominantly Muslim. The
So you
Sokoto
can show
Caliphate
us
came in
something
there.
before the 5th century
Well,
in
hold on.
pursuit with them?
It came later on, right? So right here it says
Y'all
Imperial
ain't on the
Society.
same page, man. Y'all should
Look,
have
hold
huddled
on, I'm
and
about
got
to read
together
it.
before
No,
y'all
you're
came
not
in here.
showing us anything, King African, and we're not listening to you talk either.
Well,
So
Pursue
go
said
ahead and
Dulcinea
drop
again.
it in the
Dulcinea
back.
is scared. She's
Pursue
scared of
said that
Drop
facts.
fifth
it
She's
in the
scared of
century.
back.
sources.
Drop it in the back.
You're
You
scared
have
of
to
facts and
share your
sources.
source. You have to share your source. Who are you to just talk? We're
Okay,
supposed to just believe you?
drop the stream yard, and I'm gonna log in on YouTube.
About time, bro. God, no.
Right. You
Even
had
though
the laptop there the whole time. I was like, why can't you just get on the laptop? I didn't understand. But okay, whatever.
I enjoy beating y'all up, though. I enjoy beating y'all up. This is amazing.
Cass.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, we waiting on you.
Hey,
Bro.
y'all, can I do this real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Check this out.
I was just getting ready to replay it. We can't hear it talk.
Yeah, turn it up some.
Bro, I heard what he said. That doesn't prove anything. But I said it's not Islamic
Well,
directly.
hold on. I can't hear the recording, bro.
He's not playing it right now. I'm gonna be quiet when he starts playing the recording
Nah,
again.
you gotta
I'm
be
playing
quiet
it,
so
brother.
you
You
play
know
it.
what you're doing, too.
Bro, you not playing the recording. I can clearly
He
hear
is
it. When you
playing the
start, I'm gonna
recording.
stop.
Come on, man. Hold on. We trying to get a solution.
Y'all gotta stop being disinfo agents, man.
What you talking about, bro? Come on, man.
Let me stop.
Go get on your laptop, King African.
Let me bring up this
I
source.
dropped it. I'll
Clearly
drop it
said
again.
that
Go get on your laptop.
He clearly said that the house wasn't Muslim.
I definitely did not clearly say that.
That's what I thought
let's
I heard.
listen.
You said it's not.
They got Islamic influence. I didn't say they didn't have Islamic influence. I'm saying the word
First of all, it's not Islamic, it's Hausa. Okay, listen.
Bro, again,
Come on, brother. Hey, don't do that,
they're
man.
not synonymous.
Hey, can y'all mute him? Can y'all mute him? Because, bro, you need to chill. So check him out, y'all. Hausa is Muslim. Check him out. He said, when did the house become Muslim? After we sourced up, he turned around and said, everybody know that the house was a Muslim.
Bro, see, this is what I'm talking about with
Come on, man. You're done.
You're done. And you're a liar.
Come on, bro. We all heard you say it, bro. Come on now. Don't be like that.
He likes to play. He think we're not listening.
Right. Like we don't listen to everything that he's saying. But in pursuit, you are welcome to actually back up whatever you're saying with a source. Were you going to put it in the private chat or were you going to share your screen?
I'm gonna put all the sources in the private chat.
Okay, so how about you mute up for now while you find those sources to put in the private chat, so you're not just spreading misinformation without sources.
When did I ever spread any misinformation? So are you postulating that the house have always been Muslims
Man,
since their entire
bro. You
existence?
just asked when were they ever Muslim?
I didn't. He did, bro. This is what, bro.
Man,
You cannot
your words,
comprehend.
not
I did
mine,
not
bro.
say
Your
that.
words,
That's not
not
what I
mine.
was saying. I said, when did they become Muslims?
Bro,
When in history? I'm
I
not
can
saying it
answer
never
him.
worked.
I'll answer him, Big Chief. In pursuit, yes,
Retarded.
the Hausa have always been Muslim. They're recent people, recent tribe. You cannot find Hausa people before the 5th century. If you could find that, I would give you $1,000 right now because you can't.
They have not always been Muslim. I'm gonna put the source.
The house is not even from Africa, bro.
Bro, you don't know what
The
you're
house
talking about.
migrated to
You have
Africa,
no
bro.
clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
That's the
Well, I've been
Fulani,
proven
and
wrong, Sunni Muslim.
the Fulani conquered them so bad that now
So the
they're synonymous.
Fulani,
They're
the
not even the same
Fula
group.
are not
Right? Who are the
indigenous to
Fulani?
Africa. The
No,
Fula not.
the Fulani are just nomads.
Man, go on now, man.
So they got their ass whooped by some nomads.
Yes, they conquered them. Now that the Fulani conquered the houses so bad that now the both tribes are synonymous.
What
Most people
year?
find
What
them as
year
the
in
House of
Now
pursuit?
Fulani.
What
y'all
year
got
did
the
this
nerve to talk
happen?
about
When did
Indians.
this war happen and when did the Fulani take over? What year?
It's what was that? It was my Danfodio and all of them.
No, a year.
I don't know the year off the top of my head.
Okay, that's why I said maybe mute up and get your sources
I'm
together.
getting my source for the first Euro, but take first. I'm talking
Okay,
still.
that's fine.
Y'all keep
It's
doing
taking
y'all
you a
keep putting
long time to
falsehoods
get
on top
one
of
source,
falsehoods.
and it
Y'all
just
keep
sounds
but
like you're distracted from getting that source because you keep talking. So I
yeah,
just
y'all
want you
keep
to go
putting
ahead and find that source, and then come back once you find the source.
no, I'm doing it as we speak,
Yeah,
but
I mean the
they
only
keep
thing you might not have
postulating
meant it.
false non sequiturs.
I mean no, you might not have meant to say it, but all we could do is take you for the words that come out your mouth, brother.
No, it's not what I meant. I said what I said, and I
Yeah,
still stand. I
you
asked,
you
when did
started
they
with
become Muslims?
listen, you finished in half sentence. You said that's not what I meant to say, but then you paused and recalibrated your
No, I
sentence.
didn't finish a half sentence. I said it was an open-ended question. I said,
Well,
when
I
did they
just said
become
they've
Muslims?
always been Muslims.
And now
So
I'm
blah in
providing a
pursuit.
source.
Prove me
Okay,
wrong. They've
I'm doing
always
it.
been Muslims.
So that's what you're gonna prove wrong, brother Pursuit.
Yes, I've kicked you off because you said you were going on your computer like we've been asking you for the last hour. So I put you in the back so you could go ahead and drop down. You never dropped down. I kicked you off and I'll go ahead and post the stream again so you can come on your computer this time. There you go. The stream. It's right there. Come back on your computer. Y'all can talk in the meantime. I don't know
That's
how
why I
long
was.
it's gonna
That's
take
why I
him to
was
find the source.
responding, but so
No,
it wouldn't get
no,
all
don't
quiet.
respond. You
No,
find the source.
I have the first. I have the
There's
source.
other people.
Aren't the
There's
house
other people on the panel
Now.
that
I
can
have the
talk.
source right now for the house and not being Muslim.
my question?
Okay.
Can you put it
Go
up on
ahead
your
and ask
screen?
the question, Dots, and I'm gonna
Oh
go
no, no.
ahead.
I was
Put it
just
in the private.
while he's sharing it, I was just also wanted to ask just for the conversation. Are the Hausa ethnically African? Is that where their roots come from? That's what I want to know.
Well, he admitted they were nomads.
Yeah. He says they were nomads, but I think
The
he's saying
the
they're
Fulani
African
were
nomads.
nomads. They've always been that. They're pastoralists.
Oh
So
no,
y'all
she was
ready for me to
asking
pull up
about
my
the
source?
Hausa or the Hausa African tribe, and I don't see
Yes,
anything
they
in
were
the back.
nomads. They
In
migrated.
pursuit.
Nah,
They
it's
migrated from
certain
the
ones, certain
Nubian
houses do,
area.
certain don't.
Yeah.
The Hausa
But
migrated
they've really
from
taken on the
Nubia
entire
and
identity of the
Sudan.
Fulani now, though. Ever since Usman Dan Fodio, they've taken on all Fulani aspects of culture majority.
Yeah, but the Hausa originally migrated from Sudan, near the Middle East, where they speak Arabic.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Sudan is in Africa, but go ahead.
I said that. I
Are
said
you
near.
sharing your screen, Cass? Is anyone sharing anything?
So I'm
Nah,
gonna show you
I
where
put that link to the
Sedan,
house in the
which
private chat. I'm
Sedan
about
you
to
talking
show
about?
you the linguist that
SUDAN
breaks
I
or
would
down
like
the.
SUDAN?
Bautu and Finna and whatever
No,
you
I
need to
already
do.
did.
And
I
there's
did it
nothing in the
2 minutes ago.
back.
They
There's
It
sound like they
nothing
is. It's in the
speaking.
private chat.
They
Oh,
sound like
okay,
they
I got you.
speaking Americanism.
I share my screen.
Hey, in pursuit of
I share
solutions,
my
that
screen.
man
Can
did
I get up
her
there?
DNA
I want
test,
to share.
right?
I want to share. Mr. Screen share. Turn up. Right here, our mixed breed. This is coming from a book called White America. Okay, from Ernest Seville Cox. Okay, this is one of Marcus Garvey handlers. Now, right here in this book on page 59, it said our mixed breeds transferred to where Africa could become a social aristocracy, such as the Fula, the Hima, Uganda, the Zulu of the South, whom have Caucasian blood coursing through their veins, and all of whom are above the true Negro in culture. The mixed breeds, guess what they're gonna do with the mixed breeds? They will serve as a ethnic and cultural link connecting the Negro of Africa with the whites of Europe and America. Bars. White America by Ernest Seville Cox, page 59. You mixed breeds, you transplants. I didn't see it. Your white daddy said it.
Bars.
Let me show this. What he just showed. Okay, we're gonna start here of what he just showed us of his source.
It
So
shows
this is
American
the
education
TOTA.
system is failing right here.
Hold on.
Y'all
Let
the
me go
prime example.
ahead. So TOTA, connecting people through culture. So it says our purpose is the total world seeks to provide significant resource of accurate and detailed cultural information. It looks like they were established in 2019. So this is your source, right?
Club
Solutions. This is the source you're giving us, right? On Yoruba?
No, I said that the Hausa were not always Muslims. That's you postulated that the Hausa have always been
Okay,
Muslims since
got
their
you, got
inception.
you. So this got you. All right.
I
So
mean,
this
no,
is from
but
TOTA.
that's just. I mean, if you want me to bring more sources that corroborate, I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring more
So
sources that
from
corroborate
House of
what I'm saying.
Superstitions and
Bro, they selling
Customs.
jewelry in your source, fam.
because it's a club.
I'll bring more. I'll bring more sources that corroborate the information. It's no problem.
But
Look
this
right
this one
there.
sources
The Ibras
from
and the
Hausa
Arijanu.
Superstitions and Customs, an introduction of folklore and the folk by author Tremerne in 1913. Do you know who author is? Would you like to give us some background on him in Pursuit?
No, I'm not familiar with the author.
But you believe him.
No, it's not belief. It's not about belief. From what this is coming out. I'm gonna bring more sources right now to corroborate what I'm saying. It's not the only source. It's hundreds of sources, but I'm gonna bring more.
So if you're gonna talk about the Hausa, you have to talk about the Songhai and
Bro,
Mali.
you conflating history, bro.
No, I'm not.
Stop.
I'm not
Are you?
conflating
Is
history.
she
These are
conflating
empires.
history, or are you? It
How
doesn't
am I?
even sound like you
He
know
doesn't
your
know
How am
sources
I
history.
conflating history?
because you don't know your source here. Your
So how?
you
Okay, so
source
me not
this
knowing my
person
source,
author,
how does
right?
that equate me conflating history?
Because you don't know history. How do you talk about the Hausa
How am
and
I
mention
conflating history? Give me an
Songhai?
example
He's
of me conflating
explaining.
history.
He's explaining it in Pursuit. Listen, go
How
ahead,
don't you
Sweet
talk
Feather.
about Songhai Empire? How don't you talk
Did
about
okay?
Mali? Because these borders came after the 1800s. They came after the Conference of Hague in 1882, 1885. So how don't you talk about the empires that led up to the Hausa?
Okay, so she was supposed to provide an example of how I'm conflating history, and that still wasn't done, which I knew she was not going to do it. But you interrupted me and asked her to let me
Nah,
let
Okay,
me
she
know.
in
was trying to
Pursuit,
do it, bro.
here's how you die at your own source. So the Aljanu here. Who are the Aljanu?
Ding ding dong. Come on, buddy.
Arabs.
This is your
Ooh.
source.
What does that mean?
Bro, that means you're dead. You're
It
unalive.
doesn't.
Jump on the grenade, bro.
What does that mean? It don't mean I'm dead. How does that mean I'm dead?
Jump on the grenade.
She just brought up the Sony the
Brother,
Songhai
this is
and
your source. Excuse
the
me.
Mali.
Excuse me, brother. This is your source.
Again, how does that correlate?
No. The question
How
is,
does
how does this help you?
Wait,
How
go
does
back.
Al
Go
Janu
back to
correlate to the
Brother,
Songhai
Arabic.
Empire?
hey, brother,
Houses are Mohammedans.
correct. The Yoruba
Oh,
or
Hmm.
Mohammedans. You feel me?
well,
And if every time that you look up a source about the Hausa, or even if you go to Google Simple or Wikipedia and you put in Hausa, Every time that word comes up, you see something relating to Islam.
Bro, again, but you're not y'all are not. It says at present. First of all, yeah, it says the Mohammedans. It says at present, the vast majority of people calling themselves houses are Mohammedans, but there are some communities which have remained pagan and which keep the pagan rites, though often influenced by Islam now, today, in contemporary times.
Where did pagan come from?
Yeah, they learned that through the
Bro, see this, bro. I'm not.
Right,
Let me
exactly.
bring up this Yoruba source. But this shit sounds retarded,
You
bro.
need something, cause this you brought
sound
this source
retarded.
up.
You're
You
using
acting like
sources
this
that
not
are
your
proving
source,
what we're
sir.
No,
saying.
it really didn't. It
Proving
said
what
clearly
we're
said in
saying.
contemporary times. Nothing you all said
And
had
then it
nothing
said
you all said proved
pagan.
anything.
And pagan, what is it, the pagan term? Where does pagan come from? Please tell me you know that pagan comes from Catholic,
That's
right?
Christianity. But again, that's still
From Catholic people,
that's
exactly.
that's through their lens. That's what does that have to do with what I'm saying? You said that they were always
This is
Muslim.
your source.
Because it's
This is not
proving
our
what
Oh,
source.
we
y'all's
This is what
comprehension
you
skills
had
are
right there.
you all's comprehension skills are
Brother,
crazy.
this is your source.
So she postulated that the Hausa have always been Muslims, and there's never been a time when they're not Muslims. If the article says that a large majority of them today are still have pagan beliefs in somebody else's eyes, then how does that make them always been
So are
Muslim?
you saying
Her
It doesn't. Where
postulation
does
is
it say the
incorrect.
large majority of them? Where does it
Who?
say that?
Did I ever see? Now you have
just
selective
said
hearing.
it. So make me rewind it.
Not
Brother,
only do
don't
you
make
have
me
comprehension
rewind it.
issues, not only do you have comprehension
Don't
issues,
make me rewind it, brother.
you're putting rewind it. I never said that they all. I said there's a
You
small
said
portion of them
majority.
or a contingency of them. I did not say majority. I said there's a
Okay,
contingency of them.
you know how you can help us out. So we know that
Fucking
some
retarded.
we know that some were Islamic,
y'all.
some were
And
paganistic.
that's the only
What?
my bad.
Yeah,
That's the only big word he know is postulate. Boy, you just said that 100 times up
and
here.
fallacious. So
And
look,
fallacious. His brother close to fellatio.
Fallacious.
And that's why he didn't get a wife in 6 months out there, because he was out there looking for something else. Some tall, dark, and handsome.
hey brother. So listen, okay, we know that some of them practice Islam, as we see here on the screen. Some practice Christianity. Can you help us close the gap with what the other people practice, and when did they practice it?
Bro, I've already just brought it up that you're bringing on questions. She didn't even address her being wrong the first time.
I'm
She said
trying
that
to
they've
help you
always
out,
been
brother.
Muslims.
I'm
You're
trying
not
to help
helping
you
me
out.
out. Her premise is dead. She said they've always been Muslims and there's never been a time where they weren't. So the whole premise
No,
is dead.
yes,
defeated
my
it
premise
already.
is not did because you said a small majority were pagan, and I'm talking about the majority have always been Muslim. So
And
You
go
didn't
ahead
say
and show
that.
me the
No, you
majority not
didn't. You
being
never
Muslim.
said that. You
But
never
see,
made that
Yes,
qualification. You never
that's what I
qualified
said.
that.
That's
No,
what
you
I said.
didn't.
Just
You
like
said
how
that they've
you did
always
today.
been Muslims. You didn't say
Yes,
nothing
the
about them.
Hausa has always been Muslims because the majority of them have been Muslims, making them Muslims.
Well, the part that's interesting is that the part that's interesting is he's using that to make a point. You further driving yourself away from your own point. If 80% of them was Islamic and the other 20% was Christians, how could you even stand on that?
No, the question is, where did they get the Christianity?
Well, he ain't want to
I
answer
can
that
tell.
one.
I can help you out, brother, if you need some help.
And
And
he
I can
never
tell you who
talked
works
about
on the
the
Hausa
Sweet
language.
Feather, do you see what's on the screen here?
the corn mother. Yes.
The corn mother. So I guess they helped y'all out too, huh? They
Yes, the
helped out the
goddess of
Hausa. We just been
agriculture.
helping everybody. Y'all
The
some
goddess
good-hearted
of their
Indians.
whole agriculture.
Boy, we had to feed y'all.
My God, so many body bags tonight. Can't keep up.
We had to feed these people.
So many
Ungrateful.
So can I just say about the Songhai Empire? It stretched from Kano and Hausa land all the way southeast to present-day Nigeria. So if you know about the Songhai Empire, you know about who? Askia. You know, it's so many Muslims that are part of the Songhai Empire, and that stretched all the way to Nigeria. Okay, it encompassed part of Timbuktu and Jenin. You have Soni Ali. He established Gao. I mean, my goodness, you have Soni Badu, Askia the Great, Askia Musa, Askia bin Khan, Askia Ismail, Askia Ishaq, Askia Dawood, Askia Ishaq the Second. I mean, you have the Sadian
He gonna say
invasion
that that's their
of the
nickname.
Songhai Empire. And so you have Muhammad Touré. Okay, he was overthrown. He overthrew Sony Baru. I mean, my goodness.
Sweet fella, can I ask you a question?
What is
That,
it?
Because I know
that
you
was
practice
it.
Ancestry or whatever. But does your
I
elders agree
practice.
with you, like you saying that
Hey, Kaz, what do you think?
the
What do you think
Orishas and
about?
everything
What do you think
original?
about what Sweet Feather just said? Kaz, what do you think about what Sweet
I'm
Feather?
asking Sweet fella a question real quick, bro.
Straight
Can we
into
put?
Nigeria, House of Land,
Sweet
in the
fella,
Songhai
do
Empire.
your elders agree with you? I'm sorry, I didn't know you was talking. My
Can we?
bad.
Your signal breaking up.
What do my Ile?
Yeah, does your elders agree with what you say? Would you like to bring on to corroborate your stories about the Orishas being
You ain't
Aboriginal?
never brought on no elder. So what is you talking about? How you gonna ask somebody to do something
I
you ain't
can.
never
Y'all just
done?
got to be respectful if I
Well,
bring them
do
on.
it. When you gonna do it? How many times you done pump fake with it?
I'm,
Talking about you gonna
I'm
bring
blocking you, bro.
somebody.
Then
Don't
we do that.
nobody know you. Them people don't know you.
But to answer your
Sweet fella, does your
question,
elders
yes,
agree?
yes,
Are you able to bring them on to corroborate your stories?
yes. You know why? Because some of them are Taino.
But they're gonna
Some of
they're
them
gonna
are
sit up here and say
Arawak.
the Orisha are Taino.
They will say about the semis, and the semis predate that, and they will show the archaeological primary sources.
Yeah,
So,
but we know the semis predate them because the Arawaks and Taino were there before anybody else. We know that. We already got that down. We talking about the
okay, so
current
what we'll
system.
talk about is the what we'll talk about is how the semis had a figurine, okay, that was of stones, just like Elegbara. Guasabara means warrior, and Elegbara is a warrior. In
Yeah,
Lukumi,
but
you
just
know,
because the
hold
word
on, let
sounds
me just
similar
say
doesn't mean
this.
it's the
No,
same.
it's not just about the word and the name sounding alike. It's about what the word means, the function. Elegbara was a warrior, a hunter. When you receive your warriors, you receive Ochosi, who was a hunter,
Sister, it
a
was hunters
protector.
all over the world,
Hold on,
sister.
hold on. Listen, just listen for
Like
1
what do
minute.
you
Listen
people
for
need to
one
eat?
minute. Listen for one moment. Where do you put your warriors? Your guerreros? Your ajagun? Where do you put them?
Come on, Cass. Where you put them?
Do you have them?
He don't know. He ain't got none.
They
Do
didn't
you
teach him
have
that part in
do you have
Miami. He has to
do
go to
you have
Cuba to
your
get that part.
warriors in your ajagun? Hello?
Unmute. Unmute, Cass.
He Googling.
Okay, so you put them behind your door to protect your house because they're warriors. They were hunters. The stories of the Orisha that talk about who these deities are, right? They tell you what their function is. They give you different stories on battles that they fought, different stories that show principles on how they open and close the roads, the crossroads, the different earth elements that relate to them and where you're supposed to place them and what they're supposed to do. Means warrior, hunter, protector, fighter. And that's what they are. That's why they are called warriors or guerreros or ajagun. Okay? So the word guasabara means those things. Elegbara is those things. So regardless if you think that the words don't or do sound alike or don't derive, the word doesn't mean, it's the function of what the word is saying, means the exact same thing.
Sister, so if Thor the deity of thunder in Sweden, and he has a double-headed hammer. He wears red. He has long hair, just like Shango got long hair, but he got a double.
I can't
Cass,
hear
I feel
you.
some type of way. You were asked the question, and now you feel like you can come in and educate or anything instead of answering the question. So no, you don't get to talk right now. I feel some type of way. Let me get over it. And I'm gonna talk to In Pursuit for now. In Pursuit, do you see what's on the screen?
Hold up. I'm get my Yoruba source. Let me see. What?
Yeah, go ahead and come to back
House
to
of Land,
what you were
sometimes
waiting
referred to
on.
House of Kingdoms, was a group of small independent city-states of northern Central Africa between Niger River and Lake Chad, which flourished from the 15th to 18th century. The origin of the house are not known, but one hypothesis suggests they were a common group of indigenous people joined by a common language, house, and while their theory explains their presence as a consequence of a migration of the southern Sahara Desert, the cities prospered thanks to the trade in such commodities and salt, precious leather, goods, slaves, and Islam was adopted by many rulers of the city-states in 14th to 15th century. Yes, that's what I, yes,
So,
what?
so Islam was adopted between the 14th and 15th centuries, and House of Land didn't exist until the 15th to 18th century. So
It's
now, did Hausa not practice Islam?
no. That's it. That's the common what they say is the common term of Hausa, but I'm talking about the people designation predates that.
So what's their name? What was their name? Because
I'm about
right
to get
now
the
the
source right
origins of
now.
Hausa are not known. So where's your information coming from?
Nah, because it's a mixture.
Where's your information coming from?
They differ on what
I have
they
no
differ.
problem with that.
They differ on the
I have
names.
no problem with that. But can you provide us with a source where you're getting your
Yes, I'm
information?
about to do it. I'm about to
Thank
do it.
you, brother.
Can
Enough of
someone
the
show a map,
emotional
please?
opinions, brother.
Can you also show a
Of the
map,
House of
please?
Land?
Mm-hmm. How far it stretched, the Songhai Empire into the House of Land? Mm-hmm. Because you also had the Tuareg that came there. Because when you talk about Timbuktu, you know, you cannot separate that from House of Land. And see what his footing is wrong because he doesn't have a timeline.
You know what happened when they feet spread out? Put them on their
Mm-hmm.
back pockets. And y'all got Marvin Gaye in the chat talking about niggas beefing over trivia is. Nigga, get your Marvin Gaye looking. Man, get up out of here. But you ain't here listening though. Man, what's wrong with him and these Googles? He ain't even do nothing pull up AI. Come on with it. When it take that long, that mean you answer wrong. when
It's not.
it take that long, you answer.
There's House of City States before the
No,
15th
that's
century.
not what we asked you.
I'm pulling up
Just
the source,
thank
bro.
you.
Please.
There you go.
Come
Thank
on.
you. Just relax,
Sit
brother.
crisscross applesauce Indian style while I do it, please. Please.
Relax, brother. Just go get your source. Keep that energy for your source.
You just need some time to
I can't believe that you're a practitioner of Orisha tradition and
Look at him. And she know more than you.
that's
And you got
crazy.
knots all over your head tonight.
But I was just telling some Babalaos that like, yo, we got some Aboriginals infiltrating the tradition.
I'm
Right.
indigenous.
Right, brother.
Yeah, but you can be indigenous and respect the African history, sister.
Can
Like
them Babalaos
Mexicans
come
and
on
South
YouTube?
Americans.
Can they come on?
Mexicans
Can they come up here and explain it to us?
South Americans that practice this,
Can
but
they
they
come up?
respect
And
Can
you
they
can
come up here
respect
and
the
explain it to
tradition
us?
of where you from.
disrespecting this, sister.
You can
Can they come
respect
up
the
here and explain it
tradition
to
of
us?
where you from. You know, in Lukumi and as well as in Yoruba land, Isheshe, that corn is important. So you need to respect
They
Selu.
don't use corn in Nigeria. They use it here.
No,
They
they
use it in
in the
Nigeria.
Amala.
Y'all don't
What
use
are you
corn in
talking
Nigeria?
about?
Are you crazy?
That's
Not
one of
for
the
a
major
Legba, brother.
food sources
corn
in
to feed
Are
Nigeria.
you crazy?
That's one of the major food, like the number one food source in
Top
Nigeria,
cats, they
bro.
don't give it to a Legba in Nigeria. We're talking about
No,
giving
they
it
don't
to a
give it.
deity.
They give it to Chango Amala. It's cornmeal. What are you talking
Is it?
about?
Are you saying that in the Shay they give that?
Same with the South Africans
Yes.
down there, bro.
Okay,
Y'all
show me
eat
in the Shay
maize,
that they're
No,
giving
I
that
don't
to him.
have
a
to
big
show
bag
you.
of maize. You
Now
gotta
we gotta
add
show
water
you.
and stir it.
They don't
That's
give
real talk.
they smoke cigars and stuff around Shango. They don't do that in the Shay. That's a
But
taboo.
tobacco comes from the Americas. Come on, Kat.
Yeah, right, because we all live here. So the Europeans came
No,
over here.
it
They
comes from here
conquered the
because
Native
it comes from here.
Americans.
It ain't
They
got nothing to
took
do
they
with
took
who
their
live there.
food source. They took their tobacco and they traded it over there in Africa, in India,
But
in
it
Europe,
doesn't
in
matter
Asia.
if they traded it or it. Listen, let me tell you something. If this is your homegrown thing, you originated it. You don't need to borrow things from another country.
Nah,
Across the
It's
sea.
called trading, sister. You can
no,
introduce.
you ain't got
You
nothing to
don't
trade.
trade
Okay,
your
what did we
original.
need from you? What
Noodles
did you
were
trade
introduced
us?
from
Bro,
to the
y'all ain't got
Italians
nothing we
during the
want.
Silk Road. That doesn't
You
mean
said
No,
noodles.
you're
that
missing the point.
China came over there and brought
Yeah,
it to them.
Roman
They
noodles, man.
bartered, they traded.
But
can
no
trade
one
stuff.
goes to
Bro,
China
you
and
gotta
says
have
that
something to
they're
trade.
no. And when you go to China, their original religions or spiritual cultures don't use their deities. Main dish doesn't come from another country. It comes from China.
But you wanna know how crazy it sounds, though, Sweet Feather?
Sister, I seen
Because
them give fruits to I seen them give fruits to the Buddha and all that. Fruits that don't grow in
So
China.
check this.
I seen
So
that.
Buddha's
but
not just from there. You
but
tripping. Buddha
Sweet
comes
Feather.
from Bharat, India. And
So
Buddha is a title like the Christ. So you can have Buddhas in different places.
So earlier he said that the West Africans didn't have no sailing technology. So if you saying that if there was any trading that took place, that mean the Indians would have took it over there. But he also saying that they don't have no religious customs and beliefs or practices that come from over here. You see how crazy this stuff sounds?
It sounds very crazy. Like a Chinaman who has his own religion is going to sit there and say, "Oops, I can't communicate with my own deities until I go across the ocean to get me something to do it with."
No, we have a documented story. Y'all making up stories and trying to put stuff together.
No one is
I can
making
go
up
and look
stories.
this stuff up.
Cass, you said that the West Africans did not sail. So if there was any trading that took place, that mean the Indians went over
Somebody
there.
had to bring it to
No,
them.
the Portuguese came and sailed over to Africa.
Bro, you
That's why
took
we
that
even
from
talking about
Pursuit.
the slave trade.
You didn't even say that. You took
What are you
that from
talking
Pursuit.
about?
Hey, Dosey, can you put it up on the screen? Miss Dot, you still
Because
with us?
that's an irrelevant mute argument. Because
I'm
why
here.
would the Portuguese need to bring something to the original people?
Yeah,
for
why
their
you ain't
original
already got
religion?
your own, bro? So that means you couldn't. You know what, Cass? What that means is, Cass, that you couldn't practice that spiritual system until the Portuguese came and brought you American crops, bro.
Exactly.
That is what you're saying.
No, they took
Miss
Yes,
Dot, can you
sir.
read this on the screen? Can you read this and this on the screen for us?
That's because I know
Hold on,
it.
Cass.
No, I
Trust
don't
me.
need. I just
You're
explained it to you.
done.
Why do I have to read
I would
that,
be
bro?
mad too if I were
No.
you, but it's okay. You can't do nothing about it.
The
Miss
article
Dot,
I
can
put in
you
the
read
private
this on the
chat
screen?
has a semblance of the
Brother,
house of.
brother,
According to a survey,
we'll get to you.
according
sorry,
to a
sister.
survey, according to a survey conducted in 2019, about 50% of farming households in Nigeria were growing maize crops, the most common crop in the country. Cassava crops followed directly, with some 46% of the households growing this fruit.
Now, both of these, y'all number one and number two crop that's being produced over there, feed y'all ungrateful, is coming directly from the Americas. Y'all, nothing y'all do is original. You didn't have a car, right? So you had to Uber Eats. We had to come bring it to you. Am I right or am I wrong? And y'all could not practice that's how we know it's not ancient, because y'all weren't able to practice it until according to you, the Portuguese brought y'all something to start creating y'all a spiritual system with. Simple as that.
No, that's not. It wasn't created with that.
the
They
Portuguese.
substituted using the maize. They used other things before that. Like I said again, it's the same with the palm wine. And now they use
Well, you
Dutch
started
snaps.
bringing up
They
palm
weren't
wine.
always using that.
Yeah, in pursuit. So can you tell us what they used before instead of corn?
I'm not privy to that.
So why is you speaking on it? You ain't had a source for nothing you said.
Well, in
I
pursuit,
definitely have.
don't you understand syncretism works the same way you were trying to teach linguistics to Sweet Feather, saying that she conflated it and
No,
you're conflating it in
if I go
pursuit.
research it,
Let me
if I go,
explain what I'm saying. Right? So you said that she would need to actually break down the syllables of a word and know each syllable's meaning, as far as to break down and say that it has the same meaning once it's the long word and it's shared in similar sound with another word from another language. Well, it's the same with syncretism. If you're saying that corn is something that came later through colonizers, through syncretism, through any kind of migrations, then you would need to know the equivalent that's West African that shows the syncretism.
but again, I did that with the palm wine. But I'll research
So
what they
let
used
me
before they used corn. But I already did that with the palm wine. Now they use Dutch snaps
So if that's the
for
case, why
libation.
if that's the case, why did they switch to corn?
They switched from palm wine to Dutch snaps because of
I didn't
colonization.
ask you about that. I asked you why did they switch to corn? If they was
That
using some,
it doesn't. I mean, that's the Bible allows be in charge of that. It's the same reason. There's a
so
lot of
why did
people.
they do
There's a
that?
lot of people on the continent now that are
This,
that are trying to make
but
them stop using the Dutch
but
snaps rum and
but
go
you
back to
talk
using palm wine.
but you're
It's
talking about
colonization.
some but you're talking about an integral piece of their culture. So why would
So
they swap out what they're using for corn that didn't come from there?
because it's colonization, bro. It's the same reason for palm wine is Nigeria is a staple in that area.
But it
They
seemed like
always do it.
but
If they
No,
would sub out the palm wine
but
for
we
Dutch
talking about
snaps,
corn,
nothing
bro.
is off
we're
limits.
We
talking
talking
about
about corn.
corn,
So the
and
Portuguese
in
go ahead.
we're talking about corn, and in the Odu Ifa, in the Odu, right? They have stories about the Orisha using corn.
Do you speak Yoruba?
In the Odu,
Do you speak Yoruba?
Europeans
are
do.
you
People in
listening? Are you
London
No.
do.
Do
listening?
you have you ever read the Odu Ifa in Yoruba? Stop. You haven't. So
No,
just
excuse
stop.
me, you stop. In the Odu, in the Padakis, they talk about pumpkin that comes from the Americas, because that's one of Oshun's thing. Now, if you know the Pataki about Oshun and Oya, in the situation they had with Chango, they use pumpkin. So I suggest you.
No, you don't. First of all, you don't speak Yoruba. You don't know what's in the Odu
In
Ifa.
pursuit,
You
in
don't
I've
speak
pursuit,
never, I've,
in
Yoruba.
I've never
pursuit.
heard
Yes,
Brother,
anybody. I've
you
never
don't
heard
speak
anybody that's
Yoruba.
you
Yoruba.
don't know this.
Yeah,
You don't
you
know
don't
what
know
I
You
said.
don't.
anything. You haven't been able to prove anything in pursuit. The only thing you do is you come at someone else to be like they're wrong. And there's so many
And
of
we've been proving
He
them.
doesn't
y'all
know what
Pan
I speak.
Africans, y'all do the same thing. Y'all never have any kind of sources. You just want to say someone else is wrong. So
I
let's
just
address.
provided a source
So
that
let's
predates
address
it from
that. We're
500 to
gonna address your
700.
source right here. I pulled it up on the screen for you. So the history of the House of People. First off, study.com is not something I would go to, but to each its own. It says right here, the true origin of the House of People is unknown. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means that through it's orally. Nothing was written down. They say that about every West African tribe
Boy, stop
because it's
it.
not. They don't have any written
They
languages.
made all of it up. We told you
No,
they
it's not
didn't
made
put
up.
it in
It's
there.
if you don't have really written languages, you can't put the direct times.
So you
So,
ain't have a civilization if you ain't have no written language.
well, that's your opinion. I really don't care. Like,
Okay.
if you
Him
say they didn't
feelings
have no
hurt.
civilization, like, come on, bro,
Him
because they didn't have a
feelings
written
hurt.
language.
Him feelings hurt. So
No,
what
it's
y'all?
not. It's not my
Okay.
feelings. It's not my feelings of her. You just
All right. So
showing
tell me this here, then,
how
brother.
shallow that is.
We
That's
gonna get back
crazy.
to the sisters, right? So answer me this here: where can we go to any area where y'all have a standing civilization or remnants of a standing of an ancient civilization there? Coming back to the people you're speaking
The
about.
knock, the knock, the NOK, the NOK are some of the oldest. I'm not even some of the oldest. Well, yeah, some of the oldest. The
So
Iron
what
Smoke.
tribe was there?
The knock is in. I think
What tribe was
it's
there?
in Delta State. The knock are the people. It's not a tribe. It's ethnicity.
Okay, it's an ethnicity. Since when? Who gave them that name?
They gave themselves that
Knock
name.
is not an African word, brother.
Bro, see this, bro. I'm not, bro. You sound
Knock is
crazy.
not an African word.
NOK.
Sorry, man.
That's what they call themselves, bro.
I'm
Like, I'm
sorry. How
not.
you spell it? How do you spell it?
NOK.
Okay, that's not an African
NOK.
word, like I said, brother.
What? Okay. What is your determinative for an
Yeah,
African word? What
because
is your? How do you determine an African
you
word? Do
just
you
gave
speak?
me an N, which is English alphabet, family. You just spelled out an English word, bro, using English alphabets, family.
Bro,
It's
oh my
English.
God, bro.
It's
English,
just
bro. Do you
English.
not know that? Do you not know that the
Go get a
lettering
source.
system that the English use is not in? That they didn't create it.
Go
It
get
came
a
from
source, bro.
Phoenicians.
You stuttering. Go get a source.
No, it's not no sort, bro. This is common
Bro, so
knowledge.
what you have on the screen right
It's
here?
Phoenician. It's Phoenician script. The
Bro, go
English
sit
has
down
no
somewhere. You
script.
don't know nothing about Phoenician. Go
English
sit down
has no
somewhere.
script. You don't know
Okay, go
anything
sit
about
down.
linguistics. You don't know anything about
Okay, go sit
written
down,
language.
brother.
This is his source. I have one more question for you in pursuit. Here it says the House of People migrated from Nubia. That's one of their hypotheses. So, in your syncretism hypothesis, what are some cultural practices of Nubia that shows that the House of People came from them?
Wait, hold. Now you're conflating stuff. What did I ever
Brother,
say
answer
about
the
some
question.
syncretism? About what did I say of
Man,
syncretism about
So,
houses?
I'm sorry, I just assumed you agree with this source. You don't agree with your source that you dropped
He
in the
didn't
back?
agree with none
No,
of them tonight.
what do you?
He
What does
didn't
that
agree
have to
with
do with
it.
syncretism?
Stop making assumptions, Dulcie.
If you go from one land to another land and you migrate from another land to another land, what does that got to do with syncretism?
You ain't proved. They ain't even
They're bringing their
proved
culture
that
with
the
them.
origins are unknown. These are
Exactly. So
theories,
you
brother.
should have some. That would mean that you should have some cultural evidence in pursuit from the Nubia or Nubians as far as to connect this that you keep saying as far as it.
It says
So
500 to
are you
700
familiar
CE.
with any of the cultural practice of the
It
Nubians?
says 500. I'm familiar with some practices in Nubia, but even if I did substantiate that, that still doesn't mean that they directly came from any type of culture that we know of Nubia.
Oh, they
Just
don't. So
if a
you would
people say
say
that
that
they
the
migrated from
Nubians.
somewhere, if a people say that they migrated from somewhere, it doesn't mean that they're bringing aspects of somebody else that was in a land similar to them, that's designated similar to them, that they're going to take from their culture and bring it somewhere else. They took their culture with them.
When they got to their destination, was anybody there?
I mean, there's nothing written down. So if I was to say yes or no, it wouldn't be accurate. I wasn't
Well,
there.
you've
It's
been
not
making
written down.
things
So
up all night, so don't stop
no, I
now.
definitely haven't. You just said that the
So don't
English have a
stop now.
source. So that shows how intelligent you are.
Right. You just
Yeah, well,
felt out the
you
language.
talk just like an Oyimbo.
Well, I mean that's a foreigner. Well,
Yeah, no, it means white man.
it definitely does it. It means
And that's
foreigner.
Yoruba.
Yeah, I know it's Yoruba. What does it
Bani,
mean in Yoruba? It doesn't mean white.
Bani
It means foreigner.
means Oyimbo.
Hey,
That's not how they use
Nah, it
That's
mean white
colloquial.
American.
Didn't you
It
know
doesn't mean white
colloquial
American. It means
earlier?
foreigner.
Nigga, how you know?
You don't know the language. You don't know the language, and you're trying to tell me what it
No,
means.
I do know it. You don't
No,
know
you
it.
don't.
I've been around it for 20
You
years.
just said pumpkin. You just said pumpkin is in the Odui 5. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, it is.
No,
It's
you
in
don't know what you're
it
talking
is.
about.
You don't know what the Odu Ifa is. There's stories.
Say a sentence in Yoruba.
Man,
A
you
sentence
said,
in Yoruba.
yeah, there you
Shea
go.
Lafiani.
Man, come. That's not
Shea
the Shea
Lafiani
Lafiani. Come on,
Oyimbo.
What you
bro.
want me to start
Shea
speaking Spanish?
Lafiani.
Leo Kudediasico, yo.
Come on,
Don't know
say
what
a
that.
lot.
What is that? What did I just say?
Kosi.
It sounds like you speaking Spanish.
Iku.
I could have sworn you were speaking Spanish. Say it again.
Yeah, this guy
Leo
has been totally
Kudediasico, yo.
outclassed tonight.
That don't sound like no Spanish.
That do sound like Spanish.
Well, to you would do. You think
Sounds
you're
like
Indian, so
Arabic.
it probably do sound like Spanish to you.
And what are you? You're a true African American, ain't you?
That's what he
Hey,
said.
that's their classification.
You was born in
He's a
America, and now you
Pan-African
got a
from all 50
citizenship
I'm
in
states.
Africa.
not a Pan African.
He don't like himself. He don't like the person that he is. That's why
No,
he's searching
if I
for
didn't like who I
everybody else's
was,
culture.
if I didn't
So
like
why
who
you
I
don't
was,
know
I'd
your
call
culture?
myself an Indian.
So why you don't know your culture?
What do you mean my culture?
What is your culture from your bloodline, the people that you come from? What is your culture?
Oyimbo.
And can I
I
show him
mean,
something really quick, Big Chief? Then I'll bring up your stream.
He don't know his culture. He dislike himself. He don't like how he's shaped. He don't like the way that the Lord made him when he look at past by the mirror.
it's weird. It's weird to
You
comment
hear
on
the
how
young
another
man?
man thinks he has
We
one
have a
shape.
first up, brother. Let the lady speak.
Yeah.
See, I can see how you don't respect women. That boy, yeah. Anyway,
I'm
go ahead,
showing respect.
you don't respect women.
So
They
do you
don't
see
like you.
here, as far as in pursuit, when it says Nubia actually was converted to Christianity, like the Catholicism and Muslim faith? Wouldn't that be in the 7th century?
Yes.
So
And
when you show
it
the
predates
source,
500 to 700.
okay, I just want to make the
It's
point. When you
it's
show
fourth
the
and fifth
source as
century.
far as in pursuit, listen. When you show the source, right, where it showed the influences and how they say the hypothesis that the Nubians actually influenced the Hausa. I can show you before the Hausa even existed, the Nubians were already following Catholicism and Muslims. So when you
Right.
asked, are the Hausa, were they ever anything else but Muslim? The answer is no.
And they migrated.
Again, it says 500 to 600 on the
But
source.
Yeah,
check this out.
and Hausa
That's
came in the
on the
14th
rough
century.
estimate.
The
On the rough
14th
estimate,
to
the
15th
600.
century. That
No, what I'm
Hausa
saying,
land would have existed in the 15th to 18th century.
Right.
Proto Hausa, like they said, majority of the estimation is
This is
outside of the
proto.
Christian and
This
Muslim
is
period.
Waiting on
proto.
that. I was waiting on
This
You're
that.
is
not.
proto.
I know it's proto. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're responding. I said in the estimate that they gave 600 to 700. That's it. I mean, from 500 to 700. That's more. It's more years towards there not being Islam in the area than not underestimate.
And where is that?
That's the Nubians. That's not the Hausa.
No, but that's what I'm saying again. But I know it's not. I'm saying in the
So by
estimate.
the time
Sudan
Hausa,
near
so
the
again,
Middle East.
You
in
keep-
pursuit, because
you
you
keep
said
telling us.
comprehension problems. Okay, so by the time Nubians became the Hausa, Hausa were Muslims. You asked me, do I believe the Hausa were always Muslims? And I said yes. And your sources have backed me up on that.
No, again,
Good job, Dulcie. Good
again,
job.
what I said, what I just said was
Hell
in
of a
the
job,
estimate
Dulcie.
where the Nubia influenced them, the estimate was 500 to 700. In that estimate, there's more time when before Nubia became Christianized, the Nubians became Christianized and Arabized than it's not. You're going from 640 to 700, past from 640 to 500.
Your source
No,
didn't
but
say
you
that
had the
they influenced
migration, and
them.
during
Your
that time,
source
you
said they
also had
are
the
the Nubians.
Tuaregs
It
migrating
says that
from
they're
Again, but
Sudan
Nubians
over
that
to West
migrated to
Africa.
West Africa.
from
not
640 to 500 is the first the open end of the estimate. The back end of the estimate is from 640 to 700.
No, that's the
No, but they
Nubians that
migrated.
migrated.
See, you spent
That's
the
the
whole
time when Islam came over there. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. So
It can't
Hausa
go past
didn't exist
600 because
at that
that's in
time.
Muhammad's time.
So Hausa didn't exist at that time. The Nubians did. The Hausa say
And
by
I
oral
responded by
tradition
saying the
that
proto
they're
house.
the Nubians.
Even
They
even
say
if,
that they're the Nubians that migrated over to West Africa. By the
if
time
you
they were Hausa, they were Muslims in pursuit.
even if you're going by the let's say logically,
I'm going by your source.
if you have
Brother,
something, I know you're going by my source again.
you would make this so much more easier if you can just show us the house up before the time frame.
Bro, I'm saying the proto house. So when I've been said that before
I don't give a
after
damn
she
what
brought up the
what house.
1500s.
Okay, that's fine. Can you show us in anything the house of before what year is that, Dulcie?
It's 500 to 700. You're not gonna see that because that's the proto house of that, and that's the estimate.
So
But I'm saying if
not
you
gonna
have a
see it,
culture, if you have a culture that already has their own spiritual system that's indigenous to them, and that you have Muslims that intermix in that, still the indigenous spiritual system it predates that.
He just doesn't know how to read his own source. His
Oh,
No, I
source
so
says
it
definitely do. I
predates
definitely
it
do.
for
sword.
the
His
Hausa,
source
but
says the
not for
Hausa
the
people
Tainos.
migrated from Nubia, now northern Sudan, between 500 to 700 CE. So he's saying that these people are proto Hausa. No, they're Nubians. They become Hausa later. They're Nubians. That's
But
what
again,
your source
proto
says.
Hausa
The
and them being
Hausa
Nubians.
people
No,
migrated from
if somebody
Nubia.
comes from an area that's deemed today as Nubia, they're not Nubians just because in the times that we have contemporary times, it's called them
So we
Nubians
don't
because they're
know
in the
the
land
people that
designation.
existed.
They're
We
proto
don't know the
Hausa.
people
well, you
or
should
the
be careful
kingdoms
with
that
that one, brother.
existed in Nubia.
Can you
You
repeat
say
that?
we
He
don't have them?
interrupted you. I didn't hear you.
We don't have the kingdoms that existed in Nubia.
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
Yeah, there are kingdoms that exist in Nubia.
Okay, which ones were the Hausa
The house, I couldn't tell you
or
that.
proto Hausa?
But
Okay, so you
again,
don't know. So
no,
you
I'm
don't
saying
know. So
see,
it means
this
no.
is where you're.
In pursuit.
This is the.
No, this is where you got it twisted. You don't know. You're just making up stuff. So there's no point to listen to you any longer. You just said you don't know which of them were the proto Hausa. So stop telling me what the proto Hausa was doing. You don't know who they were or what people they were, or tribe or emperor or time. So just stop.
And it started with the courtroom. God, we done wound up in Nubia.
Okay, Big Chief, sorry.
All right. I just wanted to unalive a pseudo in the chat. Where he at? Indigenous black man. Where he at? This dude, what's his name? Hold up, I'm almost to him. There you go. Yeah, indigenous black man. Indigenous black man said that chocolate comes from Africa. So right here, he say, look, they stole my chocolate come in. I made half. It wasn't no half hour ago. You can't count and you can't research. Right here, it clearly says that chocolate comes from ancient Mesoamerica, present day Mexico, and the birthplace of chocolate, homie. Hold on, one more.
Hey, Chief, can you show the bow and arrow that comes from the Mayan Empire, please, too, when you get a chance? Because someone was saying it came from, what was it, Yoruba land?
Right here, vanilla. Vanilla is indigenous to the tropical areas of Mexico and Latin America, family. So chocolate and vanilla. Now we know y'all done borrowed that too out our kitchen cabinet. We done had to make y'all a little sack lunch. And somebody had the nerve to say we was trading. Bro, you ain't got nothing we want. If we gotta feed you, then you know you ain't got nothing that we want. So yeah, we humanitarian.
Philanthropic.
Yeah, we feel sorry for them. We say them people, those are godless people. Yeah, we say ain't nobody right around here with no God. And they ain't ate all day, so we had to feed them.
In pursuit, I'm gonna bring Madon in. He's pretty pseudo, so he probably can help you. Peace, Madon. How you doing tonight?
Salute, sis. Uh, I'm not gonna even reply to that. You know what I mean? I'm just cooling out for the moment, but I'm just listening in. You know what I mean? Until I got something to argue about. But pretty much so far, I mean, I'm hearing about everybody out. I hear a little. I mean, you know, everybody on the panel got a little pseudo in them, so you know that's just the way it is.
Well,
It
you
ain't
don't
the
come
way I
up here,
know.
you're gonna have to source up because that's all we've been doing. So let's figure out what you know. Do you have sources with you, brother Ramesses?
I'm just listening in for the moment, man.
I
But y'all
bet
go ahead.
you is. I bet you is. You're a smart man.
I don't think you want that smoke, Top Cat, but go
I'm
ahead,
right
bro.
here. I just told you to come on with it. Or you even on the computer right now, brother?
No, I mean, I haven't heard nothing I
Yes
disagree
or
with
no?
you
Yes
about.
or
You
no?
know, yes.
Nah, you just said
No,
we
I'm
were
on the phone.
pseudo.
I'm on the phone right
Nah,
now. But
yeah,
if
I
I
don't
need,
want to be friends. I want to fight.
we don't have to be. But
Are you on the computer right now, brother?
No, I'm not on the computer. I'm
All
on the
right, then
phone.
get out of here. We don't want to hear no nigga talk. This ain't no talk show. We debating tonight. It's a smoke, big smoke. Get out of here. You ain't even qualified. You
Well,
ain't got no
I
material.
mean, if you want
You
to
don't
smoke,
care for your
that's
emotions,
easy.
family.
It's easy. You know, but go
No,
ahead on,
it's
man.
not easy.
You
You're
ain't
gonna have to
ready for
source up.
this.
You're gonna have to
You
source up.
start bringing places, and once you say something I disagree with, I'll smoke you up. You feel?
We don't care about your opinion. You don't have the ability to source up tonight, so you're not involved in this conversation, brother. We're not gonna listen to your rhetoric. You're already confused. You think you a pharaoh from Egypt and ain't got a passport. Yeah, bro. That's what this world has done to you. So sit back, go back in the chat, brother, and hit the like button.
I wanted to just share this real quickly when y'all were talking about the Yoruba language, right? So it says right here that in terms of their writing system, is they use Arabic and Latin alphabets. Written Yoruba was written with a version of the Arabic alphabet, Ajami, from the 17th century. Missionaries, and we know, okay, so missionaries, keyword, devised ways to write Yoruba with the Latin alphabet during the 19th century. The first Yoruba publications were a number of teaching booklets produced by John Raban in 1830 or 1830.
Hold on, Miss Dice. Hold on, beautiful. Dosey, do that name sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does.
Okay, turn up.
That's why I shared it. The person who made the biggest contribution to Yoruba literacy was Bishop Ajayi Samuel Crowther, right? 1806 to 1891. I'm sure you guys know who that is.
Yeah, Samuel Crowder. He did it in 1841 in what is called the Niger Expedition, where they closed the language gap, the barrier, by creating these languages, as you see written into the Latin script, like you just said.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to add that into the conversation and share that while we were waiting for what's his name, in pursuit of solutions, to answer the question and come up with a source. So,
What was the question that was asked? Dots, that's beautiful. Can you keep going down to, it says a new way? Can you read that, please?
But when you get down to the new way, they don't even have those languages. They don't even. They gonna let you know they don't even know the true meanings of these words that supposedly came out of the language.
But Dots, could you read that for us, please?
You want me to read where it says a new way?
A new way to write Yoruba.
Go ahead, you can read it, my love. Do you see it?
Okay, a new way to write Yoruba, known as Aduduwa, was devised by Toluwase Oguntosin, a priest chief from Benin in 2011.
Yeah.
But the reason why I asked that, not just because it says 2011, not just because it says a new way, but because it's known as Aduduwa. Who is Aduduwa? Who is that? In the
He's the
Yoruba,
ancestor.
he was a divine king, but more importantly, who was he? The founder of what empire?
Oyo.
No, Ife.
Oyo, that's synonymous.
Right. And where does Isheshe derive out of? Ile Ife, the house of Ife. And what does Ife, Mr. Yoruba speaking, mean?
Ife is peace.
No, means love.
No, but no, actually, no. That
Okay,
term,
so what
no,
I'm
it
saying
doesn't. That's
is,
not.
hold on. How is your deity, right? Oduduwa. How is your language that you use for your religion named after your deity that was supposed to found the religion in the empire in 2011?
We listening, brother. You been talking
Yeah,
all
you
night.
can unmute again and pursue, but that's perfect. I just think it's funny because now this is multiple sources that say the same thing. And before he was laughing, right, Big Chief?
Yeah.
He's like, this is so
Correct. I'm still
ridiculous.
laughing.
Well, 12
Okay,
years, 12
he
years is
said
ancient,
Oyo.
sweet fella. 12
Shango
years is
was from
ancient.
Oyo. He is the deity, an Orisha deity, a Yoruba deity. His favorite food is amala. Amala is made with what? Corn meal. That's the basis of amala. That's his favorite food. Not his, like, oh, you can just give me this. No, that's where he gets off.
It's the same with schnapps. I don't know why y'all keep going back to this favorite.
All right,
The famous is
y'all
but
that was a good one right there,
What are
Doc.
you
Can
talking about?
y'all get on the screen?
again, to refute the language,
What is
the
Oshun's favorite food?
No, we're not done
Pumpkin.
with the
Where does
language.
pumpkin come
to
Hold
from?
him
re,
right
no,
there. Hold him right there. We ain't done with you, buddy, in this language. Can I get Dashi still up?
Yeah, I'm here. But you gotta there you go. Want me to read the highlighted part?
Yes, ma'am.
Because the use of standard Yoruba did not result from some deliberate linguistic policy, much controversy exists as to what constitutes quote unquote genuine Yoruba, with some writers holding the opinion that the Oyo dialect is the quote unquote pure form, and others stating that there
Hold
is
on, y'all. I want y'all to listen to this part. All right, take off.
That's very important.
Okay, so let's see. Dialect is the quote unquote pure form, and others stating that there is no such thing as genuine Yoruba at all. Standard Yoruba, the variety learned at school and used in the media, has nonetheless been a powerful consolidating factor and the emergence of a common Yoruba identity.
So that back though, your source, the part that Feather read about it being credit, we see it in the 70s and then coming back in 2011. Bars.
no. What
You know
they're
what they
doing
say?
is standard.
Ain't no such thing
No,
as
they're
genuine Yoruba at
standardizing.
all, bro.
They're
There's
all
no
they're
such
doing
thing as
is.
genuine Yoruba
I
at
can't even
all.
respond, bro.
You can't.
It
You're in the
mentioned
Or
casket.
don't. And
They
they keep
filibustering.
putting me
Oyo
off the
was a
panel
what
too
kind
every
of
time I
empire?
respond, bro.
They filibustering, bro. It's crazy.
Oyo
That's
was a
childish.
Muslim
Bro, this is
empire that spoke
overkill.
Arabic.
It's childish, man.
How is it
No, we're
filibustering,
the
man?
only one showing sources, and you said you were going to share a source. You did show a couple, I will say, in pursuit,
And they
but
did not help
all
me.
your sources agreed with me. And then Cass, you were supposed to get on your computer,
Cass
so
ain't did
I've
nothing.
just been
Sinay, I
waiting for that
tried, and
moment.
you
And
put
once
me,
you
you
share your
putting me in the
screen,
back.
you can
No,
go.
Sinay.
I'll give you 5 minutes once you share.
So share this one
anything.
time, please. Share what's behind there real quick, my love.
Yeah, I got you.
Wait, I don't even know.
None of the Yoruba would agree with y'all either.
So,
Okay, show it. Source
so
that
you,
up.
so
Source it
everyone
up.
on this panel that is American Indian, you all think that the Yoruba language was created, and that
We don't
the
think
people.
We
nothing,
don't
bro.
think anything. We're
We
sourcing up.
sourced
We're
up.
sourcing it up.
Exactly.
Okay, so according to your sources, you
Try
think
that, brother.
according to your sources, you think that the Yoruba language was
Can
created and
can
that they
you can
stole.
can you show us anything different?
Because the
Hold up.
source we just read said,
According to his source, it
Let me
came
find
from the
something.
Yoruba people.
yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me find something
Go
that
find you something.
You showed a source from the Yoruba people, and it was yours. So according to you and the Yoruba people, they're saying that their language came from other places, not us.
what source did I show that showed that? I never showed no source that said
You
that.
ain't show. You right.
You
You
ain't
never
show a
show
source
no
at
source.
all.
You right.
Yeah, I'm
I
thinking
definitely
she's
have.
talking about when you kept showing sources that says this has no origin. We don't know what
No,
it is. The
when he showed the
hypothesis.
source,
No, but
when he showed the source
that's
of
gonna be for
Hausa
every
land that went down
that's
into
gonna be for every
Nigeria.
West African tribe when it
And I
says
wonder why.
their origins are unknown because they're not
Right.
writing.
Why
Because
is
they
that?
made it up.
Because they're not writing. That's why.
Because they're not from that place, brother. That's
No, they are from that place. Again,
those
there's
names were
archaeological
given to them,
evidence. There's archaeological evidence stating from
brother. You
what
ain't even got an
200
empire
BC.
for nobody to go do an excavation on. So
Yes, bro.
So
Yes,
wait a minute.
The Nok have been excavated. They
that's
were
not
smelting.
what the knock.
They've been smelting iron since 200 BC.
The knock ain't did nothing, bro. They ain't
Smelting
have a
iron
boat.
where?
Yeah, who brought it to him? Because he was
Nobody brought it
landlocked.
to him.
Cass just said
You
the
can't.
Africans wasn't seafaring.
You're sounding real colonial right now.
Oh yeah, well your Pan African brother said, "Hey, Cass, didn't you
I'm
say the
not a Pan
Africans wasn't
African.
seafarers?
So they smelted iron, but they ain't
Yeah,
got
but that
no
doesn't mean that
sword.
Bro,
They ain't got no
listen. Yes,
boat
they have
neither.
swords.
Wait a minute. He
If
said
if
Yeah,
you
something
if
you
very
you
fire
good.
and
it's
y'all ain't got
common
no
knowledge
boat.
that they were smelting iron.
Hold on. He said they didn't write anything down. So then how did they? So you're telling me they didn't write anything down in Yoruba
No,
in ancient times?
there's no standard writing system. That's why Ajay
Okay,
Crowder had
so
to do
then
what he
how did
did
so then
and
how did
translate it
they
into English.
so then how do they practice the Odu? Because
The
it's
Odu E5
250,
was
it's
oral. It was
two
oral. It's oral.
no, listen. There's 256 plus.
Man, you gonna
Yes,
remember all of them
it's
orally,
oral.
brother?
There are up
Yes.
to listen, there are up to about 400,030 messages. So you're telling me that nothing was right down. They passed
Computers,
down
human computers.
You
precisely.
have to show evidence that they had a writing system.
They memorized
No,
just like the
but this
Bible.
is
She
what
won't
I'm
show evidence. She
saying.
just gonna keep making up stuff, man.
No,
Remember the
come
dude.
on,
Remember
Cass.
the.
You know, okay,
She keep trying
Cass,
to
No, answer
there's
the
no
question,
Odu written
bro.
down.
Now there is. You have to show
Now, but what you were saying that it was an ancient thing.
it is because they orally preserved it.
They
There
orally
wasn't.
preserved over
Yes.
400,000 messages precisely.
No, it wasn't as much as 400,000 at the time.
Yes, it is because it's
No, you said
256
yes, it
parts
is
of the
today. At the
Odu.
time, it wasn't.
Yo, how many Orishas are there?
It
Wait. He
depends on where
said.
you go.
He said.
There's
You
hundreds of
said.
Orishas,
You said
depending
they.
on where
No,
you
how
go.
many though? What's the number?
It depends on where you go. There's hundreds.
No, we're talking about Yoruba Orisha.
I don't know the specific
All
number.
right,
There's
then. That's
hundreds
all
of
you
them.
had to say instead of wasting our time, bro.
No, but go look up what I said. It's facts. It depends on where you go.
No,
It's a different number of Orishas.
no.
We don't
But
have to
what
look
you're
up. You
saying
don't know.
is
Some people are just dedicated to
But we
one.
know what you don't know means.
Joseph, can you stop putting me on mute, like, and put me in the back?
No,
Like,
we
I'm trying to have
cannot,
an
bro. And
intellectual
quit whining.
If you
conversation. You
can
keep doing
stop, yes, Cass, if you can stop and respect everyone while they're speaking and then just wait as far as till they're done speaking to jump in, I will not mute you.
Yeah, but your Indian minions are doing that.
Well, this isn't one of those. Well, they get to do it, so I should get to do it too. No, they get to do it.
Yeah,
and
they
you
get to
don't.
do it.
Oh, so you the OTK of this channel
Yeah,
now.
Yes, I
brother
am.
Cass, brother
What
Cass,
do
you
you
should
think
be
you
grateful
are?
because you're not even qualified because you can't even share your screen, brother. You don't even
Sir, I
qualify.
tried to
We've
share
been
my
helping
screen.
y'all
I've
out,
been put off.
You
and
know
we're
what?
not trying to
Put
hear
off.
that. You
I'm
need
about
to
to get
try
his ass
harder.
up out of here.
You need to try harder, bro. You shouldn't be
I've been
accepting
put off
failure.
in here, bro.
You shouldn't be accepting failure because you didn't got comfortable giving us your opinion, and we don't care for it, brother. We want
Because
to
I'm
see some
disappointed.
sources.
This is Sweet Feather. Like,
We
she
want to see some
knows.
sources.
She knows
I
about
know,
the
and I'm telling
tradition,
you,
and she know about
Hey,
the tradition, but she over here
Cass,
I
trying to
earlier,
do.
make it into something else, and this is what's
I'm
crazy.
not making it
Like,
into
come
You
something
on,
lying
man.
else.
because you
I'm
got beat
giving you
up
the
by a girl.
sources.
No,
I'm
don't
giving
I
you
just
the
want to be. I
sources.
just wanted to be a little petty again because I know you guys already said this, and I keep emphasizing a point. But just for the larger conversation, where it says most Yoruba men are farmers growing yams, corn, and millet as staples and plantains, and I just considering that we know corn and millet are native to the Americas, how did they get over there? And
Got
why
all
is that?
yams over
Oh,
there
The
Dot,
too.
what's the
Portuguese, I'm
major
gonna
cash
keep telling
crop?
y'all, the Portuguese
Yeah, the
brought
Portuguese
that
brought all that
Portuguese
stuff
gave
over
y'all
there.
everything, huh? Did y'all
Cassava,
make a
Everything.
cassava
grocery
is
list? So the Portuguese went and got y'all grocery list from America, right? Cause they ain't go to Portugal and get it. They came to America and went grocery shopping cause y'all was over there hungry. And they put some food in the icebox over there.
So
Cause
what
y'all
were
was
you
hungry.
eating before the
What was their major
Portuguese? We won't
cash
even
crop that
ask
it
what you were
said?
giving to the gods. We know you won't
it
answer
was
that. What were
okra,
you eating before the Portuguese came?
okra, fufu millet, which is pounded yam.
Okra's American. So unless you have
Fufu,
the name, you
Millet,
can't
cassava.
go
millet is
okra.
Proven she
Because
American.
knows so
fufu is
now.
made from cassava.
Millet is
So that's
American.
American.
No,
What
I
next?
said I'm talking about pounded yam.
Corn is
Candy
American.
Candy
yam. Boy,
yams. Where are
Africans don't
yams
eat
from?
candy yam. They don't
I
know how to
said pounded yam.
Pounded
That's what
yams. Where do
fufu
you
is made
find
out of.
yams? Where do you find
fufu
yams?
made out of cassava. What is
Is
wrong
it
with you,
cassava
guys?
Bro,
yams?
bro,
Black
fufu is it depend. You can make fufu with cassava, bro. It's pounded yam. That's a tradition. Everybody does that.
No, everybody don't
black
do
beef
that,
from
bro.
Africa.
In West
We don't
Africa,
do
yes,
it. So why
everybody
you
does
don't
that.
do it? Why you don't do it? Why you ain't grow up eating it?
Bro, because I'm not in African. I didn't. I
No, bro.
wasn't
I
raised
thought
in African
everybody did
culture.
it though. I thought everybody
I'm
did
talking
it.
about in West
You're
Africa.
a walking
Everybody does it.
contradiction.
And
Unless
everybody,
the smoke man meal.
let me specify since I'm dealing with somebody of your ilk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
West Africa. Everybody in West Africa does that. The pounds yam. It's a
Bro,
tradition.
so all right, brother. No problem. Anyway, y'all
They
went
have a
grocery shopping over
festival,
here.
Pound the Yam Festival.
So what, nigga? I mean, boy,
that's just now
just
though.
stop it, man. Y'all not helping y'all case. It
Y'all
don't
ain't.
take
Really
away the
not.
fact that those origins come from America, brother. It don't
It
take
doesn't.
away
Y'all
that.
don't have no. Y'all not proven. Look, we told you already. The
Well, show me
food was
what corn come
transported.
from in Africa.
So that same food. Look, that same food was not only transported to
Now,
Africa.
what was y'all
It
eating
took it
before
to
we got
Asia.
there?
It
I
took it
think
to India. He just said it. Pounded yam.
so.
You know, we had
Y'all wasn't eating no
Okra,
pounded yams, bro. We
we had
gave y'all the
okra.
yams.
We
Y'all
had
didn't have
okra
no
is
okra.
okra. We
African.
gave y'all the okra.
Corn.
No, y'all
Okra
didn't.
comes from
Y'all didn't give
America.
us any okra.
Okra comes
Africa,
from America, brother.
The term okra
And we
comes
get
from an
sourced
Igbo
up.
word.
We get
The
sourced
term
Africa.
up.
okra comes from an Igbo word,
Africa
Brother,
bro.
wasn't even
brother,
named Africa.
Yeah, it comes
Igbo,
first too. Okra.
bro, Igbo was made up in London. All right, do we have to go there?
God
Do we have to
damn,
keep
bro.
continue to kick y'all in the ass every
Boy, they
time?
feel
I'm saying,
offended right
Y'all,
now.
do we have to keep doing it to you?
y'all get these white people to be making fun of black people, bro.
See,
Y'all
y'all,
get them.
well, guess
Hey,
what,
hey,
brother? Y'all
I'm
had the
convinced.
same
I'm
energy
convinced you used to eat glue in
before y'all
school,
asked
bro.
us to prove what we've been proving all night. So y'all felt like that earlier. This is crazy. I can't believe it. And then we source up. And then y'all get quiet and we go
And
to the
then
next
not
topic
one
and we have to
source
do
from
it all
them
over
yet.
again. Is this one of those times?
Didn't you say you had family members that was African on Sinetta?
No, sir, brother.
Oh,
No,
yes,
sir.
you did. We play it all the time. When you
Okay,
said
so tell me this here. Who are they? I was trolling. Everybody
well,
know
you
that.
said you like my grandmother. She have African.
I
You
said
that.
that's not what I said. What I said was I always tell people. I always tell everybody. My grandma from Africa. But let
Hey,
me
so
tell you something. Yeah, I
Hey,
told
Cat.
them that.
hey,
But he
which
didn't
one of
say.
y'all is descended? Which one
Cass,
of
let
y'all is
me
descendant of black
Hold
Europeans?
on,
one at a
brother.
time. He's
Whatever your
talking.
name
Oh, I'm
is.
sorry.
Yeah. So, Cass, who was the everybody in that conversation? Who was everybody that I told it?
Also, my brother, in pursuit,
Who?
Dulcinea did her
No,
DNA
hold
test.
on.
And she
Cass,
came back 80% African.
brother Cass. All right, no problem.
That's for entertainment purposes only, probably.
Facts in pursuit.
Appreciate
Smartest
it.
thing you said
But
all night.
she does have a valid point with the genetic test as far as it just being a probability.
Oh, so you
Cass.
watched that in
It's a
pursuit.
probability.
Cass,
It's a
you probably be an African, but you probably
And the
not.
more they add to it, the DNA test either go up or go down, depending.
No,
Yeah,
they
it
say that
does. No, it's an accurate to me. It's an accurate methodology, but it can't be the end all
it
be
ain't.
all.
They don't. Have y'all read their white paper?
No, that's why they
No,
talking
but to say it's
crazy.
just a
You
straight
know
myth
they
is
didn't.
crazy though. You can't say
The
that.
methodology is sound though.
They
Everything is
say the more
crazy.
The
DNA they
methodology
collect,
is sound.
Crazy.
Guess what the methodology is, brother?
What is the methodology? My Indian brother.
it's based on the family tree.
And that's their words, not ours, brother.
And in the paperwork, it say if you want a more accurate estimate, do
Go
your
do your
family
damn
tree.
genealogy.
No, that's common sense.
All right then.
There we
And
go.
y'all don't have none.
But again, y'all's genealogy is contingent
Hold
upon.
on, Cass. Hold on, brother. Cass, what you think about that?
Here you go. This man gets a
Cass is an
channel to
Amazon Prime
Sankofa?
African. He
Why
got
did you
an
change your
Amazon
channel?
Prime.
Why did you change your channel to Sankofa from Sankofa to Legendary Typecast?
My channel never was Sankofa, brother.
So do we
Sankofa
have to
was
pull
the
that
Kaz,
up?
you making
We have to
shit up,
pull that
man.
up.
Hey, listen, Sankofa.
We play it on our
Sankofa.
coincidence channel all the time, man.
Yeah, but
He
you
got-
don't have
got
no
him on
context.
Sankofa.
Listen, Sankofa is not African.
Was it
All right,
Sankofa boxing?
Sankofa is European. All right, not in my words. They words at the African burial ground in New York. All right, where they had a big Sankofa. Do you need me to source that up for you? Because you
Sankofa
know
is
what they
not
can't.
Native
Hold
American,
on, brother. They said the Sankofa symbol is not African. Why did they say that? Because at the time, Sankofa did not exist at the time of the African burial ground. So you know what? Sankofa comes from the Adinkra, which comes from a German king, homie. Not
That's
my
cap.
words, but the
That's
African words. Not
It
my
comes from
words, but the African words.
Adin. Do you know that
So wait,
the cry is based on is your soul spirit when you're born, bro? So that came from
what that
Germany.
got to do with the price of tea in China?
Because, bro,
Listen,
their whole
family, hey,
spiritual
you can
system is
say,
based
you
on
know
that. So
what?
it's a German king came to a German king came to and introduced that to them. Okay.
Yes, sir, brother.
Wow, this
You've
is
been
crazy,
wrong all night. I don't know why you trying your
bro.
luck.
Y'all hate
Just
Africans,
like
bro.
a German woman
You're
went
not an
over
African,
to
brother.
Okay, can I
Yeah,
ask a
stop
question?
it. In pursuit, stop
You're
it.
not an
You're supposed to be
African.
having a scholarly discussion, but you guys don't have any sources, so that's why you want to
Joseph,
stick
where's
to.
his source for that?
We
Nah, bro,
hate
come.
this. We hate
It's
that.
getting crazy,
No,
bro.
Cass, I have a source for you right here that I want you to watch real quick.
Since I had done this successfully in the past, I figured
I
that
don't
I
know
would
why
try
Dulcinea
it with
got
my
a problem
iguana.
with it.
I collected as much saliva that I could.
Because I don't like you,
I
Cass.
decided to send
But-
it to the tree in me
Uh-huh.
to see what kind of results I'd get sent back.
So why would you
After
take a DNA
couple
test
weeks,
if it said? Why would you
headed
take
to
it?
the mailbox.
That doesn't
Man,
make
you
sense.
talking in the
I
movie
can tell
theater,
you
man.
never watched the Sonetta
And I
thing that
just
you keep
can't
quoting.
believe that this actually
Why
worked.
would you
Past
take
that.
it?
We can't hear
I
the
plugged the
video.
results
Black
into my
person playing the
computer.
video.
So how
As you
did
can see, they tried to
the
claim
iguana,
my
if you could
iguana
answer this
Henry
for me,
was
because the iguana's more African than me. Can you explain how that happened?
Was that tainted? We don't
They
know.
did go on the family tree too, I guess.
Nah, not the
It got more. I'm 31% Nigerian. That iguana's 34%. What happened? What happened, Cass?
Are you Yoruba, sister?
He's still
Is the iguana?
Are you Yoruba?
Are me and the iguana related?
I mean,
The
we can
iguana
point
got the
out. See,
same
this is the
DNA.
thing where we want to give a
The
heavy. When
iguana
we
got
talking
the
about
same
measurements,
DNA
when
as
we
a
talking about
human
measurement
being in West Africa.
with this DNA thing. So a lot of African Americans come up with high Nigerian, right?
No.
But we know
Cass, before
it
you
was
go
two
there,
forks.
explain
We know-
how
look,
the
listen.
iguana has a higher Nigerian count than you.
We know
How
that
does
it was
have-
two forks. They brought Africans
Dots, you hear this,
Nigerians
Dots?
from to Nigeria.
Dots, what I
You got
tell
the
you
Bida
before this kinda
Biafra
got like
and you
this.
got the slave coast, right?
The level of
I'm
thinking
not
that it
surprised that
takes.
you got high Nigerian and you
What about the
Dulcinea.
iguana?
You might be Yoruba and you might need to go honor the Orisha, sister.
Listen to him,
Is
Dots.
the iguana Yoruba too?
Hey, might be.
A German king went to the iguana and taught him how to be Yoruba. That's why.
Yeah, they did that too. They were animal trainers.
The iguana is more
Actually, Susan Wenger, who is a German, went over to Okshobo, and she's the one that put up the Oshun Shrine. Now you can look
Okay,
that
she
up.
helped.
Susan
Hey,
Wenger.
she
That's
helped.
I know that.
She helped with it, but
Okay.
she didn't teach them German. She didn't teach them
But
German
she put up
culture.
their shrine. If that's where
She,
the
yeah,
deity Oshun came from, why does someone from Germany got to come up and put up
she
their
had a
shrine?
reading when she went down there to say, hey, and she had the money too. But she had a reading, and they're like, look, you
So, hey,
Oh.
what, in y'all's opinion, that
Boy,
are
y'all
American
know
Indians,
y'all know everything about everybody but y'allself. This is crazy.
in
Y'all
y'all
calling
opinion,
out names, everybody. Y'all,
no,
man,
we
you
got
can't,
people.
You
you
don't
can't.
think that's crazy
got
that someone that a German has to come over, she has to pay to put up a shrine where a shrine should have already been in this
because
indigenous
they
land?
gave her a reading. The story is they gave her a reading and say she needs to
It
stay
doesn't
down there
matter if they
and
gave her a
contribute to
reading.
the
It's the
culture.
fact that a
You can do that
foreigner
if
is
it's a
coming
spiritual. If
to
you
an
believe in that
indigenous
spiritual,
religion to put up an indigenous thing
if
that the
you
indigenous
believe in that
people should have
spiritual
already
tradition
had put
and you're gonna
up.
go by the reading, you can do it. She didn't have
No,
to listen to the reading. She didn't
that's
have to
my
stay.
issue. That's my
That's not.
issue.
It doesn't matter what your issue is. White.
No,
We
because
know it's white
Oshun is
people,
your
Chinese people, and
deity.
your tradition.
Stop it.
What
Oshun
is
is
it?
your deity. You can't put up a shrine for your own deity. You have to wait for some German to pay somebody
Sister, they
to
had
get a
shrines
reading to put it up
previously.
for you.
They
How
had to wait for the
disrespectful.
Portuguese to bring them corn
And
too.
that's where Dots was saying, don't disrespect your grandmothers. Oshun is a mother. And y'all disrespected your own indigenous mother by having some foreigner coming over here to pay you to put up a shrine that she deserves.
Oshun is an African, and you're disrespecting her by saying
Well,
the indigenous
you can't
over
say
here.
that though,
That's
brother, because
very and highly
Oshun is
Pursuit
a mother. She
already.
represents
She
water, which is all over the earth, specifically
she
waterfalls,
is
which y'all
her
don't
people in
have
Ozobo are
anywhere,
African,
which y'all
sister.
learn
Ain't no
from the
Indian blood
Taino
running
in the
over there.
Caribbean.
Oh shit.
And y'all sitting over here, y'all aboriginals that practice y'all tradition, y'all keep getting initiated in voodoo. If I go to y'all stuff, don't come
My
over
bad.
to
I
our stuff.
apologize, ladies. I
Go to
apologize.
y'all stuff.
Curse.
Y'all got your own deities. The Simis,
It's
right?
okay. Let
Go
me
brother,
to
you're
let the voices
emotional.
of
Brother, you're
freedom
getting
live.
emotional. Control
Boy,
your
y'all
emotions.
come over here.
Control your
Stay away from
emotions.
us. Like, stay out of our tradition. Because this is what y'all doing. Y'all coming over
I
here
might
and
need to
y'all
put some gloves on for this one. I don't want to get no
No,
blood
you
on me.
came over here. Let's be clear. You came over here.
Hey, y'all let me know when I can get him.
You
Say
gonna
it
get
again, Sleep Feather. You
like,
not gonna get
why
it.
don't you have a shrine for this?
home.
Dodge, you silly boy.
Y'all ready?
Turn up.
Yeah.
Can y'all see it?
Yeah,
I
we can
This
see
would
it.
ask them to
Yeah,
is
we
read it,
see
but
it.
well, this is a profound information. I'm
now
glad you
watch
brought
this
this.
here. Okay, brother, trust me. If you ain't saying your last words, I think you need to hush. All
I
right.
said what you bringing is
Say your
profound.
last words, brother. All right. So right now, a peer-reviewed study published this month in the leading history journal argues that the heart-shaped symbol is not, in fact, the Sankofa, but probably does not have African origins at all. Okay, Sankofa ain't got no African origins. Indeed, it suggests that the Sankofa probably did not yet exist as a symbol in Africa at the time that the coffin was made, and the design is what likely Anglo-American in origin. Sankofa is not from Africa, bro. They gave y'all this through colonization. Now the brother said something fly about the Dinkra or whatever.
The cry,
Now listen, but
which
just
is
relax.
what you're born with, is the spirit and
Just relax, brother. I don't
emotion.
want to hear nothing that they made up doing colonization. All right, get this work. I'm sick of y'all shit, bro. Just you could have left me alone, bro. You came and threw me 3 softball questions with this bullshit ass Sankofa shit like I was teaching Sankofa. I was not. About an African American in the 1800s. Silly ass boy.
Give him this work, Top. Give him this work. Give him this work, Top.
Anyway.
Give him this work. Go ahead. Man down, man
The
down.
Ashanti people see Adinkra as an invention they took from other vanquished people.
I don't know if y'all can hear it, but it says
The Ashanti people see Adinkra as an invention they
okay. So it say these people see Adinkra as an invention
took from other vanquished people.
that they took from other vanquished people. Okay? It's not those people's shit. They say that they took it from vanquished people. Okay?
And not as their own creation.
And not as their own creation.
Do you know what
Hey,
larger
brother, be
people group?
quiet, brother. Be quiet. It is often said that Adinkra was issued after the Ashanti victory. A king of Dinkra.
Over the 19th century German king, Kufi Adib.
Over the German king. Ain't nobody said nothing about the boy was German. You know what? So what were you saying, sir? What was it?
So do you know what?
Man, I don't know nothing, but I know
Yeah,
you
I
need
know.
a source to talk to me. I know you need a source to talk to me. That's what I know.
Right now. It's a man down situation.
I know you need a source to
Were
talk
you
to
done
me.
with sources in pursuit? Are you tired of them debunking you?
Oh no, I'm not. It's cool. You feel me?
It better be.
I understand that.
Cause it
You
ain't gonna
know
be
No, you don't
I
understand. It
understand that
doesn't seem like you
this
understand.
brother is one of the top scholars that I've ever seen in my life. He needs to be
Thank
you
you.
need to
That's
be
a
working on
fact.
your
Thank
PhD.
you. Thank
And
you.
yeah, brother, you
That
are
means
very
a lot
profound,
coming
brother.
from a guy like you. Thank you.
You're a very profound brother.
Yes, sir. I am. I've heard that plenty of time from plenty of my victims.
I'm just trying to give you a compliment, brother.
Yes,
Dang.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So in pursuit, I want to go back into the beginning, right?
What kind?
So you said you're not Pan-African, you're from America, but you have dual citizenship from Africa. And you said a lot. You said a lot tonight about IFA, but you don't follow it and different things like that. So what is your solution? You say that Aboriginal is not the solution. What does In Pursuit for Solutions say that the people should be pursuing?
I don't have like I said before, I don't have a one size fits all solution because, like this panel shows, a lot of people aren't on the same wavelength as far as rationality is concerned. So for people that would think like me, I would say that our solution is to create productive families, coalesce, and create communities that are separate from the ones that exist today, so we can get away from the deviant culture that's pervasive around the world.
How old are you in Pursuit?
25. We need to, in my opinion, we need to create our own separate educational institutions. We definitely need to focus on STEAM. We all know what that is. And make sure and definitely keep security and start manufacturing weapons, all the things that people that create solidified nations do. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't have to, this dream of everybody on the continent getting together. I'm not, to me personally, I don't, I mean, it would be possible because anything is possible, but to me, it's a lot of people on the continent that just love white people too much. And it would have to, I think you should coalesce and build a community first that actually has something that's a base so that people can follow, or you have the power to just make them follow. So yeah, but that's just to people that think like me.
I think he meant STEM, girly girl, but I was gonna let
No,
him make
STEAM. I meant STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. I added the A. It's STEAM.
Oh, okay. So you added that. Okay.
Hey, brother Pursuit, have you done your family tree?
Yes.
How far you make it back?
I made it. I couldn't make it past the first census that people were allowed to. I haven't did it. I haven't did it extensively to say. I just did it at a base level. I haven't really. I've tried to though to a certain degree.
Hey, what
But
year was that, brother, that you said that you?
it was. I think I don't want to misquote the year. I think it
Oh,
was
you
18.
lying?
No, I'm not lying. I'm
No,
talking
you're
about the
lying.
census. I'm not lying. I'm saying the first
So what
census
year
where
was
people.
it? You said you got
No,
back to.
listen, can I speak, please? You asked me a question. I'm not
Answer
lying.
the
I'm being
question.
serious.
You got
I don't
back to
want
what
you to
year?
understand that. I said I go back to the person. The oldest person that I've seen goes back to 1837, but it's from the 1880 or 1870 census. The first one was people that were black were allowed to be on there and put
Are
themselves
you
on the
sure about
census.
that?
You said what?
Are you sure about that, or are you just regurgitating something you heard?
No, I'm not, bro. I did it. Why would I lie to my
I
own
don't.
family,
You've
bro?
been lying all night. That's
I
why.
haven't though, bro. I
That's
don't.
why.
I'm not playing, bro. I'm serious.
I
I'm
think
serious.
he's just misinformed. He is very young. And in pursuit, what I would say
Like
to you,
25. When I was 25, I was cold at this. Yeah, I was cold
don't
at this.
compare. He said you're the best to ever do it,
Yeah,
okay? You
you're the
can't
best
compare
scholar I've ever
this.
seen in my life. I'm serious. You're
But
profound.
I would say, yeah, you need to do a little bit more studying. You do have some good things that you want, like a family and to focus on agriculture and technology. But it seems like you need to just study more and don't be so quick to feel like you know it all already.
I think he might have
I
dropped off.
definitely give him. I definitely give him props for real, right? Like he came out strong in Rome. You know, he was trying to be light on his feet.
No,
He was
I
holding,
think
he
his
was holding
stuff
on
is
to them
not
ropes,
working.
right? He was holding on to them ropes, right?
He
He
was.
was attempting. He was attempting to give a couple of jabs, but he was getting body shots left and right. But he, you know, he tried, and then he was humbled. I think so. I guess the question is, does anybody else want all the smoke? Anybody else?
Madon said he wanted smoke, then said he didn't want smoke, and said he would jump in if he ever
Yeah,
did want
yeah.
smoke.
I want the smoke now, man. Since man, y'all won't smoke, so hey, you got.
I definitely do
So let
want
me ask
some.
y'all a question. Since y'all want the smoke, if y'all really want the smoke with me, right? Especially Top Cat, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to recognize, homie. But let me ask y'all a question, right?
You want smoke
So with
with me?
all y'all sources,
Madonna, you don't
all
even
y'all
sound
information
serious
and
right now,
knowledge, right?
man.
Right.
All
It
this,
sounded so funny.
with
You don't
all
even
these
sound
sources y'all
serious
got,
right now.
right? So let me ask you this: with all these sources, all this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right? What is the end goal?
That ain't none of your business.
See what I mean? Shit
Yeah,
like that.
The
I
end
know.
goal is to build up our families.
Well, that's a good answer. I mean, I can ride with that. But at the end of the day, the reality is that the white man don't care what you claim to be. You know what I mean?
We crossed that
He'll let
bridge
you be
already,
all
brother.
that you want to be. But what's still going to be in place is the dominant white society. I
We
mean, we
crossed
could
that
be
bridge already, brother.
Pause,
all of that.
flag. Let's
Pursue,
debate. Let's debate,
pursue.
Madon, right there. The
Let's
dominant
go.
white society, where? Here? The white
Pursue,
society is dominant here in
pursue.
America?
You want to take that one for us? We crossed that bridge
Around the
already.
world. Not just here, around the whole world.
The white
Around
society
the
is dominant
world,
around
bro.
the world.
Bro, I live in
That's correct.
I
I
live
would
in the
agree with
Marines,
that.
bro. They don't. White folks don't get no play out there. What is you talking about,
I mean, to act like Europeans don't strongly influence
brother?
our
They don't.
society and
Not
everyone on the
not.
world,
Bro, I
that's
was in.
just being naive.
Listen, family. White folks don't mean nothing over there, and that's not me making nothing up. They know they place over there, bro. A lot of the laws in place are for them and Africans. Yeah, nah, they don't play that over there.
Wait, so
It's class system.
what? And to define know their
White folks
place.
don't fit in it. The Chinese do, but white folks don't.
Some Africans do.
But define
Nigerians.
know their place.
Nigerians got their
Well,
paper out there.
the bottom line is this. If whatever you doing ain't solving problems for your culture, um, it really just still benefiting the dominant white society at the
Well,
end of the day.
okay, so Madon, how are you going to solve problems if you don't even know what the problem is? If you're saying it's the dominant white society, explain to me how white society is dominant and explain to me what makes them the most powerful in the world.
Okay, cool. What makes them the most powerful in the world is that they show us and everybody else, people, what they want to call color or melanated, even non-melanated, that to be dominant, you have to use brutal force. And how did they take over this land? Brutal force. How did they take over Africa? Brutal force. Wherever they want to go and dominate, they use physical force because they understand that if you want to be a dominant society, you have to use force and make other people subordinate. You know what I mean? So-called African Americans in America are subordinate to the dominant white society. How do we know
Yeah,
that?
let's stick with America and we'll get to Africa later. So you said America, the dominant white
Right.
society. Can you explain these white people that came and you said they beat us in war?
Yes. Every branch of military force they need to use or deploy in a nigga neighborhood or
When did
whatever
they come
neighborhood
here and beat? When did they come and take us as far as war? What's the
by
first year?
force.
Yeah, by
I would
force.
say
White people, the white society.
I would say when they really came in with force around like the 1600s or early 1700s when they really started to gain momentum
Who
or
you
what
talking
we
about?
call
White
today
people?
motion.
You
Yes,
talking about
in this
white people?
society.
Oh
Yes, within
man.
the society. They
Or can
started to
you
get
name
motion
them?
in the
Can you
early
name
I
one?
would say early 1700s.
Can you name one of those people you talking about? Yeah, I want to know
I'm
the white
basically
boy
just
who
talking
everybody
about
was
as
scared
a
of.
whole. Just as they set up colonies and
Oh,
different people
brother,
went
you're
forth.
saying, brother, you're speaking, you're generalizing. Can we name a human that we can actually look up and see that he did these things that you were saying that someone did?
Yeah, we got George Washington.
George Washington
Uh,
was not a white boy, family.
George Washington
Do
and,
you
and,
need
and the
to
group
F
of people
around
that
and
was he
find
was
out?
with. We got different generals.
Who name them?
Different, well, I can't name them off the top of my head because I'm trying to
Name
go
one.
into my
Name
argument.
one.
But
Name one.
let me finish saying what I was saying. But what I was saying, Dulcinea, is that around the 1700s is when these Europeans started gaining more and more momentum in America. So up from that point, from the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, rolling up into today, we see that it was the dominant white society that made black people and anybody that was non-white subjective or subordinate under their foot. We seen this as a people. That's why we talk about what we trying to rediscover history. We say we say they rewrote history. We say they wiped us out of history. Why do we say things like that? Because
No,
as a
that's
people,
Pan
we
African
have
say that, bro. Don't nobody say that but
no,
Pan
no,
African.
no. Even the Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, whoever says
Americans
they
ain't
stole our history, they twisted our history. I don't care how you word it.
man.
At the end of the day, we're trying to rediscover that which was lost. Why is it lost? Because the dominant white society came in and black
Okay,
boots stomped
Madon, you
everything
started
you wanted
in
to.
the 1600s and then you went to George Washington. Can you even name a group of people in the 1600s that you would categorize as white that came here and started winning wars?
Yeah, we
Name
got the
war.
British, we got the people from the British, we got the French. All these different nations was getting a piece of this so-called pie, or in America. Um, you know what I mean?
No, we
That's
did
just a
not.
fact.
I wouldn't say that it was lost per se, Madon, right? More so like it wasn't documented and it wasn't documented correctly. But there was never a point where there was confusion about, our self-identity, right? And I think that's where the confusion and the blurred lines come in. Do you understand what I'm saying? Madon, did you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but all I'm saying is is that we understand. No matter who we want to, we can name all the names we want, right? At the end of the day, the reality remains is that um, what we want to classify them as Europeans, Spaniards, French, British, whatever we want to label them, but we call them, where I'm from, we call them white people and a whole bunch of other names. I ain't gonna say it on your channel because I don't know how they monitor shit. So I'm being, trying to be respectful at the same time. But these people we call Eurocentric, or the dominant white society, no matter when they came in place or power, we see the power has been in place. You know
But
what I'm
Madon,
saying?
I just don't think that's accurate, even if we take it out of history and we look through the economy. That's been debunked. We can see as
Okay, let
far
me
as
ask
you
you a
would say
question.
the top, hold on, you would say the top 1% are the most powerful, right? When it comes to the finances, what they own as far as assets, gold, the resources, it would be the top 1% that is the most powerful, correct?
Uh, Incorrect.
Okay, so who's the group that's most powerful?
Uh, People who classify themselves as European, who come together as groups, who use group economics to take over societies, and that's what we have
Okay,
seen. We've
name
seen
one.
Europeans say
Name
what?
a group that's done that and
We
the
seen we
society they
seen
took
people
over.
like we seen the Rockefeller, we seen the Carnegies, we seen the Vanderbilts, we seen Westinghouse. There's different Europeans and Europeans who formed group economics and did things as group to structure this nation that we call America.
And you know they were all white.
Yes, that's a fact. Carnegie was white, Vanderbilt was white, Westinghouse was white. Um, uh, a lot of these
DuPonts.
Right. A lot of these big names are people who started the American, um, uh, what we call America, what built America as it is today. These was white people.
Well, you said the ones in the 1600s and 1700s was white too.
Yeah, a lot of those were what we would call Eurocentric or European, whatever you want to label them. But at the end of the day, we understand that
European don't mean white though.
well, whatever. Hey, I'm talking about those that we identify as white.
If we
So
if
Okay,
yeah,
we
we
say
know we had dark skin. We know we had melanated Europeans, but I'm talking about when I say European, I'm talking about Eurocentric white people, people who we classify when we see them, when we look as white. I'm not talking about some abstract stuff like that. I'm talking about white people, bro. You know what I'm talking about?
you got white people in Jamaica
It don't matter. But
and
at
they
the end of
speak
the day, right?
patois.
At the end of the day, why did black people have to march for civil rights? Why did we have Jim Crow? Why?
You talking about in
because we do
1968?
have elite people. It's just calling them white and saying white supremacy is false. It's as false as race. I mean, it's a social construct that we know is not true. When it comes to Carnegie, Rockefeller, you brought some other people. I was going to say Rothschild. I don't think you brought them up. Are you familiar with their family ties and how they got here? Since you're kind of tying it to being like they came here in the 1600s and they took over. Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, a lot of these people, families migrated when a lot of these Europeans came over here on different boats and groups. You know, they migrated. They was immigrants. They came over here during these times. A lot of these people, and that's who a lot of these white people I'm talking about descend from. They descend from a lot of these white people who invaded this country in large numbers. And what did they do? They saw themselves as one, as a collective, right? They came together as a collective, group economics. They saw themselves as white. They classified themselves under this whiteness and under this likeness. And anything that's non-white is subjective. And that's what happened.
But
That's
the
why the
white
Chinese
people,
came over here was under slavery. Anybody that was non-white pretty much was subjected.
well, they had to get naturalized to come over here. But the white people, all of the white people, ever since I started doing my family tree, which was about 4 years ago, I started to ask white people, when did they family come over here to America? And out of the maybe 50 to 60 white folks that I've talked to in the last few years, the latest date that I got was 1890. I've never talked to a white person and asked them about their family lineage, and they came over here prior to 1890.
Well, it don't matter what year they came over here. The
It
fact
do
still
matter, bro.
remains. Hold on. The fact remain is they set up shop and they still got shop set up.
Well, it
With
forces you
many
to,
other people, though, many people,
yeah.
especially foreigners, many foreigners have set up shop here. It's not just what we would call so-called white people. We know the
Right,
Chinese set up shop here. We
Well, let me
know
ask you.
for sure, like that
Let me ask you a question.
different Asian nations have. Yes,
Let me
Madame.
ask you a question. When these foreigners
Wait,
come
hold
over
on.
here,
But
right? Who
uh,
laws? Who law? Hold on. When these foreigners come over here, who laws do they have to obey?
it depends
Whose
on what
law?
status they have.
Man,
No,
You
bro.
bro.
tell me.
Our government facilitates a lot of these foreigners to come over here
What
because I mean,
government you
in most
talking about?
cases, the United States government
Exactly.
has destabilized their country.
Are you talking about
So
the state government or the federal
No, I'm
government?
the
saying,
federal
I'm saying,
government,
right? If
Okay,
they
do they
want to
got a
operate
the
the
federal
business,
government that
if
influences
they
the state
want
government.
no? The federal government do not influence the state government.
Yeah,
It
they're different.
does.
No, it doesn't.
Have
No,
you
they are
have
different
you read?
entities. It is a republic. They are different entities, but
Thank you.
states definitely do. I mean, the federal does influence the state level.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
So say for instance,
Who created the
a place like
Constitution?
Illinois.
Who what did the Constitution derive the first article from?
I'm not saying that it's not a republic,
I'm
brother.
glad you brought
I'm
that
not
up.
saying
I'm
that.
glad you brought that up.
It's a
Why does
republic. The states have their states' rights, but to say that the federal government doesn't influence the states at all, come on, that's
but
just
you
we.
gotta remember? You got to
So what?
remember when it said
Okay, so
we
if
the
that's the
people.
case, what influence
When
does
it
it
said
have
we the
then?
people, it wasn't talking about your black ass. You got to remember
Then
that.
who they were talking about?
How do you know?
White people.
It wasn't white people that put it
Prove it.
together.
How is it white people when they got there from the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois
Wait, so what
Confederacy?
exactly is you all's? Are you all saying that black people
Nah, no,
wrote?
we ain't summarizing nothing. We finna keep this
Okay, who
conversation
was in
going.
attendance?
No, I'm not saying summary. I'm asking what the
Nah,
premise
nah,
is.
I know you
No,
asking
yeah,
for a
we're gonna keep
summary.
talking. We're
We gonna
not
keep
giving you the
going.
premise right
First of
Okay.
now.
all, so-called white people were never we the people. They had intertribal wars. The Italians don't like the Polish don't like the Irish. So they was never a we people. That's number one. And they borrowed that language or that concept from the Haudenosaunee through the Iroquois Confederacy.
Right, that's what they always do. They come in, buddy, buddy. Say, yeah, let's get together, guy, and we're gonna share things, and we're gonna build things together, and we see how that always turn out. I'm just saying, y'all say y'all want the smoke, so I'm just bringing the smoke. Now I can goddamn evaporate, you feel me, and just leave the smoke alone if y'all want me to.
No,
Excuse me
you
for
just
1
got
minute.
Reggie. It's good. It's all good. We ain't smoking with
Dulcie,
you.
I'm
I
just
know he
saying.
act like he breezy up here.
No,
Dulcie,
no,
could
no,
you
I'm
show
just
that
talking
source in
shit.
the back, please?
Yeah, I can pull it up now.
This
Thank
crazy
you.
boy.
I'm getting ready to drop down, y'all. Good night. Okay.
Good night,
Good night,
Dots.
Dots.
I appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure y'all like the stream. All right. Good night, you
Appreciate
guys.
you.
I need to take my head to bed too.
So, the person Shasun in the chat had said that you can't trust what I say because I said that the word Africa didn't exist in the 1700s. Okay, perhaps I should have said the late 1700s. But my point was that the landmass that we refer to today as a continent in the beginning wasn't referred to as a continent because it was being explored. And in different areas, they had different names where they called it the Dark Continent, Libya, they called it Abyssinia, so on and so forth. So the name Africa being placed on this large landmass as a continent didn't come about until the late 17th century. This is from a Nigerian magazine. It is an article, okay, written by Nigerian people on the continent of Africa in regards to what the landmass that they live on, how it got its name Africa. And it says, what was Africa called before Africa? And it quotes, again, this is an article. I'm not using this as what you may call a primary source. You can refer to maps for that. And you can also refer to the Hague Conference of 1882 to about 1885 when they were partitioning Africa, or I should say the landmass, and then the Royal African Company had its name, but that was a company in London that wasn't being referred to as the landmass that is today known as Africa. So it goes to the Kemetic or Alkebulan history of Africa when they spell it with a K. The second paragraph, the word Africa came into existence in the late 17th century. So that's all I wanted to show. Oh, and it says, excuse me, what is the other name of Africa? Before the Europeans settled for the word Africa, so again, Europeans named it, the continent was called many other names. They include, and those are the names there. And if you look at some of the old maps, you're going to see Ethiopia on some of those maps. So I think it depends on which Europeans and which region they were colonizing. But again, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
No, you're all good. Thank you. And they don't know what they're talking about. And Madon, I mean, I can see. No, I can't see. I think you need to just dig some more, because honestly, even whether you look at it historically or you look at it now, white supremacy is false. It's not real, Madon. So you giving white people more power than they actually have. I guess it's because I grew up around a lot of white people. I saw, like, when people were like, "Oh, these white people, they have this or that." I saw them poor. I saw them trailer trash. I saw the government not mess with them either. So, I think a lot of times we give white people way too much. We call them the devil. We say, "Oh, they control everything," and they don't. They don't control everything in the world.
Okay,
They're
well, let me ask you a question.
5%, actually.
Let me ask you a question, this is why at one period in time, black people experienced something that they said was where they had white only, colored sections. What was that all about then?
That wasn't based on skin tone. That was called a status.
Okay, even if it was a status, why was black people uh put, so what we would say, at the bottom? Why wasn't black people allowed in certain places? Why did black people have to put
Huh?
an eyeball on one man?
Family,
I mean,
black people were the founding fathers of the U.S., brother. What are you talking about? Black
I
people
mean, I
were the
agree.
Continental Congress. They were the Continental Army. They were the first U.S. Army. The first President George Washington, who you brought up, he was a nigga. These soldiers, the soldiers that you talking about that fought in the army, these were niggas, family. What is you talking about?
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Where did this uh dynamic come in where uh they started things like white only, uh
Bro, you talking
colored
about
people?
1924 with the Racial Integrity Act, family. Get real. That's where you get Jim
Okay,
Crow
that's
and
what that's when they came
saying
about.
no colors allowed. That's 1924 Racial Integrity Act, family. Jim Crow.
Okay, so before that, there was no such thing
Before that,
as
there was no such thing as that. No, sir.
okay, so what
And
was
if it
going
was,
on?
source up.
Okay, so show me what was going on.
No, show us where that was going on at.
Nah, bro, hold on. Let me come on now. Got it.
Okay, so what you're speaking
Show
about
me.
is called Jim Crow, brother. So
Okay,
what
show me what
time
was going
frame was the
on.
Jim Crow period?
Okay, so there was no slavery. So there was no slavery in America at all.
That you ain't asked no slavery
In
conversation. Jim Crow is not
1924?
slavery.
No, so people were getting lynched because their status was said
No,
black.
they was getting rich because they lynched because they were
They
landowners.
were landowners, yeah.
Okay.
You need a source on that too?
Now I'm gonna take your word for it, profound scholar.
Oh, I bet you. Yeah, I know.
I mean, bro, you are really one of the best scholars I ever seen in my
Man,
life,
all
bro.
right, that's enough of that, brother.
Why can't I give you a
Because
compliment, bro?
you playing with me and I don't play with people.
I'm not playing with you, brother. You are a great scholar. You
All right, let
provide,
me
bro. You
see.
have a source. You have a source for literally everything that you say,
Oh
bro.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Ask
commendable.
about it, man. Yeah, they all say that. Now, what
That's
you talking
commendable,
about, brother,
bro.
is Jim Crow. That is 1924 with the Racial Integrity Act, fam. Jim Crow don't come into 1924. They ain't putting signs to my color phones and you can't drink out this phone. Only on the Racial Integrity Act until in 1924. The one drop rule came from that.
Okay, cool. So what about um the changing of calling people Negroes, coloreds, and things like that. When did that come about?
Negro was not practiced down south. Hence why you see colored signs said no colors allowed. Don't say no Negroes allowed, because Negroes was 13 colonies. All right. When you get down
That's what I'm
south, you
saying.
had the color system. Everyone down south didn't have a Negro system or people called Negro. They called them colored. Now, when you saying another status would have been mulatto, would have been Europeans mixed with Indians. But in 1900 is the first time that the census is gonna start recording mulattoes as Negroes under Negro. They're gonna kill all of that, and they're gonna start in 1900. And then Obama signed in law. He took Negro out of law. All right, I think it was in his first administration.
Where's
So,
the source that mulatto was Indian mixed with white?
brother, we was gonna show you earlier. You say you ain't want to see it, so don't waste our time.
No, I never said that. I want to see
You
it.
did.
Because I never heard of a mulatto meaning.
Okay, no problem. You ain't heard a lot of things.
Indian mixed with white.
You haven't heard about a lot of things, and so haven't
Because
we.
it
So
doesn't
we
exist.
okay with that. You're not worth it.
You show the source. I mean, I can show the source. Do you want me to?
You ain't show the source all night.
Mulatto?
Did you just say it don't make sense if you can't show it? Did you really
No,
just
I
say
can
that?
He
put
said
my source in the
that,
back.
and he ain't show the source all
Mulatto.
night.
Oh, we got Shy Son up here. He about to kill it, bro.
Oh man.
He
Nah,
another
I
one ain't got no
ain't gonna
sources.
kill now. I just want them to pull up. I just want them to pull up that source I put in the back chat, the first one.
Hey,
The
am I
first
on the
one?
screen?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold on,
I'm
y'all
pulling
do-
you up now.
Okay, because the brother said I wouldn't tell the truth. Here go Obama right here. What are you doing? Obama signs bill removing Oriental and Negro from federal laws. All right. He said the outdated word will be replaced with Asian Americans and African Americans. All right. The word Oriental Negro will no longer be a part of federal law. Barack Obama signed eliminating offenses, outdated descriptions, and legislation. All right. So this was 2013. And he said it was an option on the census forms as back to the 1900s. Like I stated earlier. Bars.
So can I pull up? I'm gonna pull up my
Bro,
definition for
you know
mulatto
what?
too after Shy Son show his
All right, bro.
source. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the back. Cause you said it was Indian.
Y'all the lowest of the low.
Right.
y'all,
Yeah, that's cute.
y'all are
That's
the
cute.
lowest
But
of
can
the
you pull
low.
up the source? I don't want to be long.
Y'all don't have
Yeah,
nobody
I'm
that
pulling
follow
it up
y'all
now.
work.
The only source you should pull up, Cass, is showing us that Miami Cuban that scammed you. How much he scam you for? How much can we scam you for?
So are you gonna let me put the definition of mulatto in the back or not? Because we deflected.
We don't
you know
care
what
for
I'm
your
saying, from the
definition.
information.
What year? What year was it?
Not only
What you mean? What
what
year was it?
country.
What mulatto
20th
always meant?
century, 21st century.
No, it means
Yeah, the definition
and
that
it
you're
means
showing
what
us. What year is
place
it from?
and where is it from?
A
Because
person with
mulatto
white
means
and
different
black
things in different
ancestry. A person
countries.
with one white and one black
That's
person.
21st century.
So
Yep.
here's another
You're
one.
using black.
It says mulatto
Oh.
is a race classification to refer to people of mixed African and European ancestry. It is used to consider outdated and offensive in several
What
languages.
year?
including
What
English and
year,
Dutch.
Cass? What year is that?
Okay,
And
I'm going to the
where?
etymology of it. So we got to put that.
No. What are you reading? Tell us the year that was published.
I'm giving you Merriam-Webster's
No.
dictionary.
Okay, Merriam-Webster. What year?
And here's another one, Britannica dictionary.
Cass. I'm trying here. Tell us what year it is. You can unmute yourself. We just need to know the year as well as where it's coming from. You can give us the Britannica, Merriam-Webster, Oxford, Cambridge, but give us the year, Cass. Unmute yourself.
I guess timeline don't matter no more.
But
while
he
he's
also has to
doing that,
state
would you
where.
like to the goat Shaw that he said, "Oh, I'm so glad Shaw's up here. He'll save the day." Go ahead, Shaw. Save the
Oh yeah,
day.
he know I'm gonna say. He know I'm gonna say today. I
Another
mean,
weak ass nigga.
yeah. That's cute. Sweet Feather said that. In context of the conversation, who was talking about the census, she was trying to imply that they wouldn't have said anybody was from Africa because Africa wasn't called that at the time. That's what she said. So I two sources in the back. This one is specifically talking about a
I didn't say
specific.
that.
Yes, she did. I got you. I got you
say
clip.
that, brother.
Yes, she did.
No,
Yes, she did. I got
you
a
cut
clip.
the clip.
No,
You
she
cut the
didn't,
Yeah, I
clip.
got the clip. I
I
have the
said
clip.
what I just
You
said.
proved
No,
what
no.
she said. She said Africa didn't come into existence until
No,
the late 18th century.
Dosey.
You have it right here. This is the late 18th
Wait,
century,
Dosey.
1787 to be exact.
Y'all
But the
listen,
comment in the
Dosey.
chat, he said 1700s.
In the
And I just
context
showed
of
you
the
that.
in the context of the that's why context is important. In the context of the conversation we was having about the census, she tried to imply that they wouldn't have called the people or said that the people was from Africa because Africa wasn't called that. I have it clipped. That's why
No,
I
what you
in
put
my
in the
video.
comments
Hold on,
tonight
I'm
in the
not done.
chat
Hold
was
on, I'm not done because I don't want this to
1700s,
be
and
long.
you cut the
Hold on,
clip.
hold on. I'm not gonna be long. I put in the back chat the 1788. You changed it now because you know it was called Africa. I put in the back. I
No,
put in the back
it
chat.
wasn't.
That's what she
Listen,
just
listen,
said. That's
listen.
when she said it came to
I'll mute.
existence. That's where
I'll
she
mute.
showed her source as far as it. So it sounds like you're having a comprehension problem.
No, I'm not
You're
having a
actually proving her point that Africa
No,
came into
Dosey,
existence in the 18th century. So do you have something that shows before the 18th
Dosey,
century that there was an Africa?
Dosey. The conversation we was having was
You don't
about
have to tell
Africans.
me what the conversation
Okay,
was.
but look,
As
the
far as
conversation was about the
I can
census.
tell that you misinterpreted
No,
the
I did not
conversation.
You
So
did. He
we're
lumped it
back.
all
Y'all
together.
cutting
We're
me off.
back. Sweet Feather already told you that's not what she said. You can sit here and be like your other friends because this is
Not
what
trying
y'all
to be
tend to do.
difficult.
Y'all
I just
tend
want
to
to land my
argue
point.
things that no one's even arguing,
No,
or
wait,
you
wait.
can debunk what she said that Africa existed before the 18th century.
Listen,
But he
we were
cut the
having
clip.
we were having a conversation about Africans on the census in the 1800s. Again, she tried to imply that in the 1800s they would have not said a black person was
Man, we
from
ain't trying to
Africa.
hear that,
I
bro.
didn't
Y'all
say
pull up
that.
all them
Alright.
white
But
folks.
I did
Y'all
not
stop.
say
Yeah,
that.
Come on, all white
Y'all cutting
folks,
me
man.
off.
We ain't trying to
Asking
do
for
that.
smoke,
the
but y'all
back her
cutting
up
me
in
off.
the
I'm not gonna be
census,
Y'all
long.
still
it
ain't got.
wouldn't
Y'all
say
still
I'm not
mad
gonna
Africa.
be
about
long.
that?
It
I am
wouldn't
not
say
going to be
I
Africa
long.
in the
didn't say that
census.
I'm not
because we
going
were
to be
looking at
long.
census and we were
I'm not going
debunking
to be
where
long.
And
Africa was.
Shaw, this
Listen,
isn't a
listen. You
census. I
said
don't
Because
know.
they had
I
Africa,
don't know if you know what
Colombia,
a
listen.
census
Africa,
looks like,
Ohio,
You
but
can
Africa
this
switch
isn't
it
a
Louisiana.
now
census.
that you're caught. You can change it now, but I have you clipped
No,
saying what
but
you said. We were
you
talking about
are
the
you are
1800s.
you are
We
mixing
were
up my
talking about the
words. You
census
can
in the
play the clip, the
1800s, and
entire
I have
clip.
you
Shy, look,
clipped
look
trying
at
to
this. All
imply
Shy
that
It
do.
don't have
Africans
to
Shy,
be
Shy,
was
why
seen.
not
you ain't
called
got no woman over there? This what you do. You travel the internet on the late night, lonely.
why
Yeah, why you ain't got no
why
woman
are
over
you
there, fam?
You don't
yeah
have me
You on
saying
the
I mean
that.
internet at 3
but the
o'clock in the
title
morning
says
arguing
smoke.
with
The
women.
title says smoke. I don't understand why y'all
Arguing
running
with women. It's 3
because I'm
o'clock
not
in the
attacking
morning,
her.
bro.
I'm not
You
attacking
coming
her.
here with all that
I'm not attacking
testosterone,
her.
talking about the title say smoke. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We finna lay
Yeah, it do
down.
say smoke. Y'all was just
We
Right.
up here
finna lay
rambling with
down, boy.
Madon
Why
and
you ain't got no
Chad. Why?
woman over there?
Yeah, hey, chat. Then
Why
yeah,
you
He
ain't
yeah,
got no
would
yeah,
woman
never.
over there, boy? Why
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
traveling
yeah,
the way up
yeah,
at 3 in
yeah.
the morning talking about you
This is
looking for
you.
smoke?
You supposed to do this. You
That's
supposed
the
to
type of
protect this.
guy you are.
You should have edified
He
her.
looking
So
for
why didn't
smoke
have
because he
to?
can't go get some smoke with a woman.
Top Cash, you should have
Go get some
corrected her.
smoke
So
with a woman, brother. Don't talk
That
to me.
that's what he
Yeah,
always does.
yeah, you should have
Mr.
corrected. You should have
Lonely.
corrected
But
her. Y'all
to
don't y'all ladies
Sweet
over here. Y'all
Feather
let them stay.
Shaw, you don't have
Check
to
them.
address that anymore. It's okay. We know a woman's not over there. It's okay. Shaw, there's no census on this. What?
Go get that
What,
blow up
How
Cass?
you
doll
gonna
out the
come up here and
closet, boy.
lie?
Because
Go
we
get
we
that blow up
know
doll out the
we know
closet.
what
She
goes
ready to
on
lay
over
down.
there, Cass. So you don't want to even start
Up
with
here
Yeah,
me
Cass,
as
you
far
lying.
ain't
as
Your
got
what
words
nothing
goes
is
over
on
there
over
wrong.
there.
neither.
You
Top
got
Cash.
When we
you
get
got
off
some
of the mic, you about to
academic
call
Cash
him.
be on
academic P
YouTube from the
Diddy stuff
morning for
happening
5
over there.
hours.
Y'all
So
about to
Cass,
get
I'll
on
be quiet.
three-way, all male
Yeah,
three-way
I've
when
never.
we close
Hey,
the show
hey,
down.
Top Cash. I've never
Oh,
went
you
You
live.
know
stop
they are.
talking to
They're
me,
gonna get
bro.
to
You
slice
ain't got
them
no
and
more
dice
You'll
to
be
them.
okay.
offer,
You can go
and you're
home.
lonely.
I've never went live for
And you're
5
lonely,
minutes.
boy. We don't want to hit it.
Does
It's
y'all
3 in
have
the
I've
any
never
morning. He
went
talking about
live
he
other
looking for
information?
smoke.
ever.
Everybody
The
else finna lay
editors.
down. Get out of here. You
What
ain't
was
got
that
no
last
life.
year?
You ain't got no life. It's 3
Yeah,
in
I've
the
never
morning.
went
He
live
jump
on
up here
YouTube.
talking about, I'm looking for the
Hey,
smoke.
Dulcinea, I
Boy,
think
we
you
about to lay
to
down.
rub your feet with some
Where your
Hey,
woman
Cass.
testosterone.
at?
Hey, Cass. I've
When
never
you
went
say
live on
Your
YouTube.
Dulcinea, say no
testosterone.
Diddy after it. What Cass?
Cash said no Diddy after you said
No,
it's
'cause I'm
crazy.
talking to a woman. So what I'm saying Diddy for?
Because
Cass is supposed to be showing.
I don't think I'm talking to
Y'all
a
know
man.
Cash Flow.
But what's up,
I'm done. I
Cass?
proved my point. Y'all was
Cass,
protecting her.
you
Hey,
didn't
Sweet
prove
Touch, I don't got no
anything. You
problem
just
with
got
you,
up
Sweet
here
Touch.
and lied, and you tried to disparage my
No, I
word
did.
and my name.
No.
Yes,
All
you
right,
Yeah,
so
did.
go
and
ahead.
Shaw,
Yes, you did, 'cause you cut the
there's no
clip. You
census on
dishonest.
here
Can
anyway.
y'all
So
let
what
me
are you even
respond, please?
arguing?
I'm
There's
not
no
gonna.
census on
Okay,
here.
cool, Dosey. Cool, Dosey. Can I respond? And I'm gonna leave. I don't want to be long. Again, the conversation that we had was about Africans being on the 1850 census. She implied that wouldn't have been, they wouldn't have said anybody was from Africa because Africa wasn't called that.
Bro,
And
all y'all
that's what
pulled
she,
up was white women.
bro.
Stop it,
I didn't
bro.
Why
Before I
you
imply
pull
protecting
it
And
up
her?
on
Why
Africa
you.
y'all
wasn't
protecting
on the
her?
Stop
Why
it
are
before
y'all
I
protecting her?
pull it up on you.
and
All
this
y'all
is
Why
pulled
an
are
up was
y'all
white women.
protecting her?
1850 census.
And
Y'all asking for
implication
smoke, but
goes
y'all
to what
running.
you receive, not what I said or what I
That's what
meant.
you said.
If you said I
I have
implied,
you
then
on tape, sweet
that's how
feather.
you perceived it.
And we got you
Sweet
on
You
tape
feather.
thought
saying them was
I
white
I
folk
implied,
have
coming
and
out of
you tape. I
Africa.
have you
implication is
clipped
not
saying it.
a
I
fact
have
of
you
what I
clipped.
said.
I have you clipped. You can
You
lie
don't
all you
know.
want, but I have you clipped.
You clipped the clip.
No,
You
I clipped
cropped
you
the
trying
clip
to imply that
because
it wasn't
I
called
did not
Africa in the
try
1800s.
to imply. How do
If
you
you're
want
gonna
me to
say
That's what you
imply
context
tried to
something?
applied,
imply.
you can't tell somebody
You
what they
can't take my
implying if you
words
try
out
to
I
of
know
imply
what she
context. You
implied.
context.
I
don't
was
understand
there.
my
I heard the
words.
But you
conversation.
said, but if you're gonna say somebody,
Yeah,
if you're
you
gonna
heard
talk
it. You
context, you
heard
gotta
it, and
rely
then
on
you
what she's
Context. I
saying. You
am
translated in
can't,
talking
your
context. We
mind
were talking
wrong.
about
You
the
don't understand
right?
1800s.
what I
Why was
So
she
said.
implying
Either
it wasn't called?
way, Shaw, either way.
Wait, why was she implying that it
Africa
wasn't called
wasn't on,
Africa in
hold
the
on, Shaw.
1800s?
ask
It
her.
wasn't on the
You saying that I
1850
implied something is
Yes,
an
census.
it was.
opinion.
I can show
And
you African
and
right.
this okay, you're not showing this. This source
No,
is
no, no,
not
no. I
about that.
showed. So
Yes.
Dosey,
Okay,
I
Bro,
I'm
go
sorry.
get a source. We don't
Dosey,
want to
I
hear
showed
you. We
this
don't
source
care about
because
your
again,
opinion. Source up.
We're not gonna go to your channel to go watch it if that's what you're trying to
Let me say this,
do.
Dosey, and I'll leave because I know y'all purposely cut
Source
me off.
up, bro.
I
Just leave.
purposely showed these two sources, Dosey, because again, we were
Bro, them
talking
sources
about
ain't
this.
help you.
Yo,
Bro,
why?
They didn't
It's
help
not
you
gonna
at
hurt.
This
all.
is on them
It's not
sources,
gonna hurt. I'm
brother.
not gonna
ain't
be
no
long. Why
Africans
y'all
come
keep cutting me
directly
off?
across the
Why y'all
ocean,
keep cutting
man.
me off? I'm not gonna be.
It's not possible.
Again,
Man,
we
you
were
brought a
talking about the
pseudo
18.
source up.
All right, bro. Y'all
Yeah,
doing
all
this on
right. I
purpose
know
because
it's
y'all
not
asking
right.
for smoke. Why y'all running?
Bro, go to
Y'all,
bed.
we was talking about the census
Go
in
to bed,
1800s.
bro. Go get on the chat
She
line.
tried to say that.
Wake up for a second because I felt like my name was being somehow. It sounded like
I
wait
knew
a minute.
this was gonna wake up Sister Freedom. Y'all should have known.
What? Wait a minute. Let me just make sure it's clear. It was free, and at the same time, you must say to the people because you don't want to sound disingenuous. It was only for the northern part.
Get him, Big Mama.
Then at the same time, wait a minute.
Listen to Big Mama.
At the same time, it was being called many names. And at the same time, it was being called Libya also by the Romans. Right? Now, it didn't become Africa all over the continent until the late 1700s. Afri and Africa is two different words. Okay, and Africanus, when he came in on the scene, because when he came, he was a general or something in the army. He was a high-ranking individual in the army. So we figured out when he was doing his study that the Greeks, I think it was the Greeks, the Greeks or the Romans, one of the two, was calling it Afri at a time. So he was like, oh, okay, well, that was near my name. And he started calling it Africa, and it just spread. Now, keep in mind, that is not the name that the people of that particular continent put on it. They didn't do that. So you going through all this for what reason? Now, you know me and Reggie went through this, right? Is he on there? Who was that?
I'm letting you talk. I ain't cutting nobody off.
Okay. But I don't want you to sound disingenuous because
I'm
it's
not being.
right up.
I'm not being disingenuous. That's why the context is very.
And it's not the name that the people put on it.
Cool. I'm cool with that,
Okay,
Sister Freedom.
find
Sister
out.
Freedom, I just want to say this and then I'm gonna leave. Again, the context is very important when we having these conversations. We were talking about the census in the 1800s. She tried to imply that nobody would have been.
Brother, y'all lost that war.
All right.
Yeah,
Sister
there
Freedom,
is
you
no
see how I
Africa
allowed you,
on the
Sister Freedom, I
census.
allowed you to
There's
talk.
no
They won't
Africa
let me
on the
finish my
census. It's
Brother,
statement.
no
over,
life.
y'all.
Sister
It's
Freedom, they won't
over.
let me finish my statement.
That was
I'm not
6
gonna
months
cut
Because
nobody
ago,
you
bro.
off.
finished it. You finished it
No,
10
I did
times.
Because
not.
you
No,
took
I
it
did
out
not.
of
Y'all keep cutting me
context.
off.
We're
Y'all
not
keep
coming
cutting
to
me
your
off.
show
Cash,
to
you hear
watch
this,
the
right?
response. We don't
Cash,
care
you hear
about
them,
your
right?
response. You've been going for months
I let
trying to
everybody talk.
promote this response that you got to us,
No,
and
I
we
didn't.
not
I'm
watching
just saying
it.
she
He took it
she
out
tried
of
to respond.
context. You just said that. You got to put things in context. So you
Yes,
didn't
context.
understand.
Okay, so let me
You
finish
said
my
I
Yeah,
statement.
so
I
we're
won't cut you
moving,
off.
Shaw. We're
That's
moving
an
on from the
opinion and an
Yeah,
1850
idea
census.
of what
no,
you
we're not
heard.
talking about the census. We're talking
Bro,
about
give it
this
up, bro. We're
implication that
we're
she
done
said
with
that.
that, bro.
Yeah,
You
I
ain't
know.
Yeah,
got
we're
no
I
talking
know.
life.
So
You
about
tell her
still
to
Africa
listen.
stuck
So
right
on
you won't
now.
finish
So,
saying
Shaw
eventually.
first. Shaw, do you have anything to say about what Sister Freedom said about Africa?
Am I lying?
Can I speak? Can I speak without somebody cutting me
No,
off?
you
Because I don't gotta
can't
cut
speak
y'all
about
off.
anything. You can answer the question.
Sister Freedom,
Yeah.
nobody said anything about what Africa was or wasn't called. The content of the conversation, because
Okay.
she up here trying to spin it, was about the census in the
You
1800s.
would have
No,
spent
you
that, sir.
That's what the
misunderstood.
context
You
was.
You
misunderstood what she
did. You
said,
took it
and you
out of
can easily
context.
just
Sweet
be
Feather,
like,
you're
I
lying.
misunderstood.
You were wrong.
You're
Simple
lying,
and plain. You were
Shaw.
wrong.
You're lying. So
You're
we're gonna
lying.
move on. We're gonna move on because you're being disingenuous and you're not being able to move forward because you really want everyone to know. Y'all go. I don't what's your channel's name? I know only 2 people go to it, but what's your channel's name, Shaw? Oh, I guess
Nah,
he's
we
not
don't
going.
gotta go to it. It's nothing
Yeah,
to
I
go
guess
to.
he's not going to say. His
She already
boyfriend.
corrected
He has a
herself.
channel.
He has 2 boyfriends. Not a
Dulcie, she already
coincidence.
corrected
And
herself.
Mozzie
Dulcie,
Clan Warrior, y'all can go check out his boyfriend.
I'm not even
He's
attacking
usually
Sweet
going to
Feather.
be
I was
up
just
there, and he's going to respond back to this 1850 census until I die, I think.
But can I ask you something?
And probably after.
Because
Nah,
I
don't
know
ask
that
me
you
nothing because
have
I
a lot
can't
of
talk without
channels.
nobody's. I can't.
All
I
right,
can't even
move
get a
Yeah,
word
don't
around,
in
ask him
without
homeboy. Get
nobody
nothing.
cutting
away
You
me
can
off.
from her.
ask us, Sister Freedom. Yeah, don't ask y'all
He
nothing.
goes
Yeah,
on a
because I
lot of
can't speak
channels.
without
Yeah,
somebody
shot.
cutting me
Okay,
off.
get away from here.
You're
Yeah, I
Yeah,
very
bet.
get up
intelligent.
and get away from here.
But
Yeah,
are
you
you
scared of me though.
American?
You scared of not a
Boy,
coincidence
you is
too.
nobody.
Yeah, I know. You got
Y'all
us
are
banned from your
nobody.
channel
Hey, watch it here.
because you know
Hey,
we're stanky.
when y'all was doing debates, y'all couldn't sell no tickets. Bro,
I
don't
don't
talk to me.
debate.
Y'all can't sell
I
tickets.
don't debate. I get money in real life. I don't debate nobody.
Y'all ain't got no following. You ain't got
Yeah,
no
you
money
do.
neither.
You gotta
You ain't
be
got
on
no
YouTube all
following.
day to get your money.
You
I
ain't
don't
got
have
no
to.
following. You ain't got none of that,
Yeah, but
homie.
you
I
gotta
had
get
money
super
before
chat
I had
all
a
day long.
YouTube channel,
I don't
homeboy.
have to do that in
Understand
real
that.
life.
Understand that. I lived in the richest country in the world, nigga, when I created my Indian channel, homie.
That's what's up.
Understand that.
I support that. Hey, I
All
sent you
right,
money
then.
before.
All
I don't
right.
count pockets.
Understand why
Well,
people. I
get you.
just
It
Don't
sounds like
nobody
you
believe in
pocket
y'all message
watching.
or
He
scholarship.
is.
Y'all at the bottom of the barrel. You still
Y'all
stuck
don't
on
sell
something
no
happened
tickets.
6
Why you
months ago.
pocket
We
watching?
forgot about
I
it.
don't debate. You don't know how much money I
We
made.
forgot about it, family. You still talking about 6
glad.
months ago.
I'm so glad I stuck
Nobody's
out
talking to you though.
while I'm
Yeah,
asleep.
we'll move
But he was
around.
talking to you.
Yeah, I was talking
And
to you.
I've never
I
heard
know.
reverse. That needs to be called reverse pocket watching because you can't
He
watch a
He
pocket
just
that's
said we not
empty.
selling tickets. First of all,
Yeah,
I don't
y'all
debate.
don't
know,
say, yeah,
You
y'all
pocket
ain't got
watching.
no
empty.
following, no
Second, you
supporters.
pocket watching.
It's
Second,
all
you pocket
men.
watching.
It's all men. I'm showing you how irrelevant
No, you
you are.
pocket
I'm showing you
watching.
why you
You
don't get to
pocket
talk to
watching.
me, homeboy. I'm
You pocket watching.
showing
I
you
don't
why
want to
you
talk
ain't
to
on
you.
my level
I
and
don't
why you
want to
don't need
talk
to
to
be
you.
talking to me.
I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
Weren't you
okay
just
then.
begging
Good,
to
because you
be
don't have a
unblocked?
I don't want to
timeline.
talk to you. Sweet Feather,
Aren't y'all all
Sweet
begging to
Feather,
be
you got a
You don't
nice
have
Hey,
a
don't
voice, but
say
you're a
timeline.
nothing to
liar.
her,
things out of
homeboy. Don't say
context.
nothing
Free
to
feather,
her.
you
What
cute, but you're a liar.
what you mean? Don't say nothing to her.
Hold that L,
Yeah,
Free
you can
Feather.
leave that one alone, homeboy.
You
Yeah,
should have
you
said
hold that
something to her,
L.
so I
Yeah.
didn't have to
Stamped on your
correct
Yeah,
her.
chest, big
well, we
man.
debunked y'all already,
You should have
fam.
said
We
something
done
to her,
with it.
so I didn't have to correct
We
her.
done with it.
You
You
didn't
still
have to
living in the
correct me.
Be a
You
past.
need to
man
correct
and
yourself
correct your
because you
women
didn't
over
You
here. And
understand
your
still
what I
women,
living in the
said.
past,
you
fam.
got your women looking stupid out here in your
Nah, we
community.
look
You should
okay.
have edified
If
her.
you say so.
No,
Yeah,
your
you should
mom
have did
isn't
that.
out here though.
Yeah,
Yeah, your
you
mom
got her
ain't
looking
out
Your
here,
stupid.
mom
nigga.
isn't out here.
All right, hey, can
You
y'all
got
get him out
Doki
of here?
exposing
Cause
her
right now,
DNA. She
Your
mad.
mom
obviously he
ain't
don't
You
out
have
got
to
Sweet
be
here.
Feather
mad
thinking
and he just
Africa
gonna be
wasn't called
Your
Africa.
disrespectful,
mom ain't
right?
out here.
He lost and he gonna be disrespectful.
He's salty. How long ago was that?
6 months. We didn't
Right,
forgot about
months
that.
away from
And he's
that.
Right.
still
He said,
stuck
but
in the
we was
past.
talking about this. No, we was talking about a lot of things through a time period.
We
Okay,
talked about
and
everything but that, literally.
Yes.
no, but we were also talking about the Royal African Company, how Africa got its name, and how they were trading and they were doing business, and it didn't necessarily mean that the people were of Negro complexion, etc., etc. So what they wanted to do was they had to get something. You see what I'm saying? Because they know it's nothing. I dropped a source in the back to Kaz's point about the word mulatto from Jack Forbes, and it
Okay.
talks about the
Oh, I'm
evolution
going back on mute then.
of
Thank
the
you.
term mulatto, a chapter in Black Native American relations, or Negro in quote unquote Native American relations. Okay, so you got to understand that this word mulatto means something different in different countries and during different time periods. Now you have to
So
Oh
also
comes
shit,
from the
man.
understand.
Portuguese and the Spanish system, and they use it for black
Chill out,
people.
bro. Chill out, fam.
Can she
You ain't
But
got
can
no
can
sources. Don't be here trying to read our
Italians used
sources.
it
Go get
also.
your own to read.
Italians used it also, the French used it also, the Dutch used it also in different places. And when they got there, okay, in their colonies, okay, they saw negros, okay, the indigenous people, negros, okay, and they also came up with the mestizo, who they considered, I guess, the lighter skin. And they said that those two intermarrying were also known as mulata. Okay, so I just want to say that Jack Forbes uses contemporary terms. Okay, but if we talk about the people, you're talking about a black person who they refer to as a black through lookism, who was turned as a negro, or a colored person that mixed with who they refer to as an or described as a Native American, which was an Indian. And if you see there, it also has free colored, Negro, Sambo, Musty, Grifo. So those are the caste systems that a lot of the like Pleckers and the people before Pleckers, even Darwin used some color caste system through his out of Africa, through his Darwin evolution theory. Okay, but that's what it also meant. And you can see it says Mulatta of 1865 or of 1900 was a colored person. Of 1830 would be the same as a colored person of 1930. That's in the second paragraph. You see that?
Are these Jack D. Forbes and these white people, Walter Plecker? They like go to white people.
Did you see what she was
No,
Are
it
talking
these
about?
y'all
says
go to white people that y'all go to? Like,
Did you see what she
it's
was
talking
saying?
about
Pan
it's talking
Africans.
about the racial terms that they made up.
But I can go to the back.
It says racial terms to contemporary usage without any critical examination of meaning. So, for
It
example,
was the earliest
it has
known
been
uses of
assumed
1590.
that a mulatto, listen, for example, it has been assumed that a mulatto of, let us say, 1600 would be the same racial background as a mulatto of 1865 or of 1900, or that a colored person of 1830 would be the same as a colored person of 1930. What this is showing you is how arbitrary this idea of race is, based off of color coding or someone looking at someone and saying they are this or they are that. And the French did it, the Italians did it, the Dutch did it, the Spaniards did it, because in Mexico they have 16 different quote unquote caste systems of color that include mulatto. And there are, I think, about more than one color code for mulatto. So I'm just saying that the definition that you have, yeah, people say that, but that's later on.
Can you prove that? Where is it anything saying that it's later on, sister?
Oh,
The thing that you brought up.
They're saying it
I see.
was made. Hold on. classification to reflect mixed European ancestry. It is used
You
to
brought
consider
up a
outdated and
Wikipedia
offensive
source. What was your
in
source?
several languages, including English and Dutch, but it does not have the same associations in languages such as Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese. Okay. Among
I'm
Latin
saying that
Americans,
it's
can
an
be used
evolution of the word. It means that through
as a
time,
source of pride.
through region, through whatever foreigner came to that land and looked at the people, they had different definitions for the word mulatto, not just what everybody is going by now, saying that it's a black and a white person.
Mulatto is origins is for a black and a white person. That's the origins of the word.
No, it didn't start
Now,
as an
if you go to
origin
certain
for a
places in
black and
Spain
white
where
person.
they use it as a source of pride or whatever,
It didn't
but
start
it's
like
still
that. It
still
didn't
comes from
start
what it
like
comes
that
from.
because it didn't start like that because you didn't have certain white people in regions where they referred to that. They looked at the tones of the different shades of color. That's why they say colored person.
Color, they're talking about black people, sister. You know, y'all
Look right here at this
etymology.
source. What did they say a mulatto was? The same as a what person? A Negro. You see that? Look at the
A
first
Negro was a
paragraph,
black
last
African,
sentence.
sister.
Look at the first paragraph, last sentence. Those key terms include mulatto, colored, free colored, Negro, sambo, or sambo, musty, or grifo. Those are all meaning the same thing.
Look, okay, another one. AI overview. It says the word mulatto comes from the Spanish and Portuguese word mulatto.
Did you say AI?
Which comes from the word mulo.
Yeah, he did say AI. Yeah, cut it. Cut it. It's
Finish
cool.
reading, sister.
No, because you're not going to tell us where you're reading it from. You're not going to tell us what year it came from. There's nothing scholarly about you just
Okay,
reading it.
Merriam Dictionary. Here goes two sources for it. Words.
No. You,
from CBC
Cass,
and
don't
Merriam
just
Dictionary.
say, hold on. Cass, don't just say things when I asked you specific questions. I said you're not going to tell us where it's from. You told us Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Thank you. Now, what year was that published?
So when I told you the earliest known source was 1591, you didn't listen. I'll cut me off.
No. Is that dictionary published in 1591? Yes or no?
All your stuff is updated source. I'm giving you all the stuff.
No, it has a published date. Cass.
Every time
Let's go back.
debating,
Let's go back. Let's act like we're in elementary school here, okay?
No.
Do you remember how to find when a book was published?
So
do you remember how to find that, Cass?
If
you're looking at a website, do you know how to find the website date?
Dulcie, I don't think he understands the importance of why we asking this.
Right, he doesn't. He's just like, what does that mean?
Go through that.
It's because you're proving the point.
So
You're just going to bring a 20th century source that we already know is going to say African. So prove an 18th century source says African. Prove a 19th century source says African.
So do you want to look at the what Merriam-Webster dictionary was invented?
No, we just want
do you want me to pull that up?
We want you to pull up an earlier version and show us what the dictionary said then.
Where the word mulatto is at, I can pull up
know
when the Merriam-Webster dictionary first invented.
That was back in the late.
That's what I want.
That was in the late 1800s. We ain't worried about that. We
y'all want me to know, man, what type of stocks the nigga wore.
That's important. That's very important. So can you give us the year on the book you're reading? The dictionary you're reading.
Again, man, I'm not answering y'all because if you're not going to let me get this definition off right here, the etymology, I'm on etymologydictionary.com. I'm not going to answer you.
Okay, all right. Well, don't answer it.
You want to know you want to know what the white man
don't
boogers
answer
look like.
it then.
Well, then we don't need that source.
Dulcie, we can still come back to him. So Dulcie, can you pull up the source that I put in the chat, please? I don't want to be the only American Indian up here who didn't pull up the source. So
Me and Sweet Feather was having a debate, and here you come, Dosey, saving somebody because you know your Indian world gonna keep coming crazy.
You ain't say Sweet
Again,
Feather.
Cass, no Diddy. No Diddy every time.
She was knuckling up, man.
But you know that they racialized Chinese soldiers, and a lot of the Chinese soldiers, they didn't know where to put them, so they referred to them as mulattoes.
You know what? Let me go get the other one too.
I can't answer you because I'm getting cut off and I can't get my definition. I can't read the etymology of the word mulatto.
No, because we want you to share it anyways. Like,
okay, I can share it in the
I'll
back
make it
chat,
bigger.
so I'm going to share it.
Okay.
Yes, share it so
yeah,
we can
share
get
it.
the information we need.
Now, right here.
Oh, that's a good source.
Yeah, Benjamin. So that's why I said we're gonna come back around to what he's saying about mulatto either way. So, section 24. Now, brother, you see where they describing what the Europeans look like. So he says, which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is. Oh, but let me start over. This source is from 1751, and it was written by Benjamin Franklin. Purely white people is very small. All of Africa, black and tawny. Now you see how they use tawny for Africa, right? Asia is tawny, the same color as African. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so the same color. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally what we call swarthy complexion. Now, swarthy means black. Do I need to go and get that definition for you, or are you gonna take my word for it? All right, let me go get that definition.
Tawny, an orange, brown, or yellowish brown color. Tawny eyes, an orange, brown, and yellowish brown color. Pine needles turning from tawny to amber. Doesn't say anything about black, sir.
But whose skin is black? The color black.
We can look at Sudanese people and Senegalese people, which
They're
a lot
not
of
over
people
here, and they
are
have a
were
distinct
enslaved. We can look
phenotype.
at
Come on, Cass.
Crunchy Black, the rapper. That nigga black as hell. He's black. He ain't brown. He black.
He is not the color black.
It
He
don't
is not
matter,
Crayola
man. Y'all
crayon
know
black.
what it
No,
is.
it do.
He's dark.
It do
He's not
matter.
Extreme
tawny.
black. No, it
It do
does
matter,
matter.
bro.
He's not tawny. Y'all try to get out of y'all.
It matter, brother.
It does,
Nah,
because that's
no.
why you have the word black,
Nah.
and it has a
Sweet
specific
feather.
definition and color code to go with it.
Tawny
And you have the
means a
word
warm,
brown,
sandy
Sweet feather.
color.
and it has the
He
word
getting
and
sandy,
has the word
brown,
tawny.
brown, the same color as you.
That's not dark, though.
Brown, the same color
That's
as you.
not dark. Crunchy
All right,
black is not.
are you
described
considered a
color.
black person? Are you considered
Wouldn't
a
be
black
color
person?
of tawny.
Are you considered a black
When
person?
they think of Italians and
All right, I
Sicilians,
know,
they
I
call
know.
them tawny, sir.
Can you put up swarthy for me, please, Dulcie? Because we finna come back around to this mulatto. We just got to figure out what these people look like when
It
they
don't
came
matter
over here.
what you say. We got the definition
I
that y'all
know.
won't let me say.
I agree. I agree.
No
It
matter.
don't matter what I
I'm
say.
gonna read it again.
I agree. It don't matter what
5090s.
I say.
One who
I
offspring of
agree.
Hey,
European.
no, we're not going to do that. You're going to source it up. Like we said,
Yeah.
we don't believe you just saying them, Cass. So you are welcome to drop it in the back, but we don't believe you. We're going to need you to drop your sources.
Yeah, it's fine. It's getting real tight right now. So, I just didn't want to be the only American Indian up here who didn't show a source. So,
You're not American
did you
Indian,
get?
man.
I know.
You're not American Indian.
I know. But leave it to a colonizer to tell me who I am. All right, so that's swarthy, and that's
black.
And you black. So okay, so what is it? So what is tawny then? You the same color as tawny,
sir. I'm not tawny.
You not black either, right? Okay, so swarthy
like
is
dark,
dark.
like a Sicilian. Come on, bro.
Okay, I know. It's fine. Dark color, tawny. Okay, so if they said the Spaniards, the Swedes, the Portuguese, and all of those people were black people, what we would call black people today, when they came over here to America, and they started mixing with the American Indians, what is a mulatto in the 1600s when they were coming over here?
You said the Swedish were tawny, brother?
That's what the source said.
Oh,
no, they said they were swarthy.
I'm done, man. I'm done, bro.
Of course, this shit was over
You
a long time ago.
I'm just like
Have you seen the Swedish person?
cherry on the top, man. You saw how much work got put into you today. Come on,
Do you
man.
want me to
Cut
show
that
you
shit out.
pictures of Swedish people, bro?
Cut that shit out, man.
No, we don't need your
yeah.
pictures
I
that
can
you
drop it
don't
in the
source
back
up
chat
and then
with
you
a
just
Cut
Google
that
and
out, man.
you about to get from a bakery site or they
You
gonna
was
be
you was
no.
already dead. You was already dead before I even pulled this out. I just didn't want to be the only American Indian that didn't show a source today. That's all. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your time, brother. You want to put your source in the chat so we can look at yours? Kaz, you there?
Hold on one second. I'm trying to look at this lady, her size, her rings, 2 earrings.
He don't realize that brother Solutions already debunked what he finna do. Because earlier he said that just because they had the name Newbie in the house back then, don't mean that they got the same name today. So he finna show us what a Swedish person look like today and project that back into history as if that's what these people always look like.
Brother, we got statues and all that of Swedish people back then, bro, with European features, man. It's nothing.
Hey, bro, don't bring up Sweden, bro. You know why you can't bring up Sweden to me, bro? I put my genealogy up. My people and them ran Sweden ever since the invasion of the Vikings, homie.
So
the queen
you're a white
and
boy,
the king.
You're white.
Listen, family, they weren't white, and I can prove that. That's what you need to know. These weren't white people, homie. If they was white, I'd be white today.
Crazy.
Wait, so are you a descendant of the Almoravids?
No, sir.
So
the Almoravids are Moors, brother.
So you were just so in your opinion, where do Black Europeans come? This is the first time I'm hearing.
They come from Europe.
I'm saying, so that they're indigenous to Europe.
Easy. They come from Europe.
They're indigenous to Europe.
Yes, sir. That's why they're called Black Europeans.
Wow.
I thought you said something about common sense earlier.
No, but I'm dumbfounded because I've never heard this before in my life.
Okay. Well, you need to do your research. You got homework.
Hey,
can you point me to a work of literature?
Hey, Dose, I do want to let you know y'all have somebody down there named Free Papa TV. A couple years ago, this guy used to frequent Aboriginal panels and pull out his privacy and assault himself on camera. No, I can't make you. I'm on everything I love. He came in under A1 profile one time.
No, I believe you. He's
and they
weird.
let him in, and boy, that nigga went to work. He sitting there and was beating off. He went to Root Word. Root Word was engaged in reading the Wikipedia article from top to bottom, and while this brother proceeded to assault himself live on camera. Yeah, get him out of here.
Wait, brother, can you point me
left
to
the scene under the fake account and came back as himself? Talking about what's up, y'all. I said that's him. That's him right there. Yeah, in the trench coat. Oh yeah, naked with the taco meat on his chest. Get him.
Can you point me to some literature that references these Black Europeans?
Yeah,
it was just on the
Sword
screen.
was just showing it on the screen.
What's it called?
It's in
the
the
Increase of Mankind by Benjamin Franklin, brother.
It's called what?
The Increase of Mankind by Benjamin Franklin.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the link in the back chat, in the panel back chat.
Top Cat said he was sweet, man. I heard it all today.
You heard it all? Okay. Yeah, my grandpa was married to the queen. I mean, our line go through all the way to the 1500s when they did the split. One of my grandpas was actually killed because he traded on the family and rode with the new way and the money. But my family were Knights Templars out of that line. They buried in Knights Templar cemetery, and we had the most pure Swedish blood coming through our family. I got the coat of arms out of this. Right.
This sounds like a J.K. Rowling book.
Okay, right. And we can see you don't read because you ain't pulled a source all night.
Facts.
You know the Knights of Templar is white as hell, right?
Bro, the Knights Templar is not white, bro. Go sit down.
Well, they would have killed anybody black in the Knights of Templar.
Right.
They would have beheaded it.
Right.
Next
I
time
believe
I'm
that,
saying
but I
the world
appreciate
Chris
that.
Land was
You
black.
know when, hey, brother, when the last time you dealt with a white woman?
Never.
You lying, bro. You a material. You a white
I put
woman
that on my
material, bro.
mother.
Man, I
Don't
think you're
do that
still a
now.
virgin. To be
No, I put
honest,
that
Half
on.
of the
you went
Why,
to Africa
bro,
for 6 months
half of
brother,
the
before you get
Aboriginals
to
stay
Africa.
honestly,
bro.
brother, when have I insulted you or joked on you
Bro,
today?
I'm just saying you
I ain't insulted you or
give
nothing. I
with
called you the
white
best
women,
scholar.
brother. Brother, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just saying you give off that, I sleep with white women.
Nah, well,
You're
I don't.
more attracted to white women than sisters.
Because I don't what gives off that?
Your spirit, brother.
My spirit, the fan
Yes,
spirit.
sir.
What in my spirit gives that off?
Your spirit gives off
I'm willing to bet money that you have more European
you're
cultural
compatible with white. Your spirit gives
affinities than
off
me.
that you're compatible to white women. You're compatible with white women.
think
You know I can
I
name
don't
all.
even
I
think
wouldn't
you
agree with
know
that.
what the European affinities are in
Yeah, I don't
pursuit.
No,
think
I definitely do.
Pursue. I don't think you want to say that,
I
bro.
don't. I don't.
Contemporary wise.
I don't
I
think you want to say
Well,
don't
that.
we
know if
can't
that's a
go by
Swarthy.
contemporary wise. We have to go by whose culture is what, and I think you would start bringing up things that aren't really European.
Like what?
Cat said he was Swedish,
Pursue.
man. Like, come
Pursue.
What's
on,
not
man.
European?
I'm not Swedish.
No,
I
he
have
didn't say
Swedish
he's
origins.
exactly.
Yeah, I have Swedish
Brother,
ancestry, bro.
that's near
In
the
that
that's
royal
damn near the
family.
North Pole,
And
bro.
this
Like,
on look, and this on my dead mama, dead brother, dead grandma,
oh,
nigga.
come on,
This
don't
is
do that to
real
the
talk,
ancestors,
homie.
man. Don't do that to
Man,
the
listen, I
ancestors.
can do that. All right, because I'm square business by mine. I ain't ashamed to see it. So
I mean,
Them
I got
people
people
gonna
that go
laugh.
back to
If you go to
Scotland.
Sweden talking about some you Swedish, they gonna laugh you out their country.
man, that is
Not
bro.
true. You've never been out of the
You ain't
country.
never been. You ain't got a
I
passport.
definitely have.
You a fat
But
boy.
okay. I
Come
don't
on,
guess
man. You
people
a fat
listen
nigga
to
just talking.
So let me ask you
Then
this,
you would know
Pursue.
that they wouldn't say that. I had an uncle that actually lived in Sweden once he actually got out of the army, and it's one of those things that they actually welcome, especially people that look like us over in Sweden.
And
Pursue.
I have extensive
But it
records
should be already
on
people
who
who
my
look like us
family
that's
are
native there.
and
Like,
how I
your uncle
directly
moved
tie to
there from
them.
America.
But Pursue, can you show me another group of people outside of America that don't believe in family genealogy?
Are you stumped in pursuit? Oh, something
He just
happened
got
to
a
his
mic up
internet.
there.
Cass, by the way, how
So
old are you?
Cass thought that was funny. You want to answer that question? Can you show
Old
me
enough
another
to
group of
see y'all
people?
up here talking crazy.
Can you show me a people outside of the United States of America who don't believe in family genealogy?
I mean, I don't know particular. I don't just go outside of America and have these conversations with people like I'm having with y'all, man. So, it's people that use genealogy, but it's people that don't use genealogy like that. I mean, I don't know every person in the world.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's.
So so everybody outside, the crazy part is white people believe in genealogy. So if I were to even carve it down even further, it's only the Black Americans that don't believe.
No, I mean it's white people. It's white people that say crazy. I mean, a lot of y'all talking points from these far white,
bro. White people know where they come from.
Y'all
Every
get
white
y'all
person.
stuff
Ever since I
off of
started
these
doing
white
my
web,
family
these
tree,
white supremacist websites, bro.
when I talk to a white person, they tell you exactly when they family got to America.
I know plenty of white
I've heard
people that don't know
everything
their
between
genealogy. I'm here to know it, bro.
1890 and 1912. That's the whole range.
I know plenty of white people that don't give a damn about that shit, bro. They just going about throughout.
You just said you don't talk to people like that.
Genealogy. I'm talking about all over.
I know you don't talk to white people. You won't even do your own family tree. How you talk to white people about their family tree?
Bro, I know plenty of white people I grew up with that don't be talking about no goddamn genealogy.
Yeah, I gotta listen. I'm gonna tell you this, man. If I was on the other side of this argument, sometimes you just gotta know when to fold it, man. You gotta realize that
It
you know
ain't
what
folding because
I just got my
nobody
ass whooped. I need to go
academia
back to
doesn't
the
agree
drawing
with you,
board.
brother.
Maybe these folks is
That's
on to
why I want him
something.
to be so young. I wish he was like 18, 19. I could give him a pass, but I know he like probably near 40.
Bro, I ain't never afraid to admit that I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna be like, you know what, these folks is on to something because no matter where I go, when they come back to genealogy, I just can't shake them. I might need to look into my own
No, none of
genealogy.
y'all are
and
actually educated scholars that's going trying to push the native aboriginal agenda. Y'all not in there, y'all. Everybody's on YouTube.
Well, I
Everybody
mean,
nobody's actually pushing this in the college.
I saw a lot of books go up on the screen today from the American Indians. I ain't really see no book
that y'all got published at pseudo.
But it demonstrates that they scholars and they're not pseudo.
No, that doesn't. I can make a cartoon comic book too, bro. I mean, I'm a scholar.
You're the only one that showed pictures. So what are you talking about?
Legendary Tomcats in his books, he had run-on sentences and everything. Him and
Man,
No, he
bro.
didn't.
You
You
ain't
didn't
never
see
read
one.
my book, nigga. And I sold thousands of them, nigga.
You got books too, bro. You's a profound scholar, bro.
Yeah, he has books. You need to check it out. BCU
Oh, yeah.
University. Go get you a book. You need to get you a platinum pass. And that's
I am. I'm anything I got. Gold package all.
Didn't
I
y'all
need
say,
all.
didn't y'all say with no black Europeans? Who that is right there?
That's your people. Scroll up to it, bro.
This ain't my people right here. This King Charles II, though.
He got the little truffles on his ankles. That's crazy.
This King Charles II, this is statue.
Brother,
and,
all we see is somebody with some curly hair, long curly hair, brother. We
okay, no problem. No problem.
They look like Prince.
This is King Charles II. His nickname is the Black Boy King. His mother named him Henrietta Maria because of his dark skin. All right.
So scroll up to the statue.
Descendants of him are called the Jacobites. This was who Charleston, South Carolina is named after 1670. This is
Was
King
Beethoven
James
black?
Stewart. This is King James Stewart grandson right here, who Jamestown, Virginia was named after. And he Charleston was named after him 1670. He got New York in 1660 from the Dutch, gave it to his brother, gave William Penn his charter in 1680 for Philadelphia. So
are you gonna
these are the black
statue,
kings they created the 13 colonies. They're accredited
that
for the
man doesn't look black
colonies.
though. He don't look black. I'm looking
Brother,
at
you
him.
just said you couldn't see him.
Go ahead and scroll up.
Hey, what the hell is wrong with you, little boy?
So why you keep hard back if he black? You should scroll
Come
up
on,
and look at black
man.
people.
Like, Cass, you're nobody to prove nothing to. I promise
So
you. You're the lowest of the low. You just said you don't even know nobody to talk to. Don't nobody want to talk to you. You just admitted that you don't know nobody
Why
that
didn't
want to
you
talk
scroll
to you.
up to the brother? If you gotta lie about history, why practice?
I don't have to lie about history, homie.
Well, why didn't you
I don't have to
scroll
lie
up to the
about
statue,
history.
brother?
Listen, fam.
Bro, he's not lying. He's uncovering the truth, man.
I beat up all of the top scholars, bro. I don't have to cap about that. That's common knowledge. I beat up all of it. I ain't never lost. Ain't nobody never got with me. It never like, oh, that was
If you didn't lose, you would.
I always dominated. I dominated y'all top scholar when I was
Chris
a rookie.
Harris stumped a mud hole.
Brother, who?
Chris Harris.
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, he's one of those fans.
Like
He's a
I
big
said,
fan.
I dominated all of y'all scholars. All right. Even y'all top Mayweather scholar. I beat him when I was a rookie. I beat up Jabbar when I was a rookie. Stop it, bro.
Scroll up to the statue to show us the Negro features.
Man,
why was it in the back?
bro?
Hey, based upon y'all's research that y'all seen, how many people do y'all think was misclassified purposely?
Everybody, bro. What you mean? White folks? Do you think white folks really was called white folks?
No, I'm saying like as far as where they came from, not necessarily
was called Native American. You think Native Americans was called Native Americans, brother?
No, I'm not saying that that's what they call themselves. I'm saying like from where they came from.
Negroes, colored, or any of these people will call those names. No, sir, brother. So everyone here was calling name was changed, brother.
So what do you think? Where do you think that? Why would they say that these people came from Africa though?
Brother, okay, I'll say this here respectfully. That wasn't a narrative until the 20th century. Okay, after 1923, that was the first time you heard people coming here saying that there was a connection between people in America and people in Africa. And guess what? It wasn't a black scholar, it wasn't a black anthropologist or scientist who said it. It was a white man. If you need the name, I can
You
give
said
you
the 20th century.
1923 to be exact. I don't play games.
So what about the AME church? Where did they get that from?
Church, you want to see me at the AME church? You want me to pull
Nah,
up me at the? Oh, okay.
I'm
Because I
saying.
got footage of me at the AME church. So
Nah,
yeah, I
but
can tell you all
I'm
about it.
saying
AME
why
church was
before
created in 1791. Okay, and it was nothing. They practiced Jesus in there, white Jesus. I can pull up Richard Allen memoirs and show where they had a choice when they would put out of St. George. I can show me in front of St. George when they would
Nah,
put out
I'm
of
not
St. George.
saying what they practice
Well,
per
hold
se.
up.
I'm saying
They
if there
practiced
was no
Christianity,
no,
and none
I'm
of them
not
was
saying they
African.
didn't. But I'm saying if
Listen,
the
you might ask,
narrative was in the 20th century, why are they referring to themselves as the African Methodal
because
Episcopal Church
Africa don't mean
Methodist? I
African.
mean,
Africa, listen, same reason why you had the African institution, same reason how you had a Royal African Company, same way you have all of these places that are called African, but they're started in London. They're clubs that you have the African Association, June 9th, 79, I think it was. Don't
but
quote
wasn't
me.
the AME church founded over here?
The AME church is founded in Philadelphia in 1791. You want me to pull up me in front of it?
Yeah, but again, but why does that go against that goes against the narrative that you're saying that there was
Brother, if
no
they were
they had no
African,
narrative of
okay,
Africa.
this is how we do it. Let me show you. The people who created it, Richard Allen gets the credit, who he was assisted by white Quakers. How the story go? They were in St. George Church. Now, when they went off to build their own, they had a meeting on what denomination would they take. And guess what? They chose Methodist. Okay, when they could have chosen any African religion, if it was really African, no, they chose white Jesus.
No, but you're not addressing what I'm saying, but it's fine.
Right.
No, he is addressing it, brother. You
No,
gotta.
he's not because again he just said the narrative was in the 20th century and as
Yes, sir.
regards
Yes,
as
sir.
to any connection to Africa.
Nobody at the AME church said nobody was African. There's no information on the AME.
So, but I'm not saying that they did. I'm saying for somebody to name it Africa, even if it was a white person to do it, then the narrative of them being African would predate the 20th century.
Okay, well, watch this here, brother. At that same time, they had the African Institution. After 1777, they created the Sierra Leone Company. When they failed, the African Institution picked up where they left off at. And all of these companies, and before then, prior to that in the 1600s, prior to 1791, the African, the AME Church, you had the Royal African Company, okay, which was ran by King Charles, that black guy on that statue I just showed you, and that ran from Charleston, Jamaica to West Africa. All right. So that was African before the African the AME.
That's a non sequitur, brother.
No, it's not. Every time you see Africa is coming out of Europe. That's my point.
But again, why would if the narrative came out in the 20th century,
African institutions and none of them was created in Africa.
No, I'm not. That's another non sequitur.
Is your argument if someone used Africa in the 20th century, it means that people were Africans before then? It proves it.
He asking two different questions, but he don't know that he asking two different questions because the first question you asked was why do people essentially believe? Like, how did the narrative get out that everybody think they African? And that's why he mentioned 1923 because that's when they worked on that project. But then you went back and you said, well, how did we get the AME church? That's a different question than the one you asked from the 1900s. It's a completely different question.
No, but I'm saying if the narrative that people came from Africa, even not even within our community, from outside the community as well, if that narrative only began in the 20th century, then how could there be somebody else labeling something African?
Because he said in response to you that Africa did not mean African. You didn't hear that part because
I did.
No, okay. Well, if that's the case, then you shouldn't have continued down that line of question. Your next question should have been, well, what the hell does Africa mean?
No, that's not linear logic.
That is linear logic.
It's not.
Because if people think Africa mean African today, but it didn't mean that a few hundred years ago, then you would need to investigate, well, what the hell did African mean back then?
But again, the
It is
label,
linear logic for people that are trying to understand, especially even if you're just trying to understand someone else's point of view. But
No,
it's
I
not linear
am.
to someone that's just trying to argue, because it sounds like you're
I'm
trying.
no, I'm not. I'm really trying to. It doesn't make sense to
Okay,
me. Maybe it's on
okay,
me.
then ask a specific
I
question.
am. My thing is, I'm saying it to me is it. Okay, so say if the term African back then meant something different now, but back then it's still applying to the same group of people that it applies to now, then
No, it didn't apply to them last. That's what they're saying, bro.
no,
The
but
word
they're giving the
North
classification. The
Africa,
African
bro.
classification is the people that are black.
When ancient Carthage fell after the Battle of Zuma, they became a Roman province, and that's when they got the name Afri. That didn't have nothing to do with West Africa, South Africa, East Africa, family.
Actually, and the term Africa
Later,
is etymologically
right?
ambiguous.
And it's a high possibility that it came after the scramble of Africa, fam.
The term
Nigeria
Africa
ain't
is
get their name. Hold on, watch
etymologically
this. How we
ambiguous.
know that? Because no other African country got their name, the names that they using today before the scramble of Africa. None of them.
That's
Nigeria
correct.
came later.
That's correct.
That's why they came in the 20th century. Right after the end in the 1880s, bro, after the scramble of Africa, then you have these in the 20th century, you have these companies of Africa now turning into these countries with their name today.
I'm
Hey, hold
not.
on.
That's
Where the
not what
guy
I'm.
at? That guy said that some dude named Christina beat me up. Check me out. So it's the same shit. Been punched out.
But I mean, it would be kind of hard. It would be kind of hard for an African American to practice the Voodoo traditions or the Ifa traditions because we can't identify as being continental Africans anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So it's hard to identify culturally as an African.
Nah, but these niggas running around here talking about some they practicing E5 and Arisha and your boy who you just said beat me up. He sitting there talking about he ain't got no proof. And it's hard for y'all.
He just bodied you.
Yeah.
He just bodied you.
You got Aboriginals on
Hold
this
on,
panel
bro.
that
We
practice
not ain't no
E5s.
Aboriginals in here tonight, bro. When you see them, tell them
American
whatever you
Indians,
was gonna
that's
say.
still here. She
All
practice
right, hold on.
Central
We're not done, brother. Can you wait till we done?
When we are in fact Americanized now.
All right, then.
Does that make sense?
That's your answer, then. That's your answer.
Okay, no, right. But so the same thing would be with the Indians. How could you be all of those tribes? How could you be all of them when you can't culturally identify with them?
The same way that African can be a modern day nigga who say they're African can be African when he don't identify with those African cultures today. The same thing.
Right. But I claim, yeah, I have ancestry in Africa, but I don't claim to be from a particular tribe in Africa. You get what I'm saying? Because
he zipped himself up and just said, "Hey man, I'm gonna go on lay." He ain't gone hit on. Yeah, he laid in the coffin on his own. Okay,
I don't know.
Are you false claiming?
Am I false claiming what?
Tribe in Africa? Are you just saying you remember tribe in Africa? Or you?
No. I say I do not. I can't. We are no longer blacks in America are no longer considered continental Africans. You understand what I'm saying? We don't identify with any of the culture that's there anymore. We identify with more American culture than we do identify with African culture. You get what I'm saying?
I don't get what you're saying. That don't do, okay. What do they have to do with you not knowing your tribe? No, that's cool. What do they have to do with you not knowing what tribe you're from?
Because different tribes in Africa practice different rituals, have different languages, and they have different rituals that how they identify culturally.
Yeah, that's okay. But we
Yeah.
specifically talk about the one that you from.
I don't claim to be. I'm from America. I
You
speak
ain't. I ain't talking
English.
about what you claim. I'm saying where you descend from. What
I don't
tribe?
know what I don't know
Okay,
what
then
this
we're gonna
tribe
leave
I
it alone.
descend
Then
from.
we're gonna leave it alone. Then.
No, that's not fair. Because
No, that's not fair. And that's the guy, bro. Please produce any tape where I ever got beat up by anybody, bro. All
You
you,
didn't, you
bro.
didn't
I
beat
got
him up
plenty
though.
tape. Listen,
Beat him
bro. I
up.
got, bro. He gave it up. I mean, what
That's
you
you
want me to
winning a
kick
debate.
somebody
Oh, what
down?
did he give it up on
You
there?
want me to? He laid on the ground. You want me to kick him while he on the ground? He don't want to fight.
No, he
What,
told you.
what were you?
Hey,
I don't
bro,
understand how
listen,
you
let me
won
tell you
that.
something. Okay, let me help y'all
Yeah.
out. Once you don't qualify to have a conversation with me, bro, it's over. He didn't qualify. He gave up. He said he don't know what tribe he's from. It's hard for African Americans to know their history being wiped away. He's from America. He descend from Africa, but he don't know well. I mean, what you want me to do with him?
Nor do he identify
The
with the
question
culture.
of which tribe,
What do
singular
you
tribe,
want me to
somebody
do with
descends
him?
from is disingenuous.
That's not
No, how is
disingenuous.
No,
disingenuous,
it's
It
brother?
not.
is.
Either you know or you not, or
I
you
mean,
don't.
what's even if to say that
Either you
we
Even
know or
in
you don't,
pursuit,
brother.
even if it was disingenuous, what more is there to say? Once you say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, how do you
I'm done
continue
with
the,
it.
that's him
the
being
conversation
honest.
after that?
Right,
Okay,
but
and
Okay,
how
I'm
so
far
but there's
how
no
far
more to
can that
say. You
conversation
admitted
go?
that you don't know,
yeah,
so it
you
means like
done.
you need to go figure it out.
But
What
for
else are we
sure,
gonna
by
talk about?
But
default, you lose.
okay, so if he again,
It's a no
what?
contest,
How
brother.
would he do that? That I mean,
By the
TKO.
records.
say for instance that
By the records.
but say for instance all of his records were destroyed just for conversation's
Then where
sake.
the narrative come
If
from?
you really were 80% African, you would have cousins that still are living today. So a lot of what Africans should be doing is making their way to Africa, collecting some DNA, and figuring out who their cousins are, so they can figure out who they are.
So and
Yeah, but
pursue
again,
and pursue the and pursue.
if you took
Hold on. You just asked a really good question, and I think Chief answered your question earlier. If you said out of your mouth the records got destroyed, that means the only way this could come to fruition is if somebody created it, right?
but no, I said
Record
hypothetically.
destroyed.
I don't. I'm saying hypothetically they got destroyed just
No,
for conversation's sake. Because
that's
I
not
No,
don't
that's
think
let
that
me
that's
let
the
me say
case.
this. No, let me say this. The
I preface
tribes that
hypothetically
y'all
first.
point out are
so wait,
either
let
extinct
hold on,
tribes
because
or they're tribes that
he
already
asked a good
exist,
question.
and
He
they're
asked a
claiming
good
they the
question. Can we stay with
go to
his question first?
Oklahoma and
Can we
see the
stay with
real
his
Choctaw,
question?
bro.
Can we stay with his question? You trying to move the
So y'all
needle.
don't have a claim.
Can we stay with his question? If the records got destroyed, okay, we keep hearing that. The question is, if the records got destroyed, how does a narrative even come to existence?
That you're African.
No, but again, you're
Records
taking the
are
hypothetical as
destroyed,
if I'm
brother.
saying that it's in actuality. I don't believe that. It's not even I don't believe. I know all the records have not been destroyed. What I'm saying is
So
due to
if that's the case,
So
the
why
then
do
don't
domestic
you
people?
slave.
need to find the records then?
No,
When you
I
ask what you
agree.
need to do as far as with how one would isolate who they are,
Yeah,
they need to research.
you of course you should research, but my thing is due
There
to
we
the
go.
domestic slave trade. You say if you came to Jamaica
They
and
track that too.
somebody traded you to Charleston, South Carolina. If your records are contingent upon that whoever sold you giving an accurate description of your name and your
Right.
name having to match up with the person that quote unquote owns you, and if it doesn't, then that's a discrepancy. That's going to be hard to find in somebody's records.
No, it's not.
Some people
No, not
some
really
records are just numbers.
technically, and it could be hard to find that particular record. But then maybe you won't have such a hard time finding their siblings or finding them at a later date, finding their children. So there's ways to isolate it down, even if it's hard to find a particular person. It's just one particular person, and then they have family members, so it can lead you there.
It's good
And you
record
and
wise.
you would and
It's
you
difficult. Because I've tried exhaustively to do it,
right. Well,
and
you just got to keep searching, brother. Because
no,
if
I
you
know,
don't,
but
if
I'm
you
You
saying
get
said you've gotten back to the 1800s. Are you talking about like your first
no.
great
See,
grandparent or second or third?
third,
Damn, nigga, you ain't never 25. How did you get out with
but
that?
Right. They
even
could have had babies young, okay?
brother, listen,
no,
if
because
you
it was third because he was
Nah,
born.
they'll be old having them.
No, but I'm saying yes.
1930s, and
All
this
right.
is third
No,
grandpa.
he was on the census as the grandfather up to the head of household.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying your third though family, and you
Yes.
25. Do you have
Yes.
elderly parents?
Nah, wait,
No,
hold
you
up, hold
don't.
up, hold up.
Exactly, brother.
No,
So
no, wait. So
your
what I'm saying is,
great grandma
what I, no,
possibly born in the 1900s, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking. It's what it's because I'm trying to remember the records because I don't got them on the top of my head.
Well,
I'm
you
trying
said
to. I
1831.
know for sure. I know for sure that it goes. The oldest person is 1837, and they
You
were
said
on the
31
census. They were
earlier,
like 40
brother.
something.
You
Brother,
said
earlier you said 31.
I did
Brother, I
1837.
listen
It's not
well.
31.
Trust me,
It's not
bro.
31. It's
yeah,
I listen
1837.
well, family.
and you found them on the 1870 census.
Correct.
Yes, as a they were a grandparent to the head of the household.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
1831 to
So that's how you would probably
1870.
have to go back
That
and
was your
find different people.
timeline.
You'll find them later, most likely.
Why would I be, bro? I'm being genuine. I'm not being disingenuous.
So we got you, brother. But
No, but
you,
you're
trust
you're
me.
trying to do this gotcha moment, and I'm
Nah,
not.
I
That's not
know
what I'm
what,
doing.
brother.
I'm
I
trying to
don't
have
get
a
nothing.
dialogue.
Everything after that. Listen, I done took my gloves off. I'm smoking my blunt. I'm finna go to bed. Though. Nigga, it's over with. I
Maybe
took
that's
my
just the way you
mouthpiece out. I'm
discourse.
taking my shoes off. I'm done.
Hey, Top Cats, I want to ask you a question, bro.
Man,
No,
no,
sir,
man.
we're not interested.
No,
We're closed, brother.
which
We
Charles? Because I got
closed,
all the
brother.
Charles,
We
the King Charles
closed, bro.
pulling up.
Go get on the
All the kings I'm
chat.
pulling up are looking white, bro. So
Hey,
which Charles
no
was
problem, bro. You can keep pulling up pictures. Cause you just pulled up a Mayan picture from the Mormons. We're not taking any more questions from you tonight, sir.
all y'all Top Cats followers?
Brother, I got my
Once he
mouthpiece
has
out. I'm
dude, I
done
got him
for
on the
the
road.
night. You listen, brother.
Top Cats, you
The
scared,
sources
bro.
that you guys pulled tonight did not help y'all.
Bro, you pulled a statue that was way off in the
Okay.
distance. We couldn't see the features. The
Okay,
statues I'm pulling up
well,
with the
do
King
your
Charles,
homework.
all of
But you
them look
critique
like
the
Go
features
get a
though.
platinum pack. Go get a
Right,
platinum.
it's in the platinum pack for
You
zoomed
get it?
in if
Yeah,
you
we got the
really
close
wanted
ups in the
it.
platinum pack. Then
Yeah,
go get the
because
And he
platinum
goes
pack.
into great details in the platinum pack.
if you're not
Do you got
confident in
coloring
your
books too?
sources,
Hey, Kaz,
Yeah,
what's the
for
lowest?
children.
Yeah, I got children coloring book. Yes, sir.
Kaz,
I
what's the
would need one
lowest
of
And
book
them.
you
children's
read?
books.
I'm
that's
the
for the
lower
adult.
level. I'm gonna need
That's
one of
for
them
the
coloring books.
Wait, do you have children in pursuit?
No, ma'am.
That nigga a virgin.
Hey, Pursuit, if you put that same energy into your tree and studying American history,
I have, brother.
You sitting there speaking African
My
language.
favorite literary text is The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson.
And how
That's
did
my
it
favorite
fit
book.
genealogy? And you sit there stuck at 1870 and you out here reading books? Are you serious?
Yes.
You out here reading books
That's
about shit that don't matter?
a great book.
Yeah, and your ancestors are great. Go find them. Read your genealogy. That's the book of you.
Bro, I've tried. That's what I'm
But
saying.
keep
I've tried.
trying, brother.
Hey,
So
Keep
yeah,
trying.
don't
You
stop.
sat
Don't
there and
stop.
mastered
No,
the Yoruba
I'm
language.
not.
You sat there and
What I would
mastered the
say
Yoruba
is
language.
you really need
he's
to be
became the
adding
King
what I
Charles.
can tell you is like siblings, children,
Who
even
said they were
people
kin
who
to
think
King
it's not
Charles, bro?
You said you
Nobody.
were the King
important
Charles, brother.
that
I
can
said I was
open
kin to.
things
You
up.
sweetie.
No,
Hey,
Look
anybody?
at
Hold on.
look
Time out,
through
y'all.
obituaries and add
nah, you ain't say that
Hey,
shit.
y'all on the panel. Did anyone hear me say I was kin to King Charles?
You see how they be lying?
No, you
No.
said you were Swedish.
Oh, okay. They
Okay, so why did you bring King
Cass,
Charles
stop it,
up?
bro. Just leave me
Which King
alone.
Charles
Because
is it?
King
Leave
Charles
me
is
alone.
swarthy,
You're a liar.
and it's known the King Charles II is swarthy. That's why he was brought up.
Yeah, his mama
It's a lot
called
of
her.
things that's worthy, but they not black.
No, they didn't even call him swarthy. They said he was black. His
Black
name is
Charles,
Black Boy
right?
King. His name is Black Boy King, homie. Look it
Okay, I'm
up.
about to look him up. Here we go. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
And there's a tavern in Philly called Black Boy Charles or something.
Which Charles was he again?
You slow.
The second?
Lord
You
have
are
mercy.
slow, young man.
I'm
You're
looking at Charles
remedial.
II. And this
Cass,
look like a
Cass.
white man that would arrest you in any little town.
Yeah,
in
we
Texas, brother.
know.
Like
We
a
know
white
you
man
picked
you're
the first.
attracted to. Right, we know.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
Pursuit.
picked the
I got
first
a woman.
cartoon that you
Pursuit, can you
saw,
see
even
the
though
Man,
you
we ain't
said
never
we're
seen you with a
cartoons.
woman, Cass.
It don't matter. I ain't about to have her on here.
Pursuit,
Looking
can you see the
Cass,
difference
Cass, how
between
old
you
are
and
you,
them?
Cass? For real
Cass,
though.
Cass
How old are
30,
you?
35.
34.
No, why
35?
y'all
Probably
sitting here
45.
lying saying King Charles was black, and I'm looking at him, and this man got a thin
Cass,
nose.
All right, brother.
Thin
You're not
lip.
a credible
you're looking
researcher,
at a
though.
cartoon.
We
Family.
all
You're
You
looking at a
understand?
cartoon.
You
We
do
know you're
understand you're
looking at
not
a
a credible researcher,
Can y'all
right?
blow my picture up?
Exactly.
Can y'all blow my picture up?
Can I ask you,
Do
what
you
is
know
it
how
that
many
you're trying to
pubs
prove?
and taverns they have named after? They call Black Boy and it's named after Charles.
Yeah, but I'm looking at him.
Your
He look
source
like,
isn't in the back. I can't blow your picture up. I
he
don't
look
see
like
it.
a white man. Let me put him in the
Pubs
back. So y'all
across
They
see.
England
whitewashed
called
a
the
lot
Black
of
Boy are
people.
generally
They
named after
whitewashed a lot
Charles.
of
It was an
color.
early nickname for him coined by his own mother because of the
Yeah,
darkness
but
of his skin and eyes.
it's not about
That's from
whitewashing.
the
We will find one
BBC.
black. We at least will find one black source about. There's no black sources.
Okay,
No black
one
source.
black
No
source.
scholars.
No, no, man. Black sources ain't credible. What do you mean? Y'all made up Afrocentrism. That's fake.
And
Dr.
even if
Ben
he
them
was
lied to
black,
y'all.
he's the one. He's the one black guy. Even if he was black,
No,
he's
he
the one
not,
black
brother.
How
That's
guy.
could
like that
The
goes to
one
show
black
that's
you
guy
what
who
you
crazy?
know.
was a white
Question,
king.
Cass. What is your point? What are you trying to do? What are you
It don't
trying to
make no
say?
sense. How can you
Because
be
y'all
black but his
claiming people
mama
that
or
are
his
not
daddy
your
ain't black?
people. Y'all want to
Well,
be
wait a
anything
Yeah,
minute.
but
yeah. You feel me? Like,
Cass, can I ask you one question? We
yes.
claiming white people that are not our people. And you're here. I'm trying to, was you born in Africa?
I was born in America,
man,
And
nigga
raised
from
where?
Detroit.
Wait a minute, and raised where?
in the
Detroit
north.
in the
Okay.
suburbs.
I'm just trying to figure it out because
That's how
mentally,
the South was able to just come in and take him for everything he got. He said, you want Ifa?" It probably spoke
Yeah, he
Spanish
coming up
to
there from
him.
all them women and wild rice and salmon. Yeah,
Hola,
he
como
He grew up
estás,
in the
home?
suburbs of Dallas.
yeah, and I
Am I
did.
from the suburbs of Dallas?
Now you talking
No,
about
from
me,
Fort
and I
Worth,
am.
the suburbs of Fort Worth, but
Is he from
Yeah.
How
8
you talk
Mile?
nonetheless.
like Charleston White?
She from Funky Town. I'm from
talking about
214.
Shawshank.
Cass, you
I don't
from
know what
8
you're
Mile?
I'm
talking
from
about.
Dallas, Texas, 214. She from Funky Town, Fort Worth down the street.
Yep,
Cass, do
eight
you
And
know
miles.
that?
Charleston White not from Dallas. He from
Shawshank.
where Dosey
What
from.
Shawshank, what are you talking about? How's my family from Virginia? That don't even make sense. I don't even know why I'm discussing that.
Yeah, don't worry
But
about it.
I'll tell you where I am in Texas, a Mexican can't get me and tell me they about to make me no Ifa priestess. I already know.
What
That's who they
Ifa is
got.
not from Mexico though, sister.
That's who he
So
got
maybe
it
they
from.
get Norte,
It wasn't no
but that's
people
not
that
from
look like
Mexico.
him.
I know.
Nah, that's why I can't.
He
That's
was
why
in
I couldn't get
Miami
with
with
these
some
Shay Shay.
Cubans.
They be letting too many white people in these Shay
You
Shay.
don't know the history of
Hey,
Delaware.
And they have Asians in there too.
Hey, can't
And
and look at the
Koreans.
ones in Mexico. Pull them up from that 1980s. Pull them up in the 90s when it really got popping. Tell how that boy bought that land down in the Sea Islands and went down there. And they still got the village down there today, don't they, Cass?
We got
That
an
ain't yours, bro.
African
Them
village
folks
in
don't
South
know. That is
Carolina.
not yours. That man spent money to get that, and you sitting
We
here
got
talking
an
about we.
African village in South
You ain't paying
Carolina,
no
and there's no
bills up in there.
Aboriginal,
Let
no
me
Aboriginal village nowhere.
let me set Shaw's son straight. I was born in Atlantic City, New Jersey. My parents, my mother and father, are from Wilmington, Delaware. Their mother and father, my mother's mother and father, is from King William County, Virginia, and so on. That makes sense. People move. My father's people are from Georgia. Okay.
Oh, me
Hey.
probably late.
I don't know what part my mother had me. Let me say that then. My mother had me in Atlantic City, New Jersey. My grandparents broke up. My mother's mother moved to Atlantic City with her two daughters. That's where my mother had me. But my mom was dating a man from Wilmington because they from Wilmington. Okay? That makes sense now? Virginia
No,
can't.
he's gonna purposely misinterpret what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah. Nah, he's
he's
slow. You gotta. Nah, he's slow.
Virginia
Freedom.
Carrington is George Quarles' wife. That's senior. My grandfather is George Quarles Jr. What is wrong with you?
Don't listen to him. He's slow. He a troll. That nigga sitting over there lonely with a blow up doll in the bed like on Home Alone. You know the blow up doll Home Alone act like.
Why are you worrying about my family? You should be worrying about your own.
Right. he can't find nobody because he ain't got
And
nobody in history that nobody knew.
Hey, when y'all
He was
come to
an
Detroit, y'all
indentured
should come
servant.
to the African American Museum up here.
I never said that at
Bro,
all.
I already been to the African American. You want me to pull it up too?
We don't have no
You know
Aboriginal
I'm going
museums
on
around
30
the country.
tours. You know I'm going on 30 tours, and I'm about to go to the Seminoles next week.
I heard you was going to Philadelphia.
I'm gonna come back. I was there January, but I want to come back out there. I'm gonna try to see if Dane want to do something in DC or something, and we can do like a book signing or something if we drop a project later on in the year.
I never
or
said
early
that. I
next
don't
year.
know what you talking about. With
No, y'all come to Detroit.
Just ignore him. Ignore him.
Yeah, ignore him. Block him. Really, I really
don't
get it.
don't block him, sister. Don't
Man,
block him,
shut
sister.
up, nigga.
Like, he cool. He ain't. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't even cool. All right, look, Dosey, can you read this for us? The first one, and then the first paragraph on the second one, and the third on the third one.
Okay. Historic 400-year-old pub called the Black Boy is set to be renamed in the wake of Black Lives Matter protest and will be rebranded as the Restoration in nod to King Charles II. It was a nickname that was taken up those who supported Charles II's attempts to restore the monarchy, and it is believed a number of pubs changed their name to the Black Boy as to show allegiance. Charles II's nickname was taken up by those who supported his attempts to restore the monarchy, who labeled themselves the Black Boys, and it is believed a number of pubs changed their name to the Black Boy as a show of allegiance.
All right, you read the first one?
Yeah, with the first paragraph, the pub named the Black Boy is believed to be a reference to the 17th century monarch who is said to have been nicknamed Black Boy by his mother, Henrietta Maria of France, due to his dark hair and complexion.
Oh, okay, but ain't no black folks from
So
Europe.
his dark hair.
And complexion.
And complexion.
And
You
complexion.
slow remedial little mulatto boy.
Complexion, not black.
Who said he was white?
Bro.
Where
that's
white?
relative when it comes to
What does
Europeans.
a dark white person look like?
Yeah,
Let us know.
Europeans call Italians dark. And olive
Don't
color.
nobody call no Italians dog.
They
man.
do.
Stop
They
it,
call
bro.
them. They call Italians dark.
Bro, do you know what era that was in? And
They
no
call they
boy in
call
the
they
19
call Italians olive color to
Do
this
you know
day.
what year that was, fam?
And
You know
what
why they
was?
call them that? Because back then they was that color. They was
They-
dark skinned. People
You know-
coming out of
And
Rome.
olives can be
Do you know what
light
an
skin
olive
to dark
look like
skin.
over there?
Yeah, but they still call Italians olive skin
You
today.
ever seen what an olive
That
look like
doesn't
over
mean
there?
dark
Matter of
skin.
fact,
Bro,
they
I
call a
was
lot
black
of
in them
Mediterranean
motherfuckers.
white people olive skin.
You never seen?
Yeah, black olives.
Pull up the
They call them
Kalamata.
Yeah, exactly. They go by the light, so they still call them olive today because they're lighter. But olive can
Those
be
white people
dark
with
skin.
those definitions would not agree with y'all. And we looked at Charles
We don't
II.
believe you, Cash. You could tell
That
us all
white
you want.
man,
You're not going to show a
Dulcinea,
source debunking it.
When you say
Dulcinea,
we,
I
who
can
you
show you
talking
the
about?
statue of this white man.
Oh shit.
Show it.
But
Why you
Stop
gonna say
saying
this
what you
is
can
white?
do and just show it.
Cass,
Do
who
it.
made it? Who
Hey,
made it?
right here,
This shit don't stop.
right here on this source right here. This right here gonna daggone too. So right here it
You
says
stole
Charles'
this from them
nickname was
Hebrew
taken up
bro.
by those who supported his attempts to restore the monarchy and labeled themselves the Black Boys. Who were they? They were called Jacobites. So we go right here, the Jacobite gleaning, a description of the rebels who were taken as prisoners of war, and they were sent over here. They were sent to the colonies here. So when we read their names, it had their names, it had their age, it had their occupation, it had their height right here, and it have their
Complexion, what they look like.
well made. You got dark complexion right here, well made. You even have a
And
pale
you have pale
complexion.
face.
Yeah, you even
Yeah.
have pale, you have fair, you got brown, you have dark complexion. And these people, this just one page. I pull up another PowerPoint, I can go through more, but This just to show these are the defenders of him. These are people that took up the name Black Boys. Yeah, and they were taken they lost the war over there, the Jacobite War 1745 with Prince Bunny. You can pull Prince Bunny up. He came from France, went into Scotland. They lost that war, but you can pull him up. He was a nigga too. That's King James' grandson, James II. That's gonna be his grandson. But y'all don't know nothing though. Hey, I have a joint to play. Hey, y'all monetizing this video? Do y'all have monetization on?
I can go turn it off.
Yeah, y'all had. I just kind of want in on that topic y'all started with. Y'all was going in on the land grabs and.
Sometimes I wonder.
You can show it though.
At the name.
You gotta turn it off though, because they will trip with you. But if it's off, then they gonna let you make it.
The name Africa was not given by the African or the Black or the colored people on that continent. It was given to them by people who conquered and invaded.
Christians, correct. Christians made it a Roman province. So the Romans, who y'all talk all that noise about, the niggas who unalive Jesus. Yeah, the Romans
They shouldn't even want the name. They shouldn't even want that name because it came from invasion and conquering.
No, but I don't think that academically, I don't think they came to one consensus on the direct etymology. I think it's between the Afar, I think, and then I forgot the second one.
I'm just trying to say to you, it wasn't given by the people who inherited that land through blood.
Oh yeah, that's correct. It wasn't a continental concept. So yeah, that's definitely correct.
It wasn't. And what I'm saying is we do a lot of arguing about a lot of things. And we're African. No, that's the name that was put on us. It's like the status that we're put in right now. It's not originally ours. Not something we named ourselves. It came through forcing. Just like the status that we're in. We have to be ashamed of ourselves. Seriously.
No, I agree with that.
I'm saying they still controlling us no matter what, even through a name, and it's messing your mental state of mind up. That you can't be you because you're too busy being what they are calling you.
Yeah, you made up. You handcrafted and molded by the
That's
white.
why you got to be Burkina
Bay.
By the enemy, period.
Burkina what?
Burkina Bay means land of the upright people.
Who made that?
Thomas Sankara.
Them nigga poded them motherfucker out there, nigga.
A man in Africa by the name of Thomas. Don't you need to think about that?
No, I mean that was colonial times. He didn't get to name himself.
Black European. That nigga had a European daddy, fam.
No, he wasn't. His dad was
Hey,
mostly.
you brought up Isaac Crowder earlier. The answer to why Isaac Crowder was in Europe because his dad was a European named.
No, that's not true.
Listen, family.
Me on how proud
I'm not gonna help you out. You know what? You keep believing that's not true. I ain't gonna help you out.
It's not true.
Correct.
Hey, Topcats would have told you on the plantation. But you can't listen to him. We tried to run away and say, "Hey, I'm African." Topcats would have told Massa.
Right.
So call himself a guinea man.
Pursue.
Guess what? I wouldn't have had a master.
He would have. He wouldn't have had no master, man.
I would have been the master.
Why do you think it's not true? I just out of curiosity, why do you think that's outside of the reach for his dad to be European?
Who?
Crowther.
Because I've never from every like Yoruba Nigerian that I've heard, I've never heard that from them.
You're not a good researcher.
But you said it earlier though, Pursuit. You said he spoke English, right?
Yeah.
Where did he learn English from?
I think he learned it in seminary school.
You think he learned it from his daddy, bro? Do you know this man is like a god over there to them?
And subscribe if you haven't, please.
Y'all
I mean, they did the same thing in Congo too. I mean, that's some people translated Kikongo into English. I mean, they didn't create Kikongo language,
and they still don't speak their language today. They out there speaking French.
I mean, yes, they do. Bro. If you know anything about Africa, majority of the population.
I know a lot about Africa.
Okay, then you would know the
I know
majority
a
of the
lot about
populations,
colonization of Africa. I
a
know
lot of
the
the
names.
populations, although their national languages are English or French, majority of the populations can't speak it
Got mixed
proficiently.
languages.
Man, those people never.
Talking about they got so many languages don't make sense.
Yeah,
Man,
it's
they
true,
one of
but
the
And
largest
not
but
even to
French
mention they're
speaking
all
populations.
they're broken English that they broken languages.
yeah, it's they can't speak the languages
Hey, they
proficiently.
probably have more French speakers in Congo than they have in France, bro. What are you talking
If
about?
you did a proficiency test on the French, the average
Yeah, thank
citizen in the Congo or any francophone country, it would be very dissatisfactory.
Why can't we be proud of where we at though and where we're from?
No, I'm not saying we can't. I mean we should be.
Act
Well,
like it.
you ain't
But
started.
if but my thing is if we're gonna be proud, can we need to start I'm not let me stop saying we because everybody is their own individual, I guess. But
That's why we can't get nowhere. It's because we keep trying to be something that we're not. I don't care
no,
how many
I
times
agree
you
with you.
ask, you will never know their true cultures. You will never get into them. They don't even want you to though.
That's
Not to
not
be
I don't
true.
know
That's
about
not
that. I
true,
mean,
sister. That's
culture
not
is
true. I know
culture.
they
plenty of
want us
I
to
don't know what
they
Africans
wanna
y'all
be.
talk to that say, oh, Africans don't like us. They don't. What Africans do you talk to? Because I'm not talking to them Africans. I've dated
Wait a
There's
minute, I
Africans.
different
never said
people,
that
but
they
just
don't
like
like
there's
us.
They
We
Americans
don't
that
talk
don't
to
don't
like
like
nobody.
Africans, there's Africans that don't like Americans, there's Africans that don't like each other.
No, I
yeah.
don't like
Um,
Americans,
So
so
why you keep bringing that up? Then we should bring that up. That's a
Because
Why
it's
must.
a
shouldn't it
the
be brought
fact
it's
up?
the
They don't
fact of the
even act
matter is
African,
that
and they will never
people like
see you
you
as African.
invest a lot of time in another country that you're not at, and she's correct. There will
continent.
never be an African that invests the same amount of time, not even a
How do you
quarter
know that?
amount of
Sister, when
time
Wanya
into
and
you.
Ebola and everybody come over here teaching E5 to the
They
people.
come
Hey,
over
boy, you
here
ain't
to
been no ass.
scam
Why do
you,
you
to
Yeah,
take your
listen to
money,
that.
How,
or to
what
go
And
proof
get
do
a
against
you
green
have
you.
that
card.
they're
They
scamming
sending
us,
that
though,
back to their
Sanaya?
Get a
family.
Where's
visa.
your proof?
Yeah, they
Don't
want to
make a
sleep with
claim.
you
Show
anyway.
me
nah,
your
Get a visa.
they do scam their
no.
own
Every
family
no,
members.
every
No,
no,
They
every
scam the
African.
hell out
That's
of
a
you,
myth. That's a
Cass.
myth. Every African
And
is
I'm
not
trying to
doing
scam you too, though, but I
that. Every
It's
got
not
African
plenty
is
every
not.
though, but
millions.
I
Hey,
mean
how you?
we in America we just as let me say morally deficient, if not more. So
How you say E5 in
not?
Spanish?
But the thing is, we're
Every
not
nigga,
doing
every
that.
nigga in Houston
Holmes,
got
you want
gold
to be
teeth
E
for
for
laugh
Holmes?
Every
all
nigga in
right, man.
Chicago is in the Vice Lord of GD and they robbing each other and killing each other. That's how
No,
it sounds.
that
Like we know.
That's
Don't
how you
you
feel
act
about
like
no,
your
you
you're
people.
don't
GD,
know.
Cass?
That's how he feel about his people.
Cass ain't got no. Cass is not. No,
You don't
Cass is not a
I
gangbanger. He a
know, but he
multi.
acts like he was
No,
before.
no, they would take Cass money. Cass ain't going out there messing with them people.
In
He in the
Africa
house
too.
on the internet.
They gonna take his money in Africa too.
Oh, they're gonna take his life.
They
They
gonna hit
already took his money in Miami,
they
and
gonna
he
hit
didn't
his
even go
accent.
a girl. He didn't even get a girl. He just got a
They
certificate.
got a little trend going these places and not getting no messing with the women. What y'all holding out for?
Y'all
Yeah,
not gonna
who
throw
y'all
some
holding out
Native
for?
Americans and
That
nah,
Mexicans in
right,
there too.
boy.
I'm trying to get at least 7 figures before I do anything with
He get a
regards to marriage.
passport, bro. SYBM type of
Get it. I
nigga,
hope
man.
No,
Wait,
it's not
so wait,
passport.
you're
Bro,
waiting to
don't put that on me,
you're
bro.
waiting to lose your
See,
virginity
these
until you
are.
make
This is why
6 figures?
a lot of
What?
Why I
black
gotta
people are
be
behind.
that?
A
No,
lot of
but
black people don't
what do you
travel
mean you're
I
with
never
waiting?
said
African
nothing like
Americans
that, but
Well, no,
okay.
you said you're
because
waiting to do
I
what?
said build a family,
Oh,
and in
okay.
terms of marriage,
Oh, he don't have no girlfriend.
Hey, Kaz, you said you was from Detroit. If if the majority of slavery took place down in the Southeast, how did you end up in Detroit, get born in Detroit?
brother, like a lot of people, family that moved up here, they moved up here for the jobs and they left the racism.
What time?
They left,
What year?
they left the racism. My people came up here in 1950s, 1950s, 1960s.
that book that I referenced earlier, "The Warmth of Other Suns" by Isabel Wilkerson, details those migration patterns.
So
Yeah,
when
do
you
y'all
talk,
know what those migrations are called? Do y'all know the history and what was transpiring in America at that time?
They ran
That's
from the country, nigga. They
the
like,
number
look,
one.
y'all want to stay down here and get beaten
No, it
by the
ain't.
white
No,
people.
we nobody
Go up
getting
north.
beat. Listen, family,
Come
at
on
that
with the
time,
fiction
do you
roots.
know we were the landowners? Bro, nobody had more land. What you think the
Y'all
civil
was
rights era was about? What you think the
y'all wanted
assimilation
to
was
stay on
about?
segregation.
No, we didn't want. Yeah, we wanted segregation because we had already. That's why they say everybody know everybody in these towns.
Yes.
So you see the catfish farm. Hold on, it's a family down in Mississippi who they came and ended up taking their land, but they were the largest manufacturers of catfish farming. Now, and they end up getting their land back later, you know, similar to the Bruce Beach. I heard y'all speaking about that earlier. But these people down in Mississippi, they actually end up getting their land back. They got some money from the government, and then they use that money to buy the land back from the government. So, and now they own it and they still up and pumping now. But when nobody down here getting beat, bro, you got to understand a lot of the
I've
sit-ins
dealt
and
with
things
elders
like this.
that
Hold
told
on,
me
brother. Let me say
they
this
left
here.
them down there.
No, bro,
They
the
said they
freedom
killed 4 white
rides.
people.
Listen, fam. Hold on. It's called freedom ride. They had what was called freedom rides. They had what was called sit-ins. All of these were started in the 1960s and what became the New Left movement and also the students movement. So everything. I was watching this movie, Mississippi Burning, the other day, and the white cop on there say everything has been fine down here until those students started coming down here. See, they telling you in the movies, all of this was organized, homie. Today, right now, what they got the protests going on, what are actually taking place at college. So, and all of these same colleges that's involved today, guess what? They was involved back then after 1960, going up to 1969 in the student movement. How did Pan-Africanism get their scholars, Dr. Clark and them, where they got them out of the student movement? Okay, they rushed into California. They went to school in California and rushed in there and demanded that they be able to teach their own history. See, these are things you have to know, homie, in order to have a real understanding on what happened. Now, what I'm saying is all those things were orchestrated because at the same time you had what was called the FBI and Cortel Pro was to put agitators on these school campuses. And so it's no different than what's taking place today, homie. Same play because people didn't catch it back then, so they can run it on
The
you again
FBI
today.
and CIA love y'all, bro. I'm gonna just say that.
No, they love y'all because all of y'all people done work for it. Listen, homie, listen. Hold on. Let me say this here because you BSing, right? But it was what is real. Well, in 1958, the government actually started funding what is called African studies. So it put in money for the languages. It put in money to hire new teachers to serve this cause for to bring this African language because at first they didn't feel like it was important. So it was the anthropology of America, the anthropology in America, the father of anthropology for America.
So at
It
first
was him who hold on, family. It was him who got his connections. All of this in my book too. I'm not black, I'm Indian. All this in my book. So they're gonna come in, and the government is actually gonna fund this whole Afrocentric thought. Now that was 1850. That was 1958, homie. And then it moved in and they ushered it in and brought it together with the students movement. And as again, like I say, you had African studies made by the white folks. At the time, niggas couldn't teach on African history. So a lot of the things y'all are saying, y'all got it from white folks. Why were they the authority of it? Because it was first a white scholar who came and told people in America that the Negro has a culture and his culture is in Africa. You can't name me now, black scholar, anthropologist, scientist, or anybody that ever came before a white man that said that niggas in America had a connection with people in Africa. That conversation was never had in the 1800s. How we know? Because in the 1800s, leading into the 1900s, you had what was called the Ethiopian movement, and everybody that was on this Pan-African wave, because Haile Selassie was at the 1897 African Association, aka their response to the scramble of Africa at the Pan-African Conference. All right, with Sylvester Williams, and he got his game out of a white Quaker out of Canada. These are things you need to know to have a conversation with me, homeboy. And again, John Henry Clark will be that blackface that's gonna come and say, okay, you're gonna teach history to when they said we want to be the one to tell our story, we can't let the whites do it. John Henry Clark and what's the old boy name?
Arturo Schomburg.
Jeffries. No, Jeffries. Leonard Jeffries was the co-founder of the sister company to African Studies here, and their boss was Melville Herkovich, father of Pan-African Studies. These are things you need to know before you come talking to me. All right, we're gonna run through this little joint. This on the land, them taking the land. Hey, Dosey, you turned out the joint?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
Nigga said a bunch of nothing.
Right.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh.
Now, when we come into Reconstruction, legislation is passed, and they have given Negroes, let's say, an even playing field. And this upsets a lot of whites. During the migration periods to America, most people coming into the country, whether it was adventurers, whether it was indentured servitude, whether it was immigrants, whether it was slaves, were black. So when you look into the South and you look into the Carolinas, once blacks had an opportunity to vote, you have to understand something. They outnumbered the white population. Okay? So this was a problem because it was impossible for whites in key port cities to compete.
And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free in my own grave.
Louisiana, Texas, South Carolina, Mississippi, and Florida passed laws that virtually prohibited freedmen from any work except as field hand. Some states made it illegal for freedmen to handle weapons and restricted them from buying or renting land. Black children could be seized from poor families and forced to work in the fields. If a black man had no job, he could be jailed and auctioned to a planter for his labor.
The federal troops who had protected black voters were withdrawn from the South. Black voting rights were gradually stripped away, and black representation in Congress faded. Reconstruction was over, and the Jim Crow era of segregation began.
Almost immediately, most former rebel states enact harsh laws known as black codes.
The Black Codes are laws designed to regulate the lives of blacks, in particular to control their movements throughout the South and to force them back onto the plantations as farm laborers working for the white landlords.
To my Lord and be free. And before I be a slave, I'll be
Now and then he'll say, God ain't gonna make no more land, so you better hold what you got.
One of the largest class action lawsuits filed on behalf of black farmers against the USDA and the federal government.
There's a wide disparity the way the Department of Agriculture treats black farmers versus white farmers.
Sharecropping for many families in the Deep South was the family business. After the Civil War, blacks raced to secure land. Understanding their survival predicated on getting as much as they can get their hands on. By 1910, over 212,000 black farmers operated farms funded through black-owned banks.
Almost all the land was owned by white folks. It was homesteaded out by the federal government, or was otherwise inaccessible to black folks.
Oh, freedom over me.
Because of the discriminatory practices of USDA, I was put out of business. My family was destroyed, and basically they just destroyed my life.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom.
I like that song.
Oh, freedom.
Listen to the melody that's coming out of her American melody. And that's not even to be smart, but that is soul. That is
that you can't get that nowhere but here. Freedom, tell them.
That's nowhere but here. You can't
Not
get
at all.
They use the white man words,
anything
though.
that
They
Roger
said they
Boyd
can capture your kids and put them on the damn plantation. They said capture your kids, but you said slavery ain't real. She's talking about
Who
freedom.
said slavery not real, bro?
Wait a minute, who said slavery's not real?
You crazy, bro. We got
A
so
lot
much.
of the Aboriginals.
Did you hear that?
We ain't Aboriginals. We ain't know that.
Cass,
We ain't
I
know
don't
that.
want to put you on mute, Cass. I just want you to hear one thing, Cass. Did you hear the soul coming out of her, the pain that's coming out that woman?
Hey, I gotta send y'all the thing. That was a preview.
Never heard an African sing that. And I'm not even being smart. They have their own beautiful sound, but for their dialect and their melodies, you understand? I've heard some beautiful things from them, but we have our own way of singing, our own way of dancing.
No, they definitely have a different way. Like I've heard their gospel in comparison to ours, and I get it. They like have their own little turn up or anything is African, but it's different. There's more like chanting is how I would best describe it. It's like chant singing.
That melody, listen, that right there, if that didn't do something to your soul for what we done been through over here, let me ask you something, Cass. When the invaders came over on this side of the world, right? And I almost had to catch myself for a minute there listening to that. And invaded the people and did what they did, conquered them and divided them and tortured them and took their names. Everything that they saying happened to Africa actually happened to the people over here. Stole their lands, their names, separated them from their babies and everything that's here on these lands. What do you think happened to the people?
I feel sorry for those Native Americans that live on those reservations that happened to.
I'm asking you a question. What do you think they did with the dark people on these lands? Because you got to keep in mind
they put them on reservations as freedom. That's what they
No,
want.
they did not. They enslaved them.
They in North Dakota and
if they
Oklahoma.
thought they was Africans, listen. If they thought they was Africans, why didn't they call them Africans? Why did they call them?
Me working in the medical field, I've met
Colored. Why did they call them Cherokee? Why they have all these different names but African?
Well,
You
I
know
can go
we
meet
just
a.
got
I can go to
African
Oklahoma and meet a Cherokee right now, sister.
Did you listen to me? I want you to stop talking and listen.
I thought you wanted me. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to
No,
ask.
you're talking like you do to you've been talking through everybody. What I'm saying to you is they invaded the lands, captured the people, stole from them, divided them, enslaved the people that was already on these lands. And I ask you again, if for any reason they thought we was Africans, why did they call us everything else but Africans? Everything. We just got African American. And keep in mind, you're not looking at the big picture. It's two words, African American. See, they slick and sneaky, and you got to look through the lines. They still slickly separating you, African and American, because they know you not African. So they got us mixed in with the people, because the Africans that came over, if there was even, you hear what that man say, it's just a small percentage that made it to America. They may have had sex with the people on these lands, and now we got two bloods, but we then didn't. We then didn't. And it's not fair to the people that was on these lands that their identity is stolen from us. If the white man or the enemy want to steal their position, let them do it. Why are we doing it to each other? We have the right to be anything we want to be, excluded from what they calling us. Why do we do it to each other, but we not our own worst enemy? We not our own enemy. We our own enemy. You will never be who you are not. I don't care what you claim to be. I don't care what you claim to be. You will never be who you are not. It's not fair that we kill our own selves. It's not fair to our ancestors who died for us on these lands. How dare you say you love Malcolm X? How dare you say you love Martin Luther King? How dare you say you love any of the people that gave their lives for our freedom over here? And they were singing like that woman was just singing. They wasn't singing in no other language but our language. You need to think about that. You need to think about what you're doing to yourself. And everybody else do too, because they running and claiming an enemy name. Africa is not a name that those people put on it. It also came through invasion and conquering and dividing. And they have the nerve to name all those people of color over there African. It's not fair. And they running around like, I'm African. Yes, it's not right. So that's all I had to say. I apologize.
Asia.
Got to me. Chief Topcast, I'm sorry.
Asia was named after Asia Minor.
Hold on.
Everybody over there call themselves Asian, right?
Hey, just relax, brother. That's enough for you for the night.
No, she was talking to me.
To the panel. I want to say peace to the chat. Appreciate y'all for lay down. For give me some Z's. Freedom. We trying to get Dosey to Mexico. Yeah, we got our fingers crossed. Since you don't want to come outside.
I'm not saying that I don't. I'm saying that, we would love to. It's just, finance got to be right. Everything got to be
right.
Right.
Nah, it is coming up. It is early. Now I understand.
But you said you're gonna be doing a big tour, and you definitely are going to have the Unscrambled Mind Sisters.
Yeah, I want to come up there to the north. I want to, like I say, it'll have to be like, because we're gonna do something in Houston, and so I was,
we are coming there because we've been putting together our sister tour.
Okay,
so,
okay.
When we come in your way. I can't wait till you come to New York or Philly, because it's summer now. The heat,
right,
and bring people out. I can't wait till you come up this way, because me and Dots are on this side,
right.
And we can meet in Florida. I don't know when you coming to Florida.
I'm going to Florida next week.
See, but we're not making
either next week or 2 weeks after that.
I should go down there and get an EFI reading, brother.
Man, I wish I would.
Why does he need it? I can do his reading right here.
How much was it, Cass?
All you gotta do is pay like $50. He can
right. $50.
Okay.
They got you, sold you.
Yeah, you better stop playing with spirits. You better stop playing with certain spirits, Cass. It's not funny.
I ain't playing no spirits. I seen people chew glass and break machetes, and
I'm not taking nothing from Africa. Those are amazing people. Do not think so. I think all people of nature, of true nature, are amazing people. But according to Islam, Allah says, I made different tribes that you may come together and learn from each other. We just happen to be a different tribe over here. Why we can't come together and learn from each
We ain't
other?
come together with Cass.
Because I can't learn a
I'm
lot
gonna
from
catch him.
Top
I'm
Cat. If
gonna
Top
take
Cat
him
sitting here
out.
lying, I can't
Don't
I'm
really
gonna take
ever
him.
call nobody a liar that's not
I'm gonna
lying.
wait till you go out back, and we ain't never gonna see Cass again.
Yeah. Using that word.
I'm gonna get him.
We really did using that word liar. You get smacked. Big Mama would smack you in your mouth.
Yeah, we had to say we telling stories. You telling stories. Yeah.
Right.
Better not say no, you lying. Yeah, we tell a story. He told a story.
Well,
Yeah,
I would like
yeah.
for She Feather to get her elders on here so we can set this
No, bro,
straight
they don't
about
want to talk to you, bro.
her,
Go get somebody
and
with some rank.
Santeria
Go
being
get some. Nah, bro, you not qualified. You got to online. You did that online, bro. I don't believe you went to no Florida. Where the tape at? What the pictures?
you don't tape a ceremony, bro. That's a sacred
yeah, boy,
ceremony.
you ain't been nowhere, boy. You was online
People
on
think
the
they
Zoom call.
It's
You
not
was on
fair.
the Zoom call.
Legendary Chief Top Cat. Do you know that because of us, they think they better than us? Because of how we romanticize and bow down to Africans, they think that they are better than us.
Oh yeah. I found that out.
And that's sad that we don't.
Yeah. And they have real big stereotypes. This girl from Ghana, I'm telling you, I after her, and we finally went on a little sit down or whatever at lunch, and she had all these stereotypes. She told me that men from the States beat their women. You know, we got gang hosts, we kill each other, and I'm like.
Yep, that's exactly.
Ironically, though, that's way more prevalent in West Africa than any other place, and especially amongst East African girls. They not like that.
You turn on the King Von, you turn on King Von, you turn on
This girl
NWA.
from and that's what she told me. She
about
said she
killing each
seen
other.
boys in the hood. She said she watched boys in. She like we watch
it's
boys in
from
the hood, Minister to the Society. We see. So it's propaganda being pushed to them.
Nah, but we can't act like it's not a constituency of our people that don't embrace that type of debauchery. But
Yeah,
it's still on their end.
hold on, family.
On their end, it's still not good to carry out stereotypes. But there is a
Don't you got
contingent
Boko
of our
Haram
people.
over there? Didn't they just take over the mines, the most valuable mine in the Congo? Didn't all of this just happen in a week? Come on, bro. We ain't doing that.
Nah, I'm not. You missed the point of what I was saying. If for them to do that to us is wrong, I said, and for us to do that to them is wrong. But I'm not gonna act like there's
but
not
it
a
ain't
large
us doing
contingent
that
of
to
our
them
people.
because most Americans are not.
Over here, though, we don't.
Yeah, and we don't have the kind of violence that they have.
Man, they got Boko Haram.
Nah, I mean,
those out there, man.
if
Slaughtering villages.
Sister
Yeah, there's Boko Haram. There was Uganda. There was the Children's War. I had a friend. That her cousin. She had already moved here with her family.
I seen a
Her
nigga damn near
cousin,
get beat to
all
death
the
with a
family got
bandage.
murdered.
Come
The
on,
only
man.
reason she just survived and they didn't rape and kill her is because her mom hit her before the soldiers came in. They killed the parents in front of her and took her brother in as child soldiers. So most of us won't even know the level of violence that Africans know.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you live in the suburbs. Come up here,
I mean, nah, but
There's nothing with the suburbs. You don't know anything, Cass.
if America
First off,
had the
don't
same,
come trying to act like you hard.
hood
And
right
then
now.
second,
I'm in
you
the
don't
hood
know
right
anything
now.
like that.
They
You've
just
never
found 3 or 4
experienced
bodies.
anything like that in your life.
They
Stop
just
it.
ran up in the dope house over here.
3 or 4, that's it.
Like rum.
Just 3 or 4.
It's no good over in Africa. Why they keep trying to come over here?
it's because of economic
Very well. They
opportunities.
trying to go to them Arabic nations.
It's
so
It's
more
not
than
that the nation
economic,
is
but
so.
there's a lot of
Y'all
opportunities.
don't control
London,
American
Canada,
economics.
Not,
Y'all understand why
it's economic. It's economic and education opportunities that we don't take advantage of.
Nigga, okay, hold on, y'all. For you to say
we don't
that,
control the
solutions.
economics. So I
Answer
don't
me
know why they
this
say
solution.
why
Hold on,
they
Cass.
coming over
Hold on
here.
right
You don't
quick,
control
Cass.
it.
Hold up, Cass.
How much
Solution.
money you make, silly? You can't control how much money you make.
Come to Detroit. Go to
Hey,
Philly.
brother, Solution.
Hold
Have
on
you ever
one
heard of the
second. One
DACA
second.
program? Solution. Have you ever heard of the DACA program?
The what?
The DACA
DACA.
program.
The DACA? No, sir.
DACA program is
DACA.
what Obama. Tell him, further.
DACA. DACA. Documented. Was it immigrants?
The DACA, yeah, Obama
Mm-hmm.
signed that into law. This is allowing a lot of these foreigners to come here. Africans per se, they going to HBCUs, they getting it. As long as they go to school, they have education, free housing, all of that. Down here in Texas, they giving them housing. They going to Sam Houston University, and they working at the prisons while they not there. So now the jails are populated with African CEOs now, operating this slave watchers out there. You feel me? And they dirty, man.
Yeah, but I
You
mean,
gotta have a
And
racist
you
white
probably
boy
know
that
them
had
as
an African
dreamers
on your
in
line.
pursuit, but at the
I
end of
don't
the day,
support.
it's
I don't
more than
no,
support
just
I'm
the
not saying dreamers.
opportunity.
That's not what I'm
No,
saying.
that's what it. No, the dreamers.
Culturally,
That's what the
No,
program
I'm
is called.
saying
Yeah.
you probably know DACA as
Yeah,
dreamers
they
oh,
call
okay,
it.
okay,
because
my
a
bad. I'm
lot of
sorry.
this
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but I
foreigners
don't
that they were
support coon
calling. But
Africans. I don't support coon Africans like I don't
Yeah, me
support.
neither.
yeah, but it's not about the
Yeah, they
if
not
they're
really being
coon or
coons.
anything like that. It's just
Why
a
you
fact
cut?
as
Why
far
you
as to
cut me
say
off? You know what a coon is? Those.
No, but they not acting like coons, bro. All they do is they fuck with
he,
each other. They don't
And
fuck
you
with
got
you
cut
niggas.
off because other
and
people
they
were
cool.
talking, Cass, and
And they
that's
cool.
all we're asking is just hold on for 1 second. I know you're excited, but just chill. But yeah, so I think it is there's definitely finance, there's definitely schooling opportunity, but also you just have to be aware that there's way more opportunity than that over here, and that when they say that it's a third world country over there, it is.
It
You have
is.
to understand when you see something that premiered and you get to see the movie, they're not seeing that till 10 years later. If they can, they just got the upgrade on the cable. They're still working on upgrade on internet and connection and different things. So it's totally different over there.
It is. It's sad. And don't see that's let's not forget. And I have to bring this up to Chief while he on here. It's more even sad in the eastern part of Africa where like what they call them the Arabs live, how they do the black or the African, I'm gonna say that the African women
Yeah,
that work for them.
yeah.
Oh
I seen it
my
firsthand.
God. It is horrible. It made me want to step back off of Islam and everything because they treat them so bad.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
African men don't even take up for them because
Oh
you know.
nah, they walk right past. I seen it
They do
firsthand.
the
I seen a
respect.
lady scrubbing the floor. I was
Oh my God,
walking.
and
It
beating
was
them and look how they do their
ain't
kids.
no AC in there.
But
They
they
don't have
turn
no
those
AC
men
in
into
there.
eunuchs.
How they beat their kids.
She was
Oh my
scrubbing the floor with a brush, like on her knees, man, scrubbing the floor, and she looked up, and I was like, hey, you know what I'm saying, trying to see was they open. Because she gonna get a room in the house. She stay there with the family, with the wife, the kids, and everybody. And she just like a personal maid for the whole house. She do everything. The woman talk to her crazy, and you know the man having relations with her. But I had a homegirl. She was from the east. She was out of Uganda. She look, her name was Basha Lara. She little Bosh, she was like, I remember she was like, you don't you're not trying to take my organs or nothing, huh? And I'm like, huh? Nah, you laughing, but a reality to them. It's a fact of life, bro. Like I was just blown back by it, but yeah, nah, they it's still modern day slavery, really.
Yeah, over there, and you have to think everything they're accusing Drake of right now, that's normal in Africa. Like childhood brides is still a thing all across Africa. Everything that like we would be like appalled by, they have to deal with. And most people that think things are cultural, they don't even understand their culture, like how we take the waist beads and we'll just be wearing waist beads and having them show. You know, like if a girl was to do that over there, she gonna get kidnapped, sold off, because that's what their prostitutes do. The prostitutes show the
What
waist
did our
beads.
Native
So
Americans?
we don't even know their culture.
see-
We just Cass, not done. Hold on, and then you'll be right after me. We don't even know the culture for real. We don't know what they're going through. We don't talk to them for real. We just have this idea, and then we have the people like the Cubans and the people in Miami that come in and say, "Oh, we could teach you the culture. Come here for a Swift 350. You can be an Ifa," and then we believe it. So most of us don't know African culture or what Africans
Hey,
are.
that's what the mind do to you down in the Yucatan. They be like, "Hey, you want to do a ritual? Yeah, I can do a ritual, make you a Mayan." Then they put the smoke around you and walk around.
That's
and
not what
people
they
be
do.
paying.
That's not what they do, bro.
Especially the white
Let me
women.
say this after the chief get done. You know how we used to think it was the worst whipping in the world to get beaten with a switch or extension cord or something like that? Let me tell you something. Them Africans beat the piss out their kids.
Oh yeah, that's a real fight. They be
Put
trying
them,
to. Oh yeah.
and they beat them, and they put hot stuff inside them. They will eat to their own kids. They beat the crap out their kids.
Man, I seen the African nigga kick him. Yeah, he was so mad he started kicking. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, that nigga started kicking.
Beat them into being engineers.
They beat.
Not all of them engineers though,
And
family.
not all of them engineers.
Told me.
That's why I think a
said
lot
that-
of us are jealous.
Hold on, Cash, because I'm saying
You know
something
what I'm
real.
saying?
You
We
making
kinda taking
things up.
advantage of the
Watch
opportunities
this
that they
up.
take advantage of.
My
This
brother
girl,
is an engineer.
She said that her family, she was out there working because and she had to send money back to her family. Her brother and them don't have an education because the mother and father put all the education in the woman because that'll make her value go up for when it's time for her to get married. And when they get married, you have to pay the parents back. So with her upbringing, they're putting money into her so she can have different qualities, when it's time for a man to take a hand in marriage. And then the parents will get their, return back once the husband pay the parents to marry the daughter.
What a dowry.
See, Sweet Feather, don't forget about the circumcision of the women, of the little girls.
Right.
How they hold them down and burn out their little thing. And oh my God, I don't even
Oh
think
man.
Hey, what y'all
Yeah, they
think
do
about
that or
this,
cut it.
about them
burn it out.
putting the money in the the
Peace,
daughters?
peace. How y'all doing?
White supremacy does
Peace,
number on everybody up here. This is crazy.
That's
What
not
are
the
you
white
talking
supremacy.
about? That's
That is
real.
black. That is the Africans telling them.
That's in Uganda, fam.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Uganda.
Y'all
That's
going to
in
Mexico?
Senegal.
That's what I
Y'all
was
visit
coming up here to speak
Mexico
on
and
too.
all that. Y'all won't visit Africa, nothing.
It's in
What you
Senegal
mean
too.
visited, bro? I can call her right now. They up on this side of the world. I can call her right now. What's up, bro? What are you saying?
Cass, you have a romanticized idea of the continent of Africa.
Yeah,
and that
because
came out
Cubans,
of
No, I'm not over
Cubans
here
from
talking
Miami
weird
taught him
about
about
Africa all
Africa.
the
He
time and
doesn't
saying they
even
don't like
know.
me. Like that's all y'all doing.
No, we're
Y'all
not.
ain't
We're bringing out
visited. Y'all ain't
actual
did none
facts.
of
Now
that.
you feel a way about it because you were taught that some of those truths you're supposed to react about
It's
it.
not that. Y'all sound like racist white people.
And you
That's
sound like
not
a
racist
racist
white people.
what you
This is the
sound like.
thing. That
Hold
is the
on,
thing with
hold on.
y'all over there.
Be
Cass.
global.
Peace,
Y'all
peace.
don't
Can I
show.
get in there
Y'all
right
want to go
quick?
to Mexico and all
Yeah,
that. Y'all
hold on one second.
Why
Cass,
not?
Cass, you're just going off and you're
I had to pull
ranting.
him down.
Oh, he
So
really got
y'all
off.
bring him up, but you're ranting. Hold on, Cass. No one's seeing it to be racist. No one is saying that or like we're just pointing out what's happening over there. And peace, Big Chief. Good night. Yeah, that's all we're doing
Peace,
is pointing
Chief.
out what happens over there. People romanticize what happens over there, but it's a thing. And would you call the women that are galvanizing together and trying to stop the circumcision of the young girls racist or sounding like white people? No, you wouldn't, because they're pushing for a greater agenda to stop that. So there's plenty of African women that fight against this, fight against childhood marriage or different things. And Africa is a place where it takes that takes place. A lot of stuff takes
Africa is a
place like that
continent.
in
It's not a
Asia.
country, Dulcinea.
I'm talking about. I
Yeah,
didn't
but
say
you
it was a
call yourself
country.
an
You said it
African
was a
from all
country.
54
I can't take
countries.
much of him. He's
I
talking.
know, but
You're
Cass, you
not
said
I
it
just
was a
wanted to
country.
get in
I didn't
there.
say it was a country. That's why I just brought up another continent, Asia, that it happened to. But you know what's also another continent? The Americas. But we do not have
Yep.
childhood marriage. We do not have childhood marriage in the way that they do. We do
Y'all
not have
just
problem
stopped that.
female
Y'all just stopped that
circumcision in the way that they do.
It's
So
In
there's a
what
lot of
country,
continents,
Dulcinea?
but
What
all
country?
continents do not have the same issues.
What
Hey,
country?
peace, peace.
Continents are
Let
huge.
him
What country?
be quiet and let the guest and let another guest speak. Cause you great. You know what? You better behave yourself. Go ahead.
But what's up, Shaq?
Hey, how you ladies doing, man? That's coming to mind, man. Y'all cooking on this, man. What's going on? I think it was Swordfish up here. Who else up here? Another gentleman I don't know. I think Top Cat was up there. Shout out.
Good
Hey,
yes.
yeah, I was just coming on to elaborate, man, because I got a couple homeboys that's actually from, like, say, Ghana and Nigeria area, and I looked up, man. It's called FGM. That's what I put in the chat. Female genitalia mutilation. It's a real thing that's going on over there. It was this big story that came out a couple years ago about a lady named Masika. I don't know. Have you ever heard of her?
I like her name, but
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So she was one. She was one of the women that she was pushing for, like what you were saying, Dulcinea, for the women
Yeah.
over there. How they be getting? They just have no. They are property, bro. Real talk. Over in Africa, certain African countries, they're really property, man, and they really have no one fighting for them. You know, so it's a real thing going on for people trying to play these games. Like they got real stuff going on that they actually trying to get done, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Them women over there have no say so at all, bro.
None.
Exactly. They are definitely
The
considered
daughters can get
property.
snapped up, like she said, and married. You know what I'm saying? At whatever age, and this is not Europeans doing it. This is the actual like Nigerian military and stuff that can snap them up for control, bro, for the eliteness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have
It's
the
a
same
real
problem
thing,
with the
man.
police too, except the police looks
Yeah.
like them. That's a big thing amongst the Africans as well. Not just like there's this judging between us back and forth, but there's a lot of misunderstanding with Africans and us because their colonizer or their oppressor isn't white.
Right.
And when we call their oppressor white, to Africans, their oppressor isn't white.
And it's the
Their
same
oppressor is
thing.
from the same place they're at.
And it's
Looking just like them. That's who
and it's
their
the
oppressor
same
is.
thing for Europe and so-called Asia, because one of the older professions people keep saying it is what? Sex.
Oh yeah,
One of the
you say the
oldest
oldest
profession.
profession? Yeah,
One of the oldest profession
prostitution or
is sex. Selling women for sex, selling
Prostitution,
sex
yeah.
prostitution, and it goes on heavily in Europe and in Asia too. The Philippines, all the women, Taiwan, all the women, man, in China, a lot of women has be sex trafficking, bro. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's the truth.
And it ain't a game, man.
I have
People try to
somebody
play like it's a game, yo.
on our show that's going to tell you his story about his child, how they raped and kidnapped his child over there. He's African too, just to let you know. And like I said, they don't say we have it mentally romanced in our mind,
Right.
and it's as simple as that. But they are the worst. I think that back then the people did us that way because they seen how they were doing each other, beating them and all that when they their gate men and when they are their maids and stuff like that. They beat them, rape them, all kinds of stuff. And half the time the men don't go to jail for it.
It's over.
Like all the folks we know in our families, that people that was perverts and touching kids and all that stuff. Like
And
that
your
stuff.
Yeah, that goes on.
Speak
Yeah.
for your family.
Yeah, that
You know how
definitely
many?
goes on.
Hey, ain't going on. I can say that one
Do
thing
you-
in my family that didn't go on.
Do you know in the United States of
What do you- I
America,
can say.
the largest population of
But I
people
ain't
that go missing, bro? It's black
I ain't gonna
females,
make
dog.
fun. I
Yeah,
ain't
go
gonna make
in the
missing and
United
stuff
States of
like that.
America.
So we
Yeah.
definitely know it happens here, but the fact of the matter
It's-
is that even though all that happens here,
No,
this
no,
is
I'm not
still.
saying it to say anything. I'm saying it. It's
Oh
awareness
no,
we need to
Shaq,
put
I'm
on
not
in
talking to you. I'm
Minnesota.
talking about Kaz.
Okay.
Even though all that happens here, this is still so much of a safe haven to most foreigners, not just Africans, that they'll come here despite, and they'll say, yeah, that's bad, but it's worse where I came from.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
worse
that's
what
why
could
they
have
have
happened to me.
asylum programs here through the UN.
Y'all got that white man protection over here.
Hey, do y'all remember the young lady down in, I think, Alabama, a couple of, I think last year, the young girl? Remember she faked like she had got kidnapped or something? Talking about she seen
Holly
a white.
Russell, yeah, she got charged with that.
Now watch this. At the same time that she did that, that's what makes me suspicious. I don't know what's going. But at the same time she did that, Minnesota and other states, the so-called black indigenous people in those areas, were trying to put together their own little task force because so many of the young girls and some of the boys were going missing and wasn't nothing being done. And it was not being broadcast on mainstream TV, yo. And I thought that was strange that she came up with that story come out at the same time that they was trying to push and create their own little task to try to, you know what I'm saying? Find these and see what's going on with these people these young teenagers keep coming up missing.
Yeah, because they say, you know, it's number one us, and then number two actually is amongst the Native Americans. They talk about that. So I do feel for them in that on the reservations that does happen a lot.
And why do y'all think the Native Americans be mad at y'all when y'all go claim their culture? They're like, we already going through enough.
Why the Native Americans are mad is just like how Jews are mad or Jewish people or anything like that. At this point, they've gotten so many generations down that they believe it until someone is actually teaching them and pointing out to the fact that they don't know their culture unless they're going into a government issued school. And then once you get Cass, you asked the question, I'm answering it, so be quiet and listen.
You don't have no Native American ceremonies.
You asked the question, Cass, so don't make me mute you. You asked the question, now listen. So now they have to actually go about not really knowing their culture, being taught their culture. They're losing their languages. And then they have people that are actually teaching, hey, you're not who you say you are. You're actually from this place. You're actually this person, which they can see that. They can see. And a lot of them do know that. They say, yeah, we're not the originals here. The originals here are dark or anything like that. But there's a lot of people that are upset. Of course, they would want to be the original ones, the ones that have that legacy and not be considered foreigners. But they have to come to grips when they are foreigners.
And them Native Americans talking about suing y'all and everything, and if they win,
but they can't. They lost already their first lawsuit. So who they gonna sue next?
They coming after y'all. They coming after y'all.
And they already lost. They lost to Dane. Who else are they gonna come after? If they already lost to Dane, and the precedents that the courts have is a loss to Dane, who else are they gonna come after Dane?
Oh yeah, ain't they suing Dane?
Well, hold on.
They already lost.
You
Hold
know
on,
who's coming
Cass.
after them though?
Well, who would they sue us upon them?
Cousins are coming or calling them back home. There's a few.
But
there are
who?
a few.
Yeah, well, he's misinformed. It's because he
because we
has a
disgracing our
crush
African ancestors,
on
we disgracing our
Christina,
slave
Sister Freedom.
ancestors
This is
that was brought as
this is
slaves over here.
No,
Bro, if they want to be Indians, bro, let them be Indians. You can't stop
They
them
gonna
from
sue us upon the black and African American, bro?
I'm not. Hey, no.
And we know
they
that's
can't.
not. That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna be able to do
They
that.
already lost. He's talking
Yeah, they're
about
not
a
gonna be able
court
to do that.
case that's already been thrown out.
She ain't gonna be able to do that.
No,
So they
I don't
can't
think
do
it's been
anything.
thrown out. I
Yes,
think
they
still gonna
have. Dane already won. He already won the case.
You need to show the proof of that because they
No,
they
you need to show the proof that there is a case.
Because it's the black lady suing them too.
Hey, they better
Exactly,
be
because Dane
well.
already won. So
They better start scalping y'all.
there's not going to be anyone else they can go after. If Dane won, that's the president's.
I would feed him cold syrup with water instead of milk. He's so sickening. Cass, what's wrong with you?
He's trolling, man.
He's
What do you
upset.
think about the
Like,
Siberians
first
calling
off,
them home?
Sister Freedom, MVP is who he wants to be. So he puts MTV on the top of his list. Then he has these boyfriends, and their name is
Why
Sean,
do you keep
and not a
comparing me to that man?
coincidence. So like they're all in a group where
Even if
they're
I
like
don't agree with
sword
things
fight.
that
You,
you're in no
Sister Freedom, you remember when Neftali was talking about how heaven was before? In comparison in the misogynist Bible and how they just all had some penises and they were war fighting until the daughters of man came. That's what they are doing over there. And MVPs, an MVP show is all just males until they can get over here. And this is like the first time they see some women.
And Christianity is a boy lover. It's a boy lover religion, bro. Y'all got to get it out your mind. Christianity is a boy love religion. They
I
took the
think they
female
should
out of it.
embrace it.
Hey, Shaq,
I'm not for the community trying to stifle and make everybody straight and be like, oh, it's the most abominable thing for same sex. No, I think that's a horrible thing that we do, and it makes more people like Cass be in the closet when he really should be free out in the world. So I really stand for this, that there's no reason why our consciousness community should be
I can't
shooting
talk to you
down
about
people
going to
from
because
being
you married, but
themselves.
Hey
look,
man, it's
let's
been a
see.
pleasure speaking with y'all, man. Enjoy y'all night.
Good night, in pursuit.
Good night. So, Cass, you said what they may come for us. What about the Siberians coming for the Native Americans, telling them to come back home?
I mean, a lot of Native Americans. I look. That's their business. My business with black people. My business
So
with
you were
black
the one that brought him up, though.
Right.
Cash, you
And
need
that
to
was thousands of years ago, so it ain't no Siberian saying nothing like that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are Siberians. They know that they're Mongoloids. They know themselves that they are Mongoloids. So what do you mean?
Delson, why you say Cash need an enema?
Damn.
I'm not saying he needs an enema. I'm saying he kind of will enjoy it. But
Oh my God.
at the end of the
This nigga here.
day,
Don't start
Cass,
with the Bussy Chronicles. Come on, Dawson. Don't do the Bussy Chronicles on us.
Don't say come at me
Damn,
because
bro.
I want to get rubbed down or something like that. You come at me every chance you get, Dawson.
yeah,
I'm
because
trying
I
to
don't
respect
like you. I told you that already.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think you hate me so much you want to shut up, man.
I know you ain't talking.
I wanna do what?
Laugh like you on.
Hey, Cass, are you scared of the white man?
No.
White Europeans? Or pale Europeans?
Call them that on here. Call them the undone.
Like
Yeah, undone.
I would
They
never
was-
want to
they-
compete with MVP. I know MVP is a great person, and isn't MVP tall? You probably like him tall. I'm short. I'm 5'3". He's like what 6 something. So I could never
That's normal
compete where
woman
I
height.
don't
You consider
compare.
that short for you?
That's all you right there. And I'm a step out. If I didn't have so much competition, maybe I would
Hey,
shoot my
just because
shot
the brother
cast.
exposed
But
that you was African,
MVP is
Dawson,
good for you. It's good for me
just
too.
because he exposed you was
It ain't
you
even
were
about
African.
MVP. It's about you, Cass. You're acting like you're going after. He's, you need to stop. Just stop it.
I'm trying to be cool. Dawson,
You're not.
every
You're
chance you
being
get.
silly. You're being silly. Do you know who you are?
He trolling. Yeah, he trolling.
Yeah, because you troll. Nah, I troll
Trolling.
better.
I consider myself the Jesus Christ of the Aboriginals. I'm trying to save y'all. You know what I'm saying? Bring y'all back home. Now, Sister Freedom, you say you more Morocco and
I
Africa,
never
so we
told
can.
you that either. I never told you that. I never say I'm anything.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
thought
just
you were
making up stuff.
What are you talking about? I know I'm American. I know what my ancestors were.
Yeah, but didn't you say you were Moorish?
I said that I was raised up under Moorish science. I never said I was. I said I was raised that way. It's a difference.
And did you hear what Noble Drali said about what's his name? The one Marcus Garvey?
I probably heard him say a lot of things about Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad. What's up?
What, that the agent?
No, he didn't say that. He said, now I can put that link in the back chat that he said Marcus Garvey was the John the Baptist to his coming.
Okay.
Yeah, but isn't Marcus Garvey the agent?
He didn't say that.
I didn't say he said it. I said, isn't Marcus Garvey an agent?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't want to put no bad mouth on nobody.
No, I can put it in the back chat that he said that. He never spoke bad of he didn't
Well,
speak bad
I would
of
say anyone that works with the government does different things like that is an agent. I mean, it's
If
not
you
a
work
bad
for the
mouth thing. It
government-
just is what it is.
No, I'm not talking about you, Dustin. I'm saying I'm not putting bad mouth on nobody. Because the reason why I'm saying it is because they do so much lying and twisting stories all up about us. So you know what I'm saying? I just, it ain't got nothing to do with you. Whatever you know.
Yeah. I understand. And they have, and as far as it, but you have to side eye some of the people that were so invested, because you got to understand, like a cast that's annoying you is what a Marcus Garvey, John Henrik Hart, Jeffrey Leonard, all them would be siding with Cass right now,
it's Leonard
trying
Jeffrey,
to silence the people that are saying that they're from the Americas and they've always been
I think
here.
they would tell the truth. I think they would say it.
Well, I mean, like, even there's a quote John Henrik Clark has as far as to be like, oh, we can't convince people to leave to Africa, so we got to have their minds be African. We gotta make them African in their
I don't want
mind.
my mind
So
to be African. I want my mind to be just with not African.
exactly. So I mean,
And
like at the end of the day, I know we want to think of all our people were for us, but a lot of them would be agreeing with Cass, and
See,
they
you're
wouldn't be
lying. You
about the truth.
lying
They
on
would be
elders,
about
and that's the
African.
issue.
They would be
That's
about
the issue,
African.
Dawson.
Hold on, Cass. I'm not done. They would be about African studies, what by any means necessary, because their bosses were about African studies by any means necessary.
I still want him to stop using that bad word lying. That's a very bad word.
Yeah, let him do whatever he wants to do. That's why I say he does it because
Going by
I
his word.
I can say that I do believe. I know he's like, oh, you get on me, but I do believe like men don't act like Cass all the way. So I know he has crushes on particular people that he's like, oh, I gotta be up on the panel with them. He does certain things that
So
I just don't
Dulcinea,
like his
so
moves.
I pretty much respect women when I come on these panels, but why do you feel like? Because you know that if I said some crazy stuff about you, you'd be like, "Oh my God, he's talking to a woman," and bro's like, "Don't be talking to her like that." Da, 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 da. If you
It
see me
better.
respecting you, don't sit there. Like, she now
No, I
I can say
don't.
that
I,
if
I
you call
first
me
off,
gay,
I wouldn't
that's a
care
lie.
as far as it or
That's a
anything. What
lie.
people are
That's a
is I
lie.
wouldn't. I
And you
don't.
should be checked on that.
I would just match it like I do. But
Well,
No,
at
and
the
no,
end
no,
of
men,
the
no.
men
day,
supposed to have more patience too. We're supposed to be able to have a little bit more
at
thicker
the end of the
skin. So
day,
we'll let the women
I
get their stuff
see
off,
how
bro. Come
you
on now.
move. It's not like you don't.
Jackie, I'm not
Like she said, calling people
Huh?
liars, going back and forth
Yeah,
with
but if you
people. It's
saying
not
somebody
like you
gay, I'm
have
gonna call
this.
you a liar. Don't call me
It's
gay. I'm not
exactly.
gay,
So it's not like you
so
have
don't
any
call me
kind of
that.
respect as far as to be like,
Cass,
oh, I'm
that's
gonna treat
it.
women
That's
better
it.
than men or anything. You go out of your way to go against women more than men, and I
No,
think
I
that
don't. Me and
also
you just get
shows
into it,
a
Dulcinea.
certain thing. No, I see you on OTKs too. A lot of times OTK will cuss you out. You'll sit back and be quiet or whatever, but
I
then
don't be
some girls
quiet.
on
I
the
call him a
panel, and then you're gonna be
BAN,
yelling and
Don't
and
screaming
I
call
at
got
the
him
kicked
have
out
girl.
of
a
putting it
god
back.
darn thing over here. You better not, or you will
No, I'm
not
talking
be
about I
able.
called him that on his show, and he put me in the back because he was being disrespectful. Like
Well,
you ain't
that's after he's already cussed you out a few times, but you're yelling at women when you go over there, so you can't play anything to me. I know that you're scared of some of the men, and that you feel safe to
no,
go
that's
at
not
women
true,
more.
Dulcinea. That's because you over talk and you disrespectful. And obviously, your husband can't handle you, so you try to
Wow,
take that out
that's
over
it.
here.
That's it, Dulcie. That's it.
No, no, he's fine. He's fine. Let him go. Let him go. As far as it, let him go. He knows
Hey,
as
hold
far as
on, man.
it. Do
Because
you think you can
Sister
give
Freedom
me
and
some
them, they sit back
courses?
and chill.
You,
Sister Freedom,
it seems
even we
MVP
talk,
is really
she
happy with
respects us,
you. Can
right?
you give me some how to be a good wife courses, Cass?
No, you
Are
should.
you
You
in
should already
soft
know
girl
that.
era? What does it look like being a wife for you, Cass? How do
Sister
you behave? Do
Sister
you stay
Freedom
in the
will be
kitchen? Do you
cool.
clean? What's going on?
Sister Freedom
Tell
will
me
be
how wifely
cool.
duties work, Cass.
The other sister, Sweet Feather, she'll be cool. Everybody else, you just over talk, and you need to kind of chill. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the time and place for everybody. That's why I don't like to debate
No,
sisters because
that's why I'm
we get into
asking
this tit
for
for tat, and I
your
sound
wife
like a
courses,
bully
Cass.
and
Tell
disrespectful.
me how to be a good wife. What does Cass? How is Cass as a wife? Let me know.
Well, you shouldn't go on and ramble and tell stories
Crazy.
about people and their sexuality and stuff,
Well, you
because
know,
they
he,
disagree with you being Indian. After
Well,
you
you
said
said
you took it
my
a
husband's
DNA test,
unhappy. So what would you do to make my husband happy? Let me know.
Oh my
I'm not
lord.
gonna do nothing to him. But obviously, you know what I'm saying, you sound unhappy because you keep wanting to go tit for tat for men. And don't play victim and don't come over here and play victim after.
Quiet, please.
Do I sound like I'm playing victim cast? I'm
No,
trying to sign
you
up.
do. Oh my
I'm not
God.
gonna pay you.
You
You
just
know, you're
want to
not a
disrespect
Miami Cuban
women and
thing,
da
but
da
I'm
da
trying
da.
to sign up for your soft girl era classes
Come
so I
on.
can know how to be a good wife and everything, Cass. Since
No,
you
you
have so much knowledge
stereotypical,
of being
sister.
a good wife.
You over talking to men, and you should like, all right, you know what? I ain't gonna go on that because you see how we go at each other. You see how the men go at each other. If you don't want men to go at you like that, you should be like, you know what? I'm not gonna say this. I'm not gonna talk sexuality or that. You should have some type of respect. You're not gonna hear me talking to Sister Freedom like that because she's not saying nothing like that. You saying that. You doing all that. Because you done went on OTK channel and came, and I didn't even know who you was.
Baby.
Okay, you gonna keep going, bro? You gonna keep going,
Okay,
huh?
so number one to
Damn.
wife classes of Cass, don't overtalk the men. That's what Cass does. He sit back and he doesn't overtalk men. What else, Cass?
No, I've
What else
overtalked.
can
I
you give
cussed
me
him
some
out.
qualities that you do
I
as
cussed
far
him
as
out.
that are
He
good for
cussed me
women?
out. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens over there. I don't want to have that same argument with
He
women.
one of those men that like that thing where women put a leather suit on and just beat them.
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
You know what? I might
He's
have
definitely
something
that.
like that.
I don't know if he wants the leather suit all together and be beaten, but he likes to be put in cages and the leash and stuff. And it's not girls that he wants to do that to him, by the way.
Damn, though, you like the BDSM?
Dulcinea, do you let's see your husband? I want to respect your husband. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna say that.
What is
It's cool. You can be scared. I can know you're scared, Cass. Just know I ain't saying nothing. I ain't scared of you.
Want to find out, Dulcinea? You know, right here in Detroit.
Want to find out what?
Do you want to get flown out? You want to get flown out?
Oh my God, he sounds so dumb. I can't listen to
That's
him.
She the one. Hey, look, she the one saying. She keeps saying, "Hey,
oh, you want to fly me out to do? Oh, you want to prove that girls you like when girls do it too? That's a service, though. That's not a free service, Cass.
I like everything with a woman. I love you.
Hello.
Trust me.
If you want to be put in cages and all this other stuff, I can find a girl for you for the right price.
No drizzy. No drizzy. No drizzy.
No drizzy.
Okay.
Damn.
No Diddy. But I can find a girl for you.
I know he want to talk about something different than Cass's enema. So let's hear what Swordfish. Hi, Swordfish again. Can you hear me, Swordfish?
Sword is probably sleeping with Nisha.
Oh.
Which I'm about to leave too. It has been fun, you guys. It's been an interesting night. Thank you guys for all tuning in and staying in. Why'd you unmute, Cass? What you want?
I didn't unmute. I thought it was on mute. My bad.
Oh no, you're good or whatever. I'm being nice. I was gonna let everybody close out. You can close out, Cass.
Bird named cereal with water with no sugar. He is just going to do that when we get off the line.
I'm gonna behave next time, Sister Freedom, because we're gonna have different topics on here. I'm gonna behave.
Please. No, I think his people are really just a bad influence on him. I am mean to him because I do think some weird going on with the people you hang out with, and I'm just honest with that. I'm sorry, I don't understand y'all.
Dulcinea has a crush.
But I will say, I think that they're more so the bad influence on you as far as your studying and different things that you're researching. That's me being nice. I had something nice to say, Cass. Take it or leave it.
Mm-hmm.
What you say, Cass?
No, I think I'm proud that you took your DNA test. I think Sister Freedom, when she said, "Hey, I got Indian in my family," hey, I ain't gonna say that she doesn't have that. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking. If y'all can prove it, ain't nothing I can say about it. You feel me? That's it.
But we're not trying to prove it to you, and that's why I say like that. I think you have bad influences around you because, like, the fact that y'all are really nobodies in the grand scheme of things to us. Y'all are somebodies in the grand scheme of things to your family. Our message is for you to go where you're going to be someone and go get your story and be amongst your family. You want to more so come on the internet and argue and be like, y'all got to prove it to me or whatever, but you're nobody, Cass. Why does someone that will never see you in life, what do they care about proving anything to you? So you're really just wasting your time, other than I do think you enjoy it. So then that's where I mess with you about it, because I think you just enjoy it because you don't have anything better to do with yourself. But, you know, your focus is on the wrong things, and there'll never be someone that's going to be like, oh, I got to prove it to Cass who I am.
That's funny. But anyway, good night, y'all. Thank y'all.
Yes, good night.
Shaq.
Did you have any last words?
No, I just want to say peace and blessings, man. I be trying to tune in to y'all, but you know what I'm saying? It pops up every now and again in my algorithm. So maybe I just gotta, look at more of you
Yeah,
guys'
turn the
videos.
Make
notifications
sure you
on.
subscribe, Shaq.
Say it again now.
Make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, I'm subscribed. I just very rarely get you guys notifications. So maybe I need to just click on some of y'all videos and just watch them. You know what I'm saying? So they can constantly
Yeah,
show
you
up in
might
my
have to
algorithm.
turn it on or go and yeah, like you said, maybe click on a couple of videos of turning on the notifications for them to come. But YouTube's weird. Sometimes it doesn't send the notifications like it should. And
Yeah,
Smoke
sometimes it
Signal,
don't.
I wanted to say to you, I'm sorry, I missed it earlier, but no, I'm not from Stop Six. But I have been. I wasn't that far from Stop Six, so I've been
Oh,
there.
that's another question I want to ask. Yeah, so I heard Tucker say, yeah, he was from Fort Worth. So Stop Six is out there in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm in the
Yes, they
DFW area
got the
myself.
best gizzards in Texas, Stop Six, but no, I'm not
Really?
from there.
Oh, okay. Have you ever been to the stockyards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like one of my favorite places to go.
Okay. But no, y'all have a great morning or night or whatever, man. For the jump off shit. I'm gonna try to catch y'all some more times. Y'all be having some good bills, man. Definitely one was legendary with Judge Joe Brown.
Oh yeah, yeah. We were trying to get him, but he's kind of hard to get on. There's just certain people Taj to. It's just
Mhm.
kind of difficult to get them on the StreamYard, but we're gonna get it together.
Oh, Judge be so busy, man. He be on everybody's shit, man. He doing this thing, man. 70 some years old. Shit. Hey, I hope you get to 76 one day too. Shit.
Stop cussing.
Oh, excuse me. My bad. My bad.
All right, y'all. I'm out.
Peace, peace.
Oh wait, Smoke Signal. You were born in John Peter Smith? No, no way. Because that's where I was born. JPS. If you were, I was born there. So
Don't see I'm out, baby.
yeah, I'm out too. Peace. Good night.
Okay, good night. Good night, everybody. Or good morning.
Yeah, good morning, really.
Oh, you gonna end the stream?
Yeah, I'm ending it now.